Chapter 1. Rebirth Awakening System. On the Tianshan continent, in Boyun Prefecture, my city, Ji Wuchang stood at the city gate, his expression extraordinarily complex. Ji Wuchang was the young master of the Ji family in my city and had joined the Changshan sect as an inner disciple. He couldn't be considered the most outstanding, but he was doing well enough. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had also returned home today to participate in the family competition held every 20 years in my city, only to suffer a disastrous defeat at the hands of Xiao Fan from the Xiao family. This was a result Ji Wuchang had never anticipated. He had originally thought it would be a boring fight and didn't want to come at all. However, as a foster son of the Ji family head, he felt he had to repay the kindness of his upbringing. This competition involved the redistribution of resources in my city, and for both emotional and logical reasons, Ji Wuchang felt he had to come and fight for the best resources. For the Ji family, what he thought would be an easy battle ended with him being disgraced, his meridians damaged, and his path to immortality becoming difficult. Later, he practiced for a lifetime but only reached the Soul Division realm, and even then, it was the lowest level of that realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan from the Xiao family leveraged Ji Wuchang's reputation to rise to prominence, successfully catching the attention of the Changshan sect and becoming their holy son. He later went on to leave Boyun Prefecture, competing with the prodigies from other prefectures on the Tianshan continent, eventually becoming a quasi-saint and earning fame throughout the world. Of course, this was all in Ji Wuchang's memories before his death. He never expected to be reborn, returning to the time before the family competition in my city. Not only that, but Ji Wuchang also awakened a system, the sign-in and copy system. This system has only two functions. One is sign-in, and the other is copy. The sign-in is easy to understand. It can be done once a day at special locations, and each sign-in grants system rewards. Moreover, every month there's also a chance for a lottery draw, with the rewards depending on luck. Copying means copying the opponent's attributes, including techniques, combat skills, secret arts, lifespan, root bone, elixirs, comprehension ability, etc. There's almost nothing that cannot be copied. Of course, copying is not free. It requires corresponding luck points. Luck is something everyone possesses. Ordinary people have a base value of 1, while cultivators have luck values that are several times or even dozens of times that of ordinary people. Those with great luck have very high luck values, often exceeding 1,000. As for the children of luck, their values are even more astonishing. System sign in. Ji Wuchang looked at my city, his expression calm. Although my city is small, since it can give birth to someone as lucky as Xiao Fan, it must have its unique qualities. Ding. Sign in at the north gate of my city successful. Reward. 10 years of cultivation. Luck points 5. The system's voice rang out, and Ji Wuchang instantly felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flooding into his body. His cultivation, originally at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, skyrocketed to the peak of the 4th level, just one step away from the 5th level. Ji Wuchang was overjoyed, his eyes shining with excitement. There were still 5 days left before the competition. In his previous life, after entering the city, he had consumed 1,000-year ginseng from the Ji family, raising his cultivation to the peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Ji Wuchang had thought that this level would be enough to sweep away all opponents, but Xiao Fan, who had been hiding his strength, revealed his peak 5th level Qi refinement cultivation during their final battle, leaving Ji Wuchang with no power to fight back. It should be known that Xiao Fan was considered a waste in the Xiao family. If it weren't for the decline of the Xiao family's fortunes, they would not have sent Xiao Fan to compete. No one expected that Xiao Fan could endure to this point. After traveling outside for 2 years, he returned as a genius at the 5th level of Qi refinement from someone who had been in the postnatal realm. Later, Ji Wuchang learned that Xiao Fan's strength came from a small fragment of a Soul Division realm expert's bone fused within him. What truly transformed Xiao Fan was the storage ring he obtained after joining the Changshan sect, which contained the divine soul of a supreme realm expert. And it was a top-tier beauty. But now that Ji Wuchang had been reborn, all of this would belong to him. Ji Wuchang checked the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang. Cultivation. Peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Root bone. Middle grade earth rank. Luck points 117. Special abilities none. System. Tasks none. The panel was very clean. Ji Wuchang's luck points were originally 110, and after 2 days of sign-ins, they had reached 117. Ji Wuchang took a deep breath. He had been away from his sect for almost a month. When he awakened the system yesterday, he wanted to turn back and return to the sect, since that storage ring on the back mountain was extremely important. But then Ji Wuchang thought of Xiao Fan, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Where one falls, one must rise again. In his previous life, if he had known that Xiao Fan was at the peak of the 5th level of Qi refinement, he would not have lost all hope of victory. It was because he had underestimated his opponent, even failing to wear the armor bestowed by his sect. That armor could withstand attacks from someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement. If he had worn the armor at that time, even if Xiao Fan was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he couldn't have harmed him. Living this life again made Ji Wuchang understand a principle. Even when fighting a rabbit, one must use full strength. To underestimate others is the beginning of your failure. So in this life, Ji Wuchang would not underestimate anyone. Either he would not strike, or once he did, he would go all out. In his previous life, due to his damaged meridians, he returned to the Changsheng sect and suffered discrimination, even from his once respected senior sister in Curson, who treated him coldly. In the end, he fell into Xiao Fan's embrace, becoming one of Xiao Fan's women. Unfortunately, Curson did not have a good ending either. During a trip to a secret realm, she damaged her dantian and was ruthlessly abandoned by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan would not keep a waste by his side, and Curson waited for him for 100 years, only to realize the truth when she was on her deathbed. She found Ji Wuchang, who had already become a Soul Division realm expert, and knelt down to repent. Thinking of all the things Curson had done to him in his previous life, Ji Wuchang felt a surge of anger. His meridians had the potential to recover, but it was Curson, swayed by Xiao Fan's words, who had swapped a 500-year-old cultivating herb for a 100-year-old one, resulting in the later elixir's potency being severely compromised. After consuming it, he only managed to restore about 70% of his meridians, leaving him with a hidden ailment. This was also the reason why he could only barely elevate his cultivation to the Soul Division realm in his previous life, but he would not let this pair of dogmen and women go in this life. The poor Ji Wuchang, in his last life, only understood the truth when Curson knelt in repentance. After licking Curson for so long, he ended up with such a result. Ji Wuchang often mocked himself these days, saying that a licking dog has no good ending. Xiao Fan, Curson, Ji Wuchang is back. How will you deal with the retribution? Ji Wuchang muttered to himself with a smirk, then stepped into my city. Chapter 2. Copying the Thunder Explosion Fist. My city has a population of 300,000, and the foremost family is the Ji family. The Wang and Zhang families can stand on equal footing with the Ji family, but their overall strength is slightly inferior. These 3 families are considered the top families in my city. Each family has a powerful expert at the 6th level of Qi refinement stationed. There are also 3 second-tier families, the Xiao family, the Bai family, and the Lan family. The highest cultivation among them is only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Wherever there are people, there will be competition, and my city is no exception. The competition in my city mainly revolves around 2 things. One is a large iron mine outside the city, and the other is the management rights of the southern and northern markets of my city. After Ji Wuchang entered through the north gate, he immediately stepped into the bustling northern market. The northern market was indeed prosperous, filled with shops and throngs of merchants in his previous life. After Ji Wuchang lost to Xiao Fan in a competition, he left for the Changsheng sect in a dejected manner and never set foot in that sorrowful place again for the rest of his life. The reason for this was the significant change in the Ji family's attitude towards him. Ji Wuchang was adopted by the head of the Ji family and was not a biological child. Without the constraints of blood ties, Ji Wuchang gradually drifted away from the Ji family. Looking at the bustling crowd, Ji Wuchang's expression once again became hazy, his eyes filled with memories. Bang! Ji Wuchang, lost in thought, collided directly with someone, instantly pulling him back to reality. "It's you." The 2 spoke almost in unison. A hint of coldness flashed in their eyes. Ding! The system has detected that Xiao Fan is practicing the low-grade, Xian-level martial skill, Thunder Explosion Fist. Copying requires 100 luck points. Do you want to copy? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind, causing his eyes to light up. Coincidentally, the person he had just bumped into was Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had just come out of shop, contemplating how to explain his experiences of the past 2 years to his parents upon returning to the Xiao family. He also didn't notice Ji Wuchang, and the two collided directly. Upon seeing each other, they instantly recognized one another's identities. Xiao Fan's sole purpose for returning this time was to defeat Ji Wuchang and restore the Xiao family's pride. Of course, Xiao Fan also aimed to leverage Ji Wuchang's reputation as an inner disciple of the Changshan sect to pave the way for himself. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's heart was tumultuous. He had been contemplating how to deal with Xiao Fan's Thunder Explosion Fist over the past 2 days. Although Thunder Explosion Fist was merely a low-grade, Xian-level martial skill, it was no worse than an average mid-grade Xian-level skill. Once Thunder Explosion Fist was unleashed, there was a faint flicker of lightning on the fist, showcasing its extraordinary power. Ji Wuchang had the memories of his past life and was well-versed in many martial skills. However, many martial skills could not be used casually in public, and with his current cultivation level, he should not possess such skills. If he were to use them, it would undoubtedly bring him great trouble. In the Tianshan continent, the protection of martial skills and techniques by various sects was very strict. The martial skills he was currently practicing were only two. One was the breaking wind palm, and the other was the Qingyun sword technique. These two martial skills were selected by him from a library when he became an inner disciple of the Changshan sect. They were not the explosive type of skills, which would naturally pose no problem against someone with lesser combat power than himself. But if he were to face someone with comparable combat power, he would be at a disadvantage. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had used breaking wind palm against Xiao Fan's Thunder Explosion Fist and was thoroughly suppressed. As the saying goes, only magic can defeat magic. When opportunity knocks, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up, and he silently thought of copying. Ding! Copy successful. Consumed 100 luck points. Consuming 4 luck points can make Thunder Explosion Fist small success, 8 luck points can make it great success, and 16 luck points can make it perfect. Does the host want to consume luck points for cultivation? The system's voice came again, leaving Ji Wuchang in a daze. To be honest, although he had had the system for a few days, besides being familiar with the sign-in function, he was not very clear about the other functions. He had originally planned to spend a few days researching Thunder Explosion Fist after returning, hoping to cultivate it to small success. He didn't expect there to be a cheat available. What was there to hesitate about? System, consume 16 luck points. Ding. 16 luck points have been deducted. Congratulations, host. Thunder Explosion Fist has reached perfection. Insights are being transmitted. As the system's voice fell, countless insights about Thunder Explosion Fist surged into Ji Wuchang's mind. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt as if he'd been practicing Thunder Explosion Fist for decades, with insights even deeper than those for breaking wind palm. Although this all seemed long, it was only about 2 breaths of time. Xiao Fan and Ji Wuchang exchanged glances, both able to see the hostility in each other's eyes. But then they turned their heads away simultaneously, not wanting the other to see what was hidden in their eyes. Xiao Fan couldn't help but turn back for some reason. He felt as if he had lost something, and a trace of worry inexplicably grew in his heart. However, Xiao Fan soon brushed this aside. He had honed himself fiercely over the past 2 years, and feared no one among his peers. Ji Wuchang watched Xiao Fan's departing figure, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, when he was forced to the edge of the arena by this guy's Thunder Explosion Fist, the opponent had suddenly used a trace of power from the bones of a soul-splitting realm expert within him. Xiao Fan had infused this power into his own body, causing Ji Wuchang's meridians to shatter. In this life, Ji Wuchang would not give him that opportunity. Ji Wuchang glanced at the system panel with only 1 luck point left. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The system was powerful, but unfortunately, his luck points were insufficient. Once this competition was over, he would sever ties with the Ji family. Winning this match for the Ji family would ensure they wouldn't have to worry about resources for the next 20 years, and Ji Wuchang would feel he had repaid the Ji family for 3 years of nurturing. Ji Wuchang had entered the Ji family at the age of 10. The current head of the Ji family, Ji Ping, had taken a liking to Ji Wuchang's talent and brought him back. 3 years later, the Changshan sect came to my city to recruit disciples. Ji Wuchang participated in the root bone test and was accepted into the Changshan sect. Now, 5 years had passed, and Ji Wuchang was already 18. In simple terms, Ji Wuchang had only spent 3 years in the Ji family. Therefore, he did not have deep feelings for the Ji family. The actions of the Ji family in his previous life had chilled Ji Wuchang's heart, and in this life he did not want to be too entangled with them. Winning this match for them would be considered repaying the Ji family for 3 years of nurturing. 5 years had changed Ji Wuchang significantly. He was now a completely different person compared to when he left. Xiao Fan, I'll use Thunder Explosion Fist to break your Thunder Explosion Fist. I wonder how you will feel then. Ji Wuchang murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation showing in his eyes. To be honest, Ji Wuchang genuinely wanted to see the frustrated look on the other person's face. Chapter 3. Peak of Qi Refining. 5th layer. Ji Wuchang walked while comprehending the Thunder Exploding Fist, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With his right hand clenched into a fist, as the internal cultivation method operated, faint flickers of lightning appeared on his right hand, looking quite mysterious. Ji Wuchang then frowned. The power of the lightning felt a bit weak. To maximize the power of the Thunder Exploding Fist, it was essential to have a treasure or magical tool related to lightning to assist. Ideally, a pair of lightning attribute gauntlets would be perfect. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but search through his memories for his previous life. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, the Bai family had a pair of lightning attribute gauntlets. In his past life, Xiao Fan had once visited the Bai family, wanted to buy these gauntlets with 1 or 200 low-grade spirit stones. However, the Bai family refused, and the head of the Bai family even humiliated Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was furious and left in a huff. The Bai family didn't take the matter to heart, but after the competition ended, when Xiao Fan dominated everyone, the Bai family was stunned. To make amends, they gifted the gauntlets to Xiao Fan, resolving the unpleasantness. The Bai family was unaware that there was more to these gauntlets. Ji Wuchang had only heard his senior sister curse and mumble that the gauntlets contained a high-grade heavenly battle skill. However, Ji Wuchang did not know the specific skill, as he had later fallen too far behind Xiao Fan, to the point where they had no interaction. Having realized this, a smile appeared at the corner of Ji Wuchang's mouth. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the Bai family. After all, it would be more effective to let Xiao Fan hit a wall first before he went. Ji Wuchang then continued on his way towards the Ji family's location. At the main entrance of the Ji family, the head of the family, Ji Ping, stood waiting with the elders. Ji Wuchang had already sent them a message informing them of his return time. Head, can Wuchang really represent our Ji family to win this year's competition? Yicheng, the elder, spoke with concern. The other elders also looked worried, as this was about the resources of the Ji family in my city for the next 20 years. Ji Ping's expression was calm as he replied, "We have no other choice. Ji Ping is only at the 1st layer of Qi refining and cannot compete with the others." Ji Ping's words caused everyone present to fall silent, no one daring to speak. As Ji Ping said, they had no options left. Ji Wuchang was the Ji family's greatest hope. Actually, according to their generation, Ji Ping and the others didn't need to personally come to welcome Ji Wuchang. However, Ji Wuchang was an inner disciple of the Chongqing sect. Just this identity alone was enough for the Ji family to treat him with respect. From afar, Ji Wuchang saw a group of people standing at the entrance of the Ji family. He glanced over, and everything looked just as he remembered. He had seen the head and the elders before. Ji Wuchang approached them and calmly said, "I'm back." Seeing Ji Wuchang speak, Ji Ping and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They truly didn't know how to start the conversation. Just coming back is good. Just coming back is good, Ji Ping said with a smile, but internally he couldn't help but sigh. Ji Ping had always wanted to take Ji Wuchang as his adopted son, and now hearing him address him this way, he understood Ji Wuchang's intention. Ji Ping had already arranged a banquet to welcome Ji Wuchang back, just like in his previous life. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Ji Cheng finally couldn't help but ask, "Wuchang, what is your current cultivation level?" Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over a girl not far away. This girl was named Xiao Mei, a servant of the Ji family, and she was quite attractive. Xiao Fan had once saved Xiao Mei's mother, so he had a great debt of gratitude towards her. In his previous life, after arriving at the Ji family, Ji Ping had let Xiao Mei serve him. One day, Xiao Mei borrowed an excuse to go out and told Xiao Fan everything about him, including today's conversation. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and then calmly said, Elder, I am currently at the late stage of the third layer of Qi refining. If I have special spiritual herbs to assist, I should have a chance to break through to the fourth layer. This answer differed slightly from Ji Wuchang's previous life response, where he had truthfully stated he was at the peak of the third layer of Qi refining, essentially concealing some information. Ji Wuchang casually glanced at Xiao Mei and indeed saw her pricking up her ears, listening intently. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ji Wuchang's mouth. If he let Xiao Mei live a few more days and then revealed her situation to Ji Ping when the competition started, Ji Ping would definitely not tolerate him. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, the faces of the Ji family members all showed smiles. For what they understood, the Wang family and Zhang family participants in the competition were all at the second layer of Qi refining. Even if they tried to improve, they'd only reach the third layer at most. But if Ji Wuchang's cultivation level were raised, wouldn't that make him at the fourth layer? Thinking of this, the Ji family members looked towards the clan leader Ji Ping and nodded slightly. This had been discussed among Ji Ping and the elders long ago. If they agreed to give the 1,000-year ginseng to Ji Wuchang, everyone would just nod during the banquet to signal. After the banquet ended, just like in his previous life, Xiao Mei was arranged to serve Ji Wuchang. The courtyard was the same as before, and besides Xiao Mei, there was also a maid named Xiao He. Not long after Ji Wuchang and the others arrived at the courtyard, Ji Ping came, holding a wooden box. Wuchang, this is the 1,000-year ginseng. A treasure our Ji family went to great lengths to obtain. If you refine it, it should help you elevate your cultivation. Upon hearing Ji Ping's words, Ji Wuchang smiled and nodded, taking the wooden box from Ji Ping's hands without any hesitation. Thank you, head. Ji Ping nodded, wanting to say something, but finding he didn't know how to begin. He sighed and patted Ji Wuchang's shoulder before leaving. Ji Wuchang understood that Ji Ping must have thought of his deceased son. If he were still alive, he should be about the same age as Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang let Xiao Mei and Xiao He go out, and after setting up a simple defensive barrier in the room, he began to meditate and cultivate. Moments later, Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, his entire being calm as water. Without any hesitation, he opened the wooden box and took out the 1,000-year ginseng inside. A ball of flame flew out from Ji Wuchang's hand, tightly wrapping around the 1,000-year ginseng. Under the high temperature, the 1,000-year ginseng began to dissolve, gradually shrinking until it finally transformed into a drop of yellow liquid the size of a thumb. Ji Wuchang's eyes couldn't help but blaze with excitement. Without hesitation, he swallowed the drop of yellow liquid. A vast amount of spiritual power erupted within Ji Wuchang's body, instantly making him feel as if his dantian was swelling. Ji Wuchang quickly operated his cultivation method, guiding this immense medicinal power into his limbs and bones. With a bang, Ji Wuchang felt as if something inside him had been punctured, and his cultivation began to rise rapidly. In just a moment, his cultivation soared directly from the peak of the fourth layer of Qi, refining to the peak of the fifth layer. Chapter 4. Purple Qi Burning Heaven Technique. Before dawn the next day, Ji Wuchang got up and then sat cross-legged on the roof, facing the east. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had also experienced a fortuitous encounter and obtained a cultivation technique called the Purple Qi Burning Heaven Technique. It was this technique that allowed Ji Wuchang to break through to the Soul Division realm. Unfortunately, the injuries to his meridians had dragged on for too long, preventing recovery, which was a lifelong regret for him. The Purple Qi Burning Heaven Technique has a total of 11 layers, corresponding exactly to the 11 major realms of the Tianqian continent: Postnatal Realm, Qi Refining Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Purple Mansion Realm, Soul Division Realm, 6 Divine Realms, Tao Cutting Realm, Celestial Phenomenon Realm, Supreme Realm, Sage, and Supreme Emperor. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had stopped at the 5th layer, and even then, he had only grasped a little of its essence. Now that he had been reborn, the first thing Ji Wuchang thought of was to build a supreme foundation for himself. The Purple Qi Burning Heaven Technique became Ji Wuchang's first choice. After Ji Wuchang was reborn, he had been contemplating this matter. Last night, when he broke through to the peak of the 5th level of Qi refining, he made up his mind. The cultivation method he originally practiced was the evergreen skill of the Chongqing sect, which is vibrant and definitely good for newcomers to the immortal path. However, the strongest ancestor of the Chongqing sect was merely a peak soul division realm ancestor, and the evergreen skill only had 4 levels. This was also the reason why Ji Wuchang switched to the purple chi burning heaven technique in his previous life. In this new life, he directly abandoned the evergreen skill and opted to cultivate the purple chi burning heaven technique. Ji Wuchang's cultivation level was not high, and starting to practice the purple chi burning heaven technique now was the best choice. Otherwise, once he established his foundation, it would be a bit troublesome. Ji Wuchang operated his technique, his eyes fixed on the gradually brightening clouds on the horizon, knowing that the sun was about to rise. A round red sun leaped out of the clouds and appeared in the distant sky. Ji Wuchang took a deep breath and activated the purple chi burning heaven technique, feeling a special suction force coming from within his body. A massive amount of purple chi began to converge towards Ji Wuchang, entering his body through every pore. The purple chi restructured within Ji Wuchang, and countless strands of purple chi seemed to be forming a large purple sun. Ji Wuchang let out a muffled groan because at this moment, as the purple chi restructured, the temperature inside him soared. He felt as though his entire body was being forged in blazing fire. Ji Wuchang felt no worry at all. Instead, a hint of joy appeared on his face. It should be noted that in his previous life, when he cultivated the purple chi burning heaven technique, he only had this feeling on the 15th day. Now, he was experiencing it for the first time while cultivating, which indicated that this technique was indeed suitable for him. With complete meridians, the majestic purple chi flowed ceaselessly within his body, eventually gathering in the dantian and restructuring there, creating a wonderful sensation. The sunlight illuminated Ji Wuchang, making him appear radiant. Coupled with his serious expression, he looked like a golden Buddha sitting on the rooftop. From Ji Wuchang's body, wisps of black chi wafted out and then disappeared. This was the impurities contained within Ji Wuchang's meridians, being expelled from his body as the purple chi flowed through him. Of course, Ji Wuchang was unaware of all this. He only felt himself getting hotter and hotter, as if he had entered a furnace. Originally, the burning sensation was limited to his meridians, but as the purple chi continuously entered his body, he felt as though all the flesh and blood in his body was about to ignite. However, Ji Wuchang was not alarmed, but rather delighted, because the first layer of the purple chi burning heaven technique was body tempering, corresponding to the postnatal realm. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed the treatment of body tempering, but he understood how important it was. In the Tianquan continent, there is a saying in the martial world that the postnatal realm has the toughness of bronze skin and iron bones. Once someone achieves bronze skin and iron bones, ordinary swords and blades would hardly cause any harm. Such people are already considered masters in the martial world. However, for cultivators, that is merely the beginning. The chi refining realm for cultivators is still about refining the body, but this body refers more to the internal organs. Compared to the postnatal realm, the chi refining realm is more comprehensive and thorough, also allowing true chi to transform into spiritual power. The strongest chi refining realm in the eyes of cultivators is the golden skin and jade bones, a level deeper than bronze skin and iron bones. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang naturally could not reach this realm, but in this life, he must achieve it. If the foundation is not solid, the ground will shake. If he cannot cultivate the postnatal realm and the chi refining realm to perfection, Ji Wuchang will never achieve a perfect foundation establishment. It should be known that the foundation establishment realm is the verification stone for whether a cultivator's foundation is solid. Some people can forge 5 Tao platforms within their bodies, or even more, while others can only forge 3 or even fewer. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang established a total of 5 Tao platforms. But in this life, he aims to forge 10 Tao platforms that others cannot achieve. This is Ji Wuchang's ambition. 9 is the extreme, but 10 is perfection. If he can forge 10 Tao platforms within his body, Ji Wuchang will be qualified to compete with all the talents of this continent in the future. Baiyan Prefecture is too small. It trapped him for most of his previous life. In this life, he wants to leave earlier and see the vast world outside. As time passed, the surging purple qi gradually weakened, and the temperature within Ji Wuchang began to decrease as the purple qi diminished. Ji Wuchang was not surprised by any of this. Everything was within his expectations. At this moment, in Ji Wuchang's dantian, there was a fist-sized purple qi orb quietly floating there. Ji Wuchang looked at the purple qi orb with exceptionally bright eyes. The training of this day was worth more than half a month in his previous life. Ji Wuchang slowly opened his eyes. They were purple, but in just a moment, they returned to normal. At this moment, below the rooftop, Ji Ping and Ji Cheng were already waiting there. Ji Wuchang had long known they were coming, but he paid them no mind. His cultivation was more important than anything else. Ji Wuchang flew down and arrived beside the two, his expression calm as water. Wuchang, how is it? Although Ji Ping had sensed the change in Ji Wuchang's aura, he still asked, as this was a matter related to the future of the Ji family for the next 20 years. Ji Ping glanced around and indeed saw Xiao Mei not far away, seemingly unconcerned but eavesdropping with perked ears. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint. I've already broken through to the 4th level of qi refining. Ji Wuchang smiled, and a powerful aura of the 4th level of qi refining erupted from him. Ji Ping and Ji Cheng exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. At that moment, they were completely at ease. Ji Ping then patted Ji Wuchang's shoulder and chatted with him for a few moments, almost identical to Ji Wuchang's memories from his previous life. Ji Wuchang looked at Xiao Mei's departing figure, a hint of cold laughter tugging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 5. Pressure. Ji Wuchang went out, following behind Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei had no cultivation, so she naturally could not sense Ji Wuchang's presence. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang did not know where Xiao Mei had seen Xiao Fan, and this time he followed her out purely out of curiosity. Moreover, according to the information Ji Wuchang had grasped in his previous life, Xiao Fan would be eager to go to the Bai family today. After all, obtaining a pair of Thunder attribute artifacts would indeed enhance Xiao Fan's combat power. Xiao Mei led Ji Wuchang through twists and turns, finally stopping at a corner and not proceeding further. Ji Wuchang glanced around and then chuckled softly. If he remembered correctly, the Bai family was not far from that corner. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but show a curious expression, his body swaying and instantly disappearing. When he reappeared, he was in a tea house about 100 meters away from the Bai family's gate. Ji Wuchang chose a window seat on the 2nd floor, opened the window slightly, just facing the gate of the Bai family. After the waiter served him tea, he happily took Ji Wuchang's piece of broken silver and left with joy. A pot of tea only costs a little over 100 won. With one piece of broken silver, how could the waiter not be happy? Ji Wuchang leisurely drank his tea, then turned his gaze towards the Bai family's gate. At that moment, several people came out from the gate, one of whom was Xiao Fan. Although he was the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Fan was dressed in coarse linen clothes, looking extremely simple. Ji Wuchang smiled faintly. This guy was indeed a person with deep schemes, intentionally wearing such clothes to make others underestimate him. He went to the Bai family, suppressing his cultivation level. Otherwise, if he unleashed his full strength, the Bai family would undoubtedly deliver that pair of Thunder attribute fists. Ji Wuchang knew very well the reason why Xiao Fan did this. He was afraid that Ji Wuchang would be wary of him once he knew his strength. This guy had been plotting against him from the very beginning, wanting to tread on him to rise. Watching Xiao Fan leave the Bai family with a grim expression, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile slightly. Ji Wuchang then left the tea house and indeed saw Xiao Fan heading towards the direction where Xiao Mei was. A cold sneer rose in Ji Wuchang's heart, and the killing intent surged up, but he suppressed it again. Why bother with a dying man? Ji Wuchang self-mockingly smiled, waited for a moment not far away, and confirmed that Xiao Fan had left before heading straight towards the Bai family. The doorman of the Bai family saw Ji Wuchang dressed in luxurious attire and did not dare to be negligent, quickly stepping forward. Before they could speak, Ji Wuchang calmly said, "Go report to the head of the Bai family and say that Ji Wuchang from the Chongqing sect has come a visit." Upon hearing this, the doorman nodded quickly, leaving one person to guard the door while the other rushed inside. At this moment, in the Bai family's hall, the head of the Bai family, Bai Yinshan, was chatting with his son. Bai Long, father, why didn't you agree to Xiao Fan's request? The Xiao family is also a second-rate family, just like ours. If Xiao Fan can achieve a good ranking, it'll benefit our Bai family as well. Bai Long said, puzzled, looking at his father, Bai Yinshan. Bai Yinshan smiled slightly, and then spoke, you're still too green. Do you know who is participating from the Ji family this time? Upon hearing this, Bai Long frowned slightly and replied, it should be Ji Bing. She has the highest cultivation level in the Ji family right now. Bai Yinshan shook his head upon hearing this, revealing a hint of disdain. Ji Bing, a little girl at the first level of Qi refining. How could the Ji family place their hopes on her? The real participant from the Ji family, this time, is Ji Wuchang, who joined the Changsheng sect a few years ago and just arrived in my city yesterday. Hearing his father's words, Bai Long was taken aback and asked in surprise, Father, how do you know this? Bai Yinshan smiled slightly and said, I spent a lot of money to arrange a spy in the Ji family, and this person delivered the news last night. At that time, Ji Ping and Ji Cheng were at the Ji family's gate to welcome Ji Wuchang. Think about it. Even if I sell that pair of fists to Xiao Fan, do you think Xiao Fan can defeat Ji Wuchang? It's not even worth thinking about. He definitely can't. Since that's the case, why should we offend the Ji family and Ji Wuchang, who has the Changsheng sect as support? The wise light in Bai Yinshan's eyes made Bai Long admire him deeply. Just then, a servant hurried in and cupped his fists at Bai Yinshan, saying, Master, there is someone at the door claiming to be Ji Wuchang from the Changsheng sect who has come to visit. Upon hearing this, Bai Yinshan's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up, hurriedly walking outside with Bai Long. Soon, in the Bai family's hall, the three sat across from each other. Unlike when Xiao Fan visited earlier, Bai Yinshan did not boldly sit at the head, but took the first chair on the right, while Ji Wuchang sat at the first chair on the left. After the servants served tea and left, Bai Yinshan smiled and said, Young Master Ji, what brings you to my Bai family today? Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and replied, Head of the Bai family, I must be honest. I heard that your family has a pair of thunder attribute gauntlets, and I am very interested. I wonder if the head of the Bai family would be willing to part with them? I am willing to purchase them with spirit stones or elixirs. Bai Yinshan and Bai Long exchanged glances, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. Because Xiao Fan had just left, Ji Wuchang arrived right after. And both were after the same item. Could there be some unspeakable secret regarding that pair of gauntlets? This thought arose simultaneously in Bai Yinshan and Bai Long's minds. However, Bai Yinshan was quite astute. His eyes turned, and he smiled, saying, Young Master Ji, to be honest, I have already promised that pair of gauntlets to Xiao Fan. He will come to my Bai family to pick them up in a few days. Bai Yinshan's method was simple, to delay, to see how things would unfold over a few days. He could use the time to investigate whether the gauntlets had any hidden secrets. Xiao Fan had indeed just visited the Bai family, so using him as a shield was perfect. Upon hearing Bai Yinshan's words, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile slightly. Bai Yinshan's response was within his expectations. Ji Wuchang did not speak. His aura began to rise steadily, and in just a moment, it reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi refining. At this moment, both Bai Yinshan and Bai Long changed color, as Bai Yinshan also emanated the aura of the 4th level of Qi refining. Although both were at the same level, they were not comparable. If Ji Wuchang's aura could be compared to a torch, then Bai Yinshan's was just a flickering flame. As for Bai Long, he felt as if a mountain had suddenly appeared on his shoulders, making it hard for him to speak. In just a moment, beads of sweat began to appear on the faces of Bai Yinshan and Bai Long. However, fortunately, Ji Wuchang retracted his overwhelming aura after just a moment, causing Bai Yinshan to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the way Bai Yinshan and Bai Long looked at Ji Wuchang had completely changed. But this was not the end. At that moment, Ji Wuchang's right hand clenched into a fist with strands of lightning crackling around it, and thunderous sounds faintly emanated from his fist. Ji Wuchang loosened his right fist, then looked at Bai Yinshan, calmly saying, Head of the Bai family, I, Ji Wuchang, never force others. Since you have already promised the gauntlets to Xiao Fan, then this visit today is an imposition on my part. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he stood up, preparing to leave directly. At this moment, Bai Yinshan became uneasy. Ji Wuchang was so young, yet already at the peak of the 4th level of qi refining, which showed how high his talent was. With the backing of the Changshan sect, it wouldn't be long before his cultivation would surely advance rapidly. If the Bai family offended such a strong enemy, they might not even sleep soundly in the future. Young Master Ji, please wait. Bai Yinshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly stood up to speak. Ji Wuchang, of course, would not leave. If Bai Yinshan refused to cooperate today, Ji Wuchang would have to invite him to drink a punishment drink. Ji Wuchang was determined to obtain that pair of gauntlets. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would not be treated kindly. Bai Long was currently so shocked that he couldn't speak, looking at Ji Wuchang with completely different eyes. Head of the Bai family, is there something else? Ji Wuchang calmly glanced at Bai Yinshan, making Bai Yinshan secretly admire him. Truly a disciple from the Chongqing sect. Bai Yinshan did not dare to beat around the bush and directly said, Young Master Ji, you just mentioned that you could exchange elixirs for that pair of gauntlets. Is that true? Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and waved his hand, causing 2 elixirs to fly from his hand, landing right in front of Bai Yinshan. Head of the Bai family, these 2 are first-grade Yuanqi pills. Although the quality is a bit lacking, they are enough for 2 first-level qi refining practitioners to break through to the 2nd level. Of course, if both are given to a 2nd-level qi refining practitioner, there is a 60% chance of helping them advance to the 3rd level. These 2 elixirs are from my Chongqing sect and contain a trace of the Chongqing skill's spiritual power. They should be sufficient to match the value of that pair of gauntlets. Looking at the 2 elixirs before him, Bai Long's eyes lit up. He was at the 1st level of qi refining and had been stagnating for a long time. At this moment, Bai Long's breathing became heavy. Bai Yinshan's eyes also sparkled. With these 2 elixirs, the Bai family would essentially have 2 additional 2nd-level qi refining experts, which was definitely a bargain. Bai Yinshan only considered for a moment before directly putting away the 2 elixirs. Young Master Ji, please wait a moment. I will go to the Bai family's storeroom to fetch those gauntlets. Bai Yinshan smiled and cupped his fists at Ji Wuchang before hurriedly leaving. In the hall, only Bai Long and Ji Wuchang were left. Bai Long sat up straight, a flattering smile still on his face. Ji Wuchang nodded to Bai Long, then picked up his teacup and said to the system in his heart, System, sign in. Ji Wuchang deliberately came to the Bai family today to sign in. After all, the Bai family is considered a small cultivation family, and there might be additional rewards. Ding! Sign in at the Bai family in my city successful. Reward. 2 years of cultivation. Luck value. 2. The system's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind, and then a surge of pure spiritual power flowed into his body. Ji Wuchang, who was already at the peak of the 5th layer of qi refining, felt a violent fluctuation in his cultivation. Startled, Ji Wuchang quickly operated the purple qi burning heaven technique to refine this excess spiritual power and disperse it throughout his limbs and bones. As this spiritual power flowed into his body, Ji Wuchang instantly felt that his physical body had become a bit stronger. At that moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly gained an insight. In his previous life, he had not paid much attention to the cultivation of his physical body. The significant improvement of his physical body was largely due to the purple qi burning heaven technique. Ji Wuchang had heard others say in his previous life that one's root bones only determine a person's starting point, but the physical body determines a person's upper limit. To continually break through this upper limit, one must constantly strengthen the training of their physical body. Thinking of this, a look of joy appeared in Ji Wuchang's eyes. He had found a direction for his cultivation for a long time to come. Bai Long looked at Ji Wuchang in surprise. He had just sensed a terrifying aura from him, but this aura dissipated instantly, and he couldn't tell if it was just his illusion. Bai Yinshan returned quickly, and within minutes, he reappeared in the hall, holding a redwood box. Ji Wuchang took the redwood box from Bai Yinshan, opened it, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. From this moment on, Ji Wuchang's fate would undergo a tremendous change. After a moment of emotion, Ji Wuchang waved his hand and directly stored the pair of gauntlets into the system space. Ji Wuchang stood up and calmly said, "By family head, I hope you will not disclose my visit today." Upon hearing this, Bai Yinshan quickly nodded and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, young Master Ji, today's matter will not be leaked." Ji Wuchang nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your trouble today, Bai family head. I, Ji Wuchang, never owe anyone a favor. How about this? I will give you a piece of information, Bai family head. In about half a month, the Chongqing sect will recruit disciples in my city. If there are suitable candidates in your Bai family, bring them to my city in advance." What Ji Wuchang said was true. In his previous life, the Chongqing sect had indeed recruited disciples around that time in my city. The news of Xiao Fan defeating Ji Wuchang, an inner disciple of the Chongqing sect, spread throughout my city, and the fifth elder of the Chongqing sect learned about it, allowing Xiao Fan to enter the sect. In his previous life, due to the sudden arrival of the Chongqing sect, many disciples from the Ji family and other families were traveling outside and missed this opportunity. Ji Wuchang released this information in advance, which was indeed a significant favor for the Bai family. If someone from a Bai family could enter the Chongqing sect, it would mean a substantial backing for the Bai family. "Thank you, young Master Ji." Bai Yinshan quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, his eyes filled with joy. At this moment, Bai Yinshan was genuinely grateful to Ji Wuchang. The father and son personally sent Ji Wuchang to the door of the Bai family, and as they watched Ji Wuchang's disappearing figure, both had a premonition. This person, Ji Wuchang, would surely be extraordinary in the future. At this moment, Bai Long admired his father greatly. Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. If they had given the gauntlets to that Xiao Fan earlier, how could the Bai family have such a rich reward? Chapter 7. Attending the auction when Ji Wuchang returned to the Ji family, Xiao Mei was already back. Although this woman had no cultivation, her psychological quality was exceptionally strong. Upon seeing Ji Wuchang, she didn't reveal any flaws. Unfortunately, no matter how deep the schemes, everything is futile in the face of absolute strength. Ji Wuchang would not immediately let Ji Ping kill her. After all, it would be the same in a couple of days, so he wasn't in a hurry. Just then, Ji Ping came over and smiled, saying, "Wuchang, there's a small auction tomorrow night. Do you want to go take a look?" Ji Ping's words made Ji Wuchang slightly taken aback. He remembered, in his previous life, Ji Ping had also asked him about this, but he had directly refused at that time. Ji Wuchang thought that an auction held in a small city like my city couldn't possibly have anything good. However, later Ji Wuchang learned from senior sister in Kursin that Xiao Fan claimed he bought a box that nobody wanted at the auction in my city, and inside it was a map to a secret realm. Later, Xiao Fan visited this secret realm alone and learned a secret technique from it, called the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique. This technique could cause one's cultivation to surge dozens, even hundreds of times in an instant, allowing them to slay their opponents. Xiao Fan used this technique to turn the tables on his opponents multiple times in dire situations, making it shine brightly. Moreover, this secret realm seemed to be located behind the Chongqing sect. The storage ring with the soul of a strong person also came from this secret realm. Thinking of this, Ji Ping's heart ignited with excitement, and he immediately nodded. "All right, then I will go with the family head tomorrow night." Ji Ping was slightly taken aback. He originally thought Ji Wuchang would definitely not go, as there really wasn't anything good at such a small auction. But since Ji Wuchang agreed, Ji Ping was very pleased and quickly nodded. Watching Ji Ping leave, a smile appeared on Ji Wuchang's lips. Tomorrow's sign-in location was settled. The next day before dawn, Ji Wuchang continued to sit cross-legged on the rooftop, practicing the purple qi burning heaven technique. As the sun rose, majestic purple qi poured into his body, and Ji Wuchang felt as though he had fallen back into a furnace. Creak! This was not the sound of a door opening, but the sound of bones grinding within Ji Wuchang's body. A wisp of black gas occasionally floated up from his body, then dissipated into the air. This was the impurities of the physical body, continuously expelled from Ji Wuchang's body under the purple qi burning heaven technique. Ji Wuchang felt an exceptional pain all over, but he didn't utter a sound, enduring it firmly. If one were to speak of pain, the pain from his meridians being damaged in his previous life was true pain. The flow of spiritual power would bring about piercing pain. Especially during battles, the pain in his meridians was even more severe. The current pain was nothing compared to what he experienced in his previous life. Half an hour later, Ji Wuchang jumped down from the rooftop, drenched in sweat. After returning to his room to bathe, he instantly felt refreshed. A day passed quickly, and as night fell, Ji Wuchang, Ji Ping, and Ji Cheng set out. The auction house in my city was called Minglu Auction House, and it did not belong to any force in my city. Ji Wuchang stood at the entrance of Minglu Auction House, and a woman's figure flashed in his mind. Minglu Auction House was a chain auction house in Boyuan Prefecture, with branches in many large and small cities. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had inadvertently saved the life of the young lady of Minglu Auction House, and from then on, the two were entangled. That young lady had provided Ji Wuchang with many good things, but unfortunately, she met an untimely death in the end. Though Ji Wuchang did not know the specifics of her death, Ji Wuchang vaguely felt that her death in his past life was related to him. After their last meeting, she had told Ji Wuchang that she knew the whereabouts of a special spiritual medicine that could completely eradicate the injuries in his meridians. She needed to leave for a while to gather it for Ji Wuchang, but from then on, there was no news of her again. Ji Wuchang sighed at this thought. That foolish girl, it's better for her not to encounter him in this life. One mistake could ruin a lifetime. It was truly unnecessary. Ji Wuchang put away his feelings and followed Ji Ping and Ji Cheng into the auction house, taking a seat in box 1 on the second floor. System, sign in. After Ji Wuchang sat down, he immediately spoke to the system in his heart. Ding. Minglu Auction House in my city, sign in successful. Reward: 3 years of cultivation. Luck value: 3. As the voice of the system sounded, Ji Wuchang instantly felt a surge of immense spiritual power flowing into his body. With the experience from last time, Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all and immediately operated the purple chi burning heaven technique, dispersing this vast spiritual power into his limbs and bones. Ji Wuchang clearly felt that his physical strength had instantly increased significantly, and a faint golden light even appeared on his skin. It should be noted that over the past 2 days, Ji Wuchang had essentially used 5 years of cultivation solely to temper his physical body. If this were to spread, many people would be astonished and unable to close their mouths. Who in this world would be such a fool? But Ji Wuchang did not feel it was a pity at all. He could sense that the first layer of the purple chi burning heaven technique seemed to be on the verge of completion. Just then, a man dressed in coarse linen clothing walked slowly into the auction hall. Ji Wuchang immediately recognized that this person was Xiao Fan. A slight cold smile appeared on Ji Wuchang's lips. He was here tonight to seize the other's opportunities. Xiao Fan, you are destined to leave empty-handed tonight. Ji Wuchang did not wait long before the auction began. On the auction stage, a woman walked up. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, with a cultivation level of the first layer of chi refining, and she was quite voluptuous, making many people's eyes shine slightly. Dear guests, I am tonight's auctioneer, Lu Dandan. Thank you all for attending our Minglu auction house. I wish everyone a bountiful return tonight. Without further ado, tonight's auction officially begins. Lu Dandan greeted everyone with a pleasant voice. The first auction item is a magical artifact, although it has some flaws. It should be a good item for those cultivating water attribute techniques. As soon as Lu Dandan finished speaking, a maid came up holding a porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle was surrounded by rich water vapor, and it indeed was a water attribute magical artifact. Of course, such magical artifacts are used for cultivation and are considered auxiliary artifacts. There was a small chip at the mouth of the porcelain bottle, which was the flaw Lu Dandan had just mentioned. The starting bid for this item is 50 low-grade spirit stones, with each increase being no less than 5 low-grade spirit stones. Any interested guests may place their bids. After Lu Dandan had the maid display the porcelain bottle around, she smiled and spoke. As soon as Lu Dandan's voice fell, someone immediately started bidding, and it eventually sold for 150 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 8. The Darkwood Box and the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Ji Wuchang calmly watched everything happening in the auction house, and in the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 items had already been auctioned. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had also attended many auctions, so he was naturally very familiar with the auction process. The better items were presented later. Wuchang, if you see anything you like, just tell me, and I'll bid on it for you. Ji Ping smiled and said to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang nodded, his gaze fixed on Xiao Fan below. This guy wasn't speaking up, so he naturally wouldn't either. Although he didn't know how much luck value this guy had, it was definitely formidable. The other party was the kind of person with great fortune. The things he was interested in would be worth having. What Ji Wuchang needed to do was intercept and acquire the items that the other party had their eyes on. Ji Ping glanced at Ji Wuchang, sighing inwardly. He hoped to strengthen his relationship with Ji Wuchang after not seeing him for several years. He felt that Ji Wuchang had changed too much. However, the more he observed, the more he recognized Ji Wuchang's potential. If Ji Wuchang were to support the Ji family in the future, the Ji family could likely go hundreds of years without worrying about anything. Dear guests, next we will auction an item that even our auction house cannot determine. After Lu Dandan finished speaking, a maid brought up a tray on which lay a pitch-black wooden box the size of 2 palms. As soon as this item appeared, Ji Wuchang immediately noticed that Xiao Fan, who was originally slouching, sat up straight. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but feel a surge of energy and instinctively straightened his body, then looked at the pitch-black wooden box on the auction stage. Ji Ping glanced at the wooden box, frowning slightly. He thought it was just an ordinary wooden box. However, he immediately noticed Ji Wuchang's expression and was moved inside, suddenly feeling reassured. Dear guests, this wooden box is made of dark wood. It was originally supposed to contain some precious item, but it has been taken out. This item has no bottom price. Feel free to bid if you like. As Lu Dandan's voice fell, the crowd in the auction house withdrew their gazes. What use is a box? The scene fell into silence, making Lu Dandan, who was standing on the auction stage, quite embarrassed. I bid 5 low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Xiao Fan spoke up, and although his words were steady, Ji Wuchang could still detect a hint of excitement in his voice. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang was about to speak when Ji Ping placed a bid. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Fan frowned, realizing it was the voice of the Ji family head. But Xiao Fan was determined to obtain this item. During his travels, he had heard of a matter. The ancestor of the Feng family in Tianhe City left behind a secret realm, containing a terrifying secret technique that could kill enemies across borders. The Feng family in Tianhe City was destroyed, and the map contained in the darkwood box was taken away. However, the thief discarded the box, only taking the map, only to find the map was blank. Later, it was rumored that the real map was hidden inside the darkwood box. Xiao Fan had been inquiring about this matter and never expected that this darkwood box would appear at the Minglu auction house. 15 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Fan bid again. Ji Ping originally thought it was just a box, and since he had placed a bid, no one would compete, but unexpectedly, someone else bid. 20 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Ji Ping's bid, Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with anger, but he still said, 25 low-grade spirit stones. 40 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Ping's expression became serious, as he directly increased his bid by 15 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang's eyes were fixed below. He saw Xiao Fan turn to look at the number 1 box on the second floor, with anger seemingly rising in his eyes. 45 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and said, 50 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Ping also frowned slightly. A broken wooden box was fetching such a high price. Xiao Fan fell silent, not placing another bid. At this moment, Xiao Fan's heart was filled with a chilling, killing intent, but he had to suppress it for the time being. He wasn't sure if this box was the one, and it seemed the Ji family was determined to have it. Continuing to compete wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, Xiao Fan had his eye on something later. If he spent too many spirit stones now, he wouldn't be able to afford that item. Ji family, just wait for me. Once I win the competition, everything you take today must be returned to me obediently. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan felt much better inside. Lu Dandan was also a bit stunned at this moment. She originally thought it would sell for at most 10 low-grade spirit stones, but it sold for 50, which greatly exceeded her expectations. Congratulations to box number 1 for successfully acquiring this wooden box for 50 low-grade spirit stones. As Lu Dandan's words fell, the competition for this wooden box came to an end. Soon, the wooden box was delivered to box number 1 by a maid. and Ji Ping handed the maid 50 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang looked at the wooden box in his hand, and then cupped his hands toward Ji Ping, saying, "Thank you, family head." Ji Wuchang did not examine the wooden box. This was not the place for research, so he directly stored the wooden box in the system space. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Ji Ping couldn't help but smile, feeling that everything was worth it. The auction is still ongoing, and items such as elixirs, techniques, and magical artifacts are being showcased one after another. Although they're all of the lowest grade, the competition is fierce. Distinguished guests. The next item we are auctioning is a Thunder Spirit Pearl. This Thunder Spirit Pearl was obtained by a senior from our Minglu auction house from a lightning relic. The power of the lightning contained within is equivalent to the full force strike of a person at the 6th level of Qi refining. The starting bid for this item is 30 low-grade spirit stones, with each bid incrementing by no less than 10 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Lu Danden's words, Ji Wuchang's ears buzzed. He understood one thing. The full-force strike that Xiao Fan unleashed in his past life was not his own power at all, but rather this Thunder Spirit Pearl. The powerful lightning force within the Thunder Spirit Pearl not only injured him, but also damaged his meridians. Xiao Fan had been plotting against him from a long time ago, and he had been completely oblivious. In his past life, it was not unjust for him to lose. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but admire Xiao Fan. He understood patience, scheming, and how to win a woman's favor. No wonder he was always surrounded by various foolish women. Ji Wuchang's eyes scanned Xiao Fan, a chilling killing intent emanating from him. "Xiao Fan, what you did to me in my past life, I, Ji Wuchang, will return it to you in this life, using your own methods against you. You can forget about the Thunder Spirit Pearl. I will take it for myself." Ji Wuchang murmured to himself, and the moment Lu Danden's voice fell, he sat up straight and calmly spoke. 150 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 9. The benefits of having a spy nearby. As Ji Wuchang's words fell, the entire auction hall fell silent, and many people looked in surprise at box number 1. An item like the Thunder Spirit Pearl is considered a rare treasure in the world. For those who cultivate lightning attribute techniques, it is indeed of great use. However, for those who do not cultivate lightning attributes, this item is just a useless trinket. The Thunder Spirit Pearl before them was quite small, about the size of a thumb. Ji Wuchang's bid of 150 low-grade spirit stones was already quite high, just as Xiao Fan was about to bid. He fell silent upon hearing Ji Wuchang's offer. He only had 200 low-grade spirit stones in total. He had originally planned to take some from the Xiao family, but they had been struggling financially in recent years and did not have many spirit stones. Without needing to turn around, Xiao Fan knew that the bidder was definitely Ji Wuchang. He felt quite irritated, but naturally could not give up. 200 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Fan directly took out all of his spirit stones and placed that bid, gambling that Ji Wuchang did not have that many spirit stones or would be reluctant to spend them. However, Xiao Fan's hope was quickly dashed. 210 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang's voice lazily rang out, as if he was completely unconcerned. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Ji Wuchang, you have already chosen the path to your demise," Xiao Fan whispered in his heart, wishing that tomorrow would be the day of the competition. His killing intent was almost impossible to suppress. With no further bids from Xiao Fan, many people, seeing the face of the Ji family, shook their heads and sighed. No one else made a bid, and the gavel fell. Ji Wuchang handed over 210 low-grade spirit stones to the maid and received the Thunder Spirit Pearl from her. Ji Wuchang almost wanted to burst into laughter. This auction had brought in quite a profit. Ji Ping was originally going to help Ji Wuchang pay the auction fees, but Ji Wuchang stopped him. He had already accepted a gift from Ji Ping and could not accept a second one, or it would be seen as greedy. Ji Wuchang did not bid on the items that followed and paid them no mind. Half an hour later, Ji Wuchang and the others left the Minglu auction house and returned to the Ji family, thinking about Xiao Fan's sullen face as he left the auction house. Ji Wuchang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After returning to his room, Ji Wuchang took out the wooden box and began to study it carefully. If one only looked at the wooden box, It appeared to be an ordinary box made of dark wood. However, with the memories from his past life, Ji Wuchang would not be so naive. He first tried to input spiritual energy, but it was useless. Blood recognition was also useless. When his consciousness surged into it, it was directly rebounded, causing Ji Wuchang's eyes to light up instantly. Then, Ji Wuchang slowly examined the surroundings of the wooden box and finally discovered a clue. There was a faint aura of consciousness at the junction of the wooden box. Ji Wuchang's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he then channeled his spiritual power into it. As his spiritual power continuously flowed in, symbols lit up on the wooden box. And then these symbols shattered one after another. As these symbols dissipated, a small crack appeared at the junction of the wooden box. Ji Wuchang gently applied pressure with both hands, and the crack fully opened, revealing a palm-sized map inside. This map was drawn on extremely fine silk. Thin as a cicada's wing, Ji Wuchang suppressed the joy in his heart and hurriedly examined the map. After a moment, his eyes revealed an excited expression. He confirmed that the location depicted on this map was indeed the back mountain of the Chongqing sect. No wonder in his previous life, Xiao Fan often went to the back mountain, claiming to cultivate, but in reality, he was treasure hunting. However, the back mountain of the Chongqing sect differed significantly from what was marked on the map, which was why Xiao Fan had to keep searching. Ji Wuchang had spent over 200 years in the Chongqing sect in his past life, familiar with every blade of grass and tree in the back mountain. Even so, he had just spent a long time observing before confirming it. Xiao Fan, it turns out your true starting point was at the Chongqing sect. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but murmur to himself, and at this moment, he completely relaxed. Ji Wuchang had been wondering how Xiao Fan had found that storage ring with the soul of a beautiful woman in the back mountain in his previous life. Now he was 100% certain that everything originated from within this secret realm. After realizing this, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up, filled with confidence about his future. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang's heart moved, and he thought of a dire situation. In his previous life, when he was in the Purple Mansion realm, he had explored a secret realm with over 30 others. Everyone had been full of confidence at the time, but unexpectedly, that secret realm was a trap and a dead end. If it weren't for Ji Wuchang's great fortune, coincidentally activating a damaged teleportation array, he would have undoubtedly died. However, apart from him, everyone else perished in the secret realm. Thinking of this incident, a cold smile appeared in Ji Wuchang's eyes. He took out a piece of silk from his storage ring, equally thin as a cicada's wing, based on his memories from his past life. Ji Wuchang drew this secret realm, and then placed it into the wooden box. Afterward, Ji Wuchang restored the wooden box to its original state, leaving behind some marks as well. It could be said that, apart from Ji Wuchang, no one would be able to discern that this item had been tampered with by him. Xiao Fan, I will give this wooden box to you. I hope you will like it. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, and then stored the wooden box in his storage space. Early the next morning, after finishing his cultivation of the purple qi burning heaven technique on the rooftop, Ji Wuchang called over Xiao Mei and Xiao He. Greetings, young master. The two greeted Ji Wuchang simultaneously, both showing expressions of admiration. Xiao Mei was obviously putting on an act, but Xiao He's expression was genuine. I have a task for you two. Last night, I obtained a wooden box, and after studying it for half a day, I found nothing. You're both girls, so you should be more meticulous. Help me examine it. If you make any discoveries, I will certainly inform the family head, and you'll be generously rewarded. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he took out the wooden box he had won at the auction last night and presented it to the two girls. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei and Xiao He immediately nodded in agreement. Xiao Mei stepped forward and took the wooden box from Ji Wuchang's hands. The wooden box is very important and must not be lost under any circumstances. Moreover, I can only give you 2 days. You must return it to me after 2 days. Do you understand? Ji Wuchang looked at Xiao Mei and Xiao He with a serious expression and spoke sternly. Rest assured, young master. We will remember. Xiao Mei and Xiao He replied respectfully in unison. Ji Wuchang nodded, waving his hand to let them leave. Xiao He, since the young master has given us 2 days, how about we each study for a day? After all, one of us needs to stay to take care of the young master, right? Hearing Xiao Mei's voice outside, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile faintly. Chapter 10. The first system task released an hour later. Xiao Mei left the Ji family, placing the wooden box in a basket and taking it away. Ji Ping appeared beside Ji Wuchang, and the two watched Xiao Mei leave. Shouldn't we stop her? Ji Ping asked, his expression calm, but his words were filled with killing intent. It's fine. Let her live for 2 more days. We can deal with it after the competition begins. Ji Wuchang replied calmly. Ji Ping nodded and coldly said, if the seller seeks glory, let her entire family accompany her to the grave. Not to mention the Ji family. The first family of my city, even an ordinary family, would never tolerate the existence of traitors. From a moment Xiao Mei transmitted information to Xiao Fan. Her fate and that of her family had already been sealed. After Ji Ping left, Ji Wuchang quietly said to himself, System, sign in. Beep. Successful sign in at the Ji family in my city. Reward. 3 years of cultivation. Luck value. 4. After the system's voice sounded, a massive amount of spiritual power surged into Ji Wuchang's body. This time, he did not disperse this spiritual power throughout his limbs, but gathered it all in his dantian. As this immense spiritual power flowed in, Ji Wuchang's aura skyrocketed, directly breaking through the bottleneck of the peak of the 5th level of Qi refinement. Mid-stage of the 6th level of Qi refinement. Ji Wuchang's eyes shone brightly as he carefully assessed his condition. Although he was still far from the peak of the 6th level of Qi refinement, his overall strength was more than twice that of the peak of the 5th level. Ji Wuchang intended to crush Xiao Fan with his formidable cultivation. He wasn't one to pretend or endure. Let us see who can outplay whom. Moreover, as Ji Wuchang began to cultivate the purple Qi burning heaven technique, he felt that his physical strength was much stronger than it had been at this point in his previous life. Ji Wuchang looked at the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, mid-stage of the 6th level of Qi refinement, root bone, earth grade. Medium quality, luck value, 10, special ability, none, system task, none. Looking at the luck value of only 10, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. With such a low luck value, he probably couldn't accomplish much, but there was no rush. He could sign in slowly every day, and it would eventually increase. Ji Wuchang didn't pay attention to when Xiao Mei would return. He wouldn't bother with a dead person. With only 2 days left until the competition, Ji Wuchang took out the Thunder Spirit Pearl, infused his soul into it, and left his soul mark inside. The Thunder Spirit Pearl was originally a non-owned item, and after leaving the mark, Ji Wuchang could summon the thunder power within at any time. After putting away the Thunder Spirit Pearl, Ji Wuchang began to walk around the courtyard. At first, his steps were slow, but they gradually quickened. Like a startled swan, he moved gracefully. If someone had noticed Ji Wuchang's feet at that moment, they would have found that each step he took was within the 8 trigrams formation. This was a movement technique he practiced in his previous life, the 8 trigrams dragon step. Although this movement technique was only of high quality in the yellow grade. Once fully exerted, it was akin to teleportation. Ji Wuchang could use it until he broke through to the purple mansion realm. Ji Wuchang originally thought it would take a considerable amount of time to cultivate this technique, but soon he realized he was wrong. As he moved, insights from his past life surged forth, allowing him to master the 8 trigrams dragon step in less than an hour. Just a step away from perfection. Ji Ping stood at a distance, watching Ji Wuchang in astonishment. With his cultivation at the late stage of the 6th level of Qi refinement, he couldn't even see Ji Wuchang's figure clearly, which shocked him immensely. At that moment, Ji Ping was already certain that with just this movement technique Ji Wuchang was using, he had already secured an undefeated position in the upcoming competition. Ji Wuchang naturally saw Ji Ping, but he was at a critical moment, so he didn't pay attention. System. Sign in. Beep. Successful sign in at the Ji family in my city. Reward. 1 year cultivation. Luck value. 1. The next day at noon, Ji Wuchang finally remembered that he hadn't signed in. However, after signing in, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but feel speechless. Signing in at the same location. The second time was vastly different from the first. No wonder the system reminded him when he first bound to it that it was best to sign in at different places each day. Otherwise, the rewards would significantly decrease. Feeling the pure spiritual power surging within him, Ji Wuchang didn't hesitate at all. He spread this pure spiritual power throughout his limbs, refining his body. Young master, Xiaohe is incompetent and couldn't figure out what was wrong with this box, Xiaohe said, holding the box with an embarrassed expression. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang nodded slightly, took the box from Xiaohe's hands, and smiled. It's fine. I just wanted you to try. Xiaohe's heart, which had still held a hint of anxiety, instantly relaxed upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words. As Xiaohe left, Ji Wuchang took the wooden box, and with the influx of his soul, the inner layer of the box opened. The items he had placed inside the inner layer had indeed disappeared without a trace. Seeing this result, Ji Wuchang was very satisfied. Spies are not terrible. What's terrifying is when spies are educated. In front of this 1,000-year-old monster, spies are treasures. Ji Wuchang put away the wooden box, as it could be used to store some special items in the future and shouldn't be casually discarded. A day passed quickly, and the next day, after finishing his morning cultivation, Ji Wuchang left the Ji family. Ji Wuchang wandered around and arrived at the Wang family's entrance. System sign in. Beep. Successful sign in at the Wang family in my city. Reward. 2 years of cultivation. Luck value 2. The system's voice caused a faint smile to appear on Ji Wuchang's lips. Sure enough, it's better to sign in at different places. If he had signed in at the Ji family today, he probably wouldn't have received anything. Feeling the surge of pure spiritual power within him, Ji Wuchang wasted no time spreading it throughout his limbs. As this spiritual power flowed in, he heard a thunderous sound echoing from within his body. At that moment, Ji Wuchang felt every bone in his body vibrating, and his skin even glowed with a faint golden light. Ji Wuchang knew this was due to the first layer of the purple chi burning heaven technique nearing perfection. Once perfected, he would complete the first stage of the golden skin and jade bone, but he was still a bit short. Ji Wuchang felt it was like being just one step away from success. Tomorrow is the day of the competition among the various families in my city, and Ji Wuchang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Beep. The system has detected that the host will compete against Xiao Fan tomorrow. System task released. Defeat Xiao Fan decisively and completely change your destiny. The shorter the time taken, the higher the reward. The system reminds the host that this is the first task released by the system, and the rewards are quite generous. Make sure to seize the opportunity. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, causing Ji Wuchang's eyes to light up instantly. The system finally released a task, and his experience points were about to go live. Chapter 11. Xiao Fan of the Xiao family wins the large square in my city was bustling with activity. Today was the day of the grand competition among the families of my city. Participating in the grand competition were the first-rate families, the Ji family, Wang family, and Zhang family, as well as the second-rate families, the Xiao family, Bai family, and Lan family. In addition, there were several third-rate families. The so-called first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate here only refer to my city. Outside, they are all of the same level, unremarkable. In the center of the grand square, a huge competition stage has already been set up. The entire square is packed with nearly 20,000 spectators, and the number is still increasing. After all, this competition is related to the future structure of my city for the next 20 years. The Ji family has arrived. Someone shouted, immediately attracting the attention of many people, and the crowd actively made way for a passage. A total of more than 10 people from the Ji family came, with 3 participants, Ji Wuchang, Ji Bing, and Ji He. Ji Wuchang walked alongside Ji Ping, his expression calm. This morning, when they left, Xiaomei had already had her tongue cut out and her feet severed by Ji Ping's orders. Her family was also captured last night, totaling 19 people. This group will all become fertilizer for the Ji family's garden, and only a select few with decent appearances will be sent to the brothel. Ji Wuchang calmly scanned the surroundings, immediately drawing gasps from the young girls. Young Master Ji looked at me. Young Master Ji is so handsome. It is said that young Master Ji is a disciple of the Changsheng sect, and today, the first place in the competition must be his. The Ji family is already the #1 family in my city, and with young Master Ji being a dragon among men, it is only natural for him to take first place. The crowd buzzed with discussions. openly praising Ji Wuchang. Although Ji Bing and Ji he felt a bit jealous. Even the family head had to carefully smile, and they dared not express any dissent. Not far away, in one of the seats, was the location of the Xiao family, with 5 people present, including Xiao Fan, who wore coarse linen clothes. Hearing the discussions around him, Xiao Fan sneered inwardly. A bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. I will make you drop your jaws soon. Xiao Fan quietly clenched his fists. Then his expression became exceptionally calm. However, there was a proud look in his eyes. Thinking of the secret realm map he obtained from Xiao Mei a couple of days ago, Xiao Fan's heart burned with excitement. He never expected that a casual move he made would lead to such a great harvest. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over the Wang family, Zhang family, and other families, finally pausing briefly on Xiao Fan of the Xiao family, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. Underneath his clothes today, he wore inner armor that only inner disciples of the Changshan sect possess, capable of withstanding the full force attacks of someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Having lived again, Ji Wuchang understood one crucial truth. Preserving his life is the most important thing. As for those who are arrogant, they are worthless. Ji Wuchang retracted his gaze and then sat down in the Ji family's position. System sign in. Ding. Sign in at my City Grand Square successful. Reward. 3 years of cultivation. Luck value. 3. Ji Wuchang was overjoyed. He deliberately left the opportunity to sign in for today until now. As the most popular place in my city, signing in here is definitely much better than at the Ji family. The facts proved that Ji Wuchang's thinking was correct. Feeling a surge of pure spiritual energy pouring into his body, Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all, merging it into his limbs and bones. At the moment this power integrated, the sound of thunder echoed continuously within Ji Wuchang's body. He clearly felt a special golden sheen appear on his skin. When Ji Wuchang touched it, it was soft yet filled with endless toughness. Ji Wuchang had a premonition that ordinary swords and blades could not harm him in the slightest. Is this the feeling of golden skin? Ji Wuchang murmured to himself, his eyes shining. After breaking through to golden skin, he felt that his overall strength had increased by at least more than double. Moreover, he felt light, pure, and in a special mental state. Ji Wuchang was exceptionally delighted. At this moment, his strength, compared to his previous life, was like heaven and earth. Ji Ping glanced at Ji Wuchang in surprise, being closest to him. He had just felt a terrifying power from Ji Wuchang. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant, and Ji Ping was unsure if it was his illusion. The drawing for the competition was held, and there were only more than 20 participants. The first round was an elimination match, and Ji Wuchang's opponent remained the same. Still from the Lan family. They were the 5th to take the stage. Just like in his previous life, the disciple from the Lan family directly conceded, and the two did not engage in combat. The next match after Ji Wuchang's was Xiao Fan against Wang Xiyuan of the Wang family. Wang Xiyuan was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and seeing Xiao Fan take the stage, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Ji Wuchang looked at the 2 fighters in the arena with a smile. Wang Xiyuan launched a fierce offensive, forcing Xiao Fan to retreat continuously. The Wang family members cheered, and the spectators around also encouraged Wang Xiyuan. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had closed his eyes after seeing this. He felt there was no need to watch anymore. But at this moment, Ji Wuchang watched intently. Although it seemed that Xiao Fan was continuously retreating, the entire battlefield was under his control. Wang Xiyuan's fierce attacks were actually just Xiao Fan playing with him. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over 100 moves, and Wang Xiyuan was already panting heavily, while the cheers for him had dwindled. At that moment, Xiao Fan moved, darting like lightning to Wang Xiyuan's side. And before he could react, he directly punched Wang Xiyuan in the stomach. Wang Xiyuan's face twisted in pain as he staggered back, eventually falling off the competition stage. Xiao Fan of the Xiao family wins. Wang Xiyuan glared fiercely at Xiao Fan, still believing it was due to his own carelessness. Otherwise, Xiao Fan would not have been able to defeat him. Ji Ping looked at Ji Wuchang, then said, "Wuchang, what do you think of this Xiao Fan?" The familiar question came, and Ji Wuchang clearly remembered his response from his previous life. Not worth mentioning. Hearing Ji Ping's question now, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile slightly and calmly replied, "He's a guy skilled in patience. The final showdown will be between him and me." Ji Ping was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Ji Wuchang to hold Xiao Fan in such high regard. Ji Ping had originally thought that Xiao Fan's victory over Wang Xiyuan was due to luck, but now that Ji Wuchang said this, he couldn't help but recall the match just now. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became, from start to finish. It was Xiao Fan controlling the rhythm. At this moment, a fierce light flashed in Ji Ping's eyes as he looked towards the direction of the Xiao family. Chapter 12. Instant Kill. Changing Destiny. The subsequent matches were no different from the previous life. After round, both Ji Wuchang and Xiao Fan emerged victorious. Ji Wuchang's victory was not surprising to anyone because he was a disciple of the Chongqing sect. However, Xiao Fan's continuous victories were like a dark horse emerging, shocking everyone present, especially the ordinary people watching in the square. They were all cheering for Xiao Fan. Ji Wuchang, dressed in fine clothes, felt too distant for them, like stars in the sky, only to be looked up at. Although Xiao Fan was the young master of the Xiao family, he wore coarse linen, not much different from ordinary people. Therefore, psychologically, many people supported Xiao Fan, hoping he could carry the miracle through to the end. The gazes of all families in my city towards the Xiao family had changed. If Xiao Fan really took first place, the Xiao family would replace the Ji family and become the #1 family in my city. Unknowingly, the most thrilling match was approaching. The last match, Ji Wuchang of the Ji family against Xiao Fan of the Xiao family. At this moment, many people even held their breath, and the scene gradually quieted down from the noise. Ji Wuchang calmly stood up from his chair and walked slowly towards the competition stage, revealing no aura, just like an ordinary person. In contrast, Xiao Fan was the opposite of Ji Wuchang. He no longer needed to bide his time, and a strong fighting spirit emanated from him. At this moment, Xiao Fan was like a sword unsheathed, fully displaying its sharp brilliance. Many people looked at Ji Wuchang, then at Xiao Fan, and for some reason, they felt that Xiao Fan resembled a jumping clown. This feeling clearly appeared in their hearts, yet they didn't know why they had such thoughts. At this moment, in the crowd not far away, stood two people, one old and one young. The elder was named Tang Yiyuan, the 5th elder of the Chongqing sect, with a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. And he was also in charge of recruiting disciples this time. Behind him was his disciple Bu Qiushuang, who had a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refining. Tang Yuan looked at Xiao Fan on the competition stage, who was like a sword unsheathed, with appreciation in his eyes. In the previous life, it was Tang Yuan who recognized Xiao Fan and took him as a personal disciple. Later, due to Xiao Fan's outstanding performance, he became the holy son of the Chongqing sect. This greatly boosted Tang Yuan's reputation, and he would fulfill any request from Xiao Fan. It can be said that Xiao Fan's wings gradually became robust under Tang Yuan's protection. Master, that Ji Wuchang senior brother is the 4th disciple that the 3rd elder just accepted. He is quite familiar with me, Bu Qiushuang said as she watched Ji Wuchang slowly ascend the competition stage. Tang Yuan, upon hearing Bu Qiushuang's words, indeed shifted his gaze from Xiao Fan to Ji Wuchang. In the Chongqing sect, Tang Yuan had a good relationship with the 3rd elder, Meng Kaihong. Otherwise, Xiao Fan wouldn't have met in person so quickly. Indeed, his aura is steady, neither arrogant nor impatient. It seems the 3rd elder has taken in a good disciple. Dan Ziduan Zhendu Sun Thais. Bu Qiushuang smiled and added, Master, senior brother Ji works very hard at his cultivation. Every time I go to find him, he is always practicing. Tang Yuan nodded upon hearing this, and then spoke, Qiushuang, although your root bone is good, you must also cultivate diligently and solidify your foundation. The foundation establishment stage is the biggest hurdle for cultivators. If the foundation is not solid, even the best root bone will be wasted. Taking the opportunity, Tang Yuan imparted a few words of guidance to Bu Qiushuang. At this moment, Bu Qiushuang was still Tang Yuan's youngest disciple, naturally receiving more favoritism. In the previous life, after Xiao Fan entered the sect, Bu Qiushuang was constantly overshadowed, and Tang Yuan stopped paying much attention to him. Yes, Master, I will definitely work hard in my cultivation, Bu Qiushuang quickly replied, her attitude exceptionally respectful. Ji Wuchang at this moment never imagined that the fifth elder would appear in my city. After all, he was unaware of this in his previous life. Ji Wuchang stepped onto the competition stage at a leisurely pace, and a pair of gauntlets appeared in his hands, which he casually donned. The system had mentioned when issuing the mission. This was the first task released by the system, and the shorter the time taken, the higher the reward. Therefore, Ji Wuchang had no intention of testing the waters, nor did he intend to hold back, directly taking out his strongest equipment. At this moment, Xiao Fan's eyes were fixed on the gauntlets on Ji Wuchang's hands, his eyes almost spitting fire. Good, the Bai family looks down on me. Xiao Fan, huh? Yesterday you treated me with indifference. Today, you won't be able to reach me. Once I defeat Ji Wuchang and claim first place, I will destroy your Bai family. Your Bai family has already paved the way to death. Xiao Fan's heart was filled with immense hatred as he glanced at the direction of the Bai family, his face looking very grim. Ji Wuchang was now standing on the competition stage, glancing at Xiao Fan before calmly speaking. I heard you visited the Bai family. Wanting these gauntlets? I wonder if it's true? Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, his eyes filled with mockery. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Xiao Fan's eyes instantly blazed with fire, revealing a hint of killing intent. Ji Wuchang, I've been waiting for this battle with you for a long time. Today you will become my stepping stone. Xiao Fan's aura surged as he spoke to Ji Wuchang, seeing that his opponent had controlled his emotions and was not exploding with rage. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but nod secretly. Indeed, he was not as good as the other in his previous life. Xiao Fan, do you really think that having defeated a few people gives you the capital to be arrogant in front of me? To be honest, in my eyes, you are nothing but trash. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he no longer concealed his cultivation level. The mid-stage of the sixth layer of qi refining was directly revealed, forming a violent aura that shattered the fighting spirit emanating from Xiao Fan. In Xiao Fan's shocked gaze, Ji Wuchang moved. The 8 trigrams dragon step unfolded, and his entire body instantly disappeared before Xiao Fan. Thunder exploding fist. Ji Wuchang shouted lightly, with lightning surging on the gauntlets, producing a sizzling sound. A faint golden light surged on Ji Wuchang's skin. Without any hesitation, his fist crossed and headed straight for Xiao Fan's back. Xiao Fan felt something was wrong the moment Ji Wuchang disappeared. He was now extremely shocked. Wasn't Ji Wuchang only at the peak of the 4th layer of qi refining? How can he be this strong, damn it? Feeling the terrifying power coming from behind, Xiao Fan quickly employed his footwork to step forward, trying to dodge Ji Wuchang's fists. However, his speed couldn't match Ji Wuchang at all. As soon as he stepped out, both fists smashed hard into Xiao Fan's back. A chill flashed through Ji Wuchang's heart. All the lightning within the Thunder Spirit Pearl surged out at this moment, fiercely striking against Xiao Fan's back along with the thunder exploding fist. Ah! Xiao Fan let out a piercing scream, his body flying several meters away, blood spurting from his mouth. Chapter 13. Generous Rewards with a Loud Bang. Xiao Fan crashed heavily onto the ground outside the arena, his body crackling with lightning, his back a bloody mess, and he fainted immediately. At this moment, the entire venue was in shock. Someone as strong as Xiao Fan could not withstand a single move from Ji Wuchang, being instantly defeated. Time seemed to freeze. The entire square fell silent. No one spoke, as they were all stunned by Ji Wuchang's ruthless strike. Fanner. The first to react was Xiao Fan's father, Xiao Kong, who leaped towards the competition stage, rushing to Xiao Fan's side in an instant. Xiao Kong checked Xiao Fan's nose and found he was still breathing, letting out a sigh of relief. He then quickly picked up Xiao Fan and flew towards the Xiao family. Throughout the process, Xiao Kong didn't glance at Ji Wuchang even once. He didn't dare to look because he feared his eyes would betray his hatred. The Xiao family couldn't even provoke the Ji family, let alone Ji Wuchang, who had the Chongshang sect backing him. That was a true place of cultivation. How could this happen? Shouldn't it be a fierce battle between the two, neither yielding to the other, and finally using their killer moves to decide the victor? Damn it, I just blinded myself and thought Xiao Fan could defeat young Master Ji. To fly with the phoenix must be a beautiful bird. To walk with tigers and wolves must be a fierce beast. Young Master Ji is a person of the Changshang sect. How could an ordinary aristocratic disciple compare? Young Master Ji is so handsome. No matter who steps on a stage, he takes them down with one move. So impressive. The crowd erupted at this moment, buzzing with discussions, almost all praising Ji Wuchang. As for Xiao Fan, he had already become a part of history. This world is like this, with a first place. Who cares about you being second? Tang Yiyuan glanced at Ji Wuchang, his eyes filled with appreciation, very satisfied with Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's victory was clean and decisive, without any hesitation, bringing honor to the Changshang sect, which naturally made Tang Yiyuan extremely happy. At this moment, Tang Yiyuan's admiration for Xiao Fan had completely vanished. Xiao Shuang. Upon returning to the sect, you should have more contact with Wuchang. Bu Xiaoshuang mechanically nodded, having been apart from Ji Wuchang for just a month or so. He didn't understand why Senior Brother Ji's cultivation had surged so much. Could it be that Senior Brother Ji had been hiding his cultivation before? Upon thinking this, Bu Xiaoshuang immediately felt he had found the right answer. Hearing his master's words, Bu Xiaoshuang quickly nodded and then left with Tang Yiyuan. At this moment, Ji Ping was surrounded by various families in my city. The heads of the Wang, Zhang, Bai, and Lan families all came over to congratulate him. Congratulations, head of the Ji family. With Wu Chang in the Ji family, the future will surely be even better. Congratulations, head of the Ji family. Under your leadership, the Ji family will undoubtedly thrive. Congratulations, head of the Ji family. The talent emerging from the Ji family is truly enviable. These families all cupped their fists towards Ji Ping, their attitudes flattering and smiles plastered on their faces. The heavy burden in Ji Ping's heart was completely lifted, and he was also shaken by Ji Wuchang's terrifying punch. Ji Ping knew very well that even he couldn't withstand that punch. Ji Ping laughed heartily, but he wouldn't be overly arrogant. He quickly returned the gesture, though the smile on his face never faded. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had once again regained his earlier calm, slowly walking down from the competition platform as if he hadn't just made a move. But this was merely the surface calm of Ji Wuchang. His heart was already tumultuous. His destiny had completely changed, truly changed. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing your first system task, taking 2 breaths of time. Reward distribution in progress. Reward: 15 years of cultivation. Luck value 500. Xiao Fan's luck value 500. Reward: 1 5-grade marrow cleansing pill. Reward: 1 heart communication rune. Can be activated for a specific person. After activation, the master can hear the other's thoughts. Forever effective. Reward: 2 6-grade teleportation talismans. This is a one-time consumable. Upon use, can teleport 1,000 miles. The system's voice continued to ring out, and at the same time, an enormous power surged into Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang hesitated for a moment, then immediately operated the purple chi burning heaven technique to refine this immense power and send it into his limbs and bones. As this immense power entered his limbs and bones, Ji Wuchang felt all the bones in his body trembling. His bones were undergoing drastic changes, transforming from pure white to a milky color, gaining a layer of jade-like luster. This was the beginning of the jade bone transformation. Of course, Ji Wuchang was still unaware of all this. He only felt that his physical strength was growing at a terrifying speed. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had a feeling that if he fought against someone in the 6th layer of chi refining, even if he didn't use spiritual power and relied solely on his physical strength, he might not be defeated. Of course, this was purely his feeling, and whether it was true still needed to be verified. After defeating Xiao Fan, Ji Wuchang found that his state of mind had undergone a tremendous change. The gloom in his heart had completely dissipated, and he felt as if he had shed shackles. A surge of ambition arose in his heart. Ji Wuchang also wanted to see the outside world. He didn't want to be trapped in Boyun Prefecture for a lifetime. He wanted to compete with the talents from other states. Ji Wuchang would not be weaker than anyone in his life. Looking at the 500 luck value reward, Ji Wuchang's eyes instantly lit up, and he then checked the system panel. Host: Ji Wuchang, cultivation, Mid-stage of Qi refining 6th layer. Root bone. Earth grade middle quality. Luck value. 516. Special ability. None. System tasks. None. Seeing the 516 luck value. Ji Wuchang's eyes shone even brighter. In the future, when he discovers good things, he would have the capital to replicate them. Xiao Fan's meridians had been broken in many places by Ji Wuchang, and Ji Wuchang was aware of this. It could be said that Xiao Fan's injuries this time were more severe than those of Ji Wuchang in his previous life. Of course, compared to the injuries to his meridians, the more serious issue was the damage to his Dao heart. Ji Wuchang had shattered the opponent's belief in invincibility. Truly a person of great fortune, he could reduce 500 luck points in one go. Ji Wuchang muttered to himself, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. If his guess was correct, Xiao Fan would still enter the Changsheng sect. After all, he was a person of great fortune. Ji Wuchang was very much looking forward to it. He must keep this experienced baby under tight watch and introduce his senior sister in person to him. At the thought of this, a cold smile suddenly appeared in Ji Wuchang's heart. You two lovebirds, in this life, I will personally send you to hell. Now that the matter in my city was complete, the top priority was to hurry back to the sect immediately to avoid any prolonged dreams. Just thinking about that secret realm, Ji Wuchang's heart raced with urgency. He wished he could use the teleportation talisman he had just obtained. Chapter 14. Capturing Xiao Xueqing in a room where the Xiao family was located, Xiao Kong anxiously looked at Xiao Fan lying on the bed, his face very grim. An old man's hand rested on Xiao Fan's left arm, his expression solemn. After a moment, the old man released Xiao Fan's left hand and sighed. This old man was named Xiao Ming, the elder of the Xiao family, at the peak of the 2nd layer of Qi refining, and also a first-grade alchemist. Elder, how is Fanner? Xiao Kong had been waiting impatiently and quickly asked. Xiao Ming shook his head and then said, Head, Xiao Fan's injuries are very serious. 13 of his meridians are broken. Additionally, 7 have been charred by lightning. Even his Dantian has sustained some damage. Given my current alchemy level, I can only refine a few pills at most to stabilize his current injuries and prevent them from worsening. To fully recover, at least a 3rd-grade cultivation pill is needed. Moreover, the main medicinal herb, the cultivation grass, should be as old as possible. After finishing, Xiao Ming sighed again, feeling that Xiao Fan was essentially ruined. A 3rd-grade cultivation pill was something the current Xiao family could not afford. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kong felt a bit desolate in his heart, but still said, Elder, I leave everything to you. Xiao Ming nodded, then shook his head and sighed, turning to leave. As Xiao Ming turned to leave, Xiao Kong saw that Xiao Fan had already woken up, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. However, at this moment, Xiao Fan's eyes were void of light. Staring blankly above, he still could not comprehend why he had lost. He had endured for so many years. Wasn't it all for today? Today should have been the day he defeated all his opponents, but he couldn't even block a single move from the other party. What was the point of years of patience? At the thought of this, a grim expression appeared on Xiao Fan's face. But then the intense pain throughout his body made him cry out involuntarily. In contrast to the heavy atmosphere on the Xiao family side, the Ji family was in high spirits. Ji Ping and many members of the Ji family, including Ji Cheng, were standing at the entrance of the Ji family, there to send off Ji Wuchang. Although Ji Wuchang had just stated that he had won the match for the Ji family and owed them nothing in the future, Ji Ping and Ji Cheng still came to send him off. Ji Wuchang waved his hand, bowed to Ji Ping, and then left without looking back. With this bow, his connection with the Ji family came to an end. Ji Ping and Ji Cheng felt a bit reluctant, but ultimately sighed and turned back to the Ji family. Ji Wuchang was eager to return. He had no mood to stay in the Ji family, and returning now could be considered giving Ji Ping one last face. However, Ji Wuchang now had a jade token in his arms, the front of which depicted a grinding disc, and the back had the words Ji Wuchang. Ji Ping told Ji Wuchang that this was something Ji Wuchang had on him when he first met Ji Wuchang, possibly related to his background. Ji Wuchang was quite surprised. It seemed there was no such experience in his previous life, but he didn't think much of it. Returning to the Chongqing sect was the most important thing. Soon, Ji Wuchang exited my city and flew towards the direction of the Chongqing sect. Dozens of miles away, Ji Wuchang stopped, his brows furrowed, and then calmly said, "Who is it? Come out." As soon as Ji Wuchang's voice fell, a woman's figure appeared. Ji Wuchang glanced at her and instantly recognized her. Xiao Xueqing from the Xiao family, the one hidden deepest in the Xiao family. Memories of a past life surged into his mind, causing Ji Wuchang's pupils to slightly constrict. If Ji Wuchang remembered correctly, Xiao Xueqing was not from the Xiao family of my city, but from a truly prominent family. When Xiao Xueqing was young, she was fostered by the Xiao family. After Xiao Fan joined the Chongqing sect, she left. By the time Ji Wuchang heard news of Xiao Xueqing later, she had already become a powerful figure in the sixth divine realm, while he had just begun to establish his foundation. Later, an Curson mentioned Xiao Xueqing to Ji Wuchang, stating that she had already reached the supreme realm. At that time, Ji Wuchang was merely at the Purple Mansion realm. One was in the heavens, the other on the ground, a true gulf between them. "Do you know me?" Seeing Ji Wuchang's expression, Xiao Xueqing was taken aback, her face like cold frost. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had calmed his emotions and then spoke with a serene expression. "Of course, I know you, Xiao Xueqing of the Xiao family." Ji Wuchang had to admit that Xiao Xueqing was very beautiful. But what did that have to do with him? Xiao Xueqing's delicate face was filled with coldness. And then she calmly said, "You shouldn't have hurt Brother Xiao Fan. Today, I will avenge him." After saying this, her aura began to rise sharply, revealing the pressure of a peak 6th layer Qi refinement. What a joke! Are all of you from the Xiao family so brainless? Xiao Fan wanted to step on me to rise. How could I give him that chance? What's wrong with injuring him? Ji Wuchang's expression was cold, revealing his mid-stage 6th layer Qi refinement cultivation, directly confronting Xiao Xueqing. The expression on Xiao Xueqing's face grew increasingly icy, with a hint of shame and anger. "Take this. If you can defeat me, you can leave. Otherwise, the injuries on Brother Xiao Fan will be repeated on you." After Xiao Xueqing finished speaking, she lunged at Ji Wuchang, her palms crossing like a butterfly fluttering, striking toward Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, activating the 8 trigrams dragon steps, his body creating numerous afterimages. As he clenched his fists and unleashed the thunder-exploding fist. Bang! As their fists collided, both Ji Wuchang and Xiao Xueqing were violently shaken, each retreating 3 steps, a hint of seriousness appearing in their eyes. "Kill!" Ji Wuchang shouted, his eyes filled with indifference, the spiritual energy within him surging wildly, his skin beginning to emit a golden glow. Clenching his fists, lightning surged around his fists, charging toward Xiao Xueqing. Golden skin. Xiao Xueqing looked at the golden glow on Ji Wuchang's skin, surprised. This was a sight that could only appear when the postnatal realm was refined to the extreme. But in an instant, Xiao Xueqing snorted coldly, as a faint golden glow appeared on her own skin. Bang! The two figures collided violently, a strong gust of wind shattering everything within several meters around them. In just a moment, they exchanged hundreds of blows. With a loud bang, Ji Wuchang and Xiao Xueqing both flew backward. But at that moment, Ji Wuchang moved, his body oddly twisting in a half-arc and with a flash. He appeared in front of Xiao Xueqing. Before Xiao Xueqing could react, he grabbed her throat and lifted her up. Everything happened too quickly. Xiao Xueqing felt an unbearable pain in her throat. "Dare to touch a hair on our young lady, and you will surely die today." At that moment, an old woman's voice rang out, and a terrifying pressure descended. Chapter 15. Life-linked Curse. Ji Wuchang had just performed the 8 trigrams dragon steps. Although this movement technique was of a lower level, it was already strong enough for someone in the Qi refinement realm. Ji Wuchang heard the old woman's voice, and his expression did not change at all. He simply looked up at the figure not far away. There in the sky stood an old woman, emanating a powerful pressure. Soul Division Realm. Ji Wuchang calmly assessed the old woman, instantly determining her cultivation level. However, he could not gauge which layer of the Soul Division realm she was at. At this moment, Xiao Xueqing's face turned red, both embarrassed and angry, but there was no trace of fear on her face. She simply glared at Ji Wuchang with fiery eyes. Just then, the old woman swayed and instantly appeared several meters away. "Let our young lady go, or you won't leave here alive today." The old woman spoke coldly, but did not dare to make a move. Hearing the old woman's words, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but sneer, tightening his grip slightly on Xiao Xueqing's throat. Xiao Xueqing found it hard to breathe, her face flushing red. "How bold! Are you not afraid of the Ji family being exterminated?" The old woman's eyes flashed with killing intent, but there was a hint of worry in her gaze. "You old hag, who are you calling bold? Say it again if you dare." A cold glint flashed in Ji Wuchang's eyes, and a wisp of blue sword energy flickered at the tip of his left index finger, aimed at Xiao Xueqing's brow. This was the Qingyun sword technique that Ji Wuchang practiced. Although its power wasn't great, it was sufficient for this situation. The old woman's face turned ashen. She never expected that she, a dignified Soul Division realm expert, would be reprimanded by someone in the 6th layer of Qi refinement. In that moment, her heart was filled with murderous intent, yet she truly did not dare to make a move. If anything happened to the young lady, she would undoubtedly die. "Ji Wuchang, how can you let our young lady go?" The old woman's voice softened, still cold, but lacking the previous arrogance. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly. Forming a seal with his left hand, and a special mark appeared. Before Xiao Xueqing could react, Ji Wuchang directly pressed the mark on her brow. At the moment this mark landed on Xiao Xueqing's brow, a red glow shot out from her brow, connecting with Ji Wuchang's brow. The old woman was taken aback and was about to act. "Dare to move, and you will surely die," Ji Wuchang shouted coldly, his expression indifferent, causing the old woman to stop in her tracks, not daring to move an inch. Rage surged in the old woman's eyes. If a gaze could kill, she would have killed Ji Wuchang hundreds of times by now. Xiao Xueqing stared intently at Ji Wuchang, her eyes filled with anger. In just a moment, the red glow at the brows of both Xiao Xueqing and Ji Wuchang faded, and Ji Wuchang casually threw Xiao Xueqing away. Cough, cough. Xiao Xueqing touched her throat, coughing several times, her eyes showing an extremely complex expression. "Ji Wuchang, good means. To think you can master the life-linked curse." Brother Xiao Fan was not wronged in his defeat. Xiao Xueqing looked at Ji Wuchang with an icy expression, speaking softly, although the old woman had guessed it earlier. Hearing the young lady say it now made her heart feel cold. The life-linked curse is a secret technique that connects the lives of two people through a special method. As long as one party dies, the other will instantly perish. This was a secret technique that Ji Wuchang inadvertently obtained in his past life, which he had never used before. He never expected it to come in handy in this life. Ji Wuchang was also forced into a corner. The old woman was too strong, and he did not have the capital to resist. Although he had 2 teleportation talismans that could cover 1,000 miles in an instant, they could not completely resolve the current crisis. Just now, Ji Wuchang had thought for a long time before remembering this lifelink curse. Ji Wuchang was very clear that Xiao Xueqing would definitely not come to harm. She was destined to be one of the strong figures in this continent in the future, so he didn't need to worry about her dying. Since that was the case, what was he afraid of? This method could resolve the current crisis. Due to his low cultivation level, the lifelink curse he cast could only bind their lives for 3 years. But 3 years was enough. He could change many things. "Miss Xiao, it's mutual. If I didn't have a few means, wouldn't I be handing my life over to you today?" Ji Wuchang's lips curled up slightly, unceremoniously retorting. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Xiao Xueqing's expression calmed down, only letting out a cold snort. "Miss, should I capture him back?" The old woman looked at Xiao Xueqing and said in a deep voice, "Old hag, if you dare to touch a single hair on me, I'll commit suicide immediately. Don't believe me? Try it." Upon hearing the old woman's words, Ji Wuchang was startled and quickly spoke up, producing a 6th-grade teleportation talisman in his hand. As soon as he sensed something was off, he would make a quick escape. Xiao Xueqing, hearing Ji Wuchang's words, had a complicated expression and then coldly said, "Ji Wuchang, you're shameless. Wait for me. I will definitely get revenge for this." After saying this, Xiao Xueqing turned and left, feeling extremely puzzled. The old woman, Upon hearing the young lady's words, let out a cold snort, flicked her fingers, and a gust of wind rushed towards Ji Wuchang. With a bang, Ji Wuchang was sent flying, crashing into a big tree, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The old woman turned and left, following behind Xiao Fan. And in the blink of an eye, the two disappeared without a trace. Ji Wuchang slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. That dead old hag. Ji Wuchang, will remember this grudge and will definitely get it back one day. After saying this, a faint smile appeared on Ji Wuchang's face. He knew he had made the right bet. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the person with great fortune, Xiao Fan. Reward, 100 fortune points. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind. Ji Wuchang was taken aback for a moment, and then, overjoyed, he didn't expect there would be a reward for this. System, do I receive fortune points for defeating anyone? Ji Wuchang quickly asked this question. Master, not exactly. Only defeating those with great fortune or children of fortune will grant fortune points. There are no rewards for defeating others. Generally speaking, having over 300 fortune points counts as having great fortune. Hearing this, Ji Wuchang felt slightly disappointed, but he quickly calmed down. It seemed he was destined to walk the path of a villain. Otherwise, how could he gain more fortune points? Once Ji Wuchang sorted this out, his eyes instantly lit up. In his previous life, he had always been a good person, yet he received little in return. If he had to be a villain, then so be it. With the system by his side, who was he afraid of? Anyone who stood in his way would be defeated. After scanning the surroundings and finding no one following him, he decided not to linger and dashed off into the distance. Ji Wuchang resolved to return to Chongqing Gate as quickly as possible to avoid any prolonged troubles. Chapter 16. Returning to Chongqing Gate 20 days later. Ji Wuchang stood before the mountain gate of Chongqing Gate, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Finally back, and I returned completely intact. Ji Wuchang sighed, and then his eyes lit up. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in at the entrance of Chongqing Gate successful. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Fortune points, 12. Hearing the system's voice, Ji Wuchang was moved to tears. During these 20 days, he had been signing in the wild, and the rewards had only been 1 fortune point. As for cultivation, that was impossible. Over the 20 days, he had obtained a total of 24 fortune points from sign-ins. Feeling a surge of pure spiritual power entering his body, Ji Wuchang did not hold back. He directly operated the purple chi burning heaven technique, channeling this spiritual power into his meridians and dantian. As this spiritual power surged in, Ji Wuchang's cultivation began to rise, and in an instant, he reached the peak of the 6th layer of chi refining. But it wasn't over yet. He directly broke through to the 7th layer of chi refining, reaching the mid-stage of the 7th layer. A full realm increase. 10 years of cultivation only raised him by 1 realm. To be honest, that was a bit too little. However, Ji Wuchang had already transformed significantly. He had refined his golden skin through the purple chi burning heaven technique, and during this time, he had also been refining his jade bone. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was continuously expanding the limits of his body. Ji Wuchang glanced at the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, mid-stage of chi refining 7th layer, root bone, earth grade middle tier, fortune points, 652, special abilities, none, system tasks, none, with 652 fortune points now. You should have some hopes for good items in the future. Junior brother Ji, you're back. At that moment, a man walked out from Chongqing Gate. Seeing Ji Wuchang standing at the entrance, he smiled and greeted him. This person was named Chong Bei, a registered disciple of the 4th Elder Yin Shuyao, and he had entered Chongqing Gate in the same batch as Ji Wuchang, so they had some friendship. If it were before, Ji Wuchang would have been very enthusiastic since their relationship was quite good. However, in his previous life, after Chong Bei saw Ji Wuchang's meridians were damaged, he often belittled Ji Wuchang, portraying him as worthless. Moreover, he frequently called Ji Wuchang a waste and said he should be expelled from the sect. Later, during a secret realm trial, Ji Wuchang had him killed, letting him die at the hands of a group of demon beasts. Now, facing Chong Bei's greeting, Ji Wuchang simply nodded indifferently and then flew into the sect. Chang Bei watched Ji Wuchang's departing figure, his brows furrowing slightly. What is this? He really thinks of himself as someone important. Just wait until the big competition in a few months. Let us see how I knock you down. Chang Bei spoke harshly to Ji Wuchang's back, his expression completely different from moments before. Since the first day he entered Changxing Gate, he had been jealous of Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's root bone was Earth-grade middle tier, while his was merely Mystic grade high tier, a significant difference. If it weren't for a bit of luck that allowed him to break through to the third layer of Qi refining, he wouldn't have been able to transition from the outer sect to the inner sect. But why did he have to settle for being a registered disciple, while Ji Wuchang was a direct disciple of the third elder Menkaihong? He felt 1,000 grievances in his heart. Therefore, Chang Bei wanted to prove himself. Defeating Ji Wuchang was the best choice. A registered disciple defeating a direct disciple. Just thinking about it was thrilling. It would surely cause a sensation in Changxing Gate. Ji Wuchang was unaware that someone was dreaming big. Ji Wuchang did not linger at all and headed straight for Xiaozhu Peak, the mountain where the third elder Meng Kaihong resided. It was also the mountain where Ji Wuchang lived. In fact, Ji Wuchang was gone for less than 2 months, but he felt as if it had been ages. Everything on Xiaozhu Peak was as usual, but the grass on the mountain was greener. Fourth junior brother, you're back. At that moment, a man's voice rang out, gentle and warm, giving a feeling of spring breeze. This person was named Zheng Linghong, his second senior brother. He was at the 4th layer of Foundation establishment. Upon hearing this voice, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile and quickly cupped his fists, saying, "Greetings, second senior brother." This smile from Ji Wuchang was genuine. In his previous life, apart from his master Meng Kaihong, it was this second senior brother who treated him the best. Unfortunately, during a secret realm trial, he did not return, but that was still decades away. Ji Wuchang kept this matter in mind, hoping he could help his second senior brother in the future. Zheng Linghong looked at Ji Wuchang and then smiled, saying, "Little junior brother, you've been out for a while, and your cultivation has increased quite a bit. Congratulations." Seeing his junior brother's significant progress, he knew that this trip must have gone very smoothly. Ji Wuchang smiled and said, "Second senior brother, your insight is as sharp as ever. Nothing can escape your eyes." Zheng Linghong laughed heartily and then said, "Master is still in seclusion. So fourth junior brother doesn't need to go see Master for now." Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback. He remembered that during his previous life, when he returned, his master had already come out of seclusion and successfully broken through to the Soul Division realm. Then Ji Wuchang quickly understood. In this life, he had rushed back day and night, taking only about 20 days to arrive at the sect. In his previous life, it had taken over a month, and at that time, his master had already been out for 2 days. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile and said, "Master mentioned some time ago that he would go into seclusion to break through to the Soul Division realm. This retreat is bound to be a natural outcome. It seems that Xiao Bamboo Peak will be quite lively for a few days." When Zheng Linghong heard this, he smiled and nodded, as he was also quite aware that this time, Master S retreat should be quite secure. At that moment, 2 figures approached from the distance, with the leading person being quite attractive. She had a pair of curved willow leaf eyebrows, thin red lips, and a fair little face, with a head of black hair casually cascading down, which indeed caught one's eye. This person was Invincible, senior sister Ji Wuchang, with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. Behind Invincible was a girl with a pair of ponytails, who was Ji Wuchang's 3rd senior sister, Tai Yujia, with a cultivation level of the 2nd layer of Foundation establishment. If it were the old Ji Wuchang, seeing Invincible and Tai Yujia would surely prompt him to greet them immediately. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had been a loyal admirer of Invincible and Tai Yujia for decades. Even knowing that they had a good relationship with Xiao Fan, Ji Wuchang still endured. But in this life, he would not. "Greetings, senior sister, 3rd senior sister. Wuchang Gamli spook." Invincible's expression was cold, and then she blandly nodded and said, "It's good that you're back. Don't disturb Master S retreat." This was the tone Invincible had towards Ji Wuchang in her previous life. Every word seemed to carry an air of unarguable authority. Chapter 17. Wind Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang coldly smiled at his heart and calmly nodded. In his previous life, he liked Incursion's cold demeanor, which matched his image of a fairy in his heart. Even when later treated like a dog by Incursion, he found it exceptionally sweet, thinking that the senior sister cared about him. It wasn't until he saw her blooming with a smile in Xiao Fan's embrace that Ji Wuchang realized the truth. Besides secretly hating her, he could do nothing, as his cultivation was much lower than theirs. In this life, he would not be anyone's dog. He would just be himself. Senior brother, senior sisters. I've traveled for over 20 days, so I'll head back first. Ji Wuchang calmly cupped his fists and, without waiting for their response, turned and left. Incursion and Tai Yujie frowned slightly, but said nothing. Soon, Ji Wuchang arrived at a house on the north side of Xiao Bamboo Peak. This was his residence, located relatively off the beaten path. Xiao Bamboo Peak was one of the least populated peaks of Changxingmen, with the peak master being Meng Kaian. Following her were her 4 major disciples. There were also more than 10 people guarding the medicinal fields. Although these people were in the inner sect, they were classified as outer sect disciples. If they performed well, there was a good chance they could join Xiao Bamboo Peak and become attendants to Ji Wuchang and the 3 senior brothers and sisters. The best outcome would be to become a registered disciple of Meng Kaian. However, this outcome was extremely slim. Ji Wuchang pushed open the door that hadn't been open for nearly 2 months, revealing a thick layer of dust on the floor. With a wave of his hand, a cleanse charm flew out, and the dust in the entire room instantly dissipated. Ji Wuchang's room was very simple. A bed, a table, a chair, and a mat. Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged on the mat, then took out the pair of boxing gloves he had obtained from the Bai family. It was time to uncover the secrets within. In fact, during the 20 days of travel, Ji Wuchang had already taken them out to study and had discovered some clues. Ji Wuchang looked at the boxing gloves in front of him without any hesitation, clenched his right fist, and smashed it down onto the boxing gloves. The power of the 7th layer of Qi refinement erupted, striking the gloves, and threads of lightning power surged from his fist, forming a thin light shield. With a bang, the light shield shattered, and lightning surged onto Ji Wuchang's hand, charring the surface of his fist black. Ji Wuchang remained calm, as if the pain did not belong to him. As the spiritual energy within him surged, the blackened surface of his fist gradually faded, and moments later, it returned to normal. Ji Wuchang looked at his fist. Without the light shield, it became ordinary again. A wisp of blue sword energy danced at Ji Wuchang's left fingertips. With a gentle swipe, the boxing gloves opened, revealing a small piece of silk inside. Ji Wuchang picked up the silk. Lightning surged over it, with numerous lightning runes jumping on its surface. At that moment, Ji Wuchang understood that the lightning power on the boxing gloves all came from this silk, which was only as thick as 2 fingers. Ji Wuchang's spiritual power surged from his brow, wrapping around the silk. Just as his spiritual power touched the silk, it instantly transformed into a beam of light and vanished into Ji Wuchang's brow. When the silk reappeared, it was already in Ji Wuchang's spiritual sea. Wind Thunder Fist, fierce and domineering, swift as the wind. The vitality of the 9 provinces relies on wind and thunder. When the wind and thunder strike, 10,000 fists weep. Words jumped out from the silk, appearing in Ji Wuchang's mind. Ji Wuchang's body shook violently, and his eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. Ji Wuchang remembered that after Xiao Fan joined Changxingmen, he participated in the sect's grand competition a few months later. At that time, his cultivation was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, yet he defeated a Foundation Establishment 2nd layer disciple with an exceptionally fierce set of boxing techniques. This battle allowed Xiao Fan to enter the high-level view of Changxingmen, and Elder Wu truly put in full effort to cultivate Xiao Fan. Ji Wuchang could now confirm that it was this set of Wind Thunder Fist. Compared to Thunder Explosion Fist, it was simply trash, not worthy of carrying Wind Thunder Fist shoes. Ji Wuchang quickly calmed himself down to absorb the contents of the silk. Moments later, the silk dissipated. This was the upper half of the Wind Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang looked eagerly at the other boxing glove, replicated the process, and soon obtained another piece of silk from it. This was the lower half of the Wind Thunder Fist. The Wind Thunder Fist has a total of 10 punches. But cultivating it is not easy. One must separately open up a special space within the body to condense the wind and thunder power. However, this was not a challenge for Ji Wuchang, as there was a place in Changxingmen that has wind and thunder power all year round. This place is the Wind Thunder Valley of Changxingmen, where many disciples temper their bodies. The wind and thunder power within Wind Thunder Valley is very rich. Even those in the Soul Division realm do not dare to go too deep, lest they face the risk of falling. Ji Wuchang often went to Wind Thunder Valley in his previous life, but he only used the wind and thunder power inside to temper his body and never considered condensing the wind and thunder power. Ji Wuchang thoroughly examined the Wind Thunder Fist and could not help but click his tongue in admiration. The 9 punches of the Wind Thunder Fist actually had realm requirements. With his current cultivation level and chi refinement, he could only practice the first punch after condensing the wind and thunder power. Each subsequent punch would require a major realm increase. The reason is that the wind and thunder power required for each punch of the Wind Thunder Fist increases exponentially based on the previous one. Thus, only by improving his cultivation could he withstand that terrifying power. Ji Wuchang was not surprised but elated. What he needed was this kind of true peak combat technique. In the Tianqian continent, combat techniques, skills, and innate talents are divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, with each tier further divided into 4 grades: Low, Medium, High, and Supreme. Although the silk did not indicate what tier the Wind Thunder Fist belonged to, Ji Wuchang estimated it should be a Heavenly Tier combat technique. Heavenly Tier combat techniques. This was a realm Ji Wuchang could not touch in his previous life. In his last life, Ji Wuchang exhausted all means and only had one Earth Tier Supreme combat technique, which he regarded as a treasure. Ji Wuchang looked at the now useless boxing gloves and felt no regret at all. Then he waved his hand, and a fireball appeared, engulfing the boxing gloves, which turned to ashes in just a moment. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Although the journey to my city was perilous, it was more of a blessing. However, the Ji Wuchang of his previous life was overly confident, or rather too arrogant, not taking the opponent seriously. Otherwise, he would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. In this life, he has maximized his advantages, which has led to such rich rewards. Ji Wuchang is very clear that the Chongqing sect is his true blessing. If he wants to compete with those true prodigies in the future, he must lay the strongest foundation in the Chongqing sect. Chapter 18. The change in Xiao Xueqing's attitude. Ji Wuchang thought for a moment, and then set a small goal for himself, to condense 10 flawless Dao platforms. The number of Dao platforms is a key measure of a person's future achievements. Many people believe that the Qi refinement realm only has 9 levels, but Ji Wuchang, who has the memories of his past life, knows very well that there is actually a 10th level. The 10th level of the Qi refinement realm does not exist within the cultivation system. It is a special existence. People like Xiao Fan, who have great fortune, could not touch this realm in their previous life, illustrating its difficulty. To reach the 10th level of Qi refinement, one must meet one condition: to cultivate oneself to the extreme of the 9th level. This extreme includes the physical body, spirit, and mental state. In simpler terms, it means that both the essence and spirit must reach their peaks simultaneously. Specifically, it involves the golden skin, jade bones, and the divine repository. In this special state, one can touch the realm of the 10th level of Qi refinement. It is important to note that only by reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement can one possibly condense 10 Dao platforms when breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. In Ji Wuchang's memory, there was a person in the entire Tianqian continent who condensed 10 Dao platforms, and that person was a woman, but he could not remember who she was. After memorizing the key points of the first punch of the Wind Thunder Fist, Ji Wuchang closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Purple Qi Burning Heaven technique. The Purple Qi Burning Heaven technique is best cultivated when the sun rises, as there is a vast amount of purple qi pouring into the body at that time. However, cultivating at night also has great benefits, allowing one to absorb the power of the moonlight and achieve the fusion of yin and yang. With the experience of his past life, Ji Wuchang naturally understood these things. A night passed swiftly, and Ji Wuchang awakened from his cultivation. He then flew to the rooftop, waiting for the rising sun. The majestic purple qi flowed into Ji Wuchang's body, and without any hesitation, he used all of it to refine his physical body. In his previous life, he suffered from the mistake of solely pursuing cultivation and neglecting his physical body, leading to a narrowing path. In this life, he not only needs golden skin and jade bones, but he must also refine his divine repository. The divine repository is a description of the internal organs being refined to the extreme. The internal organs can create spirits and contain the universe. Hence it is called the divine repository. If golden skin and jade bones are the external aspects of the physical body, then the divine repository is its internal aspect. Of course, he has not yet begun to refine his internal organs. The divine repository is still too distant for him. As the last wisp of purple qi entered his abdomen, feeling the slow transformation of his physical body, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile slightly. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in at Xiaozhu Peak of Chongsheng Sect successful. Reward: 6 years of cultivation. Luck value: 5. The system's voice rang out, and a stream of pure spiritual power surged into Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang hurriedly operated his technique to disperse this massive spiritual power throughout his limbs. A series of popping sounds erupted within Ji Wuchang's body, like firecrackers exploding. Outside Ji Wuchang's body, wisps of black gas occasionally drifted away. This was the impurities from within him. Ji Wuchang also had a 5th-grade marrow cleansing and vein-opening pill, but he was not in a hurry to take it. He planned to wait until he reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement before using it. Ji Wuchang understood well that good steel should be used on the cutting edge. Taking it at the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement would allow Ji Wuchang to elevate his overall strength by a level, thus finding the opportunity to reach the 10th level of qi refinement. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. It was his second senior brother, Zheng Linghong. Second senior brother, good morning. Ji Wuchang smiled and greeted Zheng Linghong. Zheng Linghong glanced at Ji Wuchang and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. For some reason, he felt that his junior brother seemed to have become significantly stronger. However, after observing Ji Wuchang's cultivation, he felt it might just be his illusion, as Ji Wuchang's cultivation had not changed. Junior brother, I'm planning to go to the back mountain for some training for a few days. Do you want to come with me? Zheng Linghong asked with a smile, casting aside his thoughts. As soon as Ji Wuchang heard this, his eyes lit up. He naturally wanted to go to the back mountain. He could hardly wait for that secret realm. If someone took away the treasures from the secret realm before him, Ji Wuchang would surely be devastated. He had been thinking of how to find a reason to go, and now that his second senior brother asked, it couldn't be better. Okay, second senior brother. Ji Wuchang agreed readily, while secretly thinking that if he guessed correctly, the Chongqing sect's recruitment of disciples in my city should have been completed. He wondered if it would be the same as in his previous life, with Xiao Fan becoming a disciple under Elder Tang Yuan. As Ji Wuchang pondered this, in my city, just as Ji Wuchang had thought, the Chongqing sect's recruitment of disciples had indeed concluded. Xiao Fan, Ji Bing Bai Yao, and others were all selected by the Chongqing sect. However, unlike the previous life, Tang Yuan did not take Xiao Fan as a disciple. Xiao Fan's expression darkened significantly. The injuries to his meridians were mostly healed, thanks to a mysterious person who sent him a pill. This mysterious person was actually the old woman beside Xiao Fan, who delivered a 4th-grade vein-opening pill. Although this pill was not specifically for healing meridians, its effects were decent, allowing about 90% of Xiao Fan's meridian injuries to heal. In recent days, every time Xiao Fan thought about how he couldn't even take a single hit from Ji Wuchang, his expression turned savage. Although he knew that Ji Wuchang was in the Chongshang sect, he still came. Xiao Fan believed in himself. He was not weaker than Ji Wuchang. Xiao Fan and the old woman stood on a nearby peak, watching the Chongqing sect's flying boat gradually leave, and couldn't help but sigh. Miss, what should we do about Ji Wuchang? The old woman asked helplessly, as Ji Wuchang had placed a life-binding curse on Xiao Fan, although it was only for 3 years. Once Ji Wuchang died, Xiao Fan would also be finished. As soon as Xiao Fan heard Ji Wuchang's name, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, making it hard to breathe. This bastard really deserves to die. Xiao Fan cursed inwardly and then said, "Forget it. Let's go home." The old woman became anxious upon hearing this and quickly said, "Miss, what if?" Xiao Fan glanced at the old woman and calmly replied, "A person as treacherous as him. Do you think he would die so easily? I noticed that this guy had a 6th grade teleportation talisman in his hand that day. Even if he doesn't use the life-binding curse as a threat, we still can't kill him. Brother Xiao Fan has endured for years, wanting to step on him to rise. But he couldn't even block a single hit from him. Good people don't live long, but disasters last for thousands of years. So he will not die. Let's go back. He will definitely come out of Boyun Prefecture, and it won't be too late to deal with him then." The old woman had nothing to refute and could only nod in agreement. "Miss, what about young Master Xiao Fan?" Xiao Fan sighed and then said, "Let fate decide." Chapter 19. The Third Order Beast Hunting Fox in the Dense Jungle. 2 figures moved forward slowly. These 2 were Zheng Linghong and Ji Wuchang. "Junior brother, be careful. There are many ferocious beasts living here," Zheng Linghong said with a smile, but his spirit was constantly probing the surroundings, being very cautious. Ji Wuchang nodded. This second senior brother was indeed good, treating him well in both his past and this life. Moreover, Ji Wuchang knew that his second senior brother liked their third senior sister, Tai Yujia, but in his previous life, he never confessed. Later, Tai Yujia followed Xiao Fan and became his little fan, ending up worse off than the eldest senior sister. Once, when Xiao Fan encountered a life-and-death crisis and needed someone to buy time for him to cast his secret technique, Tai Yujia was pushed out. The result was that she was slaughtered into a pulp, with her soul extinguished. This event stimulated the second senior brother, who later decided to venture into the secret realm to increase his strength and seek revenge on Xiao Fan. However, he ultimately died in the secret realm, and everything was settled. When Ji Wuchang thought of these matters, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling it was not worth it for the second senior brother. For a woman who doesn't love you, losing your life is not worth it. Therefore, Ji Wuchang decided to help his second senior brother and rescue him. As for the senior sisters, they should leave early to avoid causing harm. If given the chance, Ji Wuchang would personally take care of the 2. His own tragic past was also linked to them. At that moment, a rustling sound came from afar, instantly alerting Ji Wuchang and Zheng Linghong. The second senior brother must be the hunting fox, although Ji Wuchang couldn't see it. Based on his experience from his previous life, he was 80% sure it was indeed a hunting fox. The hunting fox is a fierce beast with 2 tails. This beast is not large, usually only at the 1st level, at most the 3rd level, equivalent to a cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm. Their fur is very soft and highly favored by cultivators. Hunting foxes prefer to travel in packs, somewhat like wolves. Moreover, they possess incredibly sharp claws that can easily tear throats. Coupled with their extreme speed, they are very dangerous among low-level fierce beasts. Just as Ji Wuchang finished speaking, a small head indeed appeared hundreds of meters away. It was a hunting fox. As this small head emerged, one after another, dozens of small heads popped up. Zheng Linghong's expression turned serious, and he said, "Junior brother, when we attack later, stay behind me." Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and replied, "Second senior brother, there's no need to worry. I can handle these little guys." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his grasp. This long sword was given to him by Meng Kaihong when he became her disciple, saying it was a low-grade magical weapon she used in her youth. In the cultivation world of Tianshan continent, weapons are divided into 6 levels: treasure, magical weapon, spiritual soldier, holy soldier, and emperor soldier. Ji Wuchang only had a Qi refinement realm cultivation, and for Meng Kaihong to gift him a low-grade magical weapon. It showed how much she valued him. Many people don't even have a treasure. The weapons used by Zheng Linghong and the others are also magical weapons, but their grade is slightly higher than Ji Wuchang's, being a middle-grade magical weapon. Both of them stood still with long swords in hand. Dozens of hunting foxes stared at the two for a moment before slowly dispersing around them, forming a semi-arc to encircle the two. This is a common tactic of the hunting foxes, attacking from all directions. Ji Wuchang's eyes were sharp as he watched these hunting foxes. Although each one weighed about 10 pounds, their speed and strength were not to be underestimated. Second senior brother, the fire-red hunting fox in the middle, is their leader. You should focus on that one. Ji Wuchang, experienced, quickly identified the leader of the pack. As long as the leader was killed, the rest of the hunting foxes would flee in all directions. Zheng Linghong was slightly taken aback. He had also been looking for the leader of the hunting foxes, but couldn't make a judgment, as several were quite strong. The one Ji Wuchang pointed out wasn't even the strongest, which surprised Zheng Linghong. However, he trusted Ji Wuchang. His junior brother was not one to speak recklessly. Be careful, junior brother. I will deal with it quickly, Zheng Linghong said to Ji Wuchang. Then his expression turned serious. At that moment, the hunting foxes moved, dozens of them pouncing towards the two from all directions, raising their sharp claws and leaping high to attack. If they clawed at them, even if Ji Wuchang had cultivated golden skin, he would likely be left bloodied, as their claws were much more formidable than ordinary swords. Kill! Ji Wuchang and Zheng Linghong shouted simultaneously. Zheng Linghong's long sword slashed down, and in an instant, numerous sword shadows emerged, striking several hunting foxes directly. The hunting foxes let out horrified cries as they were cut in half by Zheng Linghong's sword, blood instantly spreading. Ji Wuchang remained calm, executing the 8 trigrams dragon step beneath his feet, constantly shifting. As he wielded the long sword, green sword light leaped and pierced the throat of a leaping hunting fox. Blood splattered as the hunting fox fell, blood spraying everywhere. Ji Wuchang's steps did not stop. He leaned back to dodge the throat attacks of 2 hunting foxes. He struck a hunting fox in the abdomen with a punch, sending it flying dozens of meters away. One less life. Ji Wuchang almost forgot that the fur of the hunting foxes was quite valuable. If their fur were made into a cloak, it would be extremely warm. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang's eyes grew even hotter, and with his left index finger, he directed the sword light to pierce a hunting fox's eye. The sword energy passed through its eye, shattering its brain, but the fur remained intact. Just then, a strong wind attacked Ji Wuchang from behind, and he seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, instantly stopping his body. He thrust his right hand long sword backward, stabbing it into a hunting fox's mouth. Ji Wuchang's right hand shook, and the long sword shredded the hunting fox's insides. At this moment, Zheng Linghong had already killed over a dozen hunting foxes and arrived before the fire-red hunting fox that Ji Wuchang had mentioned. Just as Zheng Linghong was about to make a move, the aura of the fire-red hunting fox surged, causing Zheng Linghong's expression to change drastically. This was definitely not an ordinary second-level hunting fox, but a third-level hunting fox. Upon realizing this, Zheng Linghong couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. A third-level hunting fox was equivalent to a presence in the Purple Mansion realm. They were currently at the outskirts of the back mountain. How could a third-level hunting fox appear here? Zheng Linghong simply couldn't fathom it. Chapter 20. Senior Sister Zhen Yaoqing, but at this moment, Zheng Linghong had no time to think. Because the third-level hunting fox was extremely fast, if it attacked first, Zheng Linghong would be in trouble. Zheng Linghong took the initiative, his long sword slashing out several times, transforming into sword shadows heading straight for the hunting fox. He used the Qing Yun sword technique, a sword technique practiced by everyone on Shaozhu Peak. The sword light howled, and the sword energy surged, charging towards the third-level hunting fox. But at that moment, the hunting fox moved, creating afterimages and vanishing in an instant. All of Zheng Linghong's attacks missed. The sword energy struck the ground beside him, leaving deep sword marks on the earth. Seeing the third-level hunting fox disappear, Zheng Linghong was startled and thought it was bad. He did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward. A fierce gust of wind brushed past Zheng Linghong's back, instantly tearing a long gash in his clothing. Zheng Linghong broke out in a cold sweat. Had he been just a moment slower, he would have been done for. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and a set of inner armor appeared, which he quickly donned. Although this inner armor could only withstand attacks from those at the peak of the Qi refinement 9th layer, having it was better than nothing. Then Zheng Linghong produced 3 small swords, and without hesitation, he waved his hand, sending the 3 small swords flying towards the nearby 3rd-level hunting fox. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, but while Zheng Linghong was fast, the 3rd-level hunting fox was even faster. The 3rd-level hunting fox raised its claws and struck, a faint glow flashing on its claws, directly sending Zheng Linghong's 3 small swords flying. Then the 3rd-tier hunting fox transformed into streaks of afterimages and charged towards Zheng Linghong. Its speed was too fast, far surpassing Zheng Linghong. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had already killed several hunting foxes, but his peripheral vision was constantly observing the entire scene. To be honest, Ji Wuchang's speed truly couldn't match these hunting foxes. However, his Babua Yulong step was extremely exquisite. As long as he tightly guarded a narrow area, he could remain undefeated. Therefore, at this moment, over a dozen hunting foxes had already fallen around Ji Wuchang. Seeing that his second senior brother was in danger, Ji Wuchang frowned slightly. He hadn't expected there would be the existence of a 3rd-tier hunting fox. Just then, Zheng Linghong let out a muffled groan as his left arm was clawed by the 3rd-tier hunting fox, his armor shattered, flesh and blood mangled, causing Zheng Linghong's face to turn pale from the pain. There was no time to delay. Ji Wuchang knew there was no other way. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Ji Wuchang's feet moved continuously, dodging the hunting fox's attacks. His hands formed seals, and within his palm, spiritual power gathered, causing a purple orb to materialize, emanating a terrifying aura. This was the purple Qi orb formed in his dantian from the purple Qi he devoured daily. And at this moment, Ji Wuchang summoned it. Although the purple Qi burning heaven technique was a skill, it also contained terrifying combat techniques. What Ji Wuchang was about to unleash was the purple Qi transformation from the purple Qi burning heaven technique, capable of killing enemies beyond his level. However, once unleashed, the accumulation Ji Wuchang had gathered over this period would be completely consumed, and he would need to start accumulating purple Qi again afterward. Ji Wuchang didn't care about so much. His second senior brother's life was at stake. But just as Ji Wuchang was about to release the purple orb in his hand, a sword Qi descended from the sky, directly piercing through the head of the 3rd-tier hunting fox. The sudden turn of events stunned both Ji Wuchang and Zheng Linghong. They couldn't help but look up at the sky. There, they saw a woman in white standing on a long sword, her face veiled, not revealing any aura. She stood there quietly, not speaking, as if she existed in her own realm. "Greetings, senior sister. Thank you for your rescue." Zheng Linghong quickly cupped his fists and spoke, his expression extremely respectful. The senior sister Zheng Linghong referred to as naturally not in Cursin, but the true senior sister of Changxing sect, Zhen Miaoqing, the daughter of the sect master Zhen Yaotian. Her cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion. "Greetings, senior sister." Ji Wuchang was momentarily stunned, and he quickly cupped his fists in salute, revealing a hint of admiration in his eyes. According to his memories from his previous life, this senior sister Zhen Miaoqing was about to leave Changxing sect soon to travel outside. 100 years later, when Changxing sect faced a life-and-death crisis, the previously uncontactable senior sister Zhen Miaoqing suddenly appeared, and her cultivation had reached the 6th divine realm. Beside her was an old man, incredibly terrifying. With a single palm strike, he turned thousands of invaders into blood mist. Ji Wuchang heard senior sister Zhen Miaoqing address him as master. But in his previous life, his cultivation was too poor to know where this old man came from. After this encounter, Zhen Miaoqing left with her master, and Ji Wuchang never saw her again. Recently, several ferocious beasts in the back mountain have been fighting, causing many ferocious beasts to flee. "You should return to the sect." Zhen Miaoqing's cold voice came, and then the long sword beneath her flew up, instantly taking her away. In just a moment, she disappeared without a trace. Zheng Linghong watched the departing figure of Zhen Miaoqing, his eyes revealing a look of respect. This senior sister of Changxing sect had a cold demeanor but a warm heart. Whenever she encountered Changxing sect disciples in danger, she would lend a helping hand. Zheng Linghong hadn't expected that this trip to the back mountain for training would be so dangerous. At this moment, there were no more hunting foxes around them. At the moment the third-tier hunting fox died, the rest of the hunting foxes all fled. Ji Wuchang had already retracted the purple orb in his hand. There was no need to use it anymore. After all, it was the result of over 20 days of hard work. Ji Wuchang saw that his second senior brother's left arm was a bloody mess and hurried over to help bandage it. Junior brother, I'm sorry. I didn't expect today to be so dangerous. Now I'm also injured and need to return to recuperate. Let's forget this back mountain training. Zheng Linghong spoke with a face full of regret. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile and said, Second senior brother, you should go back first. I'll just take a look around the periphery. I haven't completed this month's sect task yet. Ji Wuchang certainly couldn't go back. He was going to the secret realm to obtain treasures. Zheng Linghong frowned upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, pondering for a moment before saying, Junior brother, you must not go too deep. Just look around the outskirts. As for this month's sect task, there are still over 10 days left. If necessary, I can accompany you to complete it. Ji Wuchang was very touched by Zheng Linghong's words and quickly nodded in agreement. Then the two tidied up the battlefield and collected the intact hunting foxes. These items could also be traded for rewards at the sect. Zheng Linghong reminded Ji Wuchang a few more times before leaving. After watching Zheng Linghong disappear, Ji Wuchang then checked his surroundings, chose a direction, and his eyes burned with excitement. Chapter 21. A 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique in the dense forest. A figure leaped rapidly. This person was Ji Wuchang. Without his second senior brother by his side, Ji Wuchang saw no need to hide, directly using the Bagua Yulong step to speed his journey. As he performed his footwork, his entire body flickered rapidly, even leaving behind afterimages. The sky unknowingly darkened, and Ji Wuchang found a cave, deciding to rest there for the night. The cave Ji Wuchang found belonged to a second-tier black bear, and he negotiated amicably with it, causing the black bear to reluctantly agree. However, when the black bear left, it was in pain, baring its teeth. But the black bear didn't leave the cave because there were still two little bears inside. So it helplessly gave up one spot for Ji Wuchang. In fact, the living quarters of these black bears didn't smell good, but Ji Wuchang still chose this place. The reason for this was that Ji Wuchang knew very well that the back mountain of the sect was not just a single mountain, but a vast mountain range stretching thousands of miles. Various ferocious beasts lived within. The deeper one went, the higher the tiers. Choosing a cave with living creatures to rest in meant he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed at night, since this was the black bear's territory. This was an experience Ji Wuchang had summarized from his previous life, and it had proven effective. Indeed, throughout the night, Ji Wuchang practiced peacefully without any disturbances. Seeing Ji Wuchang leave, the black bear let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for having to take care of the two little black bears, the big black bear would have run away long ago. Ji Wuchang took out a silk cloth, carefully examined it, and immediately selected a direction, rushing towards the distance. At noon, a small valley appeared before Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang compared it with the silk cloth and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had reached his destination. At this moment, Ji Wuchang put away the silk cloth and carefully examined the valley before him. However, moments later, he couldn't help but frown. Although he had not made a mistake in finding the place, the entrance to the secret realm was not marked, and he would need to find it himself. Ji Wuchang walked slowly into the valley and heard hissing sounds coming from the grass nearby. He raised his long sword and slashed down directly. After the sword light passed, several snakes, as thick as arms, were cut in half. Ji Wuchang didn't even glance at them and walked steadily through the valley, spreading his soul to meticulously search every corner. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and the entire valley had been thoroughly checked, yet he found nothing. Ji Wuchang frowned, his gaze fixating on a dry well not far away, the only place he hadn't searched. Ji Wuchang approached the dry well, cleared the surroundings, and then leaned over to look into the well. Below was a bottomless pit, pitch black. Ji Wuchang sensed with his soul and found that it was actually dozens of meters deep. He did not rush down, but instead shook his body and headed off into the distance. Soon, Ji Wuchang's figure reappeared, and in his hand was a large-eared gray rabbit. This was not an ordinary rabbit, but a first-tier demon beast, with incredibly sharp teeth that could bite through hard bamboo in an instant. Ji Wuchang attached a trace of his soul mark to the rabbit, and then threw it into the dry well below. After being thrown into the dry well, the rabbit immediately began to scurry around, but after a moment, it ran in a specific direction. Ji Wuchang sensed the rabbit's movements below, and after a stick of incense, the rabbit returned, clearly having gone back and forth from somewhere. Seeing that the rabbit was unharmed, Ji Wuchang felt relieved and then leaped directly into the dry well. Although the dry well was pitch black, Ji Wuchang was not an ordinary person, but a Qi refining stage 7 cultivator. His eyes could clearly see things 10 meters away. So this darkness posed no difficulty for him. Indeed, on the left side of the dry well, there was a passage leading far away. Ji Wuchang held a teleportation talisman in his left hand and a sword in his right, moving forward slowly. The passage was long, and Ji Wuchang walked for half a stick of incense before the path suddenly opened up to reveal a cave several dozen square meters wide. In the center of the cave, a skeleton sat cross-legged, and beside the skeleton was a wooden box. Ji Wuchang did not rush forward, but first looked around and found that there was nothing else in the entire cave except for that skeleton and wooden box. Ji Wuchang slowly approached the skeleton, and his brow furrowed as he saw a line of small characters in front of the skeleton. "Bury my bones, gain my secret method, bear my karma." These 12 words, although brief, indicated some issues that made Ji Wuchang frown. But after a moment, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but chuckle. Since he had been reborn, why should he be cautious? Just do it. What harm could come from taking on countless karmas upon himself? With this thought, Ji Wuchang felt a surge of boldness in his heart. "Predecessor, since you have asked me to bury your bones, I will fulfill your request." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he swung his sword in his right hand, stabbing out dozens of times in front of the corpse. In an instant, dirt flew, and a deep pit appeared. Ji Wuchang waved his hand, wrapping the soon-to-be scattered bones in a surge of energy, and then slowly placed them into the deep pit below. Oh! Ji Wuchang was surprised to find that where the skeleton had just sat, a box appeared. This box had just been beneath the skeleton, which he had previously sensed with his soul, but had found nothing. At this moment, the box appeared, and when Ji Wuchang scanned it with his soul, he could not sense it either. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's expression grew serious. He did not rush to take the box, but first buried the skeleton properly before stepping forward slowly. Ji Wuchang looked at the two boxes, and with a gentle flick of his sword, the box that was originally beside the skeleton opened, revealing a yellowed scroll inside. This scroll had many special runes, and an ancient aura emanated from it. Un dreadful d'ascension instant qu'il technique. Seeing the name on the scroll, Ji Wuchang was very excited. This was something he had longed for. Ji Wuchang grabbed the scroll with his left hand and then unfolded it. Although the cave was pitch black, this did not pose a problem for Ji Wuchang. He could see the text on the scroll clearly. One by one, the words entered Ji Wuchang's eyes, and they became increasingly bright. This secret technique was terrifying, as it could reverse spiritual power, allowing it to rapidly increase, multiplying by several times, dozens of times, or even 100-fold. Thus, achieving a momentary ascension and possessing terrifying power and speed. Of course, the premise was that one's meridians had to be able to bear this power. After reading the entire secret method, Ji Wuchang's body trembled slightly. Although this secret technique would leave one instantly exhausted after use, it could definitely kill enemies across realms. It was a top-tier, life-threatening method. No wonder in his previous life, when Xiao Fan faced life and death crises, he could repeatedly turn danger into safety. This method was indeed terrifying. Chapter 22. Obtain Secret Method. Entangle Karma. At that moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly noticed that the words on the scroll were gradually blurring and the scroll itself was breaking apart. In just a moment, the scroll disappeared without a trace, leaving only a palm-sized piece of silk. Obtain my secret method. Help me kill Zhang Weiyuan and erase the karma. This was the small text on the silk, all written in blood. Although it was only a dozen blood characters, Ji Wuchang felt an overwhelming hatred emanating from it. Ji Wuchang looked at the silk in front of him, searching his memory and finding that there was no record of someone named Zhang Weiyuan, which made his heart feel cold. The more he had no memory, the more it indicated the terror of Zhang Weiyuan, because the level of the opponent was simply beyond what Ji Wuchang could have encountered in his previous life. Rest assured, predecessor, since I have obtained your secret method, as long as I have the strength, I will surely fulfill your last wish. Ji Wuchang spoke to the blood-colored silk, his expression solemn. The blood-colored silk seemed to understand Ji Wuchang's words, spontaneously igniting and turning to ashes. Ji Wuchang breathed a sigh of relief and took the other box with him, but he did not open it. Ji Wuchang knew very well what was inside and decided to wait until he returned to his residence to open it, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. System, sign in. Ding. Successful sign in at the Windwalker Supreme's corpse. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Luck value, 10. Hearing the system's prompt, Ji Wuchang gasped. He did not expect that the corpse he had just buried was actually that of a supreme powerhouse. The Supreme Realm was something Ji Wuchang had looked up to in his previous life, the strongest existence below the saints, not to mention taking action personally. Even a supreme decree was a terrifying existence. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt a headache. This karma had grown tremendously. To have an enemy that a supreme would care about, their cultivation must be at least above the Supreme Realm, while he was merely a small chi refining realm cultivator, a world apart from them. Just then, a surge of pure spiritual power flowed into Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang focused his thoughts and guided this spiritual power into his internal organs, initiating the first refinement of his 5 organs. As this spiritual power continuously flowed in, Ji Wuchang could clearly feel that his internal organs were different from before. His heart beat like a drum, and the blood flow accelerated significantly. His liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all enhanced, making Ji Wuchang feel as if there was a fierce tiger hidden in his chest, a powerful force rising from within. Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled. In this life, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to carefully hone his physical body. He wanted the golden skin, jade bones, and divine storage. Ji Wuchang respectfully bowed to the grave of the Windwalker Supreme and then did not linger, turning to leave. On the way, he encountered the rabbit again, and Ji Wuchang brought it out as well. After exiting, he released it. Standing at the edge of the dry well, Ji Wuchang's expression was somewhat complex. He did not expect it to be so easy this time. He had thought he would have to face some risks. Ji Wuchang sighed. It was indeed sad and lamentable for a supreme powerhouse to have fallen in such a dry well. With a wave of his hand, countless stones and dirt flew up and entered the dry well. In just a moment, the dry well disappeared without a trace, and the ground was leveled. This was also the last thing Ji Wuchang could do for the Windwalker Supreme. Ji Wuchang did not know that the dry well had originally been covered by a large concealment array, but it had broken apart in the past 2 days. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. Having obtained what he wanted, Ji Wuchang no longer lingered. He is still at a relatively low level of cultivation, so the back mountain poses a significant danger to him. Returning to the sect for training is the best choice. 2 days later, Ji Wuchang returned safely. Ji Wuchang went directly to the mission hall and submitted several complete fox corpses and a few beast carcasses from a storage ring. Ji boy, your cultivation is growing rapidly. But don't be too hasty. Pay more attention to tempering your body. An old man looked at Ji Wuchang with a smile on his face. This person is Jing Fengsheng, the head of the mission hall and also the 7th elder of the Changshan sect, with a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had issues with his meridians and couldn't complete the sect tasks on time every month, but Jing Fengsheng always turned a blind eye. Therefore, Ji Wuchang is quite grateful to this 7th elder. He often gave Ji Wuchang some casual advice, but in his past life, Ji Wuchang didn't take those suggestions seriously. Hearing Jing Fengsheng's words now, Ji Wuchang quickly cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance, 7th elder." Jing Fengsheng nodded with a smile, showing a look of approval. "I'll count these as 2 months' worth of tasks for you. You won't need to come to submit next month." Jing Fengsheng took the token from Ji Wuchang's hand, infused it with information, and returned it to Ji Wuchang. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. People occasionally enter the mission hall, but many didn't recognize Ji Wuchang, so he naturally didn't greet them. Ji Wuchang cupped his fists to Jing Fengsheng and then left. System. Sign in. Ding. Successful sign in at the Chongqing Sect Mission Hall. Reward. 5 years of cultivation. Luck value. 5. The system's voice made Ji Wuchang feel delighted. He walked while running the purple chi burning heaven technique, drawing the immense spiritual power into his internal organs for further refinement. Jing Fengsheng glanced in the direction Ji Wuchang had disappeared, frowning slightly. He had just sensed a surge of spiritual power within Ji Wuchang and didn't know what was going on. By the time Ji Wuchang returned to his dwelling, the pure spiritual power had already been fully consumed. Ji Wuchang looked at the system panel. Nothing else had changed, but his luck value had increased significantly. Luck value, 671 this time. He had been out for a total of 5 days, increasing his luck value by 19 points. With 15 points coming from the dry well and the mission hall. Ji Wuchang was well aware that although he signed in daily, the rewards varied, depending on the location. He needed to find some good places to sign in as much as possible in the future. Ji Wuchang then got up and went to visit his second senior brother, Zheng Linghong. Seeing Ji Wuchang return safely, Zheng Linghong breathed a sigh of relief, as this outing was his suggestion. Second senior brother, are you okay? Ji Wuchang smiled as he approached Zheng Linghong. Zheng Linghong shook his head and replied with a smile, It's nothing. I'll heal in a few days. I'm just relieved to see you back. Ji Wuchang smiled and nodded, about to speak when 2 figures approached from a distance, his senior sister and Curson and third senior sister Tai Yujia. Ji Wuchang's smile instantly vanished, and his expression became as calm as water. Senior sister, third junior sister, you're here. Zheng Linghong greeted them at the door with a happy face. Chapter 23. Ji Yaoyao senior sister, third junior sister. Ji Wuchang greeted politely yet distantly, as he needed to maintain their superficial relationship. Moreover, both of them were currently at a higher cultivation level than Ji Wuchang, unless it was a life-and-death battle. He wouldn't really be their opponent unless he activated the newly acquired 100-fold Ascension instant kill technique. And Curson and Tai Yujia were slightly taken aback to see Ji Wuchang there, and their expressions turned slightly cold. Junior brother, the back mountain is dangerous. Don't easily encourage your second senior brother to go with you. And Curson said calmly, looking at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang frowned upon hearing this. This was clearly wrong. It was obviously his second senior brother's suggestion to go to the back mountain this time. As soon as Zheng Linghong saw Ji Wuchang frown, he quickly said, Senior sister, I told you that it was my suggestion for junior brother to come with me. Just as Zheng Linghong finished speaking, Tai Yujia chimed in. Second senior brother, we know you have a good heart and are worried that junior brother won't complete this month's sect task, but the back mountain is indeed too dangerous lately. If junior brother wants to experience challenges in the future, he can take on other tasks from the mission hall. There is no need to drag you along. Ji Wuchang's anger continued to rise. These 2 senior sisters were determined to place all the blame on him. And Curson glanced at Ji Wuchang and continued, Junior brother, your second senior brother is injured. You should have returned with him. After all, having one more person means more support. Have you thought about the consequences if your second senior brother encounters danger? Hearing in Curson's words, Ji Wuchang's anger was instead suppressed. He was just a rookie at the 7th level of Qi refining, while his second senior brother was at the 4th level of foundation establishment. If they really encountered danger, staying by his second senior brother's side would only become a burden for him, or rather, it would be sending himself to death. His senior sister and third senior sister had good tactics, easily shifting all the blame onto him with a few light words. A cold glint flashed in Ji Wuchang's eyes, and then he calmly said, I understand what you 2 senior sisters are saying. After saying this, Ji Wuchang turned to Zheng Linghong and said, Second senior brother, you should rest well. I'll take my leave. After finishing, Ji Wuchang left directly. Did they really think he would still be the same as in his past life? Letting them dictate everything? Just wait. He would eventually make them pay. Junior brother, Zheng Linghong called out, but seeing Ji Wuchang not turning back, he couldn't help but sigh. Senior sister, junior sister, you shouldn't say that about junior brother. This matter has nothing to do with him. Zheng Linghong looked at Incursion and Tai Yujia, revealing a hint of helplessness. Second senior brother, don't mind him. Just look at his attitude. I'm saying a few words to him for his own good. Tai Yujia pouted, speaking to Zheng Linghong. The master is also quite biased, actually giving him the long sword he used in his youth. I've asked for it many times. Incursion frowned slightly as she watched Ji Wuchang's departing figure. She felt that this junior brother was very different from before after returning from home. In the past, even if she criticized him, he wouldn't dare to leave directly. He would wait until she left before daring to leave. But just now he left directly, completely disregarding the feelings of the three of them. A hint of anger flashed in Incursion's eyes, which made her attitude towards Ji Wuchang even worse. When Ji Wuchang returned to his dwelling, his expression completely calmed down, and the killing intent in his eyes also faded away. He waved his hand and took out a box, hesitating for a moment before directly opening it. Inside lay a storage ring, quietly resting. Ji Wuchang was very familiar with this storage ring. It had been worn by Xiao Fan in his previous life, and he had seen it many times. Compared to other storage rings, it had an additional circle of light blue luster. However, no one in his past life would have thought that this storage ring concealed the soul of a beautiful supreme realm expert. Looking at the storage ring, Ji Wuchang calmly said, "Come out." The storage ring showed no reaction. Ji Wuchang was not in a hurry and just quietly watched the storage ring. He was very patient. How did you know the true self was hiding inside? Just as nearly an incense stick's worth of time had passed, a cold voice rang out. Then, the storage ring floated up, and a nearly transparent figure emerged from it, a soul that was almost disintegrating, although it was merely a remnant soul. Its appearance was still discernible. A breathtakingly beautiful face, even if it is merely a remnant soul, caused Ji Wuchang to momentarily lose his focus. But it was just a moment. Soon Ji Wuchang regained his composure, and his eyes became clear again. The woman seemed a bit surprised. It is known that any man who has seen her beauty, even if he is of supreme rank, will be stunned for a long time. A mere qi refining realm cultivator could return to normal so quickly, which made Ji Yaoyao regard Ji Wuchang with a slightly higher opinion. I have a special secret method that can see through all remnant souls. Although you are hiding in a storage ring, you still cannot escape my gaze. Ji Wuchang said seriously, spouting nonsense with a serious face. He couldn't exactly say, "I knew of your existence in my past life," so he could only talk nonsense. Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang calmly, not believing what he said. What do you want to come out for? Also, what happened to Master Fengxing? Ji Wuchang glanced at Ji Yaoyao and then calmly said, "Master Fengxing is dead. I buried him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain what he left behind." Ji Wuchang did not answer the first question. He wanted to assess the situation first. Upon hearing the news of Master Fengxing's death, a hint of sadness appeared in Ji Yaoyao's eyes. Back then, she was killed by Zhang Weiyuan, leaving only the last remnant of her soul. Master Fengxing was furious and fought Zhang Weiyuan, but was severely injured and on the verge of death. In the end, Master Fengxing made a decision to use his own body to nourish this remnant soul, allowing his spirit to be preserved. Thinking of this, Ji Yaoyao felt a sharp pain in her heart, filled with murderous intent. But now her state was only slightly better than a remnant soul. Seeking revenge was not easy. With this in mind, Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang and calmly said, "How about we make a deal?" Ji Wuchang smiled slightly. He was close to achieving his goal. "May I ask what your relationship with Master Fengxing is? How should I address you?" Ji Yaoyao glanced at Ji Wuchang and then calmly stated, "Master Fengxing is my bodyguard. As for my identity, I cannot tell you for now. You cannot bear the burden of this karma. However, you can call me Ji Yaoyao." Chapter 24. Secret Method completed. Ji Yaoyao's words were quite direct. To put it bluntly, your strength is too weak. Ji Wuchang remained composed and did not feel anything wrong with Ji Yaoyao's words. He truly was weak at this moment. "How do we trade?" Ji Wuchang looked at Ji Yaoyao and calmly asked. Ji Yaoyao was quite surprised by Ji Wuchang's demeanor. Even though she was merely a phantom soul, she did not deliberately exert her pressure. However, she was of supreme rank when she was alive, and there was an inherent pressure about her. A typical Qi refining realm cultivator would likely have already collapsed under such pressure, let alone remain so calm. But this made Ji Yaoyao very pleased, as it indicated that the person before her was not the foolishly naive type. I can teach you cultivation and impart to you the most advanced combat techniques, but I will take half of the spiritual energy you cultivate each day to nourish my soul. Ji Yaoyao stated her conditions. Of course, this will have some impact on your cultivation in the early stages, but this situation won't last long, at most 1 to 2 years. After 2 years, I will be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on my own. Furthermore, once your cultivation becomes strong, you will need to help me restore my physical body. How about that? Ji Yaoyao laid out her terms. Ji Wuchang looked at Ji Yaoyao calmly. He was not surprised by her conditions. I can agree, but I have 2 additional conditions. The first is that if I encounter danger that I cannot resolve, you need to lend me your power. The second condition is that we need to sign a life-sharing curse, so I can fully trust you. These were conditions Ji Wuchang had long considered. A life-sharing curse must be signed. In this new life, Ji Wuchang would not entrust his fate to anyone. He must firmly hold it in his own hands. Once a supreme soul regains some power, it would be incredibly terrifying, far beyond what Ji Wuchang could defeat. The life-sharing curse was different. Their fates would be intertwined, and if Ji Wuchang died, the other would vanish without a trace. Sure enough, as soon as Ji Wuchang's words fell, Ji Yaoyao fell silent. Once the life-sharing curse was signed, it could not be undone before a certain time, not even by a supreme being. Ji Wuchang glanced at Ji Yaoyao and then calmly said, "Only by signing the life-sharing curse can we truly be at ease with each other. You wouldn't want me to plot against you, would you?" Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Ji Yaoyao's expression changed slightly, as this statement struck a chord with her. With her current strength, she might not even be able to defeat Ji Wuchang. Even if she killed him, she might very well dissipate into nothingness. Thinking of this, Ji Yaoyao gritted her teeth and said, "All right, I agree to your terms." Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, formed a hand seal, and a special mark appeared. With a wave of his hand, the mark floated towards Ji Yaoyao. Ji Yaoyao struggled slightly in her eyes, but ultimately gave in, allowing the mark to enter her soul. The moment the mark merged with her soul, a red light shot out and struck Ji Wuchang's forehead. Ji Wuchang felt a pain in his forehead, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Inside, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile wryly. In just about a month, he had signed a life-sharing curse with 2 women, which he found a bit surreal. "Yaoyao, I will provide as much spiritual energy as possible for you. Just wait for my notification to absorb it." With the life-sharing curse signed, they were now allies. So Ji Wuchang did not hold back and directly called her by name. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's address, Ji Yaoyao frowned but did not say much. Her remnant soul gradually faded, eventually disappearing without a trace. Ji Wuchang picked up the storage ring and put on his hand. Xiao Fan's greatest cheat had been intercepted by him. In this life, he wanted to see how Xiao Fan could turn the tables. With this thought, Ji Wuchang felt in good spirits, and then closed his eyes to cultivate. At the entrance of the library, Ji Wuchang stood there with a smile on his face. System. Sign in. Ding. Longshengmen Library sign in successful. Reward. 8 years of cultivation. Luck value. 8. The system's voice rang out. And then a massive amount of spiritual energy appeared within Ji Wuchang's body. "Yaoyao, absorb it." Ji Wuchang patted the storage ring and calmly said. At this moment, Ji Yaoyao was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Earlier that morning, when Ji Wuchang was practicing the purple Qi burning heaven technique, it had already astonished Ji Yaoyao. The power of this technique made her feel her soul tremble. The rolling purple Qi seemed to transform into a great sun, illuminating every inch of Ji Wuchang's flesh. The impurities within Ji Wuchang's body gradually dissipated in a black smoke under this rolling purple Qi. At this moment, Ji Yaoyao wanted to ask Ji Wuchang what technique he was cultivating. But at this moment, Ji Yaoyao was once again stunned. An enormous amount of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere within Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Yaoyao didn't have time to think much and quickly operated her technique to absorb this pure power. 8 years of cultivation was consumed in an instant. The nearly transparent soul body became more solid, which made Ji Yaoyao ecstatic. She originally thought it would take several years to reach this state, but unexpectedly, it was achieved in a single day. This left Ji Yaoyao somewhat confused. Could it be that during her slumber of hundreds of years, the world had undergone significant changes? Ji Wuchang had no intention of entering the library. He came here simply to sign in. Now that the sign-in was complete, he directly left and returned to his small courtyard. After returning to the small courtyard, Ji Wuchang began to cultivate the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique. This was a method for counter-killing, and he needed to master it as soon as possible. Actually, after obtaining it, he had already started cultivating. In the following days, Ji Wuchang went to various peaks to sign in and gave all the cultivation rewards he received to Ji Yaoyao, leaving her so shocked that she couldn't speak. Now, Ji Yaoyao could already absorb the external spiritual energy normally, which made Ji Wuchang breathe a sigh of relief. Ji Wuchang didn't know if it was due to his rebirth that his comprehension had greatly increased. In just a few days, he had completely mastered the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique. When Ji Yaoyao learned about this, she was also very surprised. This secret method was a hidden secret of the Windwalker Elder, and even Ji Yaoyao couldn't master it. Ji Yaoyao had once asked the Windwalker Elder about this secret method, but the Elder said she was not suited for cultivation, so Ji Yaoyao didn't ask again. Ji Yaoyao was very clear that secret methods were related to one's own opportunities. Some people could understand them at a glance, while others might never be able to learn them in their lifetime. The fact that Ji Wuchang could cultivate it so quickly indicated that he truly had a connection with this secret method. Ji Yaoyao suddenly had a feeling that Ji Wuchang would surely achieve something extraordinary in the future. Chapter 25. Master Exits Seclusion. Shattered Jade Finger today. Xiaozhu Peak was very lively. Elder Meng Kaihong had exited seclusion. She successfully broke through to the Soul Division realm, becoming a powerful cultivator at the first level of the Soul Division realm. In the Chongqing sect, the strongest ancestor was only at the 9th level of the Soul Division realm, while the sect leader was at the 6th level. For Elder Meng to break through to the Soul Division realm was definitely a mark of her expertise in the Chongqing sect. For a time, Xiaozhu Peak was bustling with activity as many peak masters came to congratulate her. Ji Wuchang and a few disciples of Xiaozhu Peak were naturally busier, serving tea and water, and welcoming guests was their job. After Meng Caihong's breakthrough, she looked much younger, appearing to be in her 40s. When Ji Wuchang saw Meng Caihong, a hint of joy appeared on his face. In his previous life, Meng Caihong had ignored him because of his meridian issues. Instead, she had gone out several times to find herbs and refine pills for him. If it weren't for Incursion taking away that 500-year-old cultivation herb, his meridians would have returned to normal in his previous life. Later, because of his enmity with Xiao Fan, the relationship between Meng Caihong and Elder Tang Yuan became increasingly strained, even turning into enemies. Decades later, during an outing, she was killed by Xiao Fan. Ironically, his two senior sisters believed Xiao Fan's words, claiming their master died at the mouth of a 5th-tier ferocious beast. It wasn't until Incursion was abandoned by Xiao Fan that she learned the truth from him. This was also the reason Incursion later found Ji Wuchang, crying and repenting. Looking at his master in front of him, Ji Wuchang silently vowed that he would never allow such a tragedy to happen in this life. After much effort, Xiaozhu Peak finally returned to calm, and the congratulatory guests had departed, allowing Ji Wuchang and the others to take a breather. In the hall of Xiaozhu Peak, Meng Caihong sat at the head, looking down at her 4 disciples with great satisfaction. At that moment, Meng Caihong looked at Ji Wuchang and her eyes lit up. Wuchang, your cultivation has grown rapidly recently. You are already at the peak of the 7th layer of qi refining. It seems that during my seclusion, you didn't slack off. Upon hearing Meng Caihong's words, Incursion and Tai Yujia both slightly changed their expressions. Since Ji Wuchang was scolded by them last time, they hadn't seen him again. To be honest, they weren't very fond of this new junior brother, so they naturally didn't pay attention to Ji Wuchang's cultivation. Hearing their master mention it now, both felt astonished, and a sense of crisis arose in their hearts. It should be noted that over 2 months ago, Ji Wuchang was only at the peak of the 3rd layer of qi refining, and now he was already at the peak of the 7th layer. This cultivation speed was indeed too fast. When they broke through from the 3rd layer to the 7th layer of qi refining, it took them nearly 2 years. Moreover, at that time they had pill assistance. In comparison, Ji Wuchang's talent and roots were far superior to theirs. My master has a keen eye. During my recent cultivation, I miraculously entered a state of epiphany, and when I woke up, I found that my cultivation had significantly increased. This was the excuse Ji Wuchang had prepared in advance to explain his rapid cultivation growth. It should be noted that an epiphany was a state that cultivators dreamed of. Not only did it lead to rapid cultivation growth, but also an accelerated understanding of techniques and combat skills. Some people could even leap over a large realm due to an epiphany, which had been recorded in the Tianqian continent. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Meng Kaihong couldn't help but smile and said, "This is Wuchang's own opportunity." And Kursin and Tai Yujia both revealed envious expressions, with a hint of jealousy hidden deep in their eyes, but they concealed it very well. Zheng Linghong smiled and said, "Junior brother's roots are of mid-grade earth rank, the best among the 4 of us. As long as he is given time, catching up to us is just around the corner." Zheng Linghong spoke sincerely and was genuinely happy for Ji Wuchang because the roots of the other 3 were all of low-grade earth rank. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaihong smiled and nodded, then said, "In the path of cultivation, one cannot solely rely on roots. The most important thing is still one's own effort. Therefore, none of you 4 should neglect your cultivation. Cultivators fight against fate and defy the heavens. A step ahead means every step ahead." Meng Caihong's words were meant to encourage her 4 disciples, but the effect was not good. Although Kursin and Tai Yujia bowed and agreed on the surface, in reality, they were even more displeased with Ji Wuchang. In fact, from the very beginning, they were jealous of Ji Wuchang's superior roots, but they couldn't speak it out loud. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang's meridians were damaged, and both of them secretly rejoiced, as the pressure Ji Wuchang brought had vanished without a trace. To put it bluntly, everything stemmed from jealousy. In his 2 lives, Ji Wuchang glanced at Kursin and Tai Yujia and instantly knew they were forcing smiles. He understood the 2 of them too well. They were concealing their feelings well in front of their master. Ji Wuchang sneered inwardly. He was not afraid of them at all now, not to mention the secret methods he mastered. Even Ji Yaoyao could crush them at any time, just like squashing 2 ants. Now in the sect, Ji Wuchang naturally wouldn't kill them to avoid raising suspicion. To be honest, Ji Wuchang still valued the master-disciple relationship with Meng Kaihong very much. However, soon, the sect's secret realm training was about to begin. In his previous life, due to his damaged meridians, he couldn't participate. This time, he wouldn't miss it. Ji Wuchang remembered that this secret realm was only for disciples at the Qi, Refining, and Foundation establishment realms. In his previous life, Xiao Fan had truly gotten to know Kursin and the others after the secret realm trip, and their relationship had improved significantly. This time, Ji Wuchang decided to set them up for a fall. Even if they didn't die, he wanted them to shed a layer of skin. Afterwards, Meng Kaihong began to ask each of the 4 about their cultivation and answer their questions, guiding their training. In fact, Meng Kaihong treated all 4 disciples equally, without favoritism. The reason she paid a little more attention to Ji Wuchang was that he had the lowest cultivation, so she occasionally gave him a few more pointers. But all of this looked different in the eyes of Kursin and Tai Yujia, who saw it as their master favoring the junior brother. Only Zheng Linghong maintained the most peaceful mindset, feeling that it was only natural for their master to favor the junior brother a bit. After all, when they first joined the sect, their master had done the same. When Ji Wuchang left the hall of Shaozhu Peak, a jade slip appeared in his hand. This was a new combat technique that Meng Kaihong had passed on to him. This combat technique was a finger technique called Shattered Jade Finger. This was one of the finger techniques Ji Wuchang had liked in his previous life, consisting of only 1 move. Better to be Shattered Jade than to be complete tiles. When a Shattered Jade Finger was unleashed, it symbolized a fight for one's life. Chapter 26. Enlightenment watching the departing figure of Ji Wuchang. Kursin and Tai Yujia revealed jealous glances, their expressions growing colder. They were both well aware of the power of the shattered jade finger. Having seen their master demonstrated, with just one finger a mountain peak was shattered, directly cut down by a section. This scene was etched in their minds. Unforgettable to this day. Why? They were both earlier disciples, and their cultivation was even stronger, yet their master chose not to pass this battle technique to them, but instead to that little junior brother at the 7th level of Qi refining. At this moment, both in Kursin and Tai Yujia's hearts were screaming. Their minds had twisted. In fact, a trace of resentment towards their master emerged in their hearts, resenting her unfairness. Ji Wuchang naturally did not pay attention to these two cheap senior sisters. They weren't worth his energy. Thinking back to his previous life, where he greeted them warmly every morning only to be shooed away like flies, Ji Wuchang could only shake his head and smile bitterly. A sycophant, and in the end, with nothing to show for it. If it weren't for a bit of luck in his past life, where he obtained the purple Qi burning heaven technique in a secret realm, wanting to break through to the Soul Division realm would have been a fantasy. Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged, recalling the key points of the shattered jade finger. The shattered jade finger was quite domineering. When executing it, one needed to crazily compress the spiritual power within, making it extremely dense. Then, this crazily compressed spiritual power would be directed into the fingertips, merging with the physical strength to form a mixed power. This power was extremely violent and could explode at any moment. Shattered jade also implies an explosion here. Using this method to perform the shattered jade finger naturally resulted in great power, but the consumption was equally terrifying, requiring nearly 1/3 of the internal spiritual power with each use. Of course, this 1/3 was in reference to the current Ji Wuchang. As his cultivation grew stronger in the future, the consumption ratio would not be so high, but the actual output of power would only become more formidable. In his past life, Ji Wuchang had not cultivated the shattered jade finger. Due to issues with his meridians, he couldn't cultivate, and Meng Kaihong did not pass the shattered jade finger to him, but to his second senior brother, Zheng Linghong. However, Zheng Linghong, this little sycophant, secretly passed it to junior sister Tai Yujia, who then passed it to Xiao Fan, making the shattered jade finger one of Xiao Fan's trump cards. Ji Wuchang had seen Xiao Fan perform it multiple times, and, although he felt jealous, there was nothing he could do. The shattered jade finger was not a technique of the Changsheng sect, but something Meng Kaihong obtained during her own adventures. Later, when Meng Kaihong saw Xiao Fan using the shattered jade finger, she naturally became enraged and demanded to know its source. But with Elder Tang Yiyuan protecting Xiao Fan, nothing happened, and in the end, only second senior brother Zheng Linghong was punished. Zheng Linghong, being a sycophant, despite how much the master pressed him, never revealed Tai Yujia's identity. Because of this incident, Meng Kaihong disliked Zheng Linghong, leading him to remain gloomy for a long time, ultimately feeling guilty towards the master. He went out to train, hoping to find a technique of similar level to present to her and make amends. But such earth-level battle techniques were not cabbages. They weren't so easy to find. After Tai Yujia died, Zheng Linghong's heart was filled with hatred, and he ventured into a secret realm for exploration, ultimately meeting with disaster and dying. Now that the shattered jade finger had been passed to him by the master, everything would change. After pondering for a moment and thoroughly clarifying the cultivation method of the shattered jade finger, Ji Wuchang began to practice. Early the next morning, Ji Wuchang flew down from his rooftop, his eyes surrounded by purple qi. System, sign in. Beep. Sign in at the Shaoyan Peak of the Changsheng sect successful. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Luck value, 1. Hearing the system's voice, Ji Wuchang could only smile wryly. This was his 3rd time signing in at Shaoju Peak, and each sign-in reward was diminishing. It seemed that next time, there would be no reward at all. Ji Wuchang guided all the pure spiritual power within him into his internal organs, then checked the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, peak of the 7th level of Qi refining, root bone, earth level middle grade. Luck value, 782, special abilities, none, system tasks, none, seeing that the luck value had accumulated to over 700. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but stroke his chin with his left hand. During this period, whenever he had free time, he would study the system. To be honest, he still hadn't figured out how to use it properly. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang thought of the thunder-exploding fist, and his eyes lit up. System. Can I use luck value to cultivate the Shattered Jade Finger? Master. This is naturally possible. The Shattered Jade Finger is an Earth-level middle-grade battle technique with a high consumption. Consuming 500 luck value can allow the Shattered Jade Finger to reach minor completion. Would a master like to use it? Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang was momentarily stunned and quickly said, System, you can't be kidding me. How is it so high? Master, if you were to normally cultivate the Shattered Jade Finger, it would take at least 6 months to reach minor completion. Compare that. Is 500 luck value still high? Ji Wuchang frowned upon hearing this. The system was indeed correct. Although he practiced all night yesterday, he hadn't even touched the threshold, and it would indeed take quite a bit of time to cultivate successfully. At this moment, Ji Wuchang hesitated. System, how can I copy others' techniques, battle skills, secret techniques, lifespan, root bone, etc.? Master. The system will automatically detect and filter out useful things for the master, and will provide prompts. Considering the master's current luck value is indeed too low, it's better to keep it for now. Otherwise, if you encounter good things in the future, you'll miss out for nothing. Hearing the system's voice, Ji Wuchang felt completely deflated. He was being looked down upon by the system. This left him speechless. The system reminds the master that there is still one draw opportunity that has not been used. Just then, the system's voice rang out again, surprising Ji Wuchang. He had really forgotten about this matter. System draw. As Ji Wuchang's voice sounded, a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. He was looking forward to what he could draw from the first lottery. Beep, draw successful. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained an enlightenment opportunity, lasting half a stick of incense. Reminder to the Master. During the enlightenment period, the Master can examine his own body, identify personal flaws, and make improvements. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang was overjoyed. Just yesterday, he had told his master Meng Kaihong that his sudden surge in cultivation was due to enlightenment, and he didn't expect that today, enlightenment had truly arrived. Without any hesitation, Ji Wuchang quickly sat cross-legged, and an incomprehensible state suddenly surged around his body. Ji Wuchang instantly felt his soul power increase 100-fold, 1,000-fold. His primordial spirit rapidly growing, like a giant towering over 100 feet tall. Ji Wuchang was dumbfounded, then suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to find his own flaws? Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang quickly used his soul to scan his body and indeed discovered many issues. Chapter 27. Ji Yaoyao's decision first. On his skin, there were some areas that hadn't been fully tempered. Although it barely reached golden skin, there was still room for improvement. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate and began to refine it by channeling his spiritual power. Next were the flesh and meridians. Although his flesh had been tempered quite well and his meridians were unobstructed, there were still slight blockages in some areas, with some dark impurities attached. Ji Wuchang wasted no time and used his internal spiritual power to eliminate these dark impurities. Then came the bones throughout his body. Upon inspection, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but gasp in shock. He saw that many of his bones were covered with dark substances, with some even being mostly black, which made Ji Wuchang's face darken. He had been using spiritual power to refine his bones during this time, but he hadn't expected the results to be so poor. Ji Wuchang quickly activated his spiritual power, wrapping around the impurities on the bones and diligently clearing them away. Unbeknownst to Ji Wuchang, at the moment he fell into a state of enlightenment, the spiritual energy of the entire little bamboo peak began to stir restlessly. Almost all the spiritual energy gathered towards the small courtyard where Ji Wuchang resided. Then, like moths to a flame, it surged into Ji Wuchang's body. This scene naturally startled everyone on Little Bamboo Peak. Meng Kaihong's body flashed and disappeared, reappearing at Ji Wuchang's residence in an instant. Looking at Ji Wuchang, who was wrapped in spiritual energy not far away, Meng Kaihong was extremely surprised. Enlightenment, Meng Kaihong exclaimed, as she had some doubts yesterday about whether her disciple was lying. She thought Ji Wuchang might have just gained some opportunity. But now, Seeing this scene, Meng Kaihong completely believed it. Just then, three figures flew in from the distance. It was Incursin, Zheng Linghong, and Tai Yujia. The three looked at Ji Wuchang in astonishment, not knowing what had happened. "Master, what's going on? Is junior brother practicing some special technique?" Incursin asked suspiciously, looking at Ji Wuchang not far away. Hearing Incursin's words, Meng Kaihong smiled broadly and said, "Wuchang is not practicing any technique. He has entered a state of enlightenment." Upon hearing the words "state of enlightenment," the three were instantly dumbfounded, their expressions varying. Incursin and Tai Yujia showed expressions of jealousy. "Why? Isn't it's just that his bone structure is slightly better than theirs? Why does he get to enter a state of enlightenment? Did Master pass him some special technique?" Incursin and Tai Yujia were seething with jealousy, wishing they could rush forward and interrupt Ji Wuchang's enlightenment. Zheng Linghong, however, wore a look of relief but also had a hint of confusion, so he turned to Meng Kaihong and asked, "Master, I've heard that enlightenment can cause a person's cultivation to skyrocket, and the techniques and combat skills they originally practiced can also be rapidly enhanced. But why does junior brother sometimes emit strands of black energy?" As soon as Zheng Linghong asked this question, Incursin and Tai Yujia also looked at Meng Kaihong, equally puzzled. Meng Kaihong was very pleased. As a soul separation realm expert, her insight was incredibly sharp. "Your junior brother is refining his body. I've heard that when one enters a state of enlightenment, the soul can expand 100-fold or even more in an instant. At this time, the soul sweeps over the body, as if opening a divine perspective, clearly seeing one's bodily defects and shortcomings. If one uses this moment for body refinement, it's several times more effective than using marrow-cleansing pills. Your junior brother isn't using enlightenment to increase his cultivation or practice techniques, but rather to refine his body. Your junior brother has a resilient character. His future achievements will far surpass mine, so you should treat him well." After Meng Kaihong finished speaking, her eyes sparkled. She felt that if she were in Ji Wuchang's position, she wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. She would undoubtedly focus all her enlightenment on rapidly increasing her own cultivation. Meng Kaihong treated her four disciples equally, so she spoke candidly. However, she didn't realize that after her words, Incursin and Tai Yujia's expressions instantly changed, and they looked at Ji Wuchang with a hint of resentment. Master was originally the best to them, but ever since this junior brother arrived, everything changed. They felt that everything that belonged to them was taken away by Ji Wuchang. Thus, from this moment on, their jealousy turned into resentment. But with their master present, they naturally dared not do anything, only able to watch helplessly. Not to mention them. Even Ji Yaoyao, who was currently in the storage ring, was so shocked she couldn't speak. She had only spent about 10 days with Ji Wuchang, but he had amazed her time and again. The immense spiritual energy that appeared out of nowhere every day was already astounding enough. And now he was entering a state of enlightenment. It should be noted that enlightenment has nothing to do with talent. It is a mysterious state. Ji Yaoyao, as a supreme realm expert in her past life, had only had one opportunity for enlightenment. However, it was precisely because of that enlightenment that her cultivation skyrocketed, making her one of the strongest geniuses of the Ji family. Unfortunately, she was betrayed by someone within her clan, revealing her whereabouts. The Zhan family's Zhan Wen led several supreme realm experts from the Zhan family to set a trap for her. Although she fought desperately and killed several supreme realm experts, even self-destructing her body, she could not escape, and her soul was split in half by Zhan Weiyuan. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Windwalker, who had watched her grow up, using the secret technique 100-fold sublimation instant kill multiple times to injure Zhan Weiyuan, she wouldn't have even been able to preserve this remnant of her soul. However, the Windwalker suffered unprecedented severe injuries and could not recover. To shake off Zhan Weiyuan's pursuit, the Windwalker, regardless of his injuries, tore through space and fled with her remnant soul. He later used supreme blood to nourish this remnant soul, leading to the Windwalker's complete fall and the extinction of his soul. Ji Yaoyao had long made up her mind to behead Zhan Weiyuan and avenge the Windwalker. At the same time, she wanted to return to her clan and eliminate those who had leaked her whereabouts. Looking at Ji Wuchang, who was in a state of enlightenment outside, Ji Yaoyao pondered for a moment, gradually forming a significant decision in her heart. She decided to observe Ji Wuchang for a while. If his character was good, she would teach him the Ji family's top combat skill, Great Sun Divine Fist. This was a top-tier combat skill of the heavenly level, the strongest combat skill of the Ji family. Each punch unleashed was like the blazing sun crossing the sky, overwhelming and unmatched. However, practicing this technique was very painful. Every session felt like being burned in a raging fire. It also required continuous absorption of the essence of the great sun to refine the body, becoming extremely tough and invincible. Even within the Ji family, no one had managed to cultivate this combat skill to its highest realm. Chapter 28, Wind, Thunder Valley. This combat skill was so terrifying that even members of the Ji family often fell while practicing it. Ji Yaoyao had practiced it in the past, but she had only dared to practice the first few punches. She did not dare to continue, or else her supreme body would explode. Ji Yaoyao stared at Ji Wuchang. For some reason, she felt that maybe he could really succeed, but there was no rush. She would observe Ji Wuchang for a while longer. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was completely unaware of what was happening outside, or Ji Yaoyao's thoughts. He was entirely immersed in the state of enlightenment. The spiritual energy within him was mobilized, continuously washing away the black substance on the bones. As the spiritual energy surged violently, these black substances gradually fell off the bones, transforming into wisps of black smoke that drifted out of his body. As time passed, Ji Wuchang felt that the black substances on the bones were diminishing, and he was very pleased. But at that moment, he sensed his soul rapidly weakening, which made Ji Wuchang sigh inwardly, realizing that half a stick of incense had passed so quickly. However, Ji Wuchang was very clear that the black substances on the bones had not been completely cleaned. Ji Wuchang slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing his master and others not far away, was taken aback. He quickly stood up and cupped his fists, saying, "Greetings, master." Meng Qiang swayed and appeared next to Ji Wuchang, her eyes revealing satisfaction. Although his cultivation had not changed, his entire demeanor was completely different. His skin radiated a golden glow, and his physical strength was immense and full of vitality. "Good, good," Meng Qiang exclaimed twice, showing her inner excitement. "Congratulations, junior brother." "Congratulations, junior brother," Zheng Linghong said with a smile, genuinely happy for the junior brother. And Kursin and Tai Yuja pinched their noses and congratulated Ji Wuchang. But the jealousy in their hearts had already twisted their minds. It was obvious that their smiles were not genuine. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was in a good mood and didn't care how they felt inside. He smiled and said, "Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters." It was all unexpected. Realizations are indeed things that one can encounter but not seek, so it's not an exaggeration for me to say it was unexpected. Meng Qiang then encouraged Ji Wuchang a few words before turning to leave. Once she left, the other three didn't linger either and all said their goodbyes. When Ji Wuchang saw them leave, he began to carefully examine his own physical body. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt a surge of explosive power within himself. This power was incredibly strong. If he were to confront Xiao Fan right now, even without using spiritual power, just relying on his physical strength would be enough to knock Xiao Fan down. As the impurities in his body were cleared away, Ji Wuchang felt as if he had undergone a sublimation. He keenly sensed that his perception of spiritual power had reached a new level. He could feel the spiritual power swirling around him. Could it be that my root bone has improved? This thought suddenly popped into Ji Wuchang's mind, and his eyes couldn't help but heat up. It seemed he should find an opportunity to test it out. If his root bone had truly improved, it would definitely be a huge gain. For the next 3 days, Ji Wuchang did not leave his residence and diligently practiced the shattered jade finger. But unfortunately, he hadn't even entered the door yet. Just yesterday, when he checked in with the system again, there were no rewards. This morning, Ji Wuchang decided to go to a place, the Wind and Thunder Valley. This was the most feared place in the Changsheng sect, and a location many people frequently visited. The Wind and Thunder Valley was very special, with lightning constantly falling from the sky, creating a natural thunder pool. According to the sex regulations, only those above the foundation establishment stage could enter the Wind and Thunder Valley. Currently, Ji Wuchang was at the peak of the Qi refining stage, 7th layer, so he was not allowed to enter the Wind and Thunder Valley. However, yesterday Ji Wuchang visited his master, Meng Kaihong, and after much persuasion, she agreed to his request. The reason Meng Kaihong agreed was naturally that Ji Wuchang's physical body was indeed no worse than those at the foundation establishment stage. When Ji Wuchang arrived at the entrance of the Wind and Thunder Valley, Jia Yuanliang immediately furrowed his brow. Jia Yuanliang was the 8th elder of the Chongqing sect, at the 7th layer of the Purple Mansion stage, managing the Wind and Thunder Valley. Greetings, 8th elder. Ji Wuchang quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists in salute upon seeing Jia Yuanliang. In his past life, Jia Yuanliang's treatment of Ji Wuchang was neither good nor bad. He acted according to the sect's rules and had a relatively rigid personality. But because of this, Ji Wuchang had a good impression of him. Unfortunately, Jia Yuanliang's life was not long. If Ji Wuchang remembered correctly, he died outside 2 years later. As for whether he was killed or how he died, Ji Wuchang couldn't recall. Leave quickly. This is not a place for someone at the Qi refining stage. Jia Yuanliang had seen many like Ji Wuchang, who wanted to sneak into the Wind and Thunder Valley, so he directly ordered him to leave. Ji Wuchang was not surprised and quickly took out a token. This was the token of the 3rd elder, Meng Kaihong. 8th elder, my master has allowed me to come to the Wind and Thunder Valley for a trial. Jia Yuanliang glanced at the token, frowned slightly, but still nodded. Stay at the very edge to adapt. Don't go deeper. Otherwise, if your meridians get damaged, it will be too late to regret. Jia Yuanliang reminded Ji Wuchang, then waved his hand, and a crack appeared in the barrier enveloping the Wind and Thunder Valley, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Ji Wuchang put away the token, thanked Jia Yuanliang with a cupped fist, and then leaped into the crack. Jia Yuanliang watched Ji Wuchang's disappearing figure. His eyes narrowed slightly, then murmured, interesting. At this moment, the scene that appeared before Ji Wuchang was completely different. He saw a thick layer of thunderclouds in the sky, with bolts of lightning constantly falling from above. Below was a vast thunder pool, stretching out into the distance. On both sides of the thunder pool were steep cliffs, towering dozens of feet high. Man-made stone steps appeared on the cliff walls. There were square platforms on the cliffs, some of which had people sitting cross-legged, their bodies flickering with lightning. These platforms could not be casually occupied. The higher up, the greater the power of the lightning, and only those with higher cultivation dare to sit on them. At the very top of the stone platform, Ji Wuchang saw a graceful figure sitting cross-legged, a long sword resting across her knees. At this moment, she had her eyes closed, allowing the power of lightning to enter her body from the cliff without any change in her expression. The people around looked at that figure with a hint of reverence in their eyes. It's her. Chapter 29. The Wind and Thunder Valley in an uproar upon entering the Wind and Thunder Valley. The sound of thunder roared in Ji Wuchang's ears, deafening. Hearing this sound again, Ji Wuchang felt an unusual sense of familiarity. In his past life, he often came here and was familiar with everything. One could say this place was where Ji Wuchang spent the most time. System check-in. Ding. Successful check-in at the Wind and Thunder Valley of the Chongqing sect. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Luck value: 10. Hearing the system's voice, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up. The Wind and Thunder Valley truly was a treasure land. Ji Wuchang didn't hesitate at all and directly guided this power into his internal organs to refine them. As this massive spiritual power surged in, Ji Wuchang instantly felt different. His heart was beating violently like a drum. The blood flowing from his heart's blood vessels even shimmered with a silver glow. His liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were similarly tinged with a hint of silver brilliance. Blood surged through his veins like a roaring river, faintly echoing with the sound of roar. Feeling the changes in his internal organs, Ji Wuchang's eyes brightened. This feeling seemed to be something only those at the Purple Mansion stage could experience in his previous life. Now he was only at the Qi refining stage, yet he had this sensation indicating that in this life his foundation was many times stronger than in his past life. Huh, how did a Chi refining stage 7 person get in here? He can't be sneaking in while the 8th elder is away. Can he? At this moment, a man noticed that Ji Wuchang was only at the Chi refining 7th layer and exclaimed in surprise. His words immediately attracted the attention of those around him. Many people stared at Ji Wuchang with curiosity. It's important to note that the sect has regulations stating that only those at the foundation establishment stage and above can enter the Wind and Thunder Valley. Lao Senyo, why don't you try sneaking in? Another man said with a smile, glancing at the one who just spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement with the man's statement. Another man looked at Ji Wuchang and said with a smile, Junior brother, since you're new to the Wind and Thunder Valley, you shouldn't venture too deep. Stay at the edge and feel it out first. If you can't handle it, just leave. Ji Wuchang smiled and cupped his fist in response. Thank you for the advice, senior brother. The man nodded, then no longer looked at Ji Wuchang, closing his eyes to continue contending with the power of lightning. In fact, the people Ji Wuchang saw at this moment were mostly of relatively low cultivation, mostly between the 1st and 4th layers of foundation establishment. Those with higher cultivation generally don't stay here. They've already entered deeper areas, as the power of lightning there is denser. Ji Wuchang felt a surge of heat in his heart, and then walked toward the left stone wall, finding a stone platform at the very bottom that was just large enough for one person to sit cross-legged. As soon as he sat down, the stone platform seemed to react, and a trace of lightning power suddenly emerged, entering Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang felt a tingling sensation all over his body, accompanied by a slight pain, causing his eyes to light up. This feeling was something he had experienced far too many times in his past life. In fact, everyone around was watching Ji Wuchang, eager to see him fail. It should be noted that even this lowest platform required at least the strength of a first-level foundation establishment cultivator to withstand it. Can you guess how long this Chi refinement stage junior brother can last? I don't think it will be more than 100 breaths. I doubt he can last that long. When I first came here as a first-level foundation establishment cultivator, I couldn't last even 100 breaths. I actually have high hopes for these junior brothers. I think they can last over 200 breaths. As Ji Wuchang fell into meditation, people around began to discuss. Most believed that around 100 breaths would be Ji Wuchang's limit. But after a moment, everyone exchanged glances in disbelief, because 200 breaths had already passed, and Ji Wuchang was still sitting there calmly. At this moment, several people felt a hot flush on their faces. They never expected that a 7th-level Chi refinement junior brother could be so powerful and last this long. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was operating the Wind Thunder Fist technique, gathering the lightning power. The lightning that entered his body was being concentrated using the Wind Thunder Fist technique, gradually forming a small spherical ball of lightning. However, this ball was quite small, only as thick as a pinky finger. Ji Wuchang frowned slightly. The accumulation speed was a bit slow. He opened his eyes and then stood up. The people around who were paying attention to Ji Wuchang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this junior brother only lasted about 500 breaths. Although it was extraordinary, it was still acceptable. The reason it was acceptable was that there was a big anomaly in the sect's senior sister, Zhen Miaoqing. According to the sect's records, senior sister Zhen Miaoqing had also entered the Wind Thunder Valley at the 8th level of Qi refinement and lasted a full 2 hours. This record became a mountainous existence that many disciples of the Changshan sect looked up to, an insurmountable peak for them. Ji Wuchang's 500 breaths were insignificant compared to her 2 hours. Just then, many people suddenly exchanged glances. As they saw Ji Wuchang not intending to leave, but instead continuing to walk toward the upper stone platform. He directly passed through the 2nd stone platform and sat down in front of the 3rd stone platform. At this moment, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Ji Wuchang. Each time one ascended a stone platform, the lightning power would increase exponentially. At this moment, Ji Wuchang, sitting on the 3rd platform, meant he had to face 4 times the lightning power of the 1st platform. At this moment, many people were stunned. This junior brother shouldn't overexert himself. Otherwise, he might injure his meridians. A man quickly spoke up to remind Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and replied to the man. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I am aware. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and lightning power instantly appeared around him. The lightning power here was much stronger than before, causing Ji Wuchang's body to tremble slightly. Ji Wuchang was secretly delighted. This intensity of lightning was just right for him, something he could endure. Ji Wuchang quickly operated the Wind Thunder Fist technique, gathering the lightning power that had entered his body, and the lightning ball began to grow slowly. Many people were watching Ji Wuchang, eager to see how long this junior brother could last. But soon, they were shocked, as time had already passed for a whole incense stick. Then came the second incense stick, and the third incense stick passed in the blink of an eye, exceeding an hour. At this moment, the Wind Thunder Valley was in an uproar. Oh my God, our sect has already produced one genius. Could it be that another genius is about to emerge? If another one appears, how will we live? Which peak does this junior brother belong to? Does anyone know? I'm quite curious to see if this junior brother can break the senior sister's record. People were discussing excitedly, their spirits high, and everyone's expressions looking at Ji Wuchang had changed. At this moment, outside the Wind Thunder Valley, and Kursin and Tai Yuja walked in slowly. The two originally did not want to come here, but Ji Wuchang's breakthrough stimulated them, giving them a sense of crisis. Neither wanted to be surpassed by this junior brother in the future, so after discussing, they decided to come to the Wind Thunder Valley for some training. As soon as they entered the Wind Thunder Valley, they were instantly stunned. Why were there so many people? They had been here before, and although they would encounter some people, there were at most a dozen or so, but now it was packed with at least 100 people, leaving both a bit dazed. Senior brother, what happened? Why are there so many people here watching? Tai Yuja asked a man. The two stood at the back, their view blocked by many people, and they did not see Ji Wuchang. The man, seeing Tai Yuja's beautiful face, couldn't help but blush slightly and quickly spoke up. Junior sister, you don't know, today a junior brother at the 7th level of Chi refinement came to the Wind Thunder Valley. Everyone initially thought he wouldn't last long, but unexpectedly, he has lasted over an hour on the 3rd stone platform. This caused the entire Wind Thunder Valley to erupt, and everyone was gathered around to see how long this junior brother could last. The man was a 2nd-level foundation establishment cultivator, but as he spoke, admiration was evident on his face. Upon hearing this, and Kursin and Tai Yuja were taken aback. How could they not understand the significance of what he just said? They squeezed forward, wanting to see who this outstanding junior brother was in everyone's eyes. When they saw that it was Ji Wuchang, they were instantly dumbfounded. Impossible. How could it be him? It must be a mistake. At this moment, both of their hearts were filled with jealousy, their faces darkening, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in their eyes. The senior sister is here. Just then someone shouted, and they saw a figure flying out from the Wind Thunder Valley. She wore a veil, and the lightning power surrounded her. Her steps were leisurely, yet she leaped several meters. This person was Zhen Miaoqing, the daughter of the sect leader of Chongqing sect, the senior sister in everyone's hearts. As Zhen Miaoqing's body swayed, she directly stood next to the woman on the highest stone platform. Greetings, senior sister. The disciples near the Wind Thunder Valley all spoke up, their eyes revealing fervent expressions. Zhen Miaoqing nodded, acknowledging them. Her personality was like this, so the disciples of Chongqing sect felt no surprise at all. As soon as Zhen Miaoqing landed on the stone platform, the woman also opened her eyes and smiled, clasping her fists. Greetings, senior sister. This woman was Huang Wanxiu, the eldest disciple of the Spirit Sword Peak. Peak cultivation at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, just a step away from the Purple Mansion realm. Zhen Miaoqing nodded, then glanced at Ji Wuchang, momentarily taken aback, surprised that she actually recognized him. Wanxiu, how long has it been? Zhen Miaoqing asked curiously. They had a good relationship and spoke very casually. Huang Wanxiu smiled slightly and replied, Senior sister, it's been an hour and a half. Upon hearing this, Zhen Miaoqing nodded and said, Is there finally someone who can break my record? I thought I wouldn't see this scene before I left. It seems I overestimated myself. Huang Wanxiu smiled slightly and replied, Senior sister, do you still remember what you once said? What did I say? Zhen Miaoqing was taken aback, not understanding. My man, Zhen Miaoqing, must be stronger than me. Whoever can break the record I, Zhen Miaoqing, have created, I will willingly become his partner. Huang Wanxiu imitated Zhen Miaoqing's tone and spoke, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhen Miaoqing's calm expression instantly vanished, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. Back then, when the leader of Changshan sect, Zhenyao Tian, intended to arrange a marriage for Zhen Miaoqing, she had used this very sentence to shut him down. More than 10 years had passed, and Zhen Miaoqing had almost forgotten about it. At this moment, as Huang Wanqiu mentioned it, Zhen Miaoqing finally remembered. Zhen Miaoqing feigned calmness and said, "What I Zhen Miaoqing say naturally counts. But the records of Fenglai Valley are just one of them. As long as someone can break all my records in Changshan sect, I will definitely keep my promise." Huang Wanqiu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, knowing that this was a way for the senior sister to dodge the issue, and she didn't expose it. "Senior sister, what should we do?" Taiyu Jia looked at Nku Exine, a flash of hatred flickering in her eyes. Master Meng Kai Hong passed the broken jade finger to Ji Wuchang, making both of them harbor deep resentment towards Ji Wuchang. Nku Exine's eyes turned. She knew very well that if Ji Wuchang really broke senior sister Zhen Miaoqing's record, Ji Wuchang would enter the eyes of the sect's higher-ups. Once noticed by the higher-ups, resources would be inclined towards her. To put it bluntly, in the future when people talk about Xiao Bamboo Peak, no one would remember who they were, only Ji Wuchang. They absolutely cannot allow this. But with so many people watching, they couldn't use any tricks. So Nku Exine thought for a moment and shook her head at Taiyu Jia, signaling her to watch and see. Compared to Taiyu Jia, who had no brains at all, Nku Exine was much smarter. Otherwise, in her previous life, Ji Wuchang wouldn't have been tricked so badly by her. Nku Exine's gaze swept through the crowd, and when she saw a figure, her eyes suddenly brightened. This person was Guo Gang from Jiuyang Peak, with a cultivation level of the second layer of foundation establishment. The peak master of Jiuyang Peak was the second elder, Zhou Yuan, who was at the first layer of soul separation. Everyone in Changshan sect knew that the second elder Zhou Yuan and the third elder Meng Kai Hong had a poor relationship. Last time when Meng Kai Hong broke through to soul separation, only Jiuyang Peak did not send anyone to congratulate her. The people of Jiuyang Peak absolutely did not want the people of Xiao Bamboo Peak to overshadow them. Therefore, the moment Nku Exine saw Guo Gang, an idea immediately formed in her mind. Use someone else's hand to kill. They couldn't break Ji Wuchang's current cultivation, but others could. Third junior sister. Our Xiao Bamboo Peak has produced another genius. Who would have thought that our junior brother could endure for so long on his first entry to Fenglai Valley? If Master finds out about this, she will surely be extremely happy. Master has just broken through to soul separation, and with such a monstrous talent in our junior brother, it's definitely a double joy. Nku Exine smiled and spoke to Taiyu Jia, her voice carrying no veil, instantly spreading throughout the surroundings. Chapter 31. The intimidation of Zhen Miao. Qing Taiyu Jia, slow on the uptake, looked confused upon hearing Nku Exine's words, not understanding their meaning. But the people around them immediately began to discuss. So was the junior brother of Xiao Bamboo Peak. Congratulations to the two senior sisters. A man beside Nku Exine quickly spoke, a hint of a flattering smile on his face. This man was at the second layer of foundation establishment, on par with Taiyu Jia, but he was quick-witted and secretly remembered the beauties from various peaks. Although Nku Exine and Taiyu Jia were not the most stunning beauties, they were attractive enough to earn some favor from male disciples. Many people around, upon hearing that they were from Xiao Bamboo Peak, clasped their hands in greeting. Nku Exine smiled slightly, responding softly, but her gaze shifted to Guo Gang. Sure enough, Guo Gang's expression changed the moment he heard the surrounding conversation. Recently, the peak master of Xiao Bamboo Peak, Meng Kai Hong, had made a big splash after breaking through to soul separation, seemingly overshadowing Jiuyang Peak. If the record created by the senior sister in Fenglai Valley were really broken, Xiao Bamboo Peak would surely gain attention once again. No, I must stop this from happening. Guo Gang immediately made up his mind, then looked at Ji Wuchang on the third stone platform, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. He didn't have the guts to act openly, but he quickly thought of a plan. He slowly walked towards the cliff wall beside Ji Wuchang and began to climb. Given his cultivation level, the first or second platform would have been the most suitable. But this time, Guo Gang directly chose the fourth platform, as it had become vacant. It was common for those enduring the lightning tempering on the stone platform to fall off. Guo Gang's plan was simple. He would pretend to be unable to hold on and fall off the fourth platform. As long as he adjusted his direction properly, he could land right on Ji Wuchang on the third platform. In this way, Ji Wuchang would definitely fall. And Ku Xin watched as Guo Gang sat cross-legged on the fourth platform above Ji Wuchang, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. Everything was going according to her plan. It was only now that Taiyu Jie realized what was happening. Looking at Ku Xin with a look of admiration, Zhen Miaoqing frowned as she looked at Guo Gang. Huang Wanxiu smiled and said, "Senior sister, it seems that Xiao Bamboo Peak is not as harmonious as imagined." A hint of disdain appeared on Zhen Miaoqing's lips as she calmly replied, "Just a jumping clown." Huang Wanxiu nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over Ku Xin and Taiyu Jie, a smile that was almost a smirk appearing on her lips. And Ku Xin suddenly felt something, looked up towards the top, and met Huang Wanxiu's gaze, causing her heart to fill with a bit of panic. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was completely unaware of the external situation. He was focused on two tasks. Besides condensing the thunder bead, he was also channeling some of the lightning onto his bones, using the electricity to temper them. Ji Wuchang could clearly feel that under the weak lightning, some special changes were slowly happening to all the bones in his body. Occasionally, a wisp of black smoke would rise up, which was the black impurities on his bones. Ji Wuchang didn't even expect that this method would actually be effective. At this moment, in Ji Wuchang's dantian, a thunder bead the size of a fist appeared. Although it didn't look solid, it was indeed filled with the might of lightning. The lightning entering Ji Wuchang's body split into two parts, with one part continuously flowing into the thunder bead. With this thunder bead, he could begin cultivating the first punch of the Wind Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang was extremely looking forward to the Wind Thunder Fist. It's a pity that the Purple Qi Burning Heaven technique is a fire attribute technique. Otherwise, he would have needed to condense the power of wind and thunder first. Just then, Ji Wuchang suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Xiao Fan hadn't cultivated a lightning attribute technique either. The technique he cultivated was also related to fire attributes. But how did he solve the problem of needing to condense the power of wind and thunder for the Wind Thunder Fist? This was something he needed to think about carefully when he returned. At this moment, a sudden exclamation rang out. Ji Wuchang felt a strong wind smashing down from above, heading straight for him. Just as Ji Wuchang was about to open his eyes, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from above, directly pushing the force that was about to smash into him away. Ji Wuchang knew someone had helped, so he didn't bother to care. At this moment, everyone in Feng Lei Valley gasped, watching Guo Gang fall into the thunder pool and scream. Everyone couldn't help but show a look of glee. There were no fools among the crowd. They all understood that Guo Gang had just fallen from the fourth platform towards Ji Wuchang, only to be flicked away by the senior sister. Everyone on the scene understood that Guo Gang had ill intentions. Before this junior brother woke up, no one was allowed to ascend to the high platforms above the third level. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhen Miaoqing spoke coldly, her gaze sweeping across the entire venue, causing everyone to lower their heads. "Yes, master sister," everyone responded, their expression solemn. At the same time, they silently admired her. The master sister truly lived up to her title, her demeanor overshadowing countless others. Inkursin and Tai Yujia simultaneously bowed their heads, with Inkursin gripping her hands tightly, her nails digging in her palms, causing blood to flow. Yet, Inkursin felt no pain, only a voice in her heart shouting frantically. How is this possible? How could the master sister help him? Do they know each other? Damn Ji Wuchang, you wait for me. Inkursin's heart raged, her expression far from calm. Looking rather ugly, the cries of Guo Gang echoed continuously. The thunder pool was certainly not a good place for someone at the second level of Foundation establishment. Seeing Guo Gang's face pale as paper, Zhen Miaoqing let out a cold snort and reached out her left hand towards the thunder pool below. A force acted on Guo Gang, directly pulling him out of the pool and throwing him onto the shore. No matter what, he was the disciple of the second elder. A lesson was enough. Guo Gang twitched all over, lightning flashing around him, looking quite miserable. Soon after, Guo Gang finally calmed down, not daring to say a word, leaving Fenglei Valley in disgrace. Guo Gang's incident was just a small episode. Everyone then turned their attention to Ji Wuchang. Master Sister, how long do you think you can hold on? Huang wants you, asked Zhen Miaoqing with a complex expression. Zhen Miaoqing nodded and glanced at Ji Wuchang before calmly saying, "He is stronger than me." Huang wants you trembled upon hearing this. The weight of this statement was significant, coming from Zhen Miaoqing, the first genius of Changshan Gate. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Elder Jia Yuanliang. Elder Jia had learned about Ji Wuchang from the departing disciples, so he came to take a look. "Greetings, Elder Jia." Zhen Miaoqing, "Huang wants you," and the others saluted him. Elder Jia nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "Miaoqing, it seems you found a rival." Zhen Miaoqing smiled slightly, a powerful confidence radiating from her. "Elder Jia, I've set many records for our sect. Let's see if he can break them one by one. Besides, he's just a novice in chi refining. Catching up to me is not that easy." Zhen Miaoqing's words spread throughout the area, and the disciples of Changshan Gate looked at her with admiration. This is their master sister, always so domineering and confident. Elder Jia was joking. He didn't believe Ji Wuchang could be compared to Zhen Miaoqing. Elder Jia glanced at Ji Wuchang and then said, "All right, everyone disperse. Go practice. I'll keep an eye on this kid. I want to see how long he can hold on." Hearing Elder Jia's words, everyone nodded in agreement, with some leaving Fenglei Valley and others finding places to practice. And Kursin pulled Tai Yuji away directly, feeling embarrassed to stay any longer. Zhen Miaoqing also nodded to Huang Wanxiu, her body swaying as she left Fenglei Valley. As for Huang Wanxiu, she sat cross-legged, her sword still resting on her knees, closing her eyes to meditate. At this moment, at the entrance of Changshan Gate, the sect leader Jin Yaotian stood with the second elder Zhou Yuan and the third elder Meng Kaihong, quietly waiting. Just then, a massive great knife appeared not far away, with dozens of figures standing on it. The leader was a man carrying a large cleaver on his back. The others behind him were all dressed similarly, just with different knives. "Zhao Sandao, it's been 10 years. You're still the same," Zhen Yaotian said to the leading man with a smile, looking relaxed. "Zhen Yaotian, take my knife." Zhao Sandao laughed heartily, his body swaying as he leaped from the great knife, gripping it with his right hand. Without hesitation, Zhao Sandao raised the knife and slashed 3 times at Zhen Yaotian. This was not just one slash, it was clearly 3. The 3 knife lights surged in the wind, instantly covering dozens of feet, then converging into one as they descended. The sharp knife light emitted a piercing, explosive sound in the air. The knife had not yet arrived, but that immense pressure had already descended. Zhou Yuan and Meng Caihong's expressions changed simultaneously, feeling as if a small mountain had been added to their bodies. Zhen Yaotian laughed heartily, waving his sleeves and making that immense pressure disappear without a trace. Zhou Yuan and Meng Kaihong both breathed a sigh of relief. Although the pressure was not aimed at them, Zhao Sandao was a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Soul Division realm, not something they could contend with. Zhen Yaotian looked at the great knife falling from the sky, his right hand forming a sword with 2 fingers and then thrusting out. If Ji Wuchang were present, he would surely recognize this sword technique, the Qingyun sword technique, which is the most basic sword technique of Changshan Gate. But at this moment, in Zhen Yaotian's hands, it felt completely different. As he thrust the sword, it was as if hundreds of swords were released simultaneously, and streams of sword light continuously clashed with the great knife that Zhao Sandao had swung down. Clang! The sound of knives and swords clashing echoed endlessly. In the end, the figures of the knife and sword both vanished. Zhen Yaotian had not moved a step from start to finish, while Zhao Sandao had struck 3 times. The difference was clear. No more fighting. I can't win. Zhao Sandao laughed heartily, the great knife in his hand flying back into its sheath on his back. Zhen Yaotian laughed and said, "Elder Zhao, please." Zhao Sandao nodded and walked alongside Zhen Yaotian into Changshan Gate. Soon, News of the arrival of the Great Knife Pavilion spread quickly throughout Chongqing Gate. At the same time, it was reported that Elder Zhao had brought many disciples this time, including those from the Purple Mansion, Foundation Establishment, and Qi Refining Realms, to engage in friendly exchanges with Chongqing Gate to enhance the camaraderie among their disciples. Once this news spread, the entire Chongqing Gate became lively, with everyone starting to discuss the matter. In the hall of Chongqing Gate, Zhen Yaotian sat in the main seat. With the second elder Zhou Yuan, the third elder Meng Kaihong, the fourth elder Yin Shuyu, the seventh elder Jing Fengsheng, the eighth elder Jia Yuanliang, and Zhen Miaoqing sitting on either side. Zhen Yaotian smiled and said, "Everyone knows the situation. This competition is not just a contest, but also a redistribution of resources. The match for the Purple Mansion realm will be handled by Miaoqing. The opponent's cultivation is on par with yours, so you should be able to handle it." Upon hearing this, Zhen Miaoqing stood up and calmly said, "Father, rest assured, I will definitely win this match." The elders had no objections to this, as the competition was strictly for the younger generation, with age limits in place. Zhen Miaoqing was currently the top of the younger generation in Chongqing Gate, so her participation would surely lead to victory. Zhen Yaotian nodded with a smile and continued, "We need 5 people for the Foundation Establishment realm. I have tentatively chosen Huang Wanxiu and Zuiyan. The remaining 3, let's discuss together." Zuiyan was the disciple of the second elder Zhou Yuan, with a cultivation level comparable to Huang Wanxiu, both being at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Speaking of which, Zuiyan and Huang Wanxiu were somewhat unfortunate. They were of similar age to Zhen Miaoqing, yet were completely overshadowed by her. Zhen Miaoqing has now entered the Purple Mansion realm, further widening the gap. The elders couldn't help but ponder upon hearing this, although they wanted to recommend their disciples. This was not a trivial matter. The third elder, Meng Kaihong, spoke up directly. "Sect leader, esteemed elders, I recommend Kai Ping." Upon hearing the name Kai Ping, everyone in the hall couldn't help but show a hint of strange expressions. Kai Ping is a disciple of Zhen Yaotian, with a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment. However, he has always claimed that he wants to marry Zhen Miaoqing. After provoking Zhen Miaoqing, he was beaten up not long ago, and it's uncertain whether he has recovered. The mention of Kai Ping immediately darkened Zhen Miaoqing's face. She truly despised this junior brother. If it weren't for her father's sake, she would have ended it with a single sword strike. Chapter 33. Zhen Miaoqing's recommendation. Zhen Yaotian glanced at Zhen Miaoqing and shook his head with a wry smile. To be honest, this was all his fault. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the point where his daughter wanted to run away from home. Years ago, Kai Ping's father, also an elder of the Everlasting Sect, died while trying to save Zhen Yaotian during a secret realm expedition. After returning to the sect, Zhen Yaotian took Kai Ping as his personal disciple and jokingly said, "In the future, I'll marry my daughter to Kai Ping." Unexpectedly, Kai Ping took it seriously and called Zhen Miaoqing madam upon seeing her. This infuriated Zhen Miaoqing, who would beat him up every time they met, causing Kai Ping to wail. Eventually, Kai Ping stopped calling her madam, but his harassment of Zhen Miaoqing did not cease. Just recently, after Zhen Miaoqing returned from training in the back mountain, Kai Ping had just broken through to the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, his confidence soaring, and he resumed his old ways. Zhen Miaoqing struck hard, directly causing Kai Ping to spit blood and suffer severe injuries. This incident was known throughout the entire sect, so everyone instinctively overlooked Kai Ping when he was mentioned. But now that Meng Kaihong brought him up, the other elders couldn't help but nod upon recalling Kai Ping's cultivation level. Seeing the agreement from everyone, Zhen Yaotian nodded as well. Soon after, 2 more people at the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment were recommended, confirming the 5 slots for Foundation Establishment. After finalizing the slots for Foundation Establishment, Zhen Yaotian's expression turned serious as he spoke. This time, the most important competition is for the Qi Refining Realm. In the distribution of the Spirit Stone Mine, the Qi Refining Realm accounts for 50%, the Foundation Establishment Realm 40%, and the Purple Mansion Realm 10%. So, everyone needs to think about how to recommend the 5 slots for the Qi Refining competition. Zhen Yaoyan's words made the people present solemn, and they began to contemplate. The spirit stone mine distribution mentioned by Zhen Yaoyan refers to the spirit stone mine jointly developed by the Everlasting Sect and the Great Blade Pavilion. The income from this spirit stone mine accounts for 40% of the entire Everlasting Sect's revenue, making it extremely important. In previous years, the Everlasting Sect had occupied 60%, while the Great Blade Pavilion had 40%. However, every 20 years, the two sects would hold a competition to re-establish the distribution based on the results, which is a significant matter for the Everlasting Sect. The Grand Elder of the Everlasting Sect, Pei Yuanqing, has long been stationed at the Spirit Stone Mine, highlighting its importance. Sect Leader, Esteemed Elders, Chun Boyu Duan Junsheng, and Fan Huajun all have cultivation levels of the 9th layer of Qi refining, so their participation should be unquestionable. As for the remaining two, we need to ponder carefully, since every competition relates to a 10% revenue share. The second elder, Zhou Yuan, spoke calmly. His words gained the approval of the crowd. These three are all promising candidates in the Qi refining realm, but it remains to be seen how many Dao platforms they could condense in the Foundation Establishment realm. I think Huang Guangwen can participate. Although he is at the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refining, he is also a body cultivator, and his battle strength is not much weaker than that of Chun Boyu and the others. The 7th elder, Jing Fengsheng, spoke up. Huang Guangwen is the disciple of the 7th elder, and everyone has heard of his battle prowess, as he has repeatedly challenged Chun Boyu and the others in the sect. Though he ultimately lost every time, he managed to last for several hundred exchanges. Zhen Yaotian nodded and then said, "These four decided. Does anyone have suggestions for the last one?" Upon hearing this, all the elders closed their eyes and began to think. "I recommend someone." At this moment, Zhen Miaoqing spoke calmly. Zhen Yaotian and the other elders looked at her in surprise. After all, they had never heard Zhen Miaoqing express admiration for anyone. Zhen Yaotian smiled at his daughter and said, "Miaoqing, do tell. I'm quite curious about which Qi Refining Junior can catch your eye." The other elders were also very curious and all looked towards Zhen Miaoqing. Zhen Miaoqing pointed at the third elder, Meng Kaihong, and then said, "I recommend the third elder's disciple, Ji Wuchang." Upon her words, most people in the room were stunned, including Meng Kaihong, who looked quite surprised. At that moment, the 8th elder, Jia Yuanliang, smiled and said, "This little guy indeed has some potential. I also think he can do it." Upon hearing the 8th elder speak, Zhen Yaotian, Zhou Yuan, and Yin Xiao were all quite surprised. Jia Yuanliang did not hold back and recounted the incident that occurred at Thunder Valley, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Zhou Yuan gave Meng Kaihong a meaningful glance. Although he and Meng Kaihong had many disagreements, he wouldn't resort to petty schemes in matters like this. Zhen Yaotian pondered for a moment and then said, "Isn't the cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refining a bit low?" Zhen Yaoyan's words plunged everyone into thought, as every competition relates to a 10% revenue share, which translates to over 1 million spirit stones. Yin Xiao glanced at Zhen Miaoqing and then said, "I have a compromise suggestion. Arrange for a Qi refining 8th layer person to compete against Ji Wuchang. If he can defeat the opponent, then the slot is his." This proposal from the 4th elder is good. Although I am Ji Wuchang's master, to be honest, I don't know much about his battle strength. Meng Kaihong chimed in. Meng Saihong's statement was also a form of protection for Ji Wuchang. After all, every competition affects the 10% revenue from the Spirit Stone Mine. If he wins, that's fine, but if he loses, it would undoubtedly impact Ji Wuchang. If a match could be arranged first, Ji Wuchang would effectively have a safeguard. If he wins, then it proves that everyone recognizes his slot, and no one could say anything. Seeing everyone nodding, Zhen Yaotian smiled and said, "All right, let us do it this way. Once Ji Wuchang comes out of Thunder Valley, bring him here. I'm also curious about what he looks like, the one who can break Miaoqing's record at Thunder Valley." Zhen Yaoyan's words made many elders show envious expressions, secretly praising Ji Wuchang's good fortune. Not only was he personally recommended by the sect's #1 genius senior sister, but he also caught the attention of the sect leader. Regardless of the outcome, Ji Wuchang had already made an impression on many elders in the Everlasting Sect. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was unaware of all this. He found that the third level of the stone platform could no longer meet his needs. He had just channeled the power of thunder and lightning throughout his bones, expelling many dark impurities, but some stubborn ones remained. Ji Wuchang helplessly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with traces of thunder and lightning power. Seeing Ji Wuchang finally awake, many people on the scene finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is not human. He actually persevered for 4 hours. Huang Wanxiu also opened her eyes and glanced at Ji Wuchang below, revealing an expression of admiration. Just then, everyone noticed Ji Wuchang standing up and slowly ascending. What the heck? What is this guy planning? Does he feel unsatisfied and want to challenge a higher stone platform? Chapter 34. Jade Bones and New System Tasks. Those paying attention to Ji Wuchang instantly noticed his movements, and someone exclaimed in surprise. Huang Wanxiu, who was originally preparing to slowly close her eyes, looked at Ji Wuchang in surprise. Could this guy really be challenging the fourth platform? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ji Wuchang approached the fourth platform, sat cross-legged, and demonstrated the answer with his actions. At that moment, many people in Fenglei Valley became increasingly uneasy, looking at Ji Wuchang as if he were a little monster. It should be known that the fourth platform corresponds to those at the fourth level of the Foundation establishment stage. Seeing Ji Wuchang close his eyes with lightning dancing around him, everyone realized that this was all real. Instantly, someone spread the news from here. Huang Wanxiu took a deep look at Ji Wuchang, then slowly closed her eyes again. As soon as Ji Wuchang sat down, he immediately felt a wave of intense pain coursing through his body. The power of thunder and lightning here was at least twice as strong as that of the third level. Ji Wuchang was overjoyed. He guided the power of thunder and lightning into his bones, allowing it to refine the black impurities on his bones. Wisps of black smoke continuously emerged, making Ji Wuchang's heart rejoice. As time passed, Ji Wuchang slowly felt changes in his bones. The originally white bones seemed to be covered by a layer of mist. This layer of mist gradually thickened, making it seem as if an additional layer had formed over the bones. This layer resembled the special oily sheen of solidified lard. At that moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly felt a sound of explosion coming from within his bones. With the first sound of explosion, one after another followed. Each piece of bone in his body echoed this sound. This was bone resonance. Ji Wuchang was overjoyed. Bone resonance, also known as bone transformation, was akin to leaping over the dragon gate. The sound of bone resonance was the most wonderful sound within the human body. The purest sound after all impurities on the bones were eliminated. This sound was like a baby falling to the ground, crying out loudly, announcing its arrival into this world. The sound of bone resonance signified an event, the formation of jade bones. A total of 206 sounds made Ji Wuchang feel extraordinarily wonderful. The power of the human body comes from the bones, which are the foundation of strength. Without the support of bones, everything is a joke. After the 206 sounds ended, Ji Wuchang instantly felt a terrifying power fill his physical body. Based on Ji Wuchang's previous life experience, he judged that even with just his physical strength, he could crush a person at the 9th level of qi refinement. In the cultivation world, many people focus on refining their bodies, emphasizing muscle and meridian training. This training is not wrong, but it can be considered somewhat superficial. The true source of strength is the bones, as the marrow within the bones produces blood, which flows throughout the body, transforming it. Therefore, the external pinnacle of body refinement is bone refinement. The internal pinnacle is also the refinement of the organs, that is, tempering the 5 internal organs. Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, not expecting that this trip to Fenglei Valley would yield such great rewards. Golden skin, jade bones, divine storage. He had already completed 2. Moreover, there was a thunderball flickering with lightning in his dantian, which meant he could practice the Wind Thunder Fist. Thinking of the terror of the Wind Thunder Fist, Ji Wuchang's heart burned with excitement. Ji Wuchang paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd, slowly walked down, and then left Fenglei Valley. This little freak finally left. Having persisted for over an hour on the 4th platform, he was indeed a freak. As Ji Wuchang walked away, many people in Fenglei Valley breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly disheartened by Ji Wuchang. In a great mood, Ji Wuchang had just left Fenglei Valley when he was stopped by Elder Jia Yuanliang. Ji Wuchang, come with me. The sect leader wants to see you. Ji Wuchang was puzzled, not understanding why the sect leader wanted to see him. In his previous life, he and the sect leader were like two parallel lines, having no intersection whatsoever, only having seen each other from a distance a few times. Could it be that his rebirth had caused a butterfly effect? Or perhaps the events of Fenglei Valley had spread and reached the sect leader's ears. Ji Wuchang couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. However, he remembered that the sect leader eventually died at the hands of his disciple, Kai Ping. The Chongqing sect was later taken over by Kai Ping, and many high-ranking members of the sect met a tragic end. Kai Ping had befriended Xiao Fan, and it was thanks to Xiao Fan's support that Kai Ping succeeded. Later, Ji Wuchang left the Chongqing sect and did not pay attention to its affairs. However, he vaguely heard that the senior sister Zhan Miaoqing had sent someone to kill Kai Ping, but he did not know the specifics. Standing on Elder Jia Yunliang's flying sword, the two quickly arrived at the main peak of the Chongqing sect. Ji Wuchang regretted that he had already used his sign-in opportunity for the day in Fenglei Valley. Otherwise, signing in at the main peak would surely yield great rewards. At this moment, in the main hall of the peak, Zhan Yaotian and the elders had not dispersed and were still discussing some details. Zhen Miaoqing quietly sat below, listening attentively. Originally, with Zhen Miaoqing's temperament, she would have left long ago. But since Ji Wuchang was her recommendation, she decided to stay and see. After all, if Ji Wuchang lost, it would be embarrassing for her too. However, just now Huang Wanqiu had sent her a voice transmission, informing her of what happened in Fenglei Valley, which gave Zhen Miaoqing some confidence. As soon as Ji Wuchang and Jia Yuanliang arrived, everyone's gaze turned to Ji Wuchang, beginning to scrutinize him. Ji Wuchang scanned the entire room, slightly surprised. Naturally, he recognized everyone present. Disciple Ji Wuchang pays respects to the sect leader, to all the elders, and to the senior sister. Ji Wuchang bowed and saluted, his attitude neither servile nor overbearing. Zhen Yaotian glanced at Ji Wuchang, noting that he showed no signs of panic upon seeing them, and couldn't help but nod secretly. Just this demeanor proved that Ji Wuchang was different from other disciples. Ji Wuchang, tomorrow our Chongqing sect will hold a competition among disciples with the Dedeo Pavilion, and Miaoqing recommended you. However, this competition is extremely important for the sect, as it relates to the distribution of resources for the next 20 years. To be safe, we have arranged for a person at the 8th level of Qi refinement to compete against you. If you win, this spot will be yours. I will also give you a certain reward. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Zhan Yaotian directly explained the situation without any hesitation. In fact, when they first arrived, Jia Yuanliang had already hinted at some details. Now that the sect leader had introduced the matter, Ji Wuchang immediately understood what was going on. This was definitely a good thing for him. Just as Ji Wuchang was about to speak, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the master is at a decision point. System task issued. Accept the challenge. Defeat the person from Dedeo Pavilion, and gain initial fame for Chongqing sect. The shorter the time taken to complete the system task, the more generous the rewards. Chapter 35. One move. Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. If he hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the system and himself. Disciple will follow the sect leader's arrangements. Ji Wuchang clasped his fists and spoke. Meng Kaihong cast a worried glance at Ji Wuchang, but said nothing more. Zhen Yaotian revealed an appreciative look upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, then laughed heartily, saying, Good, good. Young people should be brave in accepting challenges. Elder 7, go bring Li Jiwing here. Jing Fengqing nodded and quickly left. Moments later, a strong man was brought in by him. This person was indeed Li Jiwing. Li Jiwing was robust, and although he was dressed, his muscles were bulging. Clearly a person who practiced body refinement, with a cultivation level at the late stage of the 8th level of Qi refinement. Disciple Li Jiwing pays respects to the sect leader and all the elders. Li Jiwing bowed and saluted, but his gaze was directed at Ji Wuchang, revealing a hint of disdain. A 7th level Qi refinement person dares to challenge him. He would definitely teach him a lesson later. Zhen Yaotian nodded and then spoke. You all understand the situation. The winner will represent the sect in tomorrow's competition against the Great Blade Pavilion. I will also give you a little bonus. Whoever defeats their opponent today will be rewarded with 10 mid-grade spirit stones. 10 mid-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, but in reality, it's worth more, equivalent to 110 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang didn't expect such a good deal, and his eyes lit up instantly. He was currently preparing to break through to the 10th level of Qi refining. Although he had already kept a washing marrow and vein-opening pill, it wasn't a guarantee. With these 10 mid-grade spirit stones and over 100 low-grade spirit stones he already had, his chances would be greater. Then everyone went directly outside the main hall, and Ji Wuchang and Li Jiwen stood on the square. This scene naturally attracted some attention, but seeing the sect leader and the elders present, no one dared to come closer, only watching from a distance. Li Jiwen glanced at Ji Wuchang, grinned, and then said, Junior brother, my punches are quite heavy. Even someone at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refining might not be able to take them. I think you should just admit defeat to avoid getting hurt later. Ji Wuchang quietly looked at Li Jiwen and then revealed a charming smile. Senior brother Li, I don't know if your punches are as strong as your words. Upon hearing this, Li Jiwen's expression darkened instantly, and the aura around him rose steadily, clearly displaying the momentum of the late 8th level of Qi refining. With all his cultivation revealed, his body became even stronger, almost equivalent to 2 Ji Wuchang's. Python Bull Fist, Li Jiwen shouted, his right hand clenched into a fist, muscles bulging as he threw a punch at Ji Wuchang. His fist was surrounded by a layer of special light, accompanied by the roar of a python bull, exuding extraordinary momentum. Seeing this punch, the elders present nodded slightly. Even at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refining, one would need to go all out to withstand it. Ji Wuchang felt the fist wind howling toward him and secretly nodded. If he hadn't reached the Jade Bone realm, he would have to go all out and use the Thunder Explosion Fist to resist. But now, this power was far too weak for him. Ji Wuchang showed no hesitation. He clenched his right fist and threw a straightforward punch. With a loud bang, the two fists collided in midair, one large and one small. Ji Wuchang remained calm, while Li Jiwen's face showed signs of pain. At that moment, Ji Wuchang's body swayed and directly lunged into Li Jiwen's arms. Before the latter could react, Ji Wuchang's left hand delivered a powerful punch directly to Li Jiwen's stomach. A scream rang out, and Li Jiwen was sent flying, crashing several yards away. His right hand trembled continuously, cold sweat pouring down his face, and his expression twisted in pain. Zhen Yaotian and the elders were frozen in place. They clearly saw Ji Wuchang's earlier move. It was because they saw it so clearly that they were shocked. Ji Wuchang had unleashed pure physical strength. Zhen Miaoqing, who had been slightly tense, instantly relaxed. Although she had faith in Ji Wuchang, she had never seen him fight before, so she didn't know how strong he truly was. But at this moment, she understood. Ji Wuchang's combat power exceeded her expectations. Elder San, Meng Qiang, also sighed in relief, astonished at how Ji Wuchang possessed such a formidable physique. As for Li Jiwen, no one was paying attention to him anymore. This is the world of cultivation, very realistic and very cruel. Zhen Yaotian laughed heartily and said, Ji Wuchang, well done. Keep it up tomorrow. After finishing, he waved his hand, and 10 mid-grade spirit stones appeared in front of Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang didn't hesitate at all and directly took the 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Then clasped his fists and said, Thank you, sect leader. Zhen Yaotian nodded and then looked at Meng Qiang, smiling as he said, Elder San, nurture him well. Perhaps our Chongqing sect will have a great senior brother. Upon hearing this, Meng Qiang's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile as she replied, Rest assured, sect leader. I have finally found a good seedling. The elders all looked at Ji Wuchang, fully aware that he had caught the sect leader's attention. If Ji Wuchang performed well tomorrow, he would certainly receive focused training from the sect. Ji Wuchang walked slowly to where Zhen Miaoqing was not far away and solemnly clasped his fists, saying, Thank you, senior sister. Zhen Miaoqing's expression was calm, and she replied indifferently, "Do well in the competition tomorrow. Don't embarrass me." Ji Wuchang nodded hurriedly, feeling both amused and helpless inside. This senior sister spoke quite differently from others. Ji Wuchang returned to Xiaozhu Peak at the same time as Meng Kaiyong. "Wuchang, do you want me to pass on a combat technique to you? You should practice well tonight," Meng Kaiyong said, as she had been thinking about this matter the entire way. Ji Wuchang shook his head and smiled, saying, "Master, one night isn't enough to comprehend much. Besides, not long ago you just taught me the shattered jade finger, and I haven't even grasped it yet. It's better not to be greedy. As for tomorrow's competition, Master, you needn't worry. As long as the opponent is at the Qi refining stage, I won't lose." Meng Kaiyong nodded upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, dismissing her earlier thoughts. "Then you should rest well tonight. You can focus on the battle tomorrow. Even if you lose, it's all right. With me around, you won't lack resources that belong to you in the future. I am currently at the Soul Division realm. I still have the ability to protect my disciple." Chapter 36. Wind Thunder Fist and little sidekick Ji Wuchang felt deeply moved upon hearing this, and his eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. In his past life, when his meridians had issues, Master Meng Kaiyong never looked down on him, even running around to find medicinal materials for him. At this moment, Ji Wuchang secretly vowed to work hard in his cultivation and never let the tragedies of his past life repeat. "Master, you can rest assured, I understand." Meng Kaiyong reminded Ji Wuchang a few more times before turning to leave. Ji Wuchang returned to his residence, but didn't enter the room. A special light flickered in his eyes. Ji Wuchang recalled the training method for the first punch of the Wind Thunder Fist, named Wind Thunder Transformation. Wind Thunder Transformation is the first punch of the Wind Thunder Fist, mobilizing the wind and thunder power within the body to form the might of the Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang had already deduced this punch many times and was quite familiar with it in his heart, but he still carefully recalled it before practicing to avoid mistakes. Ji Wuchang closed his eyes and carefully experienced it. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and there was a flicker of lightning power in his gaze. "Wind, thunder, transformation," Ji Wuchang shouted, clenching his right fist, with the thunderball in his dantian rotating, strands of lightning power surging from the thunderball, instantly entering Ji Wuchang's meridians. Ji Wuchang felt a sharp pain travel through his meridians, and his expression became increasingly serious. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his right fist, glowing with lightning, and directly smashed into a massive stone weighing thousands of pounds several yards away. Boom! A violent vibration erupted, and the 1,000-pound stone shattered into countless fragments that flew in all directions. Ji Wuchang swallowed hard. He was startled himself. The shattered stones had strands of lightning dancing on them, and where his fist struck was charred black. This was just the first punch, and its power was already terrifying. Ji Wuchang estimated that even someone at the first level of Foundation establishment might not be able to withstand his fierce and domineering punch. Taking it head-on would undoubtedly result in serious injury. But the problem was, he was just at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining. Ji Wuchang knew that his strength was completely different from his past life. What kind of fist technique is this? It's quite domineering. Ji Yaoyao's voice rang in Ji Wuchang's ear, revealing a hint of surprise. Wind and Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang did not hide it and directly told Ji Yaoyao. The two had signed a life-sharing curse, so Ji Wuchang was not afraid of Ji Yaoyao knowing some of his matters. Moreover, Ji Wuchang was well aware that Ji Yaoyao was a great treasure for him, just that he had not had the chance to develop it yet. Just then, several figures flew in. It was Meng Kaiyong and Kersin, Zheng Linghong, and Tai Yujia. "Wuchang, are you okay?" Meng Kaiyong quickly asked after glancing at the scattered stones around. Ji Wuchang felt quite embarrassed, as he had just forgotten about it. "Master, I just tried a combat skill, and it made quite a noise." Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyong instantly sighed in relief, and Kersin and Tai Yujia exchanged glances with their master, and their expressions darkened instantly. The scattered stones around indicated that this combat skill was very powerful. At this moment, both of them felt that Meng Kaiyong was biased, and their dissatisfaction with Ji Wuchang grew even stronger. Ji Wuchang ignored these two mindless senior sisters and greeted his second senior brother, Zheng Linghong. Once their master left, he immediately entered his room. With a bang, the door closed, isolating him from the outside world. And Kursin and Tai Yujia frowned, then said nothing and turned to leave. The next day, the main peak square was filled with people. Thousands of disciples from the Chongqing sect appeared, and many had even reserved their spots the night before to watch the exciting matches today. By the time Meng Kaihong and the four disciples appeared at the main peak, it was already crowded. However, Meng Kaihong naturally had a reserved seat right at the front of the viewing platform. As for Kursin and the others, they could only find their own places to watch. Kursin, you guys find a place yourself? Meng Kaihong said calmly. And Kursin and the others nodded and then turned to leave. Suddenly, Tai Yujia turned her head with a slight frown, looking at Ji Wuchang, and said flatly, "Junior brother, aren't you leaving yet?" Ji Wuchang's expression was calm. He merely glanced at Tai Yujia, showing no intention of speaking. Seeing Ji Wuchang's expression, Tai Yujia felt very angry, thinking that Ji Wuchang was increasingly looking down on them. "Wuchang doesn't have to be with you. He just needs to follow me," Meng Kaihong said calmly. And Kursin and Tai Yujia were stunned in place upon hearing this. They were still unaware that Ji Wuchang was going to participate in the competition. At this moment, and Kursin's heart was filled with endless anger. As the master's eldest disciple, she should be the one staying close to her master, not this junior disciple. And Kursin lowered her head to hide the anger in her eyes, but her fists were clenched tightly, revealing her inner unrest. Meng Kaihong did not notice this and led Ji Wuchang directly to the viewing platform. Ji Wuchang calmly glanced at Tai Yujia, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes, and then followed behind his master. "Senior sister, look at him." Tai Yujia just started to speak when Kursin shook her head to interrupt her, then left with a blank expression. Although Tai Yujia was very unhappy, she did not say anything further. Among the three, only Zheng Linghong remained calm, not seeing anything wrong with this situation. As the eldest disciple of Xiaozhu Peak and possessing considerable beauty, and Kursin naturally had admirers around her. Seeing Kursin and her group coming over, a man not far away waved his arms wildly. He had already reserved a spot for them. This spot was very close to the competition stage, allowing for a clear view of the battles. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over the somewhat plump figure, and a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. This little fatty was a disciple of Elder Lu, named Fang Shuao, currently at the third level of the Foundation Establishment stage. The final outcome was tragic. During a trial in a secret realm, he was shattered to the Dantian while protecting Kursin, becoming a invalid, and left the Chongqing sect in despair. Ji Wuchang still remembered that when the little fatty left, he had come to Xiaozhu Peak to see Kursin, but he waited from day to night, and Kursin never showed up, leading the little fatty to leave in disappointment. Ji Wuchang still remembered the little fatty's departing figure, young yet hunched over. However, Ji Wuchang had no thought of helping this little fatty, as their relationship in their past life was just average. Moreover, the little fatty had also become Xiao Fan's little follower because of Kursin. Chapter 37. Everyone appears senior sister. Master is too biased. How can our four from Xiaozhu Peak not get to follow Master? It should be the eldest senior sister instead, Tai Yujia said angrily. Her words struck a chord with Kursin. Junior sister, Master must have her reasons for doing this. As disciples, how can we discuss it behind her back? Zheng Linghong frowned and responded. Although Zheng Linghong, like Tai Yujia, he was straightforward and respected their master, so he immediately rebutted. Upon hearing this, Tai Yujia became even angrier and was about to argue back, but Kursin glared at her, making her hesitate to speak. Third junior sister, let's not discuss this matter anymore. Junior brother joined late, so it's only right for Master to take care of him a bit more. Kursin said flatly, her expression unchanged. Zheng Linghong quickly nodded and added, what the eldest senior sister said is right. We should give a little leeway to junior brother. Tai Yujia nearly got her nose out of joint upon hearing Zheng Linghong's words. At this moment, Tai Yujia even held a grudge against this second senior brother. Fang Shuao, seeing the situation was not right, quickly tried to mediate, smiling as he said, Senior brother, senior sister, what's good about standing up there? You can't even move. It's much more comfortable down here, free and unfettered. I hate being with the elders the most. With Feng Shuao's mediation. And Kursin and Tai Yujia no longer mentioned the matter, but Tai Yujia kept growing more displeased with Zhang Linghong. At this moment, on the viewing platform, the 4th elder Yin Shuyu, 6th elder Yu Zhen, 7th elder Jing Fengcheng, 8th elder Jia Yuanliang, and 9th elder Li Jianfeng had all appeared. Looking at the 6th elder Yu Zhen, Ji Wuchang's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent, but it disappeared in an instant. Yu Zhen was in charge of the Changshan sect's punishment hall, where disciples who committed serious mistakes had to be punished by Yu Zhen. However, in his past life, Yu Zhen had favored Xiao Fan, and during a deliberate provocation by Xiao Fan, Ji Wuchang had fought with Xiao Fan. The result was that Ji Wuchang was defeated and injured by Xiao Fan. Without asking about right or wrong, Yu Zhen accused Ji Wuchang of bullying the new disciples and directly ordered people to whip Ji Wuchang 50 times, leaving him severely injured. As for Xiao Fan, he was simply locked up for 3 days to reflect. Ji Wuchang remembered this incident for his entire life. Another thing was that after Meng Saihong's death, Yu Zhen directly occupied Xiaozhu Peak, driving Ji Wuchang and the others out. These 2 incidents combined made Ji Wuchang have no good feelings toward Yu Zhen, and he even placed Yu Zhen on his kill list. Of course, it wasn't to be done now, but to wait until his cultivation improved further. As for the 9th elder Li Jianfeng, he was a true alchemy fanatic, caring about nothing else and focusing entirely on alchemy. Most of the current pills in the Changshan sect came from the pill peak managed by the 9th elder. Just then, the 2nd elder Zhou Yuan arrived, followed by a man whose aura was as steady as a mountain. It was his eldest disciple, Zuiyan. Zuiyan, like Ji Wuchang, stood behind his respective master. Zuiyan turned back to glance at Ji Wuchang, his expression calm as water, with a hint of vague meaning in his eyes. Ji Wuchang slightly nodded at Zuiyan. The two had little interaction in their past life, so Ji Wuchang's attitude was relatively indifferent. Zuiyan did not respond, turning his head away and no longer looking at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang didn't mind, but he always felt that Zuiyan's gaze towards him was somewhat different. Senior sister is here. Sister Huang is here. At this moment, all the disciples of Chang Xingmen cheered. Not far away, 2 graceful figures stood on a long sword. The leading woman wore a purple outfit, noble and elegant. Although she was just standing there calmly, a natural confidence radiated from her. She was, of course, Zhen Miaoqing. Behind Zhen Miaoqing stood a woman in a bright yellow outfit, carrying a long sword on her back, equally stunning. However, under the powerful aura of Zhen Miaoqing, she seemed to pale in comparison. She was Lingjian Peak's Huang Wanxiu. When the elders of Chang Xingmen arrived, the expressions of the disciples were bland. But at this moment, with the appearance of Zhen Miaoqing and Huang Wanxiu, the entire scene instantly erupted. Many people stared at the 2 graceful figures in the air with infatuation, their eyes filled with deep reverence. Zuiyan, who had originally kept his eyes tightly closed, slowly opened them at this moment, looking at Huang Wanxiu with intense fighting spirit. When his gaze turned to Zhen Miaoqing, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he sighed. He was truly scared of being beaten. Ji Wuchang's eyes swept over the 2 women, looking at the cheering disciples around him, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. At this moment, Chang Xingmen was still very harmonious. The charm of this girl, Miaoqing, far exceeds that of us old fellows. The 2nd elder, Zhou Yuan, said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, the other elders burst into hearty laughter. 2nd elder, you're not also envious of Miaoqing, are you? The 4th elder, Yin Shuyu, said with a smile. Zhou Yuan laughed heartily and replied, it's not just envy, but also nostalgia. In our youthful days, we were once full of ambition. Back then, our cultivation was low, yet we dared to point out the world and make grand statements. Now our cultivation has improved, but we find that the passion of those years is long gone. Every day we think about the various trivial matters between the sect and the disciples. It seems we really are getting old, reminiscing about the past like this. As Zhou Yuan's words fell, all the elders fell silent. Weren't they all the same? The sect leader is here. The Blade Pavilion Master is here. Just then, a loud shout echoed throughout the venue, and a large blade flew from afar, with dozens of figures standing on it, led by Zhao Sandao. Not far from the large blade, Two figures appeared at the same time. The leading figure was Zhen Yaotian, followed by his disciple Kai Ping. The moment Ji Wuchang saw these people, his gaze locked onto Kai Ping. This person would eventually kill Zhen Yaotian and become the sect leader of Changshengmen, although he was later killed by someone sent by Zhen Yaoqing. Zhen Yaotian had long since turned to dust. In Ji Wuchang's past life, he rarely saw Kai Ping, as they were not on the same level. And with his meridians damaged, Kai Ping wouldn't even glance at him. Ji Wuchang noticed that although Kai Ping was following Zhen Yaotian, his gaze was fixed on Zhen Yaoqing, his eyes burning with an unusual intensity. From his eyes, Ji Wuchang sensed a strong possessiveness. Could it be that Kai Ping's later personality change was related to Zhen Yaoqing? Ji Wuchang couldn't help but speculate, feeling that there was indeed such a possibility. According to Ji Wuchang's memories from his past life, Zhen Yaoqing seemed to be leaving in a few days, and she wouldn't return until 100 years later. Thinking of the entangled grievances, Ji Wuchang felt a headache and didn't want to deal with it. Chapter 38. The competition begins. Greetings to the sect leader. Everyone in Changshengmen bowed to Zhen Yaotian, their attitude exceptionally respectful. Zhen Yaotian stood on the high platform, looking at the thousands of disciples below, and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Sandao stood beside Zhen Yaotian, looking at such a powerful Changshengmen, his eyes revealing a hint of envy. Sect leader Zhen, let us not waste time. Let the competition begin. How about starting with the qi refining stage? Zhen Yaotian said with a smile, looking relaxed. Xiao Sandao smiled slightly, then said, Sect leader Zhen, I've thought of a competition rule on the spur of the moment. I wonder if you dare to accept? Zhen Yaotian laughed heartily and said boldly, Sect Master Xiao, feel free to say. Xiao Sandao smiled slightly and said, each side sends out 5 people from the qi refining stage, 1 person at a time. The winner stays and continues to compete. The loser sends someone to fight until one side has all 5 defeated. The winner receives 35% of the resources, while the losing side gets 15%. What do you think? As Xiao Sandao explained, Zhen Yaotian understood immediately. His gaze swept over a burly man from the Blade Pavilion, and he instantly grasped Xiao Sandao's plan. However, at this moment, in front of all the disciples of Changshengmen, he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would seem like he was afraid to accept the challenge. Since Sect Master Xiao wants to compete this way, how could Changshengmen be afraid? We will follow Sect Master Xiao's rules. Hearing Zhen Yaotian's agreement, Xiao Sandao couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling very pleased. Their conversation was not concealed at all and echoed throughout the venue. Ji Wuchang's gaze was now fixed on the Blade Pavilion's direction. He could see that the 5 from the Blade Pavilion were quite strong in the qi refining stage. 4 of them were at the 9th level of qi refining, with 3 reaching the peak, and 1 at the 8th level's peak. Jin Inting, Qian Zhua, Li Hao, Lin Yuzhen, Lu Yongzhan, you 5 come out. At this moment, Xiao Sandao directly called out. As his words fell, 5 figures stepped forward. Among these 5, Jin Inting was the most formidable, standing over 2 meters tall with a strong aura, far surpassing the other 4. Ji Wuchang looked at Jin Inting, a hint of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Jin Inting, Qian Zhua, and the other 4 said in unison, their voices exceptionally loud, almost echoing throughout Changshengmen. The elders and disciples of Changshengmen turned their gazes toward them, many revealing expressions of surprise. The second elder, Zhou Yuan, the third elder, Meng Kaihong, and others all wore serious expressions. After scanning them, their eyes showed a hint of worry. Sect leader Zhen, what do you think of my 5 little cubs from the Blade Pavilion? Xiao Sandao said, a hint of pride in his eyes. Zhen Yaotian smiled slightly and replied, vigorous vitality, full spirit. It's indeed not easy to train to this level in the qi refining stage. In the future, when they build their foundations, they are likely to open 5 or even 6 platforms. As the sect leader, Zhen Yaotian had a certain level of generosity, and his assessment was quite fair. Xiao Sandao glanced at Zhen Yaoqing not far away, then sighed, suddenly feeling a bit disheartened, because Zhen Yaoqing was the only one in Changshengmen who had opened 9 platforms. Although Chang Xingmin kept this matter tightly under wraps, Zhao Sandao still heard about it. 9 platforms. That was a true genius, with limitless potential for the future. Now, he still had a chance to compete with Chang Xingmin, but in the future, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to stand alongside them. Sect leader Zhen, let your people come out, Zhao Sandao said with a smile. Zhen Yaotian's expression was calm as he nodded to the second elder, Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and said, Chen Boyu, Duan Junsheng, Fan Huajun, Huangguangwen, Ji Wuchang, you 5 step forward. As Zhou Yuan's words fell, 5 figures simultaneously flew up and arrived at the observation platform below. The 5 clasped their fists and said, Greetings, sect leader, greetings, esteemed elders. At the moment the 5 appeared, the Chang Shengmen side instantly exploded with noise. How could this happen? There's actually a 7th level Qi refining participant. ISNT this nonsense? Yeah, our sect shouldn't be lacking in 8th level Qi refining practitioners, right? I recognize him. He's the one who broke the senior sister's record at Fenglei Valley yesterday. His name seems to be Ji Wuchang. Whispers began at the Changshan Gate, with discussions focusing on Ji Wuchang. The disciples of Changshan Gate understood that this competition was not merely a simple sparring session, but one that concerned the future resources of their sect. At this moment, many people looked at Ji Wuchang with dissatisfaction. How could someone at the 7th level of Qi refinement show off? And Kursin, Tai Yujia, and Zheng Linghong were also staring at Ji Wuchang in astonishment. But just a moment later, and Kursin and Tai Yujia both smiled faintly. They had just been contemplating how to find an opportunity to teach Ji Wuchang a lesson. Now, seeing him take the stage, their mood instantly improved. Once Ji Wuchang lost the competition, his reputation would be in ruins. No matter how much his master favored him, it would be of no use. And he would inevitably be isolated by everyone. But the question was, with Ji Wuchang's cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, could he really win? And Kursin and Tai Yujia felt that this question was not worth pondering. Thinking about it for another second would be disrespectful to their own intelligence. Zhao Sandao's gaze swept over to Ji Wuchang, his eyes sharp and discerning. The people of the Didao Pavilion valued physical training, and Zhao Sandao could clearly sense the terrifying physical strength contained within Ji Wuchang. A good seedling. Zhao Sandao praised him without reservation, and after seeing Ji Wuchang's cultivation level, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Sandao believed that if Ji Wuchang were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, combined with his immense physical strength, he might indeed be able to challenge Jin Inting. But as it stood, he was still lacking a bit. At this moment, a smile appeared on Zhao Sandao's face. As long as he could win in the Qi refinement competition, there would be no significant pressure in the subsequent foundation establishment competition. As for the Purple Mansion competition, Zhao Sandao had no hopes at all. He knew very well that the people of the Didao Pavilion could not defeat Zhen Miaoqing. Silence. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, the second elder, Zhou Yuan, spoke coldly. As his words echoed, the entire venue fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Let the competition begin. Zhen Yaotian spoke with a calm expression. With Zhen Yaotian's words, the atmosphere instantly became tense. From the Didao Pavilion, a man stepped forward slowly and then leaped onto the competition stage. Didao Pavilion's Li Hao. Does any senior brother from Changshan Gate wish to offer guidance? After Li Hao finished speaking, he slowly drew the large blade from his back, and his aura erupted, revealing that he was at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement. At this moment, the expressions of the people present became serious. Chapter 39. The fierce Li Hao at Changshan Gate. The 5 people exchanged glances, and Chen Boyu nodded to Duan Junsheng. Taking a deep breath, Duan Junsheng slowly walked onto the competition stage. Changshan Gate's Duan Junsheng. Duan Junsheng's introduction was simple, just 6 brief words, and then he released his aura, also at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement. As the first match, neither Changshan Gate nor Didao Pavilion wanted to lose momentum. Even less did they want to lose the competition. Brother Duan, go for it. Someone from Changshan Gate shouted first, instantly sparking cheers from many junior brothers and sisters at the Qi refinement level. However, As the second elder stood up and pressed his hand down, these voices gradually quieted. On the competition stage, Duan Junsheng and Li Hao stood facing each other, with Duan Junsheng holding a long sword in his right hand. Neither of them rushed to attack, but instead looked at each other, their auras continuously rising, forming a powerful pressure that pressed towards each other. This was a normal maneuver for combatants of the same level. Whoever could not withstand the pressure and attacked first would often be at a disadvantage. The energy between them collided, occasionally producing explosive sounds. The spectators around held their breath, not daring to interrupt. Kill! Duan Junsheng and Li Hao shouted simultaneously, raising their weapons and striking down toward each other. The clash of sword light and blade light in the air produced a sharp, ringing sound. Duan Junsheng acted first, raising his long sword to unleash waves of sword light towards Li Hao. In an instant, Duan Junsheng unleashed more than 10 strikes. The sword light flowed like mercury, emitting dazzling brilliance, directly enveloping Li Hao. Duan Junsheng had seized the initiative to attack. The sound of clashing swords and blades echoed continuously as Duan Junsheng unleashed his movement technique, creating afterimages of his body, surrounding Li Hao with frenzied attacks. At the same time, Duan Junsheng shouted loudly, and a green light rose from the palm of his right hand. Then he slapped down towards Li Hao. The green palm print stirred up a fierce wind, rushing towards Li Hao. This was the Qing Sha palm of Changshan Gate, its wind fierce, like a storm carrying yellow sand, penetrating everywhere. Li Hao stood his ground, continuously blocking Duan Junsheng's sword light with his long knife. Seeing Duan Junsheng's palm coming, Li Hao's face changed slightly, and he also slapped out with his left hand. With a loud bang, Li Hao was forced back several steps, and a bloody mark appeared on his left shoulder, injured by Duan Junsheng's sword energy. Many disciples of Changshan Gate breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. But just then, Li Hao moved. After being attacked by so many swords, it was my turn. Li Hao, with his robust physique, was unconcerned about the minor injury on his left shoulder. As his words echoed, Li Hao lunged at Duan Junsheng. Gale 18 strikes. Li Hao shouted loudly, raising his large blade with both hands. Then, like a sudden storm, he struck down with 18 blows. The blade energy surged, each strike accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, sweeping in with a fierce wind. At this moment, Li Hao unleashed his full offensive, holding nothing back. The sounds of intense clashes echoed continuously with each collision. Duan Junsheng's hand trembled slightly. After 18 consecutive strikes, accompanied by a loud crash, Duan Junsheng's long sword was directly severed. At that moment, Duan Junsheng froze in place, somewhat at a loss. But this was the competition stage. Li Hao would not give him chance. Before Duan Junsheng could react, Li Hao leaped into the air, delivering several kicks, all landing on Duan Junsheng's chest. With a loud bang, Duan Junsheng was kicked off the competition stage and crashed heavily to the ground. Duan Junsheng let out a muffled groan, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling. Duan Junsheng lost, thoroughly defeated, directly knocked off the competition stage. Moreover, Li Hao had shown mercy, as he used his feet instead of the blade in his hands. Otherwise, Duan Junsheng would have already been a corpse. The people of Changshan Gate were initially elated, but in just an instant, the outcome reversed, leaving many in shock. At this moment, many faces in Changshan Gate looked grim. Zhen Yaotian glanced at Li Hao and then smiled at Zhao Sandao, saying, "This Li Hao is quite good." Zhao Sandao laughed heartily and replied, "He has sheer brute strength, but his comprehension is somewhat lacking. I can't say what will happen when he reaches the foundation establishment stage." Both of them, being sect leaders, naturally would not let a single competition affect their mindset. At this moment, at Changshan Gate, Duan Junsheng returned dejectedly. Speaking to Chen Boyu, "Brother Chen, I'm sorry." Chen Boyu shook his head, his expression somewhat serious. Although his combat strength was a bit stronger than Duan Junsheng's, it wasn't by much. "I'll go." Fan Huajun glanced at Chen Boyu. Chen Boyu shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Huang Guangwen and Ji Wuchang, finally settling on Huang Guangwen. As for Ji Wuchang, he was completely disregarded. Huang Guangwen nodded, understanding Brother Chen's intention. He was to find a way to take down Li Hao. Huang Guangwen stepped onto the stage. He was known as a battle maniac. If it weren't for the restrictions of his realm, his combat strength would definitely far exceed that of Duan Junsheng. But even in regular combat, for Duan Junsheng to defeat him, he would have to fight hard for hundreds of exchanges. Changshengman Huang Guangwen, please guide me, senior brother Li Hao. After Huang Guangwen finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a pair of axes appeared. These were his weapons. The combat technique he practiced was called the Mad Demon 13 Axes, which grew more powerful the more frenzied it became. In the past, when competing with his senior brothers, Huang Guangwen never dared to fully unleash his abilities, but today he had fewer concerns. Kill. Huang Guangwen naturally would not give Li Hao much time. Otherwise, if the latter fully recovered, he would truly be no match for him. Li Hao did not hold back either. He gripped his knife with both hands and unleashed the gale 18 slashes again, and the two engaged in a direct clash. Clang, clang. The sounds of knife and axe clashing were incessant, creating a harsh noise. Huang Guangwen's eyes began to turn red, and the double axes in his hands seemed to go mad, striking down at Li Hao with a storm-like ferocity. At that moment, the Mad Demon 13 Axes was executed by Huang Guangwen to perfection, and his peak cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement made him even more formidable. Each axe strike was not weaker than Li Hao, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Li Hao had just finished a competition, and facing the frenzied Huang Guangwen, he truly felt overwhelmed. As Huang Guangwen's axes struck down like a madman, Li Hao was pushed back step by step, and in just a moment, he had retreated to the edge of the competition stage. Li Hao knew very well that he was going to lose. He was not a match for Huang Guangwen, but he would never let the other side have it easy. Since he was going to lose, he would lose thoroughly. Chapter 40. Unfavorable situation. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in Li Hao's eyes, and his entire aura surged like a volcano erupting, becoming twice as strong as before. Crazy Dragon Slash. Accompanied by Li Hao's loud shout, he raised his long knife and slashed down. A beam of knife light cut through the air, faintly carrying a dragon's roar, heading straight for Huang Guangwen. Huang Guangwen also shouted loudly, striking down with both axes to meet Li Hao's blow. Clang! Huang Guangwen and Li Hao were both sent flying, and both spat out a mouthful of blood simultaneously. Bang! Bang! One person crashed onto the competition stage, while the other fell off it, both turning pale. Whether it was Huang Guangwen or Li Hao, both had blood flowing from their hands. This was due to the last strike when both of their palms had cracked. Standing on the stage was naturally Huang Guangwen, while Li Hao was below. Although Li Hao had lost, at this moment, both the people of Changshengmen and Dedeo Pavilion regarded him as the victor. Many from Changshengmen looked at Li Hao with a hint of respect in their eyes. Knowing he was bound to lose, he still managed to severely injure Huang Guangwen. Ji Wuchang looked at Li Hao and nodded secretly. This Li Hao was indeed remarkable. What Ji Wuchang referred to was not Li Hao's strength, but his decisiveness and wisdom. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had known about the competition between Changshengmen and Dedeo Pavilion, but he was entirely focused on his severely injured meridians and did not pay attention. He only knew that the result of this competition was not ideal. After this competition, all the cultivation resources of each peak were cut by 10%. Now, judging by this situation, if they wanted to win, the pressure would likely fall entirely on his shoulders. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang suddenly became a bit excited. Wasn't he the system tasked to help him initially gain fame in Changshengmen, Dedeo Pavilion, which senior brother would come to give guidance? Just then, Huang Guangwen's voice rang out, his eyes still filled with battle intent. But his slightly trembling hands revealed that Huang Guangwen was not in a good state at the moment. I will come to meet you. From Dedeo Pavilion, a woman's voice sounded, her expression serious. It was Lin Yuzhen. Lin Yuzhen slowly walked onto the competition stage, looking at Huang Guangwen's bleeding hands, and calmly said, "You are not my opponent." Huang Guangwen laughed heartily and replied, "Whether I am or not, we'll see after we fight. I'm going to attack." After saying this, Huang Guangwen rushed towards Lin Yuzhen. His double axes raised, his eyes bloodshot. He once again entered a frenzied state, launching a mad attack on Lin Yuzhen. Lin Yuzhen's expression was indifferent. She raised her long knife without any retreat, directly clashing with Huang Guangwen dozens of times. Observing Huang Guangwen's disordered footwork, Lin Yuzhen leaped into the air, instantly disappearing from Huang Guangwen's sight. Before Huang Guangwen could turn around, Lin Yuzhen slapped him on the back. Huang Guangwen's body flew up, struck down by Lin Yuzhen from the competition stage. At this point, anyone with eyes could see that Chang Xingmin was already at a disadvantage. Chang Xingmin had 3 people left, but Dedeo Pavilion had 4, and their 2 strongest members had not yet taken the stage. The elders of Chang Xingmin were all frowning. If they lost the Qi refinement competition, regardless of the results of the subsequent Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion stages, Chang Xingmin would have lost. In previous years, Chang Xingmin and Dedeo Pavilion's competitions could occupy 60% of the resources. This time, it was likely that 50% would be in jeopardy. Senior sister, Dedeo Pavilion has come prepared. Huang Wanqiu stood beside Zhen Miaoqing, her expression grave as she spoke. Zhen Miaoqing nodded and then calmly said, "Don't panic. It's not that bad yet." After saying this, Zhen Miaoqing glanced at Ji Wuchang, feeling inexplicably that this junior brother was extraordinary. Zhen Miaoqing had seen Ji Wuchang in action yesterday. His physical strength was exceptionally strong, but when her spiritual sense swept over, she could not perceive the overwhelming vitality emanating from him. This could only mean one thing. His physical strength had surpassed the realm of outwardly expressed vitality and had turned inward. This made Zhen Miaoqing overlook Ji Wuchang's cultivation. Her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Huang Wanqiu naturally did not have Zhen Miaoqing's insight. Her gaze swept over Chen Boyu, Fan Huajun, and Ji Wuchang, and she sighed slightly in her heart. Just then, Fan Huajun took the stage, and the disciples of Chang Xingmin held their breath, their eyes fixed on Fan Huajun. Chang Xingmin's Fan Huajun, please give guidance. After Fan Huajun registered, Lin Yuzhen and Fan Huajun exchanged a glance, then simultaneously charged at each other. Both unleashed their full strength without holding back, the sounds of their collisions ringing out. Ji Wuchang focused on the 2 on the competition stage. Having lived 2 lives, his vision was certainly not something ordinary people could compare with. Ji Wuchang could already see that Lin Yuzhen and Fan Huajun's cultivation levels were comparable, and the final result might be a tie, with both sides suffering injuries. Sure enough, after more than 200 exchanges, Lin Yuzhen and Fan Huajun simultaneously executed their strongest moves, colliding together. With a loud bang, both were sent flying, blood spraying from their mouths. Both fell on the competition stage, struggling to stand, but both swayed unsteadily. They exchanged glances and simultaneously leaped off the competition stage. Fan Huajun returned to Chen Boyu's side, smiling wryly and shaking his head, blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Chen Boyu patted Fan Huajun's shoulder. At this moment, he felt immense pressure. Just then, a figure flew onto the competition stage. It was Qianzue, exuding a powerful aura. Dedeo Pavilion's Qianzue, please give guidance. Chen Boyu sensed Qianzue's strength and frowned, glancing at Ji Wuchang and shaking his head. Chen Boyu soared into the air, directly standing on the competition stage, cupping his fists and speaking. Chang Xingmin's Chen Boyu. In the realm of Qi refinement, Chen Boyu was recognized as the strongest person in Chang Xingmin, his strength surpassing both Duan Junsheng and Fan Huajun. Seeing Chen Boyu take the stage, many Qi refinement disciples cheered. "Brother Chen, go for it. You are the strongest." Several female disciples shouted, some even with stars in their eyes, clearly smitten with Chen Boyu. They had no idea that at this moment, Chen Boyu felt immense pressure, because he could clearly sense that Qianzue's strength was very formidable, not inferior to his own, and might even be slightly stronger. But he must win this match. As for the final victory, he is powerless. At this moment, many high-ranking members of the Chongshan Gate have lost their calm demeanor, replaced by serious expressions. Even the sect leader, Zhen Yaotian, showed a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Zhen Yaotian looked at Ji Wuchang, his eyes narrowed, unsure if this kid could bring him a surprise. Chapter 41. Chen Boyu's Pyrrhic victory. At this moment on the competition stage, Qianzue took out his weapon, a massive iron rod. This instantly made Chen Boyu's expression grave. From this iron rod, It was clear that Qian Zuo possessed terrifying strength. Chen Boyu also drew his weapon, a long knife. He preferred knives over swords. The appearance of their weapons surprised both of them, making them more cautious of each other. Take this stick. Qian Zuo was the first to strike, raising the huge iron rod high above his head and smashing it down towards Chen Boyu. Chen Boyu snorted coldly, his figure twisting as he moved several steps sideways, his left hand forming a seal, with thunder light gathering in his palm. Thunderstorm fist. Chen Boyu shouted, his right fist striking out, lightning flashing on his knuckles. His fist swelled in size, instantly expanding several times, directly reaching Qian Zuo. Seeing the scene, Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback. In his past life, he had also practiced this fist technique, which is a high-grade yellow-level combat skill. Although it was powerful in attack, its strength was dispersed. It could barely be used in the Purple Mansion realm, but after that, it was practically useless. Come on. Qian Zuo showed no intention of dodging, slapping out with one palm, a faint golden light spreading within the palm wind. This was the golden flame palm of the Great Knife Pavilion. Also a very domineering attack technique. With a loud bang, the fist and palm collided, creating a huge noise, and both of them staggered back slightly. Kill. Both of their eyes grew more serious as the long rod and long knife collided fiercely, mixed with the exchange of fists and feet. In just an instant, they exchanged over 100 blows, and with a final loud crash, both of them let out muffled grunts and retreated. Take my knife, thunderstorm triple strike. Chen Boyu shouted, his aura surging, and faint lightning flickered across his body. He then raised his long knife high above his head, his left hand gripping the hilt as well. Slash. Accompanied by Chen Boyu's loud shout, 3 beams of knife light slashed out like lightning, heading straight for Qian Zuo. Among the 3 beams of knife light, the knife handles almost overlapped, forming a nearly 2-meter-sized beam of light that slashed down at Qian Zuo. Qian Zuo's expression turned serious as he gripped the iron rod tightly with both hands, the veins on his arms bulging with explosive power. Overlord lifts the cauldron. With a loud roar, Qian Zuo's iron rod swelled to twice its size, raised to meet the 3 knives descending from above. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 sounds rang out almost simultaneously on the competition stage. With each sound, Qian Zuo's body shook violently, and he stepped back. After 3 consecutive clangs, Qian Zuo retreated 3 steps, his face slightly pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What a thunderstorm triple strike. Delightful. Take the stick, mountain-crushing strike. Qian Zuo laughed heartily, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth, raising the iron rod with both hands. With a shout, the iron rod swelled again. Shadows of the rod appeared, accompanied by the overwhelming spiritual power within Qian Zuo, and he smashed down at Chen Boyu. As the iron rod swelled, over a dozen rod shadows stacked up, blocking all of Chen Boyu's retreat paths. This move could only be broken by taking it head-on. The long rod, sweeping through the air, allowed a sharp whistling sound, showcasing the power of this move. Seeing Qian Zuo's move so formidable, many people around the first layer of the Foundation establishment realm looked extremely serious. This move had surpassed the strength of someone at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, comparable to the power exerted by someone at the first layer of the Foundation establishment realm. At this moment, Chen Boyu's expression was also extremely grave, but he showed no signs of fear. He still had 1 move left to use. However, using this move would greatly reduce his combat power afterward, and he might not even be able to fight anymore. But now, it seemed he had no choice but to fight desperately. Since things had come to this point, he wouldn't hold back. He would defeat the enemy in front of him first. Thinking of this, Chen Boyu's expression turned icy, and he became serious. Thunderstorm 8-fold slash. Chen Boyu roared, lightning flashing around his body, and even the long knife crackled with electricity. Chen Boyu raised the long knife in his hand, squinting his eyes. Gripping the knife with both hands, the spiritual power within him surging wildly, causing the long knife to swell instantly. Slash! With Chen Boyu's shout, the long knife swung down violently. Although this move was called Thunderstorm 8-fold slash, at this moment, Chen Boyu was not executing 8 slashes, but rather 9 slashes. Each additional slash increased the burden on Chen Boyu. With the final slash, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, almost everyone in the Changshan Gate had their hearts in their throats. Many Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators marveling at the combat power of Qianzhua and Chen Boyu. Ji Wuchang also narrowed his eyes, secretly admiring Chen Boyu. After the 9th slash, his meridians must have been injured. After this strike, Chen Boyu would be unable to continue fighting. The massive rod shadow and several-meter-long knife collided fiercely in front of everyone's eyes. Clang! A piercing sound rang out, and many Qi refinement disciples covered their ears, their faces pale. As the knife and rod clashed, their spiritual powers intertwined, producing a series of explosive sounds. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the knife and rod, as the knife light shattered beneath the long rod, instantly breaking into 7 pieces, causing everyone's hearts to feel as if they had stopped beating. At this moment, the 8th beam of knife light struck down, directly colliding with the rod's phantom. The phantom of the rod finally couldn't hold on anymore, shattering simultaneously with the knife light. Just then, the 9th beam of knife light descended, and Qianzua's face changed dramatically as he horizontally positioned the rod in front of his chest. With a loud bang, Qianzua was directly sent flying. His hands shook violently, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a thud, Qianzua crashed down beneath the competition stage. At this moment, the disciples of the Changshan Gate erupted in cheers. Although this match could not determine the winner, the exchange just now was indeed spectacular. Qianzua stood up from the ground, cupping his fist towards Chen Boyu, then left. Chen Boyu let out a sigh of relief, just as Ji Wuchang had anticipated. He felt a twinge of pain in his meridians, causing him to shake his head with a wry smile. Although he had defeated Qianzua, he had also lost his combat power. Moreover, this was just a competition. In a real life-and-death battle, the one who ultimately survived might not be him. Although Qianzua was injured, he should still have fighting strength, while he did not. Most importantly, Qianzua was not even the strongest person at the Qi refinement stage in the Great Knife Pavilion. Chen Boyu glanced at Ji Wuchang, who was at the peak of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Even if he could fight across realms and defeat someone at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, it wouldn't change the situation. Chapter 42. Ji Wuchang takes the stage. Chen Boyu steeled his heart, deciding to fight again, all for the sect. Thinking of this, Chen Boyu took out a pill, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it. This was a regular Qi recovery pill, which could quickly restore his internal spiritual power. After feeling the spiritual power within him, Chen Boyu shook his head and smiled wryly again. He had only about half of his peak strength left, which meant his power had been greatly reduced. He could no longer execute terrifying moves like before. On the side of the Changshan Gate, after the crowd cheered, they fell silent in an instant. They noticed Chen Boyu's condition. He could no longer fight. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Ji Wuchang, who became the center of attention. Among those gazes, 99% were not optimistic about Ji Wuchang. It was deemed impossible for a 7th layer Qi refining practitioner to face an 8th layer, plus the strongest 9th layer practitioner. Sister, we don't need to take action anymore. Someone is going to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Tai Yujia excitedly leaned towards Incursion, muttering softly. Incursion smiled slightly, then reproachfully said, Junior sister, there are many people here. I'm worried someone might overhear. After all, this is a competition between 2 sects, and it wouldn't be good if someone hears it. Upon hearing this, Tai Yujia stuck out her tongue, a look of schadenfreude on her face. She was filled with anticipation for the upcoming match. She really hoped to see Ji Wuchang getting beaten up. A cold glint flashed in Incursion's eyes. Ever since this junior brother came, she felt her status as the senior sister in the eyes of their master was diminishing. But within the sect, she couldn't act recklessly. Otherwise, if discovered, the punishment would be severe. Now that there was finally a good show to watch, her eyes couldn't help but shine. As for the consequences of losing in the sect competition, Incursion had never thought about it. Sister, do you think we could turn the tide? Huang once you asked, looking at Zhen, Miaoqing with a hint of worry in her eyes. Zhen Yaoqing smiled slightly and replied, Wansu junior sister, nothing is absolute. The match isn't over yet, right? There might be surprises. Upon hearing Zhen Yaoqing's words, Huang Wansu's gaze swept towards Chen Boyu and then landed on Ji Wuchang, but her eyes revealed a look of doubt. Although Ji Wuchang had given her quite a shock at Fenglei Valley, it didn't mean his combat strength was that formidable. At that moment, Ji Wuchang made his move, leaping onto the competition stage. Brother Chun, go down and heal. I'll take care of this. Chen Boyu frowned upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words and replied, Junior Brother Ji, I want to fight one more match. Ji Wuchang shook his head slightly and said, Brother Chun, your meridians are injured. Continuing to fight could have serious consequences. Ji Wuchang understood the horror of meridian injuries better than anyone, having experienced it throughout his previous life until he was killed. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Chen Boyu's face turned slightly pale. He had initially wanted to insist, but seeing Ji Wuchang's calm gaze, he nodded. His current injuries would only require a few days of rest to recover, but if he continued fighting, the consequences would be severe. Junior Brother Ji, be careful. If we lose this time, the responsibility is not yours, but ours. Chen Boyu smiled at Ji Wuchang and then left the competition stage. Ji Wuchang watched Chen Boyu's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes slightly. He understood the meaning behind Chen Boyu's words, taking the responsibility onto himself and others. A warm feeling rose in Ji Wuchang's heart. In a large forest, there are all kinds of birds. Although Changsheng sect had some bad eggs, there were also a group of pure-hearted individuals. These are the true backbone of the Changsheng sect. At this moment, the most nervous in the elder's seat was Meng Kaihong. Although she had some understanding of Ji Wuchang's combat strength, she still felt worried when it came time for him to take the stage. Zhenjiang Jiao, you're going to lose this round, Zhao Sandao said with a smile. Although Zhen Yaotian thought the same in his heart, he naturally wouldn't admit defeat, smiling and saying, that's not necessarily the case. Zhao Sandao didn't expose Zhen Yaotian's unease, just nodded towards Jin Inting and Lu Yongzhan below. Brother Jin, you don't need to take the stage. I'll deal with him. Lu Yongzhan said to Jin Inting, his eyes filled with contempt. A mere 7th-layer Qi refining practitioner dared to stand on the competition stage. It seemed there was no one left in Changsheng sect. Don't be careless. Jin Inting glanced at Ji Wuchang and said to Lu Yongzhan. Lu Yongzhan nodded and then leaped directly onto the competition stage. From the Great Knife Pavilion, Lu Yongzhan, please give me guidance. Ji Wuchang calmly looked at Lu Yongzhan, sensing the immense power of blood and energy within him, which was slightly stronger than the lead Jiwen he had defeated yesterday. But so what? With his current physical strength, even a peak 9th-layer practitioner might not be able to withstand him. Ji Wuchang, make your move, Lu Yongzhan said calmly, then drew out his long knife. Ji Wuchang did not take out his long sword but remained barehanded. His strongest combat power was his physical body. Thunder Blast Fist and Wind Thunder Fist were both fist techniques, and taking out a long sword would only limit his strength. Seeing Ji Wuchang barehanded, Lu Yongzhan frowned slightly. However, he disregarded it, roaring loudly, raising his long knife, and unleashing his spiritual power, slashing down towards Ji Wuchang. The fierce blade light transformed into several blade shadows, intertwining and extending several meters, heading straight for Ji Wuchang. As the strike was unleashed, the onlookers instantly held their breath. Duan Junsheng, Fan Huajun, and Huang Guangwen's faces all changed slightly, as this strike was almost on par with their own. Meng Kaihong clenched her fists tightly, her body tensing. If Ji Wuchang were to be in danger, she would not hesitate to fly out and save him. And Kursin and Tai Yujia both showed joy on their faces. It would be amusing if Ji Wuchang couldn't withstand this move. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Ji Wuchang, including Zhen Yaotian. Just as the blade light was less than a foot from Ji Wuchang's head, Ji Wuchang moved, and his body instantly vanished. The elders of the Changsheng sect all brightened their eyes. Ji Wuchang's speed was incredible. Ji Wuchang naturally performed the Bagua Yulong step, which was most suitable for execution in a relatively small place like the competition stage. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had already arrived behind Lu Yongzhan. his right hand clenched into a fist, directly punching out. Lu Yongzhan, being a seasoned fighter, sensed something was wrong the moment Ji Wuchang disappeared. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and spun his long knife, slashing behind him. Chapter 43 rewards Lu Yongzhan's reaction speed was undoubtedly fast, but Ji Wuchang's speed was even faster. Before the long knife could spin to his back, Ji Wuchang's fist had already struck fiercely against Lu Yongzhan's back. With a loud bang, accompanied by Lu Yongzhan's scream, he was sent flying and crashed down below the competition stage. In that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Many disciples of the Changshan sect looking at Ji Wuchang on the competition stage in disbelief, thinking they must have seen it wrong. A 7th-layer Qi refining practitioner had defeated an 8th-layer Qi refining practitioner in an instant. With just one punch, he had taken down his opponent. It felt surreal. How could this be? How could his strength be so formidable? Tai Yujie couldn't accept it, mumbling to herself. And Kursin's eyes narrowed slightly. Her gaze filled with a trace of killing intent. Meng Caihong's fist, which had been tightly clenched, loosened, and she slowly exhaled. Sister, you knew this result all along, didn't you? Huang Wanxiu's face showed surprise as she turned to look at Zhen Miaoqing. Zhen Miaoqing remained calm and said, "Do you think anyone can stay in Fenglei Valley for several hours?" Zhen Miaoqing's retort left Huang Wanxiu speechless. It seemed she had greatly underestimated this junior brother's combat strength. Junior brother Wuchang, well done. Huang Guangwen was the first to speak, bursting into laughter. Junior brother Wuchang is amazing. He will be my idol from now on. A female disciple looked at Ji Wuchang with admiration, her eyes shining brightly. Junior brother Wuchang is so handsome. How did I not notice before? Don't fight with me. Brother Wuchang is mine. No wonder brother Wuchang can catch the attention of the third elder. His combat power is indeed terrifying. The previously oppressive atmosphere on the side of the Changshan sect was instantly ignited by Ji Wuchang's victory over Lu Yongzhan, and the atmosphere became extremely heated. Zui Yan, who had his eyes tightly closed, also opened them at this moment, took a look at Ji Wuchang, and then slowly closed them again. Zhao, Pavilion Master, how do you like this surprise? Zhen Yaotian said with a smile, feeling slightly relieved in his heart. Zhao Sandao glanced at Ji Wuchang and then said with a smile, his movement technique is good, but in the face of absolute strength, just having movement technique won't do. Zhao Sandao's meaning was very simple. Ji Wuchang's quick victory over Lu Yongzhan was merely relying on his strange movement technique. However, although he said this, a layer of shadow grew in his heart. But when Zhao Sandao's gaze turned to Jin Enting, he felt reassured again. It should be known that Jin Enting's combat power is incomparable to the other few, and even if Qianzhua, Li Hao, and Lin Yuzhen teamed up, it will be difficult to defeat him. It can be said that Jin Enting is the trump card in his hands. This time, Zhao Sandao proposed a battle strategy similar to a wheel battle, thinking of various possibilities. With Jin Enting around, everything can be turned around, even if only Jin Enting remains. Lu Yongzhan returned to the crowd with a face full of guilt. He was genuinely hit hard. Jin Enting ignored Lu Yongzhan and slowly walked towards the competition stage. He did not display any aura, but wherever he passed, those at the Qi refining stage felt a terrifying pressure coming at them. Even those at the second level of the foundation establishment stage were staring at Jin Enting with extremely serious expressions. This person is so strong, a Qi refining practitioner whispered, his voice trembling slightly. No one around responded to his words. Their gazes were all fixed on the competition stage, and the previous joy had completely vanished. This competition is the ultimate contest of the Qi refining stage, and has far-reaching implications. Ji Wuchang, show your skills, win this competition, and the sect will reward you with 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. At this moment, a voice echoed throughout the venue. It was the voice of sect leader Zhen Yaotian. When this voice was heard, everyone in the Changshan sect instantly widened their eyes. What does it mean to offer 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Even for the Zayas Hufeng, the resources for a year are only about half of that. The elders present did not speak out to stop Zhen Yaotian. Compared to 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, this competition is much more important. That is an enormous amount of 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang did not expect such a good thing, and his eyes instantly lit up. He clasped his fist toward Zhen Yaotian and said, "Sect leader, you are generous. I will take those 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones." Ji Wuchang's words were firm and full of bravado. Zhen Yaotian was very satisfied when he heard Ji Wuchang's words, and he felt an inexplicable confidence in Ji Wuchang. His intention in doing this was not only to motivate Ji Wuchang, but also to test Ji Wuchang's confidence. If the other party did not have the conviction to defeat his opponent, he would not dare to accept his words. Since sect leader has such a grand gesture, I naturally cannot be stingy. Jin Enting, win this competition, and I will reward you with a 4th grade marrow cleansing and vein marrow pill to help you advance your foundation. Zhao Sandao laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Everyone present was taken aback. Although the 4th grade marrow cleansing and vein marrow pill did not have a price that reached 10,000 middle grade spirit stones, it is simply not available for purchase. Even if you offered 10,000 middle grade spirit stones, they might not sell it to you. Such a pill, if given to a Qi refining stage genius in the sect, could allow him to condense more Dao platforms when establishing his foundation. The value of a genius is certainly not something that could be compared with 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Jin Enting's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master. I will definitely win this battle." As soon as Jin Enting's words came out, many people from the Chongqing sect were instantly unconvinced. "Brother Wuchang, we believe in you. Knock him down." "Yes, our brother Wuchang is the strongest. One punch will take him down." Many disciples of the Chongqing sect cheered for Ji Wuchang, their momentum soaring. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely heated. Whether it was the sect leader, the elders, or the disciples, their bodies felt a bit tense. Deep within the Chongqing sect, a wisp of divine sense swept across, clearly also stirred by the atmosphere of the scene. Such a scene, how could it resemble a contest among Qi refining stage practitioners? Even contests at the Foundation Establishment stage, or even the Purple Mansion stage, do not have such an atmosphere. No one knew that at this moment, high above the Chongqing sect, an elderly man sat cross-legged, watching the contest below with great interest. The old man wore ordinary coarse linen clothes, had a wine gourd at his waist, and a storage ring on his left hand, nothing else. Is this the sect of my female disciple? It is a bit weak, but full of vitality. The old man murmured to himself, then shifted his gaze to Zhen Yaoqing with a kind expression. This old man is none other than Zhen Yaoqing's master. If Ji Wuchang were to see him, he would certainly recognize him, as he had met this person in his past life. Chapter 44. Falling behind on the competition stage, Ji Wuchang and Jin Enting stood facing each other, both with serious expressions. Standing together, they could feel the powerful aura emanating from each other. "Fight!" Jin Enting shouted loudly, taking the initiative to strike first. Without any flashy moves, directly throwing a punch at Ji Wuchang. Jin Enting was half a head taller than Ji Wuchang and had a massive build. Standing opposite Ji Wuchang gave a sense of an adult battling a child. There was no fluctuation of spiritual power in Jin Enting's fist, but when his fist struck out, it surprisingly produced a sound of explosion. Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he clenched his right fist and struck back. A faint sound echoed through Ji Wuchang's body, and a subtle golden light glowed from his skin. The golden skin and jade bones vibrated simultaneously, allowing Ji Wuchang to clearly feel that his right fist contained an incredibly terrifying power. Boom! The two fists, one large and one small, collided in midair, and both of their bodies shook violently, retreating backward. Ji Wuchang took 3 steps back, while Jin Enting retreated 2 steps. Ji Wuchang gritted his teeth in pain. Jin Enting's punch was indeed not easy to take. Jin Enting also furrowed his brows. The carefree expression he had vanished, and his demeanor gradually became serious. The onlookers around were nervous, their palms sweating. The clash between Ji Wuchang and Jin Enting showcased a kind of wild beauty. Chun Boyu shook his head with a wry smile. He had thought that Ji Wuchang's strength was inferior to his, But now it seemed that Ji Wuchang was much stronger than him. Just now, Jin Inting's terrifying physical strength was something he couldn't withstand. It's impossible. How could his strength be so strong? Tai Yujie repeatedly murmured this phrase, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. And Kursin narrowed her eyes slightly, realizing that she really knew nothing about this junior brother. Sister, who will win between them? Huang Wanxu's face also showed a tense expression. She was genuinely shocked by Ji Wuchang's strength. Even the senior sister in front of her, back when she was at the qi refining stage, could only be this monstrous. Zheng Yaoqing looked at the two on the competition stage, and then spoke. It's hard to make a decision. In terms of physical strength, junior brother Ji is slightly stronger. But junior brother Ji's cultivation is too weak, and compared to Jin Inting, there's quite a gap. That's a shortcoming. Moreover, I always feel that Jin Inting is hiding something. I sense that there seems to be a special power within his body. Huang Wanxu was slightly taken aback upon hearing Zheng Yaoqing's response. And then she looked at Jin Inting. Ji Wuchang, you are very strong. Your physical strength is subtly above mine. But today, you will undoubtedly lose. After saying this, Jin Inting formed hand seals, and the aura of being at the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining was unmistakable. At this moment, Jin Inting no longer concealed his strength, and a terrifying aura swept towards Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's expression became serious, ready for battle, and a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. 100 Beast's fist, tiger roars in the mountains. Jin Inting shouted, his hands forming claw shapes. Spiritual power gathered in his palms. As Jin Inting shouted, his hand struck towards Ji Wuchang's chest, and the sound of the tiger's roar echoed as his hands made contact, spreading throughout the venue. Come on! Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up, and the sound of explosive cracking echoed through his bones as he shouted, unleashing his fist to meet Jin Inting's claws. With a loud bang, Ji Wuchang was forced back 7 steps, while Jin Inting merely swayed his body slightly. At that moment, many people's expressions changed dramatically. Ji Wuchang sighed. For some reason, he always felt there was a barrier within his physical body that prevented him from exerting his full physical strength. Since that's the case, let's use spiritual power. With this thought, Ji Wuchang stepped forward, revealing his peak of the 7th layer of qi refining strength. With a boost of spiritual power, the aura around Ji Wuchang surged. Not much weaker than Jin Inting's current state. Jin Inting, come and fight. Ji Wuchang stepped onto the 8 trigrams dragon step, his hands clenched into fists, and strands of lightning power enveloped his fists. This was the Thunder Explosion Fist. 100 Beast's fist, divine dragon soars to the 9 heavens. Jin Inting's expression was cold as he formed hand seals, and spiritual power surged from within him, a golden dragon phantom appearing in his palm. With a loud shout, Jin Inting punched out with his right fist, the golden dragon phantom merging into his fist, rapidly growing in size and transforming into a golden dragon, charging towards Ji Wuchang. This scene shocked many people present. Such a technique had already surpassed the means of the qi refining stage. Ji Wuchang's eyes were calm as he clenched his right fist, lightning flickering and thunder rumbling atop it. Then he shouted and punched directly at the golden dragon. The golden dragon collided with the Thunder Explosion Fist, causing Ji Wuchang's body to shake as he retreated 2 steps, a sharp pain shooting through his arm. 100 Beast's fist, Fire Phoenix cries in the mountains. Jin Inting did not give Ji Wuchang any time to breathe, forming hand seals as a Fire Phoenix phantom appeared. With a wave of his hand, the Fire Phoenix rapidly expanded, flames surging as it charged towards Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's left hand formed a fist, unleashing a Thunder Explosion Fist, while his right hand's index and middle fingers formed a sword gesture, slashing down at the Fire Phoenix. With a loud bang, the Fire Phoenix shattered, and Ji Wuchang was once again shaken back 3 steps. Jin Inting did not stop, continuously unleashing the 100 Beast fist, each punch different from the last. After a dozen punches, Ji Wuchang was forced to the edge of the competition stage. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. If Ji Wuchang was forced off the stage, it would mean the end of this competition. Senior brother Ji, hold on. Many people secretly prayed for Ji Wuchang. Chapter 45. Turn around just at this critical moment. Ji Wuchang's body swayed and instantaneously disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the center of the competition stage. His face slightly pale. His hands trembled slightly. The previous collisions had caused him a great deal of pain in his fists. Ultimately, he had suffered from his weaker cultivation, being pressured by Jin Enting. Ji Wuchang, your cultivation is too weak. You are no match for me. Jin Enting turned around and spoke with a fierce fighting spirit. The people present understood Jin Enting's words and fell silent, because he spoke the truth. Sister, think of a way quickly. Huang wants you looked at Zhen Miaoqing and spoke urgently. Zhen Miaoqing shot her a glance. This was a live competition. How could she think of a way? Was she supposed to lend her power to Ji Wuchang? Even if she wanted to, it was impossible. Without a solution, everything depended on him. Zhen Miaoqing spoke calmly. At this moment, the elders of the Changshan sect also fell silent. To be honest, Ji Wuchang's combat power had already far exceeded their expectations. Jin Yaotian felt a bit nervous, but he did not show any signs on his face. Meng Caihong's expression was tense, her eyes bright. This disciple had given her a big surprise today. Being able to fight to this extent, even if he lost later, no one in the Changshan sect would dare to say anything against Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang looked at Jin Enting, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as he calmly said, "You are right. My cultivation is indeed quite a bit weaker than yours. Since that's the case, I will raise my cultivation." As Ji Wuchang's voice fell, the entire venue fell silent. Many people looking at Ji Wuchang as if he were a fool. Can cultivation really be raised just like that? Even Jin Enting was stunned, not knowing what Ji Wuchang meant. System, sign in. Ji Wuchang ignored the strange gazes from everyone. He had not yet used the sign-in reward he had saved for the main peak today. Ding. Main peak of Changshan sect, sign-in successful. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Luck value, 20. The system's voice rang in Ji Wuchang's mind, and his eyes instantly brightened. This was the biggest reward he had received from signing in after obtaining the system. The main peak was indeed the main peak. Its luck value was far superior to that of other peaks. At the same time, a massive amount of spiritual power instantly appeared within Ji Wuchang's body. Without hesitation, Ji Wuchang activated the purple chi burning heaven technique, drawing this immense spiritual power into his dantian. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's cultivation began to soar, climbing steadily. Initial stage of the 8th layer of chi refining, late stage of the 8th layer of chi refining, peak of the 8th layer of chi refining. The rise in cultivation did not stop there. He directly broke through the peak of the 8th layer of chi refining, reaching the initial stage of the 9th layer. Ji Wuchang was startled, not daring to let his cultivation continue to rise, quickly directing the excess spiritual power into his internal organs. He had vowed to push his chi refining realm to the 10th layer, and before completing his divine store, he could not allow his cultivation to surge uncontrollably. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. What is going on? Why has senior brother G's cultivation suddenly skyrocketed? Did he use some secret method? I didn't see senior brother G take any elixirs. Could it be that senior brother G was deliberately hiding his cultivation before? Ji Wuchang's sudden surge in cultivation instantly ignited the entire Changshan sect, with everyone starting to discuss excitedly, their faces filled with excitement. Jin Yaotian was also slightly surprised, but he wore a smile on his face. Third elder, your disciple is too good at disguising. In Shuyu looked at Meng Caihong beside her, her voice tinged with a hint of sourness. This Ji Wuchang, at such a young age, had such terrifying combat power and had spent a few hours in the Wind and Thunder Valley. He was definitely a future talent of the sect. Meng Caihong was also shocked and speechless. She originally thought Ji Wuchang was already very outstanding, but now she realized she had underestimated him too much. Elder Fourth, this is just hiding one's strengths, not disguising. However, I was in seclusion for a while, so I really wasn't clear about his cultivation level. Meng Caihong said with a smile, her words filled with joy. The other elders looked at Meng Caihong with envy. Who wouldn't want such a disciple? How is this possible? This can't be real? Tai Yujia muttered to herself. Having been repeatedly stunned by Ji Wuchang today, she was almost at a loss for words. and cursing glance towards Meng Kaihong in the viewing platform, her eyes filled with resentment. She felt that it must be the master who had given Ji Wuchang special treatment. Otherwise, how could his cultivation grow so rapidly? Senior sister, this kid is too good at pretending. It's making us jumpy. No, after the competition, I'm going to beat him up. Don't stop me. Huang Wanxiu said to Zhen Yaoqing, who looked at Ji Wuchang with shining eyes. After so many years, she finally met an interesting person in the sect. As for Huang Wanxiu's complaints, she directly ignored them. Zhen Yaoqing didn't notice that not far from her, Kai Ping had been watching her. When Kai Ping saw the expression on Zhen Yaoqing's face, his own expression instantly turned cold as he looked at Ji Wuchang on the competition stage, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Kai Ping had followed Zhen Yaoqing for so many years and had never seen such brilliance in her eyes. The woman he liked, who would dare to touch her, they would die. Ji Wuchang had no idea that he had inexplicably become the target of Kai Ping's hatred. If he knew, he would definitely feel more wrong than Do-yi. Kill. Jin Enting's face was dark as he charged at Ji Wuchang, his hands forming seals to unleash the 100-beast fist. His fists intertwined, exuding a fierce, murderous aura, a ferocious energy spilling from his body. The people from the Blade Hall immediately recognized that Jin Enting was angry. He was at his most dangerous at this moment. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, feeling the immense power within him, his fighting spirit instantly soaring. The thunder explosion fist was unleashed by Ji Wuchang, directly expanding wildly against Jin Enting. This time, their entanglement was terrifying, and the energy flow between them smashed the ground into deep pits. With a bang, Ji Wuchang sent Jin Enting flying. Then, Ji Wuchang used the Bagua Dragon Step to arrive directly in front of Jin Enting, landing 2 punches on him. The leveling of their cultivation allowed Ji Wuchang to completely crush Jin Enting, making him retreat step by step. Although Jin Enting desperately defended, no matter how he tried, at this moment, he was completely at a disadvantage. At this moment, the disciples of the Changshan sect erupted with excitement, as Ji Wuchang landed another punch on Jin Enting. Jin Enting flew backward, nearly falling off the competition stage. Jin Enting opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling. Ji Wuchang, you have angered me, and it's worth me using all my strength. Jin Enting's face showed anger as he reached out to tap his chest. Bloodline of the Savage Bear. Activate. With Jin Enting's furious roar, a terrifying power rose from him, and his strength began to climb rapidly. At the same time, a massive bear figure appeared behind Jin Enting, towering several meters high, exuding terrifying power. Everyone look! Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling, unable to finish what they were about to say. Jin Enting's body and face began to sprout dense black fur, and his 10 fingernails rapidly elongated, turning into dark, curved claws. Ji Wuchang was stunned. He never expected that Jin Enting had the bloodline of the Savage Bear. Ji Wuchang, this is a bloodline awakening. Attack immediately, or his power will keep increasing. At that moment, a cold voice reached Ji Wuchang's ears. It was Zhen Yaoqing sending him a message. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang instantly understood. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the Bagua Dragon Step, clenched his fists tightly, and struck at Jin Enting. Jin Enting grinned wickedly and punched out, directly blocking Ji Wuchang's fists. With a bang, Ji Wuchang was sent flying. Ji Wuchang felt a sharp pain in his arms. The opponent's power had increased by about 3 times. Ji Wuchang, you are doomed. Jin Enting, covered in black fur, strode toward Ji Wuchang, his footsteps shaking the ground. Ji Wuchang's expression turned serious as he unleashed the Thunder Explosion Fist with his left hand and slashed out the Qingyun Sword technique with his right hand. Attacking Jin Enting. Jin Enting snorted coldly, slamming his palm down, instantly forming a massive palm print that shattered Ji Wuchang's attack. Without any hesitation, Jin Enting raised his right fist, covered in black fur, and punched at Ji Wuchang. At the same time, Jin Enting locked his aura onto Ji Wuchang, making it impossible for Ji Wuchang to evade. Ji Wuchang's expression froze, his bones vibrating all over giving off a jade-like luster. At the same time, golden skin began to show, making Ji Wuchang look like a golden statue. Golden skin, Zhao Sandao and Zhen Yaotian exclaimed simultaneously, both shocked. It was extremely rare for someone in the qi refining realm to achieve golden skin. The refining of golden skin requires enormous spiritual power support. And how many people in the qi refining realm could calm down to do this? Of course, Jin Inting had also achieved golden skin, but he had the help of bloodline power. If Zhao Sandao and Zhen Yaotian knew that Ji Wuchang had already completed the Jade Bone, they would be utterly astonished. At this moment, Ji Wuchang channeled his physical strength to what he considered the limit, while mobilizing the spiritual power within him, directly throwing his fists out to collide with Jin Inting's punch. With a loud bang, Ji Wuchang took a step back, and Jin Inting also staggered. Although your Savage Bear bloodline is strong, it can still be resisted. Let's see how long your bloodline can hold out. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, then pushed the Bagua Dragon step to the extreme, launching a frenzied attack on Jin Inting. Ji Wuchang noticed that with his full-on assault, the luster of his bones was becoming more and more pronounced. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought rapidly, colliding dozens of times. Each time Ji Wuchang collided, he would take a step back, and after dozens of collisions, he found himself again at the edge of the competition stage. Ji Wuchang, receive my next strike, and I will admit defeat. Jin Inting shouted loudly, forming seals with both hands, and the giant bear phantom behind him merged into his body. At that moment, several Taoist platform phantoms suddenly appeared behind Jin Inting, a total of 7, emanating a terrifying power. Foundation Establishment Realm, someone exclaimed, but then denied it, as these Taoist platforms were all illusory. This Jin Inting is not bad. Although he hasn't reached the Foundation Establishment Realm, he can wield a trace of its power. Zhen Yaoqing said with admiration. A long knife appeared in Jin Inting's hand, and a dangerous aura spread from him. Ji Wuchang saw this scene and stood up straight, showing no signs of panic in his eyes. A single strike to determine the victor? Then I will grant you that. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. Ji Wuchang formed seals with both hands, and suddenly a dark thundercloud appeared in the sky. Boom, boom. Several thunderclaps suddenly echoed from above, causing everyone present to pause slightly, unsure of what was happening. At this moment, Jin Inting was ready, raising the long knife in his hand, his eyes showing a hint of madness. Savage Bear Slash. Accompanied by a furious shout from Jin Inting, the long knife in his hand was raised and slashed down. A flash of blade light burst forth, swelling in the wind, and in an instant, it transformed into a gigantic blade light nearly 10 meters long. Within the blade light, the roar of a giant bear echoed, and as he struck down, a fierce wind howled in the air. With this strike, even those at the second level of the Foundation Establishment Realm changed their expressions drastically, for this blow was enough to threaten their lives. Thunderclouds appeared, and lightning struck. Ji Wuchang's expression was cold, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking into Ji Wuchang's palm amidst the crowd's gasps. As the lightning fell, a sparkling lightning ball appeared in Ji Wuchang's palm. Wind, thunder fist, wind, thunder, transformation. Ji Wuchang shouted loudly, and within his dantian, lightning flickered. Countless powers of lightning surged out in an instant. With Ji Wuchang's shout, he threw a punch. The lightning ball fused with Ji Wuchang's fist, unleashing a terrifying force from the lightning ball. At that moment, the entire venue was shaken, and they felt that Ji Wuchang's punch contained a dreadful power. The fist filled with flickering lightning collided with the 10-meter blade light, capturing the attention of everyone in the Changshengmen Square. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the competition stage, fully aware that this strike would determine the victor. Boom! A violent explosion swept through the air, and the terrifying power of lightning completely engulfed the long knife. Then, the lightning power erupted, shooting fiercely at Jin Inting. Jin Inting let out a miserable scream, his body flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth. And then he crashed hard onto the ground beneath the competition stage. Jin Inting lost, having used his strongest technique, comparable to a strike from the third level of Foundation Establishment. Yet he was still unable to withstand Ji Wuchang's wind thunder fist. Ji Wuchang's face turned pale, and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, his body swaying unsteadily. But at this moment, no one mocked Ji Wuchang, especially the Qi refinement disciples, all of whom wore expressions of awe. Chapter 47. Greetings to senior brother Ji Wei-1. We of Changshengmen 1. The disciples of Changshengmen instantly cheered, and many began to shout loudly. Meng Kaihong, who had been tense, completely relaxed at that moment. Third elder, Ji Wuchang, is impressive. The sect will focus on nurturing him in the future. From this day on, his treatment in the sect will be the same as Huang Wanxiu and Kai Ping. Zhen Yaotian laughed heartily and spoke to Meng Kaihong beside him. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaihong could not help but show a delighted expression and quickly replied, "Thank you, Sect Master." The other elders looked at Meng Kaihong with envy, but they did not speak. They understood how difficult it was to win that battle. Jin Enting was the top practitioner of the body refining realm, cultivated with vast resources by the Blade Hall, and possessed the bloodline of a giant bear, with combat power comparable to the third level of Foundation establishment. Yet, such a person was still defeated by Ji Wuchang, securing the sect 35% of resources for the next 20 years. He deserved to enjoy the treatment of a seed player in the sect. Zhao Sandao's smile had long disappeared as he looked at Ji Wuchang, his expression extremely complex. Changshengmen already had a prodigy like Zhen Miaoqing, and now another Ji Wuchang emerged. It would become increasingly difficult for the Blade Hall to compete with Changshengmen. But Zhao Sandao knew that Jin Enting had tried his best. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. It was just that someone was even more monstrous. On the same stage, when geniuses compete, someone must inevitably fade into the background. Zhen Miaoqing looked at Ji Wuchang below, her eyes filled with admiration growing stronger. This little junior brother had surprised her several times in just 2 days. Senior sister, you should stay and not leave. I think with this little freak around, you won't be lonely in the future, Huang Wanxiu said with a smile, genuinely reluctant to see Zhen Miaoqing leave. Zhen Miaoqing shook her head and replied, "My master said that Boyunzu is too small, with not even a single 6 divine realm powerhouse. The outside world is vast, filled with countless talents. Since I can't find opponents among my peers in Boyunzu, I'll venture out to see a broader world. If one day I get tired, I will return to the sect." After Zhen Miaoqing finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from her, and a fighting spirit shone in her eyes. Huang Wanxiu sighed upon hearing Zhen Miaoqing's words and no longer tried to persuade her. Huang Wanxiu seemed to think of something and glanced at Kai Ping not far away. For some reason, Huang Wanxiu disliked this person very much. There was no reason, just an instinct. She felt that Kai Ping had a very dark heart. Tai Yujie fell completely silent. Just now, when Ji Wuchang delivered the final blow, it gave her a chilling sensation. Among the 3 of them, the happiest was Zheng Linghong. Although he was a senior brother, he couldn't help but show admiration in his eyes when looking at Ji Wuchang. From now on, senior brother Ji Wuchang will be my idol. Does senior brother Ji have someone he likes? I want to get to know him. Senior brother Ji is so handsome. He is the most handsome man I have ever seen. Oh my God, since he is so extraordinary, why was I born? In the crowd, various discussions were endless, almost all praising Ji Wuchang, and his name began to resonate throughout Changshengmen. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the initial task of making a name for himself in Changshengmen, rewarding the master with ancient method of refining organs. System reminds the master this technique is specifically used to refine the 5 internal organs, allowing the master to quickly reach the divine concealment stage. Reward: 5 years of cultivation. Luck value 300. Jin Enting's luck value 300. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was slowly walking down the stage when suddenly the system's voice rang in his mind, causing Ji Wuchang's eyes to shine instantly. What he needed most right now was how to refine his 5 internal organs and quickly step into the divine concealment stage. He didn't expect the system to reward him with this directly. He struck it rich this time. External strength does not count as true strength. Internal strength is the real power. Ji Wuchang felt a powerful spiritual power surge within him and quickly operated the purple qi burning heaven technique to guide this spiritual power into his 5 internal organs. Greetings to senior brother Ji. Chen Boyu, Duan Junsheng, Fan Huajun, and Huang Guangwen all clasped their fists simultaneously and bowed to Ji Wuchang. These 4 represented the strongest 4 in the qi refinement realm of Changxingmen at the moment. Their calling him senior brother was not about seniority, but recognition of Ji Wuchang. Just like Zhen Miaoqing, she was actually younger than many people, yet everyone willingly called her senior sister. This was a form of acknowledgement, representing the recognition of Ji Wuchang by those in the qi refinement realm. Greetings to senior brother Ji. Many qi refinement practitioners clasped their fists and bowed to Ji Wuchang, their eyes revealing a hint of fervor. Their words instantly triggered a chain reaction, with more and more qi refinement disciples standing up and bowing to Ji Wuchang. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had thoroughly made a name for himself among the qi refinement disciples. Kai Ping looked at Ji Wuchang in the distance, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He was a disciple of the sect leader, but had become a joke in Changxingmen. People only remembered him when they mentioned Zhen Miaoqing. At this moment, Kai Ping hated many people, including Zhen Yaotian. He had once said he would betroth Zhen Miaoqing to himself, yet now he said nothing. Thinking of his father, who died for Zhen Yaotian, Kai Ping felt Zhen Yaotian was a white-eyed wolf, and at this moment, his heart was filled with murderous intent. But Kai Ping buried this killing intent deep in his heart because he knew very well that he was still very weak. Zhen Yaotian could crush him like an ant. Kai Ping had originally thought he would become the most dazzling existence in Changxingmen, but now he had become a joke, and he felt hatred in his heart. Although Ji Wuchang had no relation to him, he saw the admiration in Zhen Miaoqing's eyes for Ji Wuchang and now saw how popular Ji Wuchang was. At this moment, Kai Ping hated Ji Wuchang, and his killing intent surged fiercely. Ji Wuchang returned to Meng Caihong's side amidst the cheers of the crowd. The elders around looked at Ji Wuchang with admiration in their eyes. "Wuchang, are you all right?" Meng Caihong asked with concern upon seeing Ji Wuchang's pale face. Ji Wuchang actually had no serious issues. Most of his current condition was feigned. Having lived 2 lives, Ji Wuchang understood one thing very well. A tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. His strength was too weak now. Even with the powerful Ji Yaoyao by his side, he still needed to be cautious, or he might very well end up capsizing in a ditch. "Master, I'm fine. Just a bit of damage to my meridians after using my last move. I won't watch the rest of the competition, and will go back to rest properly." Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Meng Caihong's expression turned tense, and without hesitation, she said, "All right, you go back then." Ji Wuchang quickly nodded, then bowed to Meng Caihong and the elders before leaving the main peak. Chapter 48. No breaking, no standing. Not long after, Ji Wuchang returned to his small courtyard and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "Wuchang, be careful. There's an unparalleled strong person in your room. Don't call for me, or you'll be discovered." At that moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly heard Ji Yaoyao's voice in his ear, sending chills down his spine. To be called an unparalleled strong person by Ji Yaoyao, the other party's cultivation must be above hers. It's worth noting that Ji Yaoyao was at the supreme realm in her lifetime, although Ji Wuchang did not know which level of the supreme realm she had reached. Anyone who could attain that realm was capable of dominating a region. At that moment, Ji Wuchang felt his heart leap into his throat. But since things had happened, he naturally had to face them. Even if he took out a teleportation talisman, he wouldn't be able to escape the perception of such a big shot. Ji Wuchang quickly came to a realization. If the other party wanted to harm him, they could just slap him to death without being sneaky. Even if it was in front of the ancestor of the Changshang sect, no one would dare to voice any objections. Having understood this, Ji Wuchang instantly relaxed, and without any hesitation, he directly pushed open his room door. When the door opened, he saw an elder in coarse linen robes sitting on the meditation cushion where Ji Wuchang usually practiced, his eyes fixed on Ji Wuchang with great interest. The moment Ji Wuchang saw the elder, his mind buzzed. He recognized who this person was: Master Zhen Miaoqing, his senior sister's master. His senior sister had left the Changxing sect right after the competition ended. In his past life, Ji Wuchang hadn't paid attention to these matters and thought his senior sister had gone out to train alone. Now he realized he was wrong. His senior sister had long since taken on a master and only left with him after completing the Sect-S Grand Competition. Junior Ji Wuchang pays respects to the elder. Ji Wuchang calmly cupped his fists towards the elder, his attitude exceptionally respectful. The elder looked at Ji Wuchang in surprise and then said calmly, "What an interesting little guy. Do you know me?" Ji Wuchang's mind raced, but his expression showed no change. The disciple wouldn't dare to conceal anything, if I'm not mistaken. "You are the master mentioned by my senior sister." The time was too short, and Ji Wuchang couldn't come up with many reasons. So he decided to just say it like that. At that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon Ji Wuchang's body. Caught off guard, Ji Wuchang nearly knelt on the spot. He felt as if a small mountain had been placed on him, his entire body trembling. And large beads of sweat instantly erupted from him. Do you know what the consequences are of lying in front of Supreme? Don't think that just because you are a mere qi refining cultivator, the entire Changsheng sect can save you from my finger. The elder's words carried an endless majesty. As his words echoed, they were like a decree, leaving Ji Wuchang with no thoughts of resistance. Ji Wuchang's heart was in a frenzy, and a voice in his head seemed to tell him to confess everything. Ji Wuchang bit his tongue, and a sharp pain jolted him back to clarity. He was drenched in cold sweat. In just a couple of breaths, he was already soaked. "Elder, I wouldn't dare to lie. I accidentally heard my senior sister mention it. Otherwise, I wouldn't know of your existence." Ji Wuchang trembled all over, feeling as if he was carrying a small mountain on his back. His feet deeply sunk into the ground. He sensed that every bone in his body was quaking, and a buzzing sound was emanating from his bones. This was the signal that his bones had reached their limit. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, the elder let out a cold snort, and in an instant, an even stronger pressure descended upon Ji Wuchang. Crack! Ji Wuchang's feet finally couldn't hold up. Flesh and blood bursting open, and then the bones in his legs snapped. At the moment his bones broke, a wisp of black gas floated out from the fractured bones, turning into black smoke and disappearing without a trace. Ji Wuchang's face twisted in pain, the intense agony nearly causing him to faint. "Am I going to die? I'm not willing." A voice in Ji Wuchang's heart screamed in despair. He couldn't understand why this elder was doing this. "I'll give you another chance. How did you know about me? If you dare to deceive me, I will turn you to ashes." The elder's voice resonated, and an even more terrifying pressure bore down upon Ji Wuchang's body. Crack! Ji Wuchang's bones continued to snap, dozens of them breaking. This pain rendered him like a puddle of mud, collapsing on the ground. Ji Wuchang struggled to lift his head, his eyes revealing an unyielding spirit. Even if he died, he wouldn't expose the secret of living a second life. Otherwise, he would definitely face certain death. "Elder, I did not lie." In just 7 words. It seemed Ji Wuchang had exhausted all his strength, and blood sprayed from his mouth. The elder looked at Ji Wuchang, and Ji Wuchang stared back at the elder, neither side yielding. Crack! Dozens of bones in Ji Wuchang's body broke again, and at this moment he could no longer lift his head, completely collapsing like a puddle of mud at the door. The indifference in the elder's eyes had long since vanished, replaced by deep appreciation. With a wave of his hand, a pill flew out, and before Ji Wuchang could react, it was directly fed into his mouth. At the same time, the elder pointed, and a drop of golden blood flew out, merging into Ji Wuchang's body. In an instant, Ji Wuchang's shattered bones reassembled and healed rapidly. That drop of golden blood split into 206 tiny droplets, merging into every bone in Ji Wuchang's body. With the incorporation of this drop of golden blood, Ji Wuchang's injuries instantly healed, and his bones radiated a glaze-like luster. At that moment, Ji Wuchang felt his physical strength multiply several times again, leaving him a bit dazed, unsure of what this elder was up to. "Thank you, elder." Ji Wuchang, though puzzled, quickly cupped his fists and spoke. The elder nodded and then said calmly, "You kid indeed satisfies me, and you have great willpower. Although I know you are lying, for Miaoqing's sake, I'll grant you this fortune, golden skin and jade bones. No breaking, no standing. What you achieved before was merely superficial. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang instantly realized he finally understood the elder's meaning. Thank you, elder. The first expression was forced. This one was absolutely sincere. The elder's previous actions had essentially laid the strongest foundation for Ji Wuchang's future path in cultivation. Chapter 49. Review and Selection of 3 Combat Techniques. Senior, why are you helping me? Ji Wuchang pondered for a long time and finally voiced his doubts. The old man smiled slightly and replied, why does an old man need a reason to do things? Just consider it as me doing a favor for Miaoqing. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't rush to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Take your time to polish your skills in the qi refining stage, especially your internal organs. They are of utmost importance. This item is for you. If you can come to the immortal continent in the future, you can use this to find me, and I will grant you a fortuitous opportunity. After the old man finished speaking, his body transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished, leaving only a pitch-black jade token floating before Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang reached out to take the token, which had only one character on it. Xia. He put the token away, his expression quite complex. Ypsilon. Why didn't you help me just now? Don't you know that if I die, you will also be lost? The thought of how he had almost wandered around the gates of hell made Ji Wuchang furious, especially since Ji Yaoyao had not responded at all. He held no murderous intent. Otherwise, he could have killed her with just a glance. Why bother with so much effort? Moreover, he had protected her meridians and Dantian with his spiritual power, so his actions had no meaning. Ji Yaoyao's voice rang in Ji Wuchang's mind, causing him to smile wryly and shake his head. Ji Wuchang hurriedly checked his body and was shocked. His entire skeleton felt like it was made of glass, with no impurities at all, as if each bone was a perfect work of art. His flesh was brimming with endless vitality, and his meridians were strong and powerful, having increased at least several levels compared to before. His skin was also filled with a special force, radiating a golden glow. However, at that moment, the golden light slowly faded, and his skin resembled jade. So this is what true golden skin and jade bones look like. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt an added sense of gratitude towards the old man. This was a heavy favor, and if he had the ability in the future, he would repay this karmic debt. Ji Wuchang cleaned up in front of the door, washing away the blood, then returned to his room and sat cross-legged. He first checked the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation level, early stage of qi refining 9th layer, root bone, earth grade middle quality, fate value, 1239, special ability, none system task. None, his fate value had broken through 1,000. Which made Ji Wuchang very happy. He then took out the ancient method of refining organs and began to study it earnestly. As he read, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. The 5 organs are the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, while the 6 bowels are the stomach, large intestine, small intestine, gallbladder, bladder, and sanjiao. The 5 elements are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The refining of the 5 organs and 6 bowels requires the aid of the 5 elements to achieve perfect refinement. This is the essence of the ancient method of refining organs. To refine the 5 organs and 6 bowels, one must find the corresponding 5-element spiritual materials to refine them with their power, thereby strengthening the 5 organs and 6 bowels. This is part of the introduction in the ancient method of refining organs. Ji Wuchang felt that his previous methods were those of a clown. He could indeed use spiritual power to strengthen the 5 organs and 6 bowels, but it could not reach a limit. To truly complete the refinement of the 5 organs and 6 bowels, one needed to use 5-element spiritual materials. But such heavenly materials and earthly treasures were not easy to find. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had obtained earth spirit pearls and fire spirit pearls. But in this life, he had none. No, this matter must be resolved one way or another. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang remembered that if he recalled correctly, there should be a wood spirit pearl in the sect's treasury. This was a type of innate spirit pearl unique to the Chongqing sect, seemingly originating from the forbidden area of the Chongqing sect. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang did not have the qualifications to enter the Forbidden Area, so he did not know if it was true or not. But the matter of the wood spirit pearl was indeed real. Having made some contributions to the sect, it should not be difficult to obtain a wood spirit pearl. If necessary, he could have his master intervene, which would surely succeed. However, the remaining 4 types would be a bit troublesome, as the earth spirit pearl and fire spirit pearl from his previous life were not obtained in the Chongqing sect. It seems he could only take it step by step. With this thought, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but sigh. He finally understood why there were almost no people who could condense the 10 Dao platforms in the Foundation establishment stage. The golden skin and jade bones had already blocked countless people, and the divine hiding place was the biggest obstacle. Moreover, there is a time limit for the Foundation establishment stage. Generally, it is best to establish a foundation before the age of 40. Once one surpasses 40, the effectiveness of the Foundation establishment greatly diminishes, and this has been verified by countless people. Of course, for those exceptional prodigies, establishing a foundation before the age of 25 is the best age, as at this time, their vitality is vigorous, and the condensed Dao platform is even more formidable. However, Ji Wuchang is only 18 now, so he doesn't need to worry too much. He also wondered how the Foundation establishment stage competition would go. Ji Wuchang shook his head. This question had no significance. He then began to review this match with Jin Enting. Ji Wuchang concluded that his combat techniques were too few and nowhere near as rich as Jin Enting's. Currently, the combat techniques he practiced were Qingyun Sword Technique, Thunder Explosion Fist, Wind Thunder Fist, and Breaking Wind Palm, while he had not yet entered the Shattered Jade Finger. The Breaking Wind Palm was too weak for Ji Wuchang. It was no longer of any help, so he did not use it this time. The Thunder Explosion Fist had limited power, and he could barely use it now. But its effectiveness would diminish further in the Foundation establishment stage. The Wind Thunder Fist was naturally a top-tier combat technique, but he could currently only use the Wind Thunder transformation. As for the Qingyun Sword Technique, to be honest, its power was average, and Ji Wuchang did not particularly like using it. After this review, Ji Wuchang immediately knew what he should do. Quickly practice a few combat techniques. He thought for a moment, sorting through the memories of his previous life, and selected 3 combat techniques. They were Flame Wheel, Shadow Sword Technique, and Hard Step. The Flame Wheel was an Earth-grade lower-quality combat technique that perfectly matched the Purple Chi Burning Heaven technique, allowing the user to mobilize their internal spiritual power to form a fiery wheel of light to attack opponents with extraordinary power. The Shadow Sword Technique was an Earth-grade top-quality combat technique with a total of 4 moves, emphasizing silent sword strikes, compressing sword energy into a thin line to kill invisibly. The Heart Step was a special stepping technique of unknown rank. Each step felt as if one were stepping on the opponent's heart. These 3 combat techniques were Ji Wuchang's favorites from his previous life and had helped him kill many enemies. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to practice them, but now it was different. He had entered the high-level vision of the sect and would receive protection from the higher-ups. Chapter 50. The final result of the competition, once he made his selection, Ji Wuchang no longer hesitated and began to practice. With the memories of his previous life, he naturally knew how to practice, and in just over an hour, he had mastered the Flame Wheel to a small success. If Ji Wuchang wanted to be faster, he could consume Fate Value, but he chose not to. Since all these techniques were ones he had practiced in his previous life, they didn't take too much time, so there was no need to waste the Fate Value he had worked hard to obtain. Ji Wuchang felt that the Fate Value was very useful, so he decided to save it up. Your master and the others are back. Ji Wuchang had originally planned to start practicing the Shadow Sword Technique, but Ji Yaoyao's voice made him immediately give it up. With Ji Yaoyao as a support, Ji Wuchang found things much more convenient. A few breaths later, several figures landed outside Ji Wuchang's small courtyard. It was Meng Kaihong and her 3 disciples. The 4 did not conceal their presence. Ji Wuchang quickly opened the door, bowed and clasped his fists, saying, "Greetings, Master. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Meng Kaihong waved her hand, then reached out to grasp Ji Wuchang's hand, sending a stream of spiritual power into his body. After a moment, this stream of spiritual power returned, and Meng Kaihong breathed a sigh of relief. Your meridians are strong. It seems you're no longer in serious trouble. I can rest easy now. Meng Kaihong's words warmed Ji Wuchang's heart. This master was indeed quite nice. Thank you, master. I just returned and adjusted my condition a bit. I'm fine now, Ji Wuchang said with a smile, knowing that his master must have noticed that his meridians were not injured. And Kursin and Tai Yujia exchanged glances with Ji Wuchang, both showing a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Little junior brother, you have really become a celebrity in our Chongqing sect, Zheng Linghong said with a smile, his face displaying a happy expression. Ji Wuchang laughed heartily and replied, Second senior brother, fame brings trouble. I'd rather return to the past. Zheng Linghong was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. He understood that little junior brother did not want too much attention. Meng Kaihong smiled and said, Wuchang has a good temperament. I am very pleased. The path of cultivating immortality is long. A moment's success or failure means nothing. After finishing her words, Meng Kaihong took out a storage ring and handed it to Ji Wuchang. This is a reward just given to me by the sect leader. Inside, there are 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones and a third-grade warming pulse pill. As soon as Meng Kaihong's words fell, and Kursin and Tai Yujia could not help but reveal a hint of greed in their eyes, which were also filled with jealousy. Together, the two of them only had a little over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to about 100 middle-grade spirit stones. However, Ji Wuchang had 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which was enough to make people envious and resentful. Ji Wuchang took the storage ring, and a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. The sect leader was indeed his financial benefactor. Master, there are so many spirit stones that I can't use all of them. Please take some. Meng Kaihong thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Having so much spiritual energy on you is indeed inappropriate. I will keep 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones for you, and I will take care of the rest. Whenever you need spirit stones, just come and get them from me. After saying this, Meng Kaihong took away 9,000 middle-grade spirit stones and then returned the storage ring to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang also breathed a sigh of relief. For him, at this moment, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones were too eye-catching, but 1,000 was more acceptable. By the way, Master, how did the subsequent competition go? Ji Wuchang asked with a smile as he put away the storage ring. Meng Kaihong smiled slightly and replied, in the Foundation Establishment competition, the sect leader intends to go easy, with each side winning 2 matches and 1 tie. As for the Purple Mansion competition, naturally, Miao Qing won. In this competition, our Chongqing sect obtained 65% of the resources, which is 0.5% more than in previous years. As soon as Ji Wuchang heard this, he immediately understood. This was Zhen Yaotian giving face to the Dideo Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, the Dideo Pavilion would be grateful to receive 30%, but now they had received 35%, which was only 0.5% less than in previous years. This was also Zhen Yaotian's punishment for Zhao Sandao of the Dideo Pavilion for plotting against him. In his previous life, the Dideo Pavilion had obtained 50% of the resources, taking away an extra 10% from the Chongqing sect. It was this 10% of resources that caused the resources of each peak in the Chongqing sect to be reduced by 10% in the future. Now that he was living his second life, he had stirred the butterfly's wings, changing this outcome. Meng Kaihong did not stay too long. After chatting with Ji Wuchang briefly, she left. Ji Wuchang learned from Meng Kaihong that Elder Tang Yuan would be returning in 2 days. Upon hearing this news, excitement flashed in Ji Wuchang's eyes. Xiao Fan was coming. Ji Wuchang decided to go outside the sect in a couple of days to see the excitement. This was a significant event for recruiting disciples. How could he miss it? In his previous life, he had also attended when Xiao Fan was under Elder Tang. In addition to wanting to see Xiao Fan, there was someone else Ji Wuchang was very interested in, named Song Qing. Song Qing came from a small family and was a well-known genius of the Song family, possessing a water spiritual body. However, she was plotted against and swallowed a fire spirit fruit, causing her water spiritual body to be damaged and her foundation severely harmed. Thus, a small genius faded into obscurity. Ji Wuchang clearly remembered that when Song Qing came to the Chongqing sect wanting to join, no one wanted her. She knelt at the Chongqing sect for a day before leaving. Later, for some unknown reason, she was noticed by Zhao Sandao of the Dideo Pavilion and taken away. Eventually, Song Qing rose strongly within the Dideo Pavilion and forged 8 Dao platforms when establishing her foundation, becoming a prodigy. It was said that if it weren't for the damage to her water spiritual body, she could have condensed a 9th Dao platform. After establishing her foundation, Song Qing returned to the Tsong family, killing dozens of members of her family, finally revealing to the world that the one who plotted against her was her own uncle. Later, after continuously breaking through in cultivation and becoming a powerful 6th Divine Realm expert, she left Boyun Prefecture to travel the world. Although Song Qing's talent might not compare to Jin Miaoqing, she was undoubtedly a prodigy. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had no interaction with Song Qing. At most he could say he had seen her. Ji Wuchang thought of Song Qing not because he had any particular thoughts about her, but because he wanted to have his master accept her as a disciple. And Kursin and Tai Yujia were both people he intended to eliminate. Once they were gone, there would be no female disciples in Shaozhu Peak. Ji Wuchang remembered very clearly that Song Qing was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Later, when the Dideo Pavilion encountered danger, it was Song Qing who risked her life to resolve it, making her status in the Dideo Pavilion comparable to Zhen Miaoqing's status in the Chongqing sect. Having such a junior sister join Shaozhu Peak would make Ji Wuchang feel at ease. In front of a small house, a figure appeared serious, each step heavy as if stepping on thousands of pounds, sending ripples of strange vibrations spreading in all directions. This figure was Ji Wuchang. At this moment, the cultivation method he was practicing was not a movement technique, but a combat skill called Heart-Treading Step. Heart-Treading Step had no rank, but Ji Wuchang always felt that this combat skill was extraordinary. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's heart was pounding fiercely. The execution of Heart-Treading Step was also a form of tempering for Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang, there are 2 people watching you from above. One is the old man from earlier, and the other is your senior sister. Ji Yaoyao's voice entered Ji Wuchang's ears. Ji Wuchang maintained a blank expression and ignored it, focusing on practicing this combat skill. Heart-Treading Step had a total of 10 steps. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang could only take 5 steps at most at one time before his heart could not take it anymore. Now, he had just taken 2 steps, and beads of sweat had begun to appear on his forehead as he felt his heart pounding too hard. This also caused Ji Wuchang to hesitate to take the 3rd step. Ultimately, Ji Wuchang decided to give up. After all, he had only reached the 9th layer of qi refining and could not be too ambitious. Master, what kind of step is this? It feels like every step is treading on the heart. It's quite extraordinary, Zhen Miaoqing asked curiously, looking at the old man beside her. The old man shook his head and replied, "Good disciple, you've really stumped me. I truly don't know. Your junior brother's talent is not inferior to yours. If he hones himself well, he will surely achieve great things in the future. You should go and say goodbye to him. Returning after this won't be easy." When Zhen Miaoqing heard this, she was slightly surprised. She knew very well that her master was no ordinary person. Besides his own cultivation, his knowledge was also extremely formidable. However, today her master actually said he didn't know, which naturally surprised Zhen Miaoqing. You can ask him about this step. This kid shouldn't be a stingy person. With this step technique in combination, your combat power will greatly improve in the future. The old man smiled and spoke again. Upon hearing this, Zhen Miaoqing nodded, and, seeing that Ji Wuchang had already stopped, she no longer hesitated and swayed her body, directly arriving below. "Junior brother Ji, I wonder if you will welcome this unexpected guest." Zhen Miaoqing stood not far from Ji Wuchang and said with a smile. Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback, and when he saw the old man beside Zhen Miaoqing, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. "Senior sister, your presence in my humble abode is truly an honor." Ji Wuchang made a gesture of invitation, and Zhen Miaoqing didn't hold back, entering the small house where Ji Wuchang resided together with him. After Ji Wuchang poured tea for the 2, he sat cross-legged opposite Zhen Miaoqing. "Junior brother Ji, I am about to leave the sect, and I don't know when I'll be back. Today is also a farewell to my junior brother." Zhen Miaoqing stated her purpose directly. Ji Wuchang was naturally aware, remembering that in his previous life, Zhen Yaoqing had left tonight, and her next appearance would be 100 years later. Ji Wuchang glanced at the old man and then turned to Zhen Yaoqing, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, senior sister. Weiyun Prefecture is too small. With your talent, staying here would only waste time. I wish you a steady rise in cultivation, and when you become the Supreme Emperor in the future, I will definitely come to seek your protection." Zhen Yaoqing glared at Ji Wuchang, thinking this guy could really talk, daring to mention the Supreme Emperor. She had heard her master say that in this world, not to mention an emperor, there wasn't even a quasi-emperor. Zhen Yaoqing was a straightforward person, and seeing Ji Wuchang shrink his neck after being glared at, she couldn't help but smile slightly. "Junior brother Ji, I noticed you seem to be practicing a special combat technique. To be honest, I'm quite interested. If you need anything, just mention it, and I am willing to exchange with you." Upon hearing Zhen Yaoqing's words, Ji Wuchang was slightly surprised, then smiled and took out a jade slip, placing it on his forehead. Moments later, Ji Wuchang took the jade slip from his forehead and handed it to Zhen Yaoqing. "Senior sister, this combat technique is called Heart Step. If you like it, just take it." Zhen Yaoqing did not expect Ji Wuchang to be so straightforward. She stood there in a daze after receiving the jade slip. Is it really that easy? In the cultivation world, everyone regarded their techniques and combat skills very seriously and would never easily reveal them. Zhen Yaoqing had never encountered someone like Ji Wuchang before, and she couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion in her heart. She internally recognized this junior brother. The old man looked at Ji Wuchang with increasing satisfaction. Ji Wuchang was indeed to his liking. Zhen Yaoqing smiled slightly and said, "Junior brother, I will remember your kindness. If you're able to leave Weiyun Prefecture in the future, you can come find me. At that time, I will protect you. This jade token is for you. It contains a strike from my master, meant for self-defense. Now that my master is nearby and doesn't he need it, I'll give it to you for protection." After saying this, Zhen Yaoqing took a jade token from her waist and presented it to Ji Wuchang. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang's heart raced. This deal was a huge profit for him. The reason he was so quick to give Zhen Yaoqing the heart step technique was that he knew this senior sister would be an extraordinary figure in the future. If he could establish a good relationship ahead of time, it might be of great use to him later. Ji Wuchang did not expect the return to come so quickly. Ji Wuchang was well aware that Zhen Yaoqing's master was a genuine supreme realm powerhouse. Just one strike from him was terrifying. Ji Wuchang did not dare to take it directly, but looked at the old man, and seeing that the old man had no special expression, he then reached out to take it. "Thank you, senior sister," Ji Wuchang said happily. This was equivalent to gaining an amulet for protection or even an extra life. Zhen Yaoqing shook her head with a smile. Then her soul entered the jade slip. Moments later, a look of joy appeared on her face. "What a heart step! It is indeed remarkable. Junior brother, this combat technique is not simple. It is very likely a heavenly level combat technique. You should not reveal it to others in the future to avoid attracting jealousy." Zhen Yaoqing warned Ji Wuchang with a serious expression, genuinely shocked by this combat technique. Zhen Yaoqing had exceptional vision, although heart step did not indicate any level. She compared it with her own heavenly level combat technique and found that heart step was not inferior to her own, leading her to conclude that her junior brother actually possessed a heavenly level combat technique. Chapter 52. Xiao Fan arrives at the Changshan Gate. What? Both Ji Wuchang and the old man were very surprised. Neither of them expected this combat technique to be heavenly level. Ji Wuchang's mind buzzed as he recalled an incident. Before he perished in a siege, he had used this combat technique to kill 2 or 3 people of the same realm. In his second life, he only remembered that he had acted recklessly without any reservations, continuously using heart step. Looking back now, those opponents had indeed died at the hands of heart step. The old man was also very surprised. Although he had practiced several heavenly level combat techniques, he was not unfamiliar with their terror. However, it was quite intriguing for such a combat technique to appear in the remote Changshan Gate of Weiyun Prefecture. Suddenly, the old man thought of the day Ji Wuchang unleashed the Thunder Fist, summoning a thunderstorm, and shook his head. The appearance of one heavenly level combat technique was already frightening. If another appeared, he might feel he would go mad. Thank you, senior sister. I truly did not know this combat technique was so terrifying, Ji Wuchang said solemnly. Junior brother, if you regret it now, it's too late. Jin Miaoqing joked. Ji Wuchang laughed and replied, Senior sister is joking. I'm not that petty. Zhen Miaoqing nodded, crushed the jade slip in her hand, and then said seriously, Rest assured, junior brother, I will not leak this combat technique. Senior sister is leaving. You need to cultivate diligently. To be honest, among those in the Changshan Gate, the only ones who caught my eye are 1.5. You are one, and the other half is junior sister Wanqiu. It's a pity she has too many distractions, and her future achievements are hard to say. Keep it up. I'm watching out for you. After Zhen Miaoqing finished speaking, she stood up, exuding a hint of dominance. Ji Wuchang quickly stood up and followed behind the two. When they reached the door, Zhen Miaoqing nodded to Ji Wuchang. Then, with the old man, they vanished before his eyes. Zhen Miaoqing left to pursue her own path. Ji Wuchang watched the direction they disappeared, his right hand slightly clenched into a fist. He, Ji Wuchang, would also embark on his own invincible path in the future. At the entrance of the Changshan Gate, there was a large square. This square usually had few people, but today it was filled with a sea of people. The elders of Changshan Gate appeared one after another, sitting on the high platform above the square, all showing a hint of expectation on their faces. Even the Grand Elder Pei Yuanqing, who had been stationed at the Spirit Stone Mine, had returned and was seated on the high platform. Pei Yuanqing appeared to be in his 50s, with a dignified expression, belonging to that type of person who is imposing even without anger. And his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Soul Division realm. Behind Pei Yuanqing, Huang Wanqiu stood quietly, holding a long sword, making the already striking place even more eye-catching. In his previous life, due to Ji Wuchang's meridians being damaged, Meng Kaiong went out to seek medicine, so she did not attend today's disciple recruitment event. At that time, Xiao Zhufeng was represented by Incursion, and Ji Wuchang stood among the crowd to watch. Xiao Fan stood out at the scene, catching Incursion's attention. But in this life, Incursion did not come. Instead, it was Meng Kaihong and Ji Wuchang. You are Ji Wuchang? Pei Yuanqing looked at Ji Wuchang and calmly spoke. Ji Wuchang did not dare to be negligent and quickly bowed with cupped fists, saying, Disciple Ji Wuchang pays respect to the great elder. Ji Wuchang did not have a particularly deep impression of this great elder, but he considered him to be fairly just. However, later on, when Kai Ping rebelled, Pei Yuanqing was furious and fought against Kai Ping, only to be killed by an old man beside Kai Ping. To be honest, even now, Ji Wuchang still does not know who that old man behind Kai Ping is. Pei Yuanqing carefully examined Ji Wuchang, then smiled and said, Not bad. As soon as I returned yesterday, I heard about the competition during the day. Work hard in your training. The true future of Changxingmen lies in the hands of your younger generation. As soon as Pei Yuanqing's words came out, Huang Wanqiu, Suyan, and others looked toward Ji Wuchang. The great elder rarely praises anyone, and for him to say such words is already a significant affirmation of Ji Wuchang. Meng Kaiong quickly spoke up, Great elder, Wuchang is a member of Changxingmen. These are things he should do. Meng Kaihong did not want her disciple to be overly exalted, as it would be difficult to come down from such heights. Ji Wuchang maintained a calm expression and then cupped his fists, saying, Thank you for your teachings, great elder. I will diligently learn from senior sister Huang and senior brother Zhua. Pei Yuanqing nodded, and the satisfaction in his eyes grew stronger. Huang Wanqiu and Zhua Yan then shifted their gazes away, their faces expressionless, not revealing what they were thinking. At this moment, at the entrance of Changxingmen, tens of thousands of people gathered. These individuals had come from all over to reach Changxingmen. Just then, a black dot appeared in the sky not far away. The black dot moved extremely quickly and rapidly enlarged, revealing a flying boat. On the flying boat, there were countless silhouettes, all young boys and girls. This was the 5th Elder Tang, Yiyuan, returning with disciples he recruited from remote areas. The people following the flying boat did not guarantee that they could enter Changxingmen. In fact, it was normal for only 1 in 10 to succeed. Tang Yiyuan had only conducted a simple test on their root bones, which was the most basic evaluation. However, apart from the root bone test, Chang Xingmin had 2 more rounds of tests, the spirit test and the heart test. Those with weak spirits would find it difficult to go far in the future, and cultivating the spirit was much more challenging than improving one's cultivation level. Therefore, many sects do not recruit those with inherently weak spirits. The heart test evaluates one's inner demons. If one cannot escape the illusion, no sect will want them, as such individuals may become demonic cultivators in the future. No sect is willing to nurture a demonic cultivator, as it poses a danger to the sect and could potentially lead to disaster. The 3 rounds of tests would eliminate a large number of people, leaving only a few. Even if one successfully passed, about 95% would directly become outer disciples. Only 5% would be favored by the elders and selected as direct disciples. When Ji Wuchang joined Chang Xingmin, he belonged to that 95%, staying in the outer sect for a few years before being favored by the 3rd elder Meng Kaihong and accepted as a disciple. The 5th elder has returned. The disciples of Chang Xingmin exclaimed, looking at the massive flying boat not far away, with many disciples showing a nostalgic look in their eyes. They had also arrived at Chang Xingmin in the same way. Watching the figures jump off the flying boat like dumplings, Ji Wuchang coldly smirked at one of them. This person was Xiao Fan. Just as Ji Wuchang remembered, he actually came. However, what surprised Ji Wuchang was that Xiao Fan was not following 5th elder Tang Yuan. Could it be that Tang Yuan had not had the chance to accept Xiao Fan as a disciple? Chapter 53. Xiao Fan shocks the elders on the square. The atmosphere was bustling, with tens of thousands of people gazing at the towering mountain gate of Chang Xingmin, their eyes filled with longing and reverence. Xiao Fan also clenched his fists, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his veins, causing him to frown. During the test in my city, he had used a secret method to hide his root bone, which only showed as a low-grade earth level during the test. However, today, Xiao Fan aimed to make a stunning entrance and shock the entire venue. Xiao Fan set a minimum goal for himself. He must become a disciple of an elder, giving him a chance for revenge and to trample Ji Wuchang underfoot. Although he had taken the pill secretly sent by Xiao Xueching, his vein injuries had only healed about 90%. Only by becoming a disciple of an elder and receiving a higher quality Pei Yuan Dan from his master could he fully restore his veins. Xiao Fan's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the elder seats above the square, where 9 chairs were present. Xiao Fan's eyes burned with ambition. These 9 individuals were his targets for today. Just then, Xiao Fan felt something and looked up, immediately spotting Ji Wuchang. Their eyes met, and upon seeing the slightly mocking expression in Ji Wuchang's eyes, Xiao Fan's heart surged with hatred while feeling secretly alarmed. He had secretly learned from 5th elder's disciple Bu Qiushuang that Ji Wuchang was the 4th disciple of the 3rd elder Chang Xingmin and was also the weakest one. Xiao Fan originally thought that although Ji Wuchang was a disciple of an elder, his status could not be too high. But seeing Ji Wuchang following closely behind the 3rd elder now made Xiao Fan realize he might have guessed wrong. Ji Wuchang must be favored by the 3rd elder. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's fists, hidden in his sleeves, clenched tightly, filled with deep hatred. Ji Wuchang, wait until I become a disciple of an elder. I will make you realize that compared to me, Xiao Fan, you are nothing. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, while reaching into his sleeve to touch a pitch-black storage ring. Feeling a surge of confidence, Ji Wuchang did not spend much time focusing on Xiao Fan. Instead, he began searching for Tsang Qing among the crowd. Unfortunately, his impression of Tsang Qing was very vague, and with tens of thousands of people below, he could not tell who Tsang Qing was. After searching for a while, Ji Wuchang directly gave up, deciding to wait until the test to see. Everyone silence. The great elder Pei Yuanqing slowly stood up, swaying his body, and directly stood in midair. Those below looked at Pei Yuanqing, and the previously noisy scene instantly quieted down. Pei Yuanqing smiled slightly and then calmly spoke, "Everyone, I will soon present the Jadebone Law Wheel of Chang Xingmin. This is the magical tool used to verify the root bones of everyone present. Each person will be covered by the light from the Jadebone Law Wheel. Those who can trigger the light column to connect with the Jadebone Law Wheel will have passed the first round of today's test. Those who cannot trigger the light column will receive 10 taels of silver at the foot of the mountain after this round of testing and will then depart on their own. Pei Yuanqing's words echoed throughout the venue, causing the young boys and girls present to become tense instantly. Of course, some were extremely confident, their eyes shining, eager for the test to begin. Xiao Fan was one of them. After finishing his words, Pei Yuanqing wasted no time. In his left hand, a palm-sized law wheel appeared. The law wheel was surrounded by gears, smooth as jade, and looked extremely beautiful. This object was the J-Bone law wheel that Pei Yuanqing mentioned, a magical tool that belonged to Pei Yuanqing himself. With a wave of his hand, the J-Bone law wheel flew up, and as Pei Yuanqing formed hand seals, symbols flew out, causing the J-Bone law wheel to rapidly enlarge. In just a moment, the J-Bone law wheel expanded to several hundred zhang in size, slowly rotating in the air. Many people below witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with awe, while their expressions were extremely excited. At that moment, countless beams of light shot down from the J-Bone law wheel, numbering in the tens of thousands. Each beam of light accurately struck the body of a person below, leaving no one out. At the moment when these beams of light shot down, countless beams shot up from below, also numbering in the tens of thousands. The beams emitted were a reaction triggered by the J-Bone wheel, which activated the root bones within them. Among these tens of thousands of beams, over 90% were gray, with the remaining most numerous being yellow and red. Gray represented mortal bones, which could not cultivate immortality and were directly eliminated. Yellow represented yellow-tier root bones, which were the lowest quality, making it difficult to become an inner sect disciple. Red represented mysterious tier root bones, which only required 3 years in the outer sect to enter the inner sect and become inner sect disciples. Ji Wuchang and the elders' gazes directly skipped over the gray, yellow, and red beams, instead focusing on the dozens of blue beams. This represented earth-tier root bones, disciples with this type of root bone, if their spirit was decent and could pass the heart-questioning test, could become elder disciples. Just then, a silver beam rose, instantly attracting the attention of all the elders. Oh my God, this is a heavenly tier root bone. Our Changsheng sect is going to recruit another genius. The elders of Changsheng sect exclaimed in surprise, their eyes burning with excitement as they fixed their gaze on the proud figure below, who was Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan, full of vigor, showed no concealment regarding his root bone. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. I am a genius. The others are all trash in front of me. At this moment, Xiao Fan stood out from the crowd, becoming the center of attention for everyone. Elder Tang Yuan's eyes bulged, and then he thought of something, his face unable to hide its displeasure. Tang Yuan understood that Xiao Fan had deliberately concealed his root bone from him, which was clearly looking down on him. At this moment, Tang Yuan's displeasure deepened, and his gaze toward Xiao Fan turned unfriendly. As the elder responsible for recruiting disciples for the sect, not being able to discover a genius was a severe slap in the face for Tang Yuan. Ji Wuchang was not surprised by this outcome at all. If Xiao Fan did not possess such a root bone, he certainly could not have achieved such high accomplishments. But at this moment, Ji Wuchang was still unaware of Tang Yuan's thoughts. If he knew, he would surely laugh out loud. Every elder present had disciples with good qualifications, but only the 5th elder had a few inferior ones. In his past life, Tang Yuan had devoted himself to Xiao Fan, giving most of his resources to him, which allowed Xiao Fan to grow rapidly. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how talented one is, without resources, it's all in vain. If Xiao Fan had joined another elder's faction, it would have been absolutely impossible to receive such treatment. Chapter 54. Joining the sect leader's faction 5th Elder, you have done a great service to the sect this time by bringing back a genius. Entrusting the task of recruiting new disciples to you seems to be the right choice. Such a good seedling. You didn't keep it for yourself. Very good. 2nd Elder Zhou Yuan spoke to Tang Yuan with a smile, his words quite sincere. When Tang Yuan heard this, the expression on his face instantly froze, and then it changed continuously. How could he not hear the hint of sarcasm in Zhou Yuan's words? Ji Wuchang stood behind Meng Kaihong, effectively in between the two. At this moment, hearing the second elder's words and seeing the slightly unpleasant expression on the fifth elder's face, he felt inexplicably pleased. How could he not be happy? Xiao Fan was his lucky baby, and if he wanted to increase his fortune value quickly, he had to milk it from him. It could be said that Ji Wuchang had been waiting for this day for a long time. Good. Our Changshang sect is indeed favored by heaven, besides Miao Qing. We have another disciple with a heavenly tier root bone. Not bad, not bad. Just then, a figure flashed in. It was the leader of the Changshang sect, Zhen Yaotian. Zhen Yaotian looked at Xiao Fan below, revealing a look of appreciation. Greetings, sect leader. The elders, seeing the sect leader appear, stood up to pay their respects. Ji Wuchang was startled. Could Xiao Fan's luck be this good to be favored by the sect leader? If the sect leader accepted him as a disciple, that would indeed be a bit troublesome. As the saying goes, what you fear will come. Zhen Yaotian waved his hand to the crowd, then looked at Xiao Fan below and said, "Do you wish to join under my wing?" Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the elders simultaneously revealed bitter smiles. How could they compete with the sect leader? Xiao Fan had already noticed Zhen Yaotian's arrival, and upon hearing the elders call him sect leader, he instantly understood the other party's identity. Without any hesitation, Xiao Fan knelt down and cupped his fist towards Zhen Yaotian, saying, "Disciple Xiao Fan, pay respects to master." Good, good, good. Xiao Fan, from now on you are my disciple. After Zhen Yaotian finished speaking, he reached out to Xiao Fan, and Xiao Fan's body flew up from below, instantly arriving in front of Zhen Yaotian. Xiao Fan's eyes were fixed on Ji Wuchang, a faint smile on his lips. Ji Wuchang's expression had calmed down. He did not expect that his butterfly effect could cause such a big change. However, Xiao Fan was too early to be happy. If Ji Wuchang guessed correctly, Kai Ping was already starting to turn dark. In their past lives, the two could get together because there were no conflicts of interest. But now that they had become brothers, it meant that the resources originally allocated to Kai Ping would have to be shared with Xiao Fan, or even split in half, which Kai Ping would definitely not be happy about. Both of these were not good people, and it seemed that he needed to stir the pot a bit to let them fight it out. At this moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly thought of a treasure he had not used, which was his heart communication rune. Perhaps he could use it on Xiao Fan. However, Ji Wuchang felt it was a bit of a waste to do so. Being able to eavesdrop on the enemy's thoughts, how would you respond? Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. He didn't believe he couldn't deal with him. Congratulations, sect leader, on gaining a beloved disciple. The elders all felt sour but still bowed and spoke, congratulating Zhen Yaotian. Zhen Yaotian laughed heartily, swayed his body, and disappeared with Xiao Fan. All the gray beams vanished. Just then, the voice of the Grand Elder Pei Yuanqing rang out, directly announcing the fate of this batch of people. Those in the gray beams let out wails, but they did not dare to resist, each shaking their heads in despair as they walked down the mountain. Among these people, there was a girl around 15 years old, her face showing determination, and she did not leave. This person was Song Qing, due to her water spirit body being damaged. She also had a gray beam during the test. Song Qing was unwilling to accept this, so she just stepped aside and did not descend the mountain. If she could not join a sect, she would be stuck like this for the rest of her life. Song Qing was unwilling. She could not let those who plotted against her have it easy, even if those people were her relatives. From the day they harmed her, they were no longer her relatives. This time she had walked over 2,000 miles, enduring for months, and had nearly died at the mouths of fierce beasts several times. Yet none of this had made Song Qing take a step back. Song Qing had only one thought in her mind: to restore her physique. She wanted to cultivate immortality, and she wanted revenge. Song Qing did not know that at this moment, a gaze was fixated on her, a gaze from Ji Wuchang. Just now there were too many people, tens of thousands. Ji Wuchang was dazzled and could not recognize Song Qing. But as countless people descended the mountain, Song Qing's thin figure standing at the edge of the square became very conspicuous. Ji Wuchang had seen Song Qing from afar in his past life. At that time, she was spirited and somewhat resembled Zhen Yaoqing. Familiarity with the person in his heart gradually merged with the thin figure before his eyes, allowing Ji Wuchang to instantly recognize her. Ji Wuchang suppressed the joy in his heart. but he knew it was not yet time to reveal himself. A small help when one is poor is worth more than a large gift when one is rich. Ji Wuchang was determined to appear when Songqing was at her most desperate, so that she would truly be grateful to him for a lifetime. Having lived 2 lives, Ji Wuchang had a deeper understanding of human nature. He knew very well how to act in order to gain the greatest benefits for himself. In the subsequent 2 rounds of testing, Ji Wuchang did not pay much attention, and in the end, more than 20 figures stood out. These represented the people of the green light column, who then underwent more detailed root bone tests, with 5 being of mid-grade earth rank and the rest being of low-grade earth rank. Meng Kaihong took in 2 disciples, a male and a female, who were actually siblings. The male was named Wang Yi and the female was named Wang Ping. Both were born into a small cultivation family, similar to Ji Wuchang's original Ji family. Both of them were at the second layer of qi refining, making them stand out among this group. Ji Bing and Bai Yao turned out to be of low-grade earth rank root bones as well, but their souls were not weak and were favored by Elder Nine, Li Jinfeng, and they both became his disciples. Ji Wuchang nodded at Ji Bing, giving her an encouraging look. At this point, it could be said that the recruitment of disciples was complete, with each elder having made gains. Just then, the frail figure of Songqing walked to the center of the square and directly knelt down. I am Songqing, a small girl seeking immortal fate. I implore the elders to show mercy. I am willing to serve for a lifetime, even if it means being a servant. Songqing spoke earnestly and knocked her head several times. However, the elders merely glanced at her with indifferent expressions before leaving with their newly accepted disciples, without anyone giving Songqing a second glance. The gray light column represented mortal bones, lacking any potential for cultivation. Who would want to cultivate such a person? Chapter 55. Deceiving the master, the elders had no interest in Songqing, and one by one they flew away, leaving only Elder 3, Meng Kaihong, and a few others behind. Meng Kaihong frowned slightly as she looked down at Songqing, then turned to Ji Wuchang. Wuchang, are you sure she was originally a water spirit body, but was harmed and consumed a fire attribute spirit fruit? Meng Kaihong actually still believed Ji Wuchang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed when he had just sent her a message. Ji Wuchang nodded and quickly spoke. Master, didn't I go to my city last time and happen to hear someone discussing the Song family matter? Out of curiosity, I specifically inquired about it. Seeing Songqing today reminded me of it. Meng Kaihong nodded upon hearing this and said, All right, I have an idea about this matter. Let her stay kneeling for now and see her sincerity. Ji Wuchang nodded and quickly asked, Master, can a damaged physique like hers be restored? Meng Kaihong smiled slightly and replied, Of course it can, but it requires consuming innate spiritual materials. I happen to know that the Grand Elder has 2 portions of the Emperor's true water, which is one of the innate spiritual waters. I'll go ask the Grand Elder for a portion. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up and his breathing became heavier. He needed this Emperor's true water as well. Ji Wuchang wanted to refine his organs, which required the combination of 5 elemental spiritual materials. The Emperor's true water was not only useful for Songqing, who had a water spirit body, but also greatly beneficial for Ji Wuchang. Master, I need to collect 5 elemental spiritual materials to practice a special technique. Could you please obtain another portion of the Emperor's true water from the Grand Elder? I can buy it with spirit stones. This is particularly important for me. Meng Kaihong was taken aback by Ji Wuchang's words, and a look of difficulty appeared on her face. You need 5 elemental spiritual materials. What do you currently have? Ji Wuchang shook his head with a bitter smile and replied, Master, to be honest, I don't have anything at the moment. This technique was passed to me by Sister Miao Qing when she left the day before yesterday. She told me not to rush into breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. If I can use the technique she passed to me to refine my organs, when I reach foundation establishment, I will have the chance to condense 9 Dao platforms. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he silently thought, Master, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. He used Miao Qing as an excuse, purely to create an untraceable situation. Miao Qing had completely left the Chongqing sect and wouldn't return for 100 years, so Master had no way to verify it. Moreover, stating that he could condense 9 Dao platforms would surely make Master interested. Sure enough, as soon as Ji Wuchang finished speaking, Meng Caihong's eyes brightened, and her breathing became heavier. Among her 3 Foundation Establishment disciples, and Kursin was the best, with only 5 Dao platforms, while the other 2 had only 4. If Ji Wuchang could really condense 9 Dao platforms, his future achievements would be limitless, far surpassing her. Wuchang, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to help you obtain the 5 elemental spiritual materials. Do not tell anyone about Miao Qing passing you the technique. Not even your senior brothers and sisters. Otherwise, if it gets out, even the sect leader might come to find you, and then you will face endless trouble. Meng Caihong hurriedly warned Ji Wuchang, her expression serious. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. In his previous life, he had heard that the relationship between the senior sister and the sect leader was not very good, likely due to the deceased sect leader's wife. Now that Master specifically mentioned the sect leader, it indirectly confirmed this issue. Master, you can rest assured. Apart from you, I won't tell anyone else. Ji Wuchang quickly replied. Meng Caihong nodded and said, let us handle this Songqing as you suggested. I will first take these 2 back, then go to the Grand Elder. Ji Wuchang nodded eagerly. Meng Caihong was a person of action, and then she used a burst of spiritual power to lift Wang Yi and Wang Ping, returning to Shaozhu Peak. Ji Wuchang found a random place and closed his eyes to meditate. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and Songqing remained kneeling there. Her body was already weak, and, after being exposed to the sun for half a day, she felt faint, yet she stubbornly knelt there. At this moment, 2 Qi refining disciples approached Songqing and began to drive her away. You should leave. Kneeling is pointless. If anyone could just kneel once to enter the Changshang sect, it would have been overcrowded long ago. Yeah, you should go. If you keep kneeling, it will be dark before you know it, and it will be dangerous to go down the mountain. Songqing looked pale at the 2 of them and shook her head. She was just an ordinary person now, and after being exposed to the sun for so long, sweating profusely had made her lips dry. The 2 Qi refining disciples felt quite helpless. If she were a man, they would have already thrown her out. Ji Wuchang saw that the timing was right and flew in front of Songqing. Greetings, senior brother Ji. The 2 Qi refining disciples hurriedly cupped their fists upon seeing Ji Wuchang, their attitudes very respectful. The match a few days ago made them aware of this senior brother Ji's terrifying combat power. They had been discussing him the most during their free time these past 2 days. Junior brothers, may I speak with her for a moment? Ji Wuchang said with a smile, his voice calm and soothing. The 2 Qi refining disciples nodded quickly, and one of them said, Senior brother Ji, please go ahead. We will take our leave. After they finished speaking, they politely bowed to Ji Wuchang and then left. Ji Wuchang looked at Songqing, and Songqing looked at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang noticed the determination in her eyes and secretly nodded. In the path of cultivation, while root bones were important, unwavering belief was even more crucial. Throughout history, how many individuals with exceptional root bones have become submerged in a vast sea of people? Ji Wuchang looked at Songqing and calmly said, I am Ji Wuchang, a disciple under Elder 3 of the Changxing sect. I can give you a chance to meet my master. As for whether you can be favored by my master, that will depend on your fortune. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Songqing couldn't help but feel overjoyed and quickly said to Ji Wuchang, Thank you, senior brother. Ji Wuchang waved his hand and then said, Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I have to ask you something first. What is wrong with your body? It feels like 2 forces are battling inside you. You must answer this question truthfully. Otherwise, I won't dare to take you to see my master. Songqing was quite surprised. It was astonishing that someone could see through the issues with her body, which made her expression much more serious. Chapter 56. The true water of the Emperor comes to hand, senior brother. To be honest, I was originally a water spirit body, but I was harmed by someone who made me swallow something with fire attributes. Now, the 2 forces have turned my body into a battlefield for several years. If I can resolve the issues within my body, I firmly believe my root talent is not inferior to others. Songqing took a deep breath and directly revealed her greatest secret about her body. Ji Wuchang actually just wanted to verify this, and now that Songqing said this, he felt reassured. as he was also afraid that his memories from his past life might be flawed. Get up, I will take you to meet my master. Whether you can become my master's disciple depends on your fortune. Ji Wuchang smiled and spoke to Song Qing. Hearing this, Song Qing quickly replied earnestly, "Thank you. Senior brother Ji, I, Song Qing, will definitely remember this favor." Seeing Song Qing's serious expression, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile slightly. What Ji Wuchang wanted was the gratitude from the other party. According to his memories from his past life, Song Qing was a person who valued gratitude and repaying kindness. Ouch! As soon as Song Qing stood up, she almost fell again. She had been kneeling there for quite some time, and as soon as she stood up, her eyes felt numb. Ji Wuchang did not rush her. After all, Song Qing was still an ordinary person who hadn't practiced cultivation. When Song Qing's feet regained sensation, Ji Wuchang took out his flying sword and flew towards Xiaozhu Peak with Song Qing. Although he was carrying one person, Ji Wuchang's flying sword was still very stable. Standing on the flying sword, Song Qing's expression became increasingly determined. She wanted to cultivate immortality, and she wanted revenge. As soon as Ji Wuchang and Song Qing arrived at Xiaozhu Peak, they ran into the third senior sister, Tai Yujia. Seeing Ji Wuchang returning with Song Qing, her brows furrowed. "Junior brother, are you planning to hide a beauty in your golden house? Or are you preparing to recruit disciples?" Tai Yujia's words were sarcastic, and as her gaze swept over Song Qing, she felt even more displeased when she saw that although the other party looked disheveled, she was quite delicate. Ji Wuchang glanced at Tai Yujia, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. "Third senior sister, don't judge a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind. I am only following my master's orders to bring this young lady, Song Qing." Ji Wuchang had no intention of being polite with this fool, and directly retorted. Song Qing felt that the atmosphere was off upon hearing their conversation, and instinctively shrank back behind Ji Wuchang. Tai Yujia's face was very ugly. She was about to get angry, but when she saw Ji Wuchang's cold gaze, the words that had reached her throat were suddenly swallowed back. She recalled the scene from the competition with Ji Wuchang that day. Although she was at the second level of the foundation establishment stage, she wasn't sure she could defeat this junior brother. Tai Yujia snorted coldly and turned to leave. The more Tai Yujia thought about it, the angrier she became, and she headed straight to the eldest senior sister, Incursion. Upon seeing Incursion, Tai Yujia immediately began to complain. "Eldest senior sister, that Ji Wuchang is increasingly disregarding me. Just now, he directly reprimanded me in front of a newcomer. I really can't stand this." Tai Yujia started to vent her grievances as soon as she saw Incursion. Incursion looked at Tai Yujia, and then calmly said, "Third junior sister, he is currently in the limelight. Why provoke him? Soon, the sect will hold a secret realm trial. Let's talk about it in the secret realm." After Incursion finished speaking, a hint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Tai Yujia's eyes brightened upon hearing this. This secret realm trial was to be attended by both the Qi, refining, and foundation establishment stages, and there would be some new disciples as well. Many people die during the trials every year. Thinking of this, Tai Yujia's eyes lit up, and she stopped speaking. Little did they know, Ji Wuchang was also waiting for this secret realm trial, harboring the same thoughts of letting these two perish there. Ji Wuchang took Song Qing to his master's residence and found that the second senior brother, Zheng Linghong, was also there, so he quickly went up to greet him. "Junior brother, are you also here to see master? Who is this young lady?" Zheng Linghong asked with a smile, curiously glancing at Song Qing. Ji Wuchang nodded, and then his eyes turned, instantly understanding the situation. "Second senior brother, master isn't planning to hand over all the new disciples he just accepted to you, is he?" Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Zheng Linghong's face instantly turned bitter. Wasn't this the situation? Zheng Linghong had no experience in teaching newcomers, so he was quite overwhelmed. He came here intending to pass this responsibility off to the eldest senior sister. "Junior brother, I'm muddling through my own affairs every day. How could I teach newcomers? I think it's more appropriate to hand them over to the eldest senior sister." Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and then said, "Second senior brother, it's actually not as difficult as you think. First, get them familiar with the Xiaozhu Peak environment, and then teach them the Chongqing Gong and how to guide qi into their bodies. As for other techniques, They can wait for Master to teach them later. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Zheng Linghong's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded, smiling. Junior brother makes sense. They'll head back now. Zheng Linghong knew very well that the Chongqing Gong was the most basic technique of the Chongsheng sect, and it was the same technique they practiced when they entered the sect. He actually didn't want to face Master so soon. If he made Master unhappy, that wouldn't be good. Now, with Ji Wuchang's guidance, Zheng Linghong suddenly had an epiphany and knew what to do. Watching Zheng Linghong's departing figure, Ji Wuchang smiled slightly. The second senior brother's current state should mean he hasn't been completely captivated by the third senior sister yet. This is good. It saves him from being too heartbroken after he kills them. Not long after Zheng Linghong left, Meng Kaihong returned, which made Song Qing quite nervous. Meng Kaihong was not polite. She grabbed Song Qing's hand and injected a strand of spiritual power into her body. Once this strand of spiritual power flowed back, Meng Kaihong's eyes brightened slightly. Although the spiritual power within Song Qing's body was chaotic, it was nothing to Meng Kaihong. At this moment, her gaze towards Ji Wuchang became increasingly satisfied. Meng Kaihong took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Ji Wuchang, whose eyes instantly lit up. This is the true water of the Emperor. I'm still figuring out a few remaining items. Ji Wuchang was overjoyed upon hearing Meng Kaihong's words and quickly cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Master." Meng Kaihong nodded, pondered for a moment, then took out her token and handed it to Ji Wuchang. Take my token to the treasure pavilion and say that I need a wood spirit pearl. The fourth elder should give me this face. Ji Wuchang had long coveted the sex with spirit pearl, and upon hearing Meng Kaihong's words, he did not put on airs and accepted the token. Ji Wuchang did not linger, as he wasn't sure whether he would make it in time, because the wood spirit pearl contained immense vitality, which would be greatly beneficial for Xiao Fan, who had issues with his meridians. Chapter 57. Harmonious brotherly bonds at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Xiao Fan was currently feeling quite pleased. Just now, his master, the sect leader Zhen Yaotian, had helped him restore all the injuries in his meridians, and his cultivation had once again broken through to the mid-stage of his 6th level of qi refining. Considering that Xiao Fan had been injured for a while, Zhen Yaotian thought for a moment and recalled that there was a wood spirit pearl in the treasure pavilion. So he decided to give it to Xiao Fan. The wood spirit pearl contained immense life force, which could continuously nourish Xiao Fan's body, allowing him to completely eliminate hidden dangers in his meridians. Kai Ping stood beside Xiao Fan, his eyes coldly watching him. Throughout his life, his talent had always been overshadowed by Zhan Miaoqing, which made Kai Ping feel extremely oppressed. He had already given up on pursuing Zhan Miaoqing, who had also left the Eternal Life sect. For Kai Ping, it felt like the mountain weighing on his heart had been lifted, allowing him to finally breathe fresh air freely. However, Kai Ping did not expect that just as Zhen Miaoqing had left, another Xiao Fan had arrived, and he was of inferior quality in terms of innate talent. This filled Kai Ping with hostility towards Xiao Fan, and he felt a chilling, killing intent in his heart. He would never allow anyone to ride on his back again. No matter who that person was, anyone who dared to do so would be his enemy. Therefore, from the moment he first saw Xiao Fan, Kai Ping was filled with murderous intent. Naturally, he would not show it on his face, as he had grand ambitions. What he wanted was the entire Eternal Life sect. Kai Ping had already thought it through. During the upcoming sect training, he would find a way to bring this junior brother along, as the secret realm was an excellent place to bury bones. The fact that Xiao Fan's root bone was even better than his own, and that he had been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader, meant that Xiao Fan was already on a path to death. Junior brother, the treasure pavilion is under the jurisdiction of the 4th elder, who has a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. So when you see her later, be a bit more polite. Kai Ping said to Xiao Fan with a smile, his attitude very friendly. Xiao Fan nodded in response, and then calmly said, "Thank you, senior brother." In his heart, Xiao Fan felt quite disdainful. Calling him senior brother now was just out of respect for their master. In a few years, he would surely surpass Kai Ping, at which point he wouldn't need to pay any attention to such a senior brother. As the two spoke, they had already entered the treasure pavilion. In Shu Yao was taken aback when she saw the two of them. then smiled and said to Kai Ping, "Kai Ping, you're quite a rare visitor." Kai Ping smiled slightly and replied, "Fourth Elder, wasn't convenient for me before. Today, junior brother Xiao Fan happened to come to the treasure pavilion, so I thought I would come by and visit you as well." Xiao Fan did not dare to be negligent at this moment and quickly clasped his fists, saying, "Xiao Fan pays respects to the fourth elder." In Shu Yao glanced at Xiao Fan, then nodded, her attitude neither warm nor cold. "No need to be polite. What brings you to the treasure pavilion today?" Before Kai Ping could speak, Xiao Fan hurriedly said, "Fourth elder, the sect master instructed me to come and retrieve a wood spirit pearl." Kai Ping's face changed slightly when he saw Xiao Fan dare to interrupt him, but he quickly returned to normal. In Shu Yao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "You came too late, just now. Ji Wuchang took the third elder's token and has already taken away the wood spirit pearl." Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiao Fan's face instantly vanished, and his expression twisted slightly. "Ji Wuchang, you injured me first and then took my wood spirit pearl. You have already paved your own path to death." A tide of killing intent surged in Xiao Fan's heart, and at this moment, with the breakthrough in his cultivation, his confidence soared again. For some reason, Kai Ping felt relieved upon hearing that Ji Wuchang had taken it. Although Ji Wuchang had made quite a name for himself last time, he was merely a disciple of the third elder and would not have the qualifications to compete for the position of sect leader in the future. But Xiao Fan was different. He was of inferior quality in innate talent, while Kai Ping was only of high quality in the earth stage, with a considerable gap in their root bones. Moreover, the wood spirit pearl was a congenital spiritual object containing not only vast spiritual power, but also powerful vitality. Whoever refined this object would be able to advance rapidly in their cultivation. Kai Ping had refined one before and naturally knew the benefits contained within such things. Xiao Fan left the treasure pavilion with a grim expression, and Kai Ping followed behind, a faint cold smile on his lips. "Junior brother Xiao Fan, don't be discouraged. The wood spirit pearl is available every few years in the Eternal Life sect. You are a disciple of the sect leader, so when it becomes available in the future, you will definitely be prioritized." Kai Ping walked up to Xiao Fan and said comfortingly. Xiao Fan's expression was grim, but in the end, he nodded. After all, what had happened was irreversible. However, Xiao Fan still thought for a moment and asked, "Senior brother, do you know Ji Wuchang? What do you think of him?" Kai Ping's eyes turned to Xiao Fan, and seeing his dark expression, he felt a stir in his heart and said, "Junior brother Xiao, do you know Ji Wuchang?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's expression grew even darker. He thought Ji Wuchang must have been boasting about the incident in my city after he came back. At this moment, his hatred for Ji Wuchang deepened. But since Kai Ping asked, he naturally couldn't deny it. After all, this matter could be easily found out, so he nodded. Kai Ping was no fool. He immediately understood that Xiao Fan must have a conflict with Ji Wuchang, which made his eyes light up. At that moment, Kai Ping immediately thought of a plan to use this conflict to his advantage. Ji Wuchang is the disciple of the third elder. I have indeed seen him a couple of times. However, his strength is average, but he is quite arrogant, just a jumping clown. Although his strength is slightly higher than yours now, with your talent, surpassing him is just a matter of time. I estimate that you only need to close yourself off for 10 days to half a month, and your strength will definitely exceed his. Kai Ping said this because the trial in the secret realm would begin in no more than half a month. Xiao Fan was currently unfamiliar with the people of the Eternal Life sect and couldn't inquire about Ji Wuchang's matters. If the two really had a grudge and met in the secret realm, even if Xiao Fan could endure, Ji Wuchang might not be able to. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's eyes indeed brightened. He remembered very clearly that when Ji Wuchang competed against him, he was at the early stage of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Over just a month, Ji Wuchang would at most reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Now, with so many resources given by his master, if he closed himself off for half a month, he could at least break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and then he could avenge himself. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's heart burned with excitement, and he unconsciously touched the storage ring in his hand, his eyes flashing with killing intent. What senior brother said is right. My meridians have just recovered, and I indeed need to close myself off for a few days. Kai Ping nodded eagerly, a faint smile on his face. What a harmonious scene of brotherhood. In the room, Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. In Ji Wuchang's hand was a pearl dripping with emerald green, a dense aura of life hidden within it. This pearl was, of course, the wood spirit pearl, which Ji Wuchang had just taken from the fourth elder in the treasure pavilion. The 5 elements correspond to the 5 organs. The 5 elements generate and restrain each other. And the same goes for the organs. The liver stores blood to aid the heart, and the liver generates the heart, which is wood generating fire. The heart stores the spleen, which is fire generating earth. The spleen generates the lungs, which is earth generating metal. The lungs generate the kidneys, which is metal generating water. And the kidneys generate the liver, which is water generating wood. Currently, Ji Wuchang had both the wood spirit pearl and the Huangji true water, equivalent to having 2 spiritual objects, wood and water. Ji Wuchang thought carefully about the ancient method of refining organs. This technique required extracting the power of the physical body to nourish the 5 organs and 6 viscera while in operation. Ji Wuchang took out a few medium-grade spirit stones and placed them aside for easy access. Looking at the wood spirit pearl in his hand, which was the size of an egg, Ji Wuchang did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the wood spirit pearl into his belly. As soon as the wood spirit pearl entered his stomach, a terrifying would attribute spiritual power surged forth, accompanied by a powerful vitality. Ji Wuchang immediately operated the ancient method of refining organs, wrapping these 2 types of powers together and then continuously sending them into his liver. Ji Wuchang could clearly feel that his liver seemed to become extraordinarily active, and a wisp of black aura was expelled from it. Under the operation of the ancient method of refining organs, the liver seemed like a bottomless pit. The vast spiritual power provided by the wood spirit pearl could not keep up with the speed at which the liver absorbed the spiritual power. Ji Wuchang clearly felt that the spiritual power within him was rapidly diminishing, which surprised him greatly. He did not expect that merely refining a liver would consume such a terrifying amount of energy. No wonder very few people could touch the realm of the divine concealment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged, remaining still. At this moment, Ji Wuchang looked exceptionally thin, and around him was a small circle of dust, the residue left after the spiritual stones had exhausted their energy. Above Ji Wuchang's body, a strong life force was permeating. The emaciated figure and the powerful vitality looked extraordinarily contradictory, yet they were truly integrated. Ji Wuchang slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of joy appeared in them. He had just looked inward and found that his liver was enveloped in a layer of warm, jade-like luster, indicating the success of the liver refinement. Ji Wuchang did not rush to get up. Instead, he soared into the air, heading straight for Lingjian Peak. Lingjian Peak was the mountain where Elder Pei Yuanqing resided, and the spiritual energy here was slightly richer than that of Xiaozhu Peak. On Lingjian Peak, hundreds of spiritual swords were embedded, creating a spectacular sight. Every person entering Lingjian Peak must do one thing: communicate with the spiritual swords there and choose a long sword that recognizes them. Moments later, Ji Wuchang arrived at the foot of Lingjian Peak. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in at Changxingmen Lingjian Peak successful. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Luck value 10. Ji Wuchang was naturally not there for Lingjian Peak, but to sign in. After all, the refinement of his liver had consumed too much spiritual power, and he needed to replenish it well. He had already signed in at Xiaozhu Peak several times, and the sign-in rewards were truly disappointing. A powerful surge of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere within Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang operated the purple chi burning heaven technique, guiding this spiritual energy into his limbs and bones. As this spiritual energy surged in, Ji Wuchang's originally emaciated body began to inflate like a balloon, becoming plump again. In just a moment, Ji Wuchang had returned to his original state. However, there was still some spiritual energy left, and Ji Wuchang naturally would not waste it. He directed this energy into his dantian, rapidly replenishing the energy consumed there as well. A smile appeared at the corner of Ji Wuchang's mouth as he swayed his body and directly returned to Xiaozhu Peak. The people on Lingjian Peak were stunned. They had thought Ji Wuchang had business there, but little did they know he had only stayed at the foot of the mountain for a few moments. As soon as Ji Wuchang returned to Xiaozhu Peak, he saw his second senior brother, Zheng Linghong, who was looking for him. Upon seeing Ji Wuchang, Zheng Linghong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said to Ji Wuchang, "Junior brother, the master is looking for us. I just went to your residence and found no one. I was about to return to report to the master." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang seemed to think of something, and his eyes brightened. Without further ado, he and Zheng Linghong hurried to Meng Caihong's residence. When the two arrived, they found in Kursin, Tai Yujia, Wang Yi, Wang Ping, and Song Qing all present. Meng Caihong smiled and nodded upon seeing the two, signaling them to stand aside. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over Song Qing, and he was quite surprised. This Song Qing, who was still immortal 2 days ago, now exuded the aura of a third-layer qi refinement cultivator. This made Ji Wuchang instantly understand that Song Qing's water spirit body had fully recovered. I have invited all of you here today to announce 2 matters. The first matter is that I officially accept Song Qing as my direct disciple. Since she joined the sect the latest, she will now be your junior sister. Meng Caihong said with a smile, her expression very joyful. Song Qing was equally excited, stepping out from the crowd and kneeling in front of Meng Caihong. Disciple Song Qing pays respect to master. After saying this, Song Qing respectfully kowtowed 3 times, tears streaming down her face. Over the years, she had suffered too much, and at this moment, it finally seemed to come to an end. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over in Kursin and Tai Yujia, both of whom had expressionless faces, as if all of this had nothing to do with them. Wang Ping stepped forward and handed Song Qing a cup of tea that had long been prepared. Song Qing nodded in thanks, and then respectfully presented the cup of tea to Meng Caihong. Meng Caihong smiled slightly, took a sip from the cup, and then placed it on a small table beside her. Meng Caihong pointed at Song Qing's forehead. "Today, I will pass on to you the sex technique, Evergreen Technique. This technique is a foundational method, and the one all new disciples practice. I hope you will remain humble and learn from your senior brothers and sisters in the future." After hearing this, Song Qing quickly nodded and respectfully said, "Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I will definitely remember them." After saying this, she stood up and cupped her fists at everyone around her. Song Qing greets all senior brothers and sisters. Ji Wuchang and the others naturally smiled and returned the greeting. Ji Wuchang didn't care how others thought. He was just very happy that he now had another ally on Xiaozhu Peak. Meng Caihong looked at everyone with a smile and then calmly said, "I just returned from the main peak." The second matter is that the secret realm will open in 5 days. Xiaozhu Peak has reported Kursin, Linghong, Yujia, and Wuchang. You 4 should prepare well after returning. Chapter 59. Secret Realm Trial opens. Ji Wuchang returned to his residence, thinking about the excitement in Kursin and Tai Yujia's eyes when Master mentioned the Secret Realm Trial. Tai Yujia even shot a glance at Ji Wuchang, a flash of killing intent passing through her eyes. Ji Wuchang's expression remained calm as he pretended not to see Tai Yujia's gaze, silently apologizing to his master in his heart. After the Secret Realm Trial, Xiaozhu Peak would be reducing its numbers. Ji Wuchang took out the Imperial True Water, his eyes shining. He decided to use this Imperial True Water up before entering the Secret Realm. What man wouldn't want a strong kidney? Ji Wuchang believed his kidney was fine. It hadn't held him back in his past life. But if it could be stronger, wouldn't that be even better? After all, this was a matter of a man's dignity. Other matters could occasionally be softened, but this one could not be. Ji Wuchang opened the bottle cap, and the Imperial True Water surged out, transforming into a sharp blade that shot straight for Ji Wuchang's forehead. Ji Wuchang was prepared. The purple Qi Burning Heaven technique erupted violently, and a scorching breath erupted from Ji Wuchang's body like a volcanic eruption. The purple Qi Burning Heaven technique was a fire attribute technique, but it was not an ordinary fire attribute. Even the innate spiritual object like Imperial True Water could not withstand its aura. The purple Qi Burning Heaven technique formed a vortex in front of Ji Wuchang, directly wrapping around the imperial true water. Ji Wuchang then opened his mouth and swallowed it into his abdomen. After the imperial true water entered his stomach, Ji Wuchang slowly closed his eyes, guiding the imperial true water to envelop his kidneys. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Ji Wuchang finally slowly opened his eyes. This time, Ji Wuchang looked even thinner than a few days ago. Ji Wuchang ran again to the foot of Lingjian Peak and signed in. Ding! Sign in at Changxingmen Lingjian Peak successful. Reward: 5 years of cultivation. Luck value: 5. Ji Wuchang was mentally prepared. The reward for signing in at the same location a second time was halved. However, with the influx of 5 years of cultivation, Ji Wuchang's body returned to its original form once again. Ji Wuchang then checked the system panel. Host: Ji Wuchang, cultivation, mid-stage Shi refinement 9th layer, root bone, earth grade medium quality, luck value, 1386, special ability, none system task. None. Ji Wuchang looked at the system panel, and his brows furrowed slightly. He understood everything else on the panel, but he had no idea what this special ability meant. Does it represent techniques, combat skills, secret methods, or some special ability? Ji Wuchang thought for a moment, then gave up. This could only be discussed later. After arriving at the foot of Lingjian Peak, Ji Wuchang left again, leaving the disciples of Lingjian Peak confused, not understanding what this senior brother Ji meant. However, the disciples of Lingjian Peak were not too concerned about such matters, as the secret realm trial was about to begin, and everyone was nervously preparing. The death rate of the Changxingmen's secret realm trial in previous years was 1 in 5, meaning 1 out of every 5 people would die. Who killed these people and how they died would not be investigated after leaving the secret realm. Like any other cultivation sect, Changxingmen would not sacrifice living disciples for a dead person. Therefore, many grudges that were inconvenient to resolve within the sect would be settled in the secret realm. For matters like this, Changxingmen would turn a blind eye. Only the living are the talents that the sect wants to cultivate. Ji Wuchang did not participate in this trial in his previous life, but he knew that this trial was not simple and the losses would be significant. After the secret realm trial ended, many elders of Changxingmen were furious. At this moment, more than 200 people had gathered in the grand square of Changxingmen, all of whom were there to participate in the trial. Although Changxingmen only had 9 elders in total, there were many guest elders whose status was lower than the 9. Many people could not become disciples of the 9 great elders, so they naturally settled for becoming disciples of a guest elder. Ji Wuchang stood with Zhang Linghong, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, sighing inwardly. Among these people, at least dozens would be forever buried in the secret realm. After scanning the crowd, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but frown slightly. He did not see Xiao Fan. Could it be that this guy was not participating? Just then, 2 figures appeared in the distance. It was Kai Ping and Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan was brimming with confidence. His recent seclusion had allowed his cultivation to reach a new height, and he was now at the early stage of Qi refining level 7. The breakthrough in his cultivation had swept away all previous gloom, and he looked around before finally locking eyes with Ji Wuchang. Xiao Fan did not hide the killing intent in his eyes, but fortunately, he also knew that this was not the place to make a move. Otherwise, he would have wanted to attack immediately to avenge his humiliation. At that moment, Elder Zhou Yuan appeared, along with Elder Yu Zhen, who were the responsible officials for this trial. Everyone, this trial is a 10-year exercise for the Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples of the sect, and it is also a test for you. The final results will be judged based on the corpses of the fierce beasts you submit to the sect. Of course, the requirements for Foundation establishment and Qi refining are different, so the rankings will be separated. Now, please follow me to the back mountain of the sect. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he flew up first, heading towards the back mountain of Changxingmen. The others quickly took out their flying swords and followed closely behind. In just a moment, they arrived at an open space on the back mountain. At this moment, Elders Yin Shuyu, Tang Yiyuan, and Jia Yuanliang were already there. The 3 of them sat cross-legged in the positions of heaven, earth, and humanity, and beneath them, a special formation was slowly rotating. with a unique portal appearing above the formation. From the portal, strands of spatial power emanated, clearly indicating that passing through this door would lead to a new place. This is a random teleportation portal that will send you to the trial site. Keep this jade token. If you encounter a life-and-death crisis, crush this token, and you'll be teleported out. Of course, those who do not stay the full 7 days inside, regardless of their performance, will not be ranked. Elder Yu Zhun smiled and spoke, then waved his hand, sending out jade tokens that accurately landed in front of each person, which everyone reached out to catch. Ji Wuchang looked at the token in his hand and sensed a special aura within it, instantly understanding. He had seen such things many times in his previous life, so he was not particularly surprised. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over the crowd and saw that Kai Ping and Xiao Fan had already arrived at the teleportation portal. Just then, Xiao Fan turned around, giving Ji Wuchang a slight cold smile, and then stepped into the portal. Chapter 60. First battle in the secret realm in the forest. A figure swiftly darted through the trees, each step covering several meters. Behind him, 5 dark figures followed closely. They were 5 black wolves. These 5 black wolves were robust, each weighing no less than 300 pounds. Their massive jaws opened, revealing sharp white teeth. Damn it, these guys won't stop chasing until they're all dead. Ji Wuchang cursed as he ran, glancing back with a cold glint in his eyes. Ji Wuchang felt a bit unlucky. He had just been teleported and already found himself near the den of these black wolves. There were a total of 7 black wolves, with the leader being a second-tier black wolf, equivalent to a Human Foundation establishment cultivator. Ji Wuchang estimated that it was roughly comparable to someone at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. The other 6 were peak first-tier black wolves, equivalent to those at the 9th level of Qi refining. Ji Wuchang reacted quickly, killing the nearest first-tier black wolf in a flash, then activated his escape mode. Just earlier, Ji Wuchang managed to kill another one, but there were still 5 left. Especially the leading one exerted significant pressure on Ji Wuchang, given that he was only at the mid-stage of Qi refining level 9. Ji Wuchang, if you call me master, I can easily take care of these black wolves. Ji Wuchang heard Ji Yaoyao's voice in his ear. This was not the first time Ji Yaoyao had mentioned this matter, but Ji Wuchang had always firmly refused. It was a joke. He had developed some other thoughts about Ji Yaoyao, and taking her as a master was undoubtedly out of the question. Although etiquette was not highly regarded in the cultivation world, having a master-disciple relationship would lower his standing. A man must be tough from the start. Once he softens, it would not be easy to re-establish his authority. "Shut up, you annoying woman." Ji Wuchang coldly snorted, speaking in annoyance. He pushed his speed to the limit. The 8 trigrams dragon step, making Ji Wuchang appear exceptionally graceful. Ji Yaoyao pouted in her storage ring. How dare a mere Qi refining level 9 cultivator call her an annoying woman? In the past, she would have slapped Ji Wuchang into meat paste. But this despicable guy had placed a life-sharing curse on her, binding their fates together. Therefore, Ji Yaoyao could not vent her anger on Ji Wuchang. Ji Yaoyao wanted to teach Ji Wuchang the Ji family's ultimate technique, the Great Sun Divine Fist, but she obviously could not give it to someone outside the Ji family. However, if Ji Wuchang became her disciple, their relationship would be different, and Ji Wuchang would have the Ji family's mark. This way, Ji Yaoyao could pass on the Great Sun Divine Fist to Ji Wuchang without any psychological burden. Die, Ji Wuchang, you stinky Ji Wuchang. I want to see how you, a body-refining cultivator, can kill a second-tier black wolf. Ji Yaoyao was very angry, so she wanted to see what means Ji Wuchang had left. A woo. The black wolf leader let out a howl, and the 4 black wolves around it instantly split apart, encircling Ji Wuchang, trying to block his escape. Seeing that Ji Yaoyao finally stopped talking, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword shimmered with light, and a chilling aura surged from it. This sword was named Bishi, a low-grade magical weapon, and it was exceptionally sharp. This long sword was also a gift from Meng Kaihong to Ji Wuchang. Although the Bishi sword was a low-grade magical weapon, it had killed many people in Meng Caihong's hands. Later, Meng Caihong's strength improved, and the Bai Shui sword was ultimately too weak, so she stopped using it. However, after years of nurturing, the Bai Shui sword was no worse than any mid-grade magical weapon. Looking at the Bai Shui sword in his hand, Ji Wuchang then glanced at the black wolf behind him, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Ji Wuchang's body swayed, changing direction to the left, and then he flew several feet horizontally, landing on top of a black wolf. Stepping hard, without any hesitation, Ji Wuchang lifted his left foot and stepped down towards the black wolf below. Although Ji Wuchang's left hand did not touch the black wolf, the wolf still let out a howl of pain, its frantically running body instantly losing balance. With a bang, the black wolf's head crashed directly into a large tree, causing it to bare its teeth in pain. But at that moment, a sword light appeared like a ghost at the black wolf's neck, directly slashing open its throat. The black wolf's blood gushed out like a fountain from its throat, and then it fell down unwillingly. Ji Wuchang's body swayed and disappeared from a large tree, his lips slightly panting. The stepping heart technique consumed a lot of spiritual power. Even though he had just taken one step, he felt that he had lost 10% of his spiritual power. Then, Ji Wuchang used the shadow sword technique, delivering a ghostly sword strike that finished off the black wolf. With a loud boom, the large tree was directly knocked down by the second-tier thunder wolf. But Ji Wuchang's figure was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was hidden on a large tree several feet away, his gaze cold. Since this batch of beasts wouldn't let him go, he wouldn't leave. Ji Wuchang's eyes were fixed on the second-tier black wolf. Seeing it running towards the distance on the left, Ji Wuchang knew the opportunity had come. Shadow sword techniques, shadow, sword kill. Ji Wuchang whispered, his body like lightning, directly pouncing towards a black wolf 10 feet away, aiming straight for its throat with his sword. However, the black wolf's reaction was also exceptionally swift. When Ji Wuchang's sword reached the black wolf's throat, the wolf suddenly darted to the right. As a result, the sword missed its throat and only left a long wound on the black wolf's body, blood flowing freely. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, his left hand forming a seal, flames dancing between his fingers. As the flames swirled, they formed a fiery halo, which Ji Wuchang flicked out with a finger. Flame wheel. Ji Wuchang shouted lightly, and the fiery halo spun rapidly, directly striking the black wolf. The black wolf let out a miserable howl, its massive body sliced in half by the flaming wheel, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. Just then, a dark shadow lunged at him, its gaping maw wide open, aiming to bite Ji Wuchang on the head. A foul stench assaulted his senses, nearly making Ji Wuchang vomit. At this moment, it was too late to dodge. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, his body falling backward, raising the long sword in his right hand to slash at the shadow. The massive figure of the black wolf soared past Ji Wuchang, and the Bai Shui sword directly sliced a long wound along the wolf's belly. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering Ji Wuchang's face with wolf blood. The black wolf was directly eviscerated by Ji Wuchang. Although it was not dead yet, it was doomed. In the blink of an eye, 3 black wolves had been slain by Ji Wuchang. Chapter 61, 8 Dao Platforms. Ji Wuchang wiped the wolf blood from his face, his eyes filled with killing intent. At this moment, 2 black wolves had appeared not far from Ji Wuchang, one in front and one behind, surrounding him in the middle. The first-tier black wolf showed a hint of fear, not daring to advance. But the second-tier black wolf revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, and with a low growl, it charged at Ji Wuchang with a gust of wind. The black wolf's large mouth opened, releasing a wave of air that swept towards Ji Wuchang. At the same time, the black wolf raised its front paw, swiping towards Ji Wuchang's chest. The black wolf was extremely fast. Even with Ji Wuchang exerting all his effort in the Bagua Dragon Step, he could only barely keep pace with it. However, Ji Wuchang had just killed 3 black wolves, consuming a portion of his spiritual power, and now he could not match the wolf's speed. Since that was the case, he could only meet it head-on. With that thought, Ji Wuchang's killing intent surged as he sidestepped the gust of wind spewing from the wolf's mouth. He raised the Bai Shui's sword and slashed down, directly colliding with the black wolf's paw. With a clang, Ji Wuchang felt as if his sword had struck steel, sparks flying. The Black Wolf's paw was covered by a layer of spiritual power shield, which had absorbed Ji Wuchang's strike. Ji Wuchang let out a muffled grunt, retreating several steps. His right hand gripping the Bai Shui sword trembling slightly. This Black Wolf was too powerful, although he had already reached the level of golden skin and jade bones. He felt he was still lacking compared to this second-tier Black Wolf in terms of physical strength. Just then, a fierce wind blew from behind, and without thinking, Ji Wuchang executed the Bagua Dragon Step, dodging to the left. With a loud bang, a deep pit appeared where Ji Wuchang had just stood. Stepping hard, Ji Wuchang looked at the first-tier Black Wolf, his eyes flashing with killing intent, taking a step down. The Black Wolf let out a cry of pain, its body instantly collapsing to the ground. Shadow Sword Kill. A fiery halo spun rapidly above Ji Wuchang's left hand, heading straight for the second-tier Black Wolf. At the same time, his body transformed into a gust of wind, lightning fast, arriving in front of the first-tier Black Wolf, and he thrust his sword into its throat. Just then, a gust of wind howled in, directly reaching Ji Wuchang. He had no time to think and grabbed the first-tier Black Wolf in front of him, using it as a shield. With a bang, Ji Wuchang felt a sharp pain throughout his body, and he was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Ji Wuchang felt intense pain in his back, but he dared not linger for even a moment and sprang back up. The Black Wolf's corpse in his hand bore several deep wounds. If he hadn't grabbed the Black Wolf's body to shield himself, those wounds would have appeared on him. The second-tier Black Wolf glared fiercely at Ji Wuchang, its eyes filled with killing intent. Ji Wuchang glanced at the Black Wolf, sighed, and then his gaze gradually turned cold. Since you seek death, I will grant it to you. Ji Wuchang formed hand seals, and a special aura suddenly emanated from his body, surging like a volcanic eruption. The Black Wolf sensed this aura from Ji Wuchang, and its eyes instantly revealed a look of unease. The second-tier Black Wolf let out a roar and charged directly at Ji Wuchang, its mouth wide open, aiming to bite Ji Wuchang on the head. Hundredfold Sublimation Instant Kill Technique. Ji Wuchang shouted, his eyes cold, raising the long sword in his hand to deliver a downward strike. A sword light the size of 10 feet, like lightning, directly struck the Black Wolf's head as it leaped in the air, then pierced through its entire body. The second-tier Black Wolf was sliced in half, the sword energy maintaining its momentum, cutting forward and carving out a chasm several dozen meters long. You have actually initially mastered the hundredfold sublimation instant kill technique of the Windwalking Supreme. Ji Yaoyao's astonished voice reached Ji Wuchang's ears, filled with surprise. The Windwalking Supreme had once told Ji Yaoyao that mastering the hundredfold sublimation instant kill technique required talent. Some people might not learn it even if they practiced for a lifetime. Last time, Ji Yaoyao had some doubts since Ji Wuchang had not demonstrated it, but this time, she completely believed it. Ji Wuchang collapsed onto the ground, having consumed over 80% of his spiritual power, feeling as if his dantian was completely empty. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in at the trial ground successful. Reward, 6 years of cultivation. Luck value, 5. The system's voice rang in Ji Wuchang's mind, and his spiritual power surged back, instantly recovering to peak condition at a visible speed. However, there was still some residual spiritual power left. Ji Wuchang knew very well that the secret realm was dangerous, and it was necessary to increase his cultivation. JWCH activated the ZQW in Tianju and gathered all his spiritual power into his dantian. At that moment, JWCH Eng's aura surged violently, breaking through directly from the mid-stage of the 9th level of Qi refinement to the peak of the 9th level. JWCH collected the corpses of the 5 Black Wolves. These were to be brought back to the sect as a report. JYOYO. Help me protect my law. JWCH sat cross-legged and took out a 5th grade X Su FMIDN, then without any hesitation, swallowed it whole. This kind of elixir, not to mention for a mere Qi refinement practitioner, even for someone in the soul-splitting realm, would have tremendous effects. Is this guy really going to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm? JYOYO's spirit floated out of the ring, curiously watching JWCH. At this moment, as JWCH swallowed the 5th grade X Su FMIDN, it felt as if his body was suddenly engulfed in a sea of flames. The violent spiritual power erupted, transforming into whirlwinds of spiritual energy that struck at the meridians throughout JWCH's body. At the same time, these whirlwinds of spiritual power surged into his flesh, bones, and even bone marrow, filling every corner they could reach. JWCH trembled all over, feeling as if every piece of flesh was being pricked by needles. The pain unbearable. The whirlwinds of spiritual power rushed past his bones like a flood, scraping against them. This pain was truly indescribable. Just then, behind JWCH, platforms of Tao began to emerge. 1, 2, 3. In just a moment, 8 platforms appear behind him, each one spotless and flawless. JYOIO looked at the 8 platforms behind JWCH, her eyes revealing a look of surprise. In fact, the 8 platforms were not enough to shock her. She had condensed 9 platforms at her time. However, her situation was completely different from JWCH's. After all, she had a high-grade celestial root and possessed the bloodline of the J family. The J family had once produced a saint, and their bloodline power was terrifyingly vast. But JWCH only had a mid-grade earth root. To be able to condense 8 platforms was already breaking JYOIO's inherent understanding. Chapter 62. Shattered Tao Platforms. Late stage of Qi Refinement Level 10 at this moment. JWCH opened his eyes and looked at the 8 platforms behind him. His expression quite complex. In his previous life, due to issues with his meridians, he had exhausted everything and only managed to condense 5 platforms when he established his foundation. Now, with his meridians intact and having achieved golden skin and J-bones, his potential exploded exponentially, allowing him to directly condense 8 platforms. If it were his previous life, seeing these 8 platforms would have made JWCH overjoyed. With the support of these 8 platforms, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he could at least cultivate to the celestial phenomenon realm, or even stronger. But having lived another life, how could he be satisfied with such an achievement? JWCH wanted to be the strongest man in this world. At this moment, his eyes revealed an unprecedented determination. In JYOIO's horrified, confused, and shocked gaze, JWCH slammed his palm down, and the 8 platforms instantly collapsed. JWCH's platforms were originally illusory, formed by the gathering of spiritual power. As JWCH's palm came down, they shattered into pieces, disappearing into the void. Have you gone mad? JYOIO couldn't understand JWCH's madness. She had never seen anyone directly shatter their own platforms. It was as if he were cutting off his own path. As the 8 platforms shattered, JWCH instantly suffered backlash, his face turning pale as he spewed out a mouthful of blood. With this blood spurt, JWCH's aura began to decline, dropping directly from the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement to the peak of the 8th level. But JWCH seemed to have been prepared for this. His eyes were exceptionally calm as he ignored JYOIO, sitting cross-legged and forming hand seals. Although JYOIO was a spirit entity, she was still enraged by JWCH's actions, her chest rising and falling sharply. She felt this guy must be insane. JWCH, you are a lunatic. Watching JWCH's waning aura, JYOIO was furious. At this moment, JWCH, having directly shattered his own platforms, caused a drop in his cultivation, with some damage to his meridians and dantian. However, JWCH was well prepared, mobilizing the spiritual power of the X Su FMIDN within him to repair himself. After a stick of incense, the aura within JWCH's body gradually strengthened, breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement once again. His physical body was flawless, and the effects of the X Su FMIDN had greatly diminished, now serving merely as a supplement. Subsequently, his cultivation began to rise, going from the early stage of the 9th level of Qi refinement to the peak, leaving J.Y.O. stunned. At this moment, the medicinal power of the 5th grade X Su Fmidn was fully activated, and J.W.C.H.'s body felt like a large furnace. A scorching aura flowed over J.W.C.H.'s body. This was J.W.C.H. activating the ZQW in Tianju. As the spiritual power in his body circulated, strands of purple gas surrounded J.W.C.H., making him appear exceptionally noble and sacred. Exuding an aura that was not to be offended, J.Y.O. also calmed down at this moment. She wanted to see what kind of trick J.W.C.H. was up to. Surrounding J.W.C.H.'s body, the scorching aura grew stronger, and the purple gas increased. These purple gases gradually gathered, forming an alchemy furnace that enveloped J.W.C.H. Inside the furnace, the purple gas transformed and then coalesced into a giant purple dragon coiling around J.W.C.H.'s body. As the giant dragon changed, it morphed into a purple phoenix. Subsequently, various mythical beasts such as Zhuke, Xuanwu, Baihu, Taotai, the Sun Candle, the Ying Ghost, Inglong, Jiuk In, Shizich B.F. and H. appeared. J.Y.O. watched, dumbfounded. Was this the rhythm of breaking through to the Saint Realm? The extraordinary phenomena emerged one after another, leaving J.Y.O. in a daze. Qi Refinement Level 10, break for me. Inside the purple alchemy furnace, J.W.C.H. let out an angry roar. His shout was not loud, but it caused all the extraordinary phenomena to collapse. At the same time, a phantom iron chain appeared outside J.W.C.H.'s body. This iron chain connected to his spirit, seeming like a shackle for his soul. The iron chain pierced through his spirit, appearing vague, as if it existed yet did not. But at this moment, under the influence of J.W.C.H.'s furious roar, the iron chain shattered, breaking into several segments. With the breaking of this iron chain, J.W.C.H.'s spirit instantly felt as if it had been reborn, surging up by a factor of 2. At the center of his spirit, the shattered iron chain transformed into a stream of clear energy, entering his brow and condensing into a special rune. This rune was also vague and ever-changing, impossible to discern its form. At the same time, J.W.C.H.'s aura sword, directly rising from the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement to the late stage of the 10th level. The purple alchemy furnace outside J.W.C.H.'s body also rapidly shrank, then merged into his body. J.Y.O. felt her heart racing. The ups and downs made her spirit body tremble slightly. So, there really exists a 10th level in the Qi refinement realm. It requires self-destructing the platforms and severing the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Throughout history, it has been said that the Tao platform is the cornerstone of a cultivator. If the Tao platform is destroyed, one's lifelong cultivation will be hopeless. This deeply ingrained saying made no one dare to let their Tao platform suffer any damage. But today, J.Y.O. witnessed the most shocking thing of her life. J.W.C.H. entered the legendary 10th level of the Qi refinement realm. If there are 10 levels in the Qi refinement realm, does it mean that when breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, one could condense 10 platforms? Just thinking about this speculation made J.Y.O.'s spirit body tense up. Could it be that today she would witness the rise of a genius? J.Y.O. looked at J.W.C.H. with a complex expression. At this moment, her view of him had completely changed. Although this guy was despicable and shameless, having placed a life-binding curse on her, his character and comprehension were top-notch. How did you know there exists a 10th level in the Qi refinement realm? Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang with piercing eyes. She came from the Ji family and had only heard of him but had never seen him. Ji Wuchang was just from a remote place and was merely a Qi refining realm disciple. Knowing such things was a bit hard to accept. Guess what? Ji Wuchang felt the power within his body and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He felt that compared to the 9th layer of Qi refining, he was at least several times stronger. At this moment, if he were to face the second-tier Black Wolf he had killed earlier. He was confident he could defeat it within a few moves without needing to use a secret technique. However, the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique was indeed terrifying. Ji Wuchang thought that if he performed the secret technique, even a 9th-layer Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator could be killed instantly. The opponent would have no chance to fight back at all, but after one strike, he might not have the strength to attack again. Godi! Ji Yaoyao directly cursed. Then her body faded and returned to her storage ring. She knew very well that this was something Ji Wuchang did not want to tell her. Chapter 63. The miserable Xiao Fan in a cave. Xiao Fan laughed loudly. He did not expect to have such great gains on his first day entering the secret realm. He discovered several corpses here, and their storage rings were intact. From them, he found a top-grade treasure. At the same time, there was a 3rd-grade Qi recovery pill. Xiao Fan did not hesitate at all and swallowed the pill, his cultivation level immediately rising to the early stage of the 8th layer of Qi refining. An old man's soul floated out from Xiao Fan's ring, looking at him with a gratified expression. This was a storage ring that Xiao Fan had accidentally found in the Xiao family's treasure vault, which contained the soul of a 6th-tier spirit realm expert. When Xiao Fan saw the old man, he quickly clasped his fists and said, "Master, this longevity sect is indeed my lucky place. In just a few days, I've broken through my realm one after another." The old man smiled slightly and then said, "I have checked your fortune. You are indeed a person of great fortune, destined to shock the world in the future. Although the longevity sect is weak, it is located in a remote area of Brainstorming Prefecture with little competition. If you settle here for a while and lay a solid foundation, you will be able to compete with other prodigies in the future. That will be your stage." Hearing this, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up, and then a trace of cold, killing intent appeared on his face. "Master, I want to kill Ji Wuchang." The old man smiled slightly and confidently said, "During this time, my soul has recovered about 40 to 50%, so you can do as you wish. In this secret realm, there are no souls from the division realm, and I can lend you my power. You can kill whoever you want." Xiao Fan nodded quickly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The old man then transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into Xiao Fan's storage ring. Xiao Fan walked out of the cave, and didn't he even glance at the corpses? He was inherently selfish. Having already gained benefits, what did those corpses matter to him? Ji Wuchang watched Xiao Fan's back, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Ji Yaoyao, do you think there's also a remnant soul in a storage ring? How does it compare to yours?" Just as Ji Wuchang finished speaking, Ji Yaoyao's voice rang in his mind. "A remnant soul of a 9th-layer division realm. Although I have only recovered less than 20 of my soul power now, it would still be easy to crush such a remnant soul. However, I just checked, and this person has planted a fusion mark on Xiao Fan. He must have taken Xiao Fan as the target for possession. But the current Xiao Fan's cultivation is too low, so he hasn't made his move yet." Upon hearing Ji Yaoyao's voice, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but show a strange expression in his eyes. Is Xiao Fan so unlucky? I can't kill him so quickly. I must squeeze out all his fortune value. However, such a person of great fortune has a special trait. After their fortune value is squeezed out, it can slowly recover. But this suited Ji Wuchang's intentions perfectly. Isn't this how you harvest leaks? As he thought of this, Ji Wuchang's eyes burned with excitement as he took out a cloak and put it on, which could conceal his aura. "Yao Yao, help me suppress that remnant soul so it doesn't dare to show itself. I'm going to teach this Xiao Fan a lesson." Ypsilonao snorted coldly, unwilling to be ordered by Ji Wuchang, but ultimately agreed. At this moment, Xiao Fan was excitedly flying low through the forest on his sword, already plotting how to torment Ji Wuchang. Suddenly, Xiao Fan felt a violent impact on his heart and let out a scream. His figure fell directly from the air, his face contorted in pain. At that moment, a figure appeared like a ghost, a massive fist raised, and before Xiao Fan could react, 2 punches struck his chest. With a crack, 3 of Xiao Fan's ribs were broken, and he screamed again, his body flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. "Go die!" Xiao Fan, true to his nature, despite the suddenness of the attack and being heavily injured, began to fight back while flying backward. Xiao Fan threw out 2 treasures directly at that figure. Explode. Xiao Fan's face twisted with rage as he detonated the two treasures, creating a massive surge of energy that swept toward Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's expression remained calm as he retreated, and a shield appeared in front of him. This was a shield Ji Wuchang had exchanged for 200 mid-grade spirit stones last time he went to the treasure pavilion. This shield was a top-grade magical artifact. Even a Foundation Establishment realm person would find it difficult to break through. The massive surge of energy crashed into the shield, and a spiritual power barrier instantly appeared on the shield, blocking the attack. With a bang, Xiao Fan crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood again. Just then, a shield descended from the sky, smashing down toward Xiao Fan. If it hit, Xiao Fan would surely die on the spot. Xiao Fan, ignoring his internal injuries, rolled to the left side several times. "Master, lend me your power. I want to kill him." Xiao Fan called out to the old man in his storage ring, his eyes turning red. He had never suffered such a significant loss. Unfortunately, his call went unanswered. At that moment, Ji Wuchang moved, and the shield slammed into Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had just thought the master's power would arrive immediately, so he didn't dodge in time. Seeing the shield coming down, he could only stretch out his left arm to block it. Xiao Fan was directly sent flying several dozen meters, his left arm crushed, and his chest caved in. With a bang, Xiao Fan crashed heavily to the ground, his face pale as paper. At that moment, a figure appeared like a ghost, and before Xiao Fan could react, a fist struck his temple. Xiao Fan could no longer hold on and fainted. Soon, Ji Wuchang completely looted Xiao Fan's storage ring, leaving only the secret realm map he had drawn in my city. As for the old man's remnant soul, it was sealed by Ji Yao Yao. As long as Ji Yao Yao wanted, she could take the old man's life at any time. Ji Wuchang decided to keep the old man beside Xiao Fan. He had not had enough fun yet, so how could he let the other party die? Moreover, with that old man around, he could save a heart connection. Ji Wuchang stripped Xiao Fan completely and tied him to a big tree, looking at the blood-soaked figure. He was as miserable as could be. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang looked down at Xiao Fan's body and sneered coldly, waving his sword, and 2 ounces of flesh instantly fell off. The old man's remnant soul looked at this scene in horror, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chapter 64, Framing Ding. The master has defeated the child of great fortune Xiao Fan again, earning 500 fortune value. Xiao Fan's fortune value is 500. System reminds the master, once the luck value accumulates to 10,000, the system mall can be opened. The system's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's mind, causing his eyes to instantly brighten. Indeed, dealing with those with great luck yields the greatest rewards. However, hearing that the system mall requires 10,000 luck points to unlock, Ji Wuchang felt a bit speechless. He currently had less than 2,000 luck points, and he didn't know how long it would take to accumulate to 10,000. System, do I receive luck point rewards for defeating others? Master, you only need to defeat those with a luck value higher than 300, which means those with great luck will provide you with luck point rewards. The higher the opponent's luck value, the greater the reward. Generally 1/3 of the opponent's luck value. Of course, if you kill the opponent, you can receive half of their luck value in one go. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang instantly understood, but a new problem arose. He didn't know who had a luck value higher than 300. System, is there a way to check the opponent's luck value? Master, of course there is. The system mall has the technique Wanchi, as well as many techniques that can check the opponent's luck value. So, the master needs to work hard to earn luck points and unlock the system mall as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up. At this moment, he felt a tinge of desire for the system mall. Ji Wuchang, since you have a grudge with this person, why not kill him? Why humiliate him like this? Ji Yao Yao recalled the earlier scene, her face involuntarily turning slightly red. This Ji Wuchang was too much of a person. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but chuckle. How could he possibly kill the opponent? This was his experience, baby. According to the system, defeating the opponent would allow him to obtain 1/3 of the opponent's luck value. The last time he got 500 luck points from Xiao Fan. He got another 500 this time. This indicates two things. One, the opponent still has at least 1,000 luck points. The other issue is that the opponent recovers luck points very quickly. now that Xiao Fan had one of his arms disabled and had been castrated. He couldn't pose a threat to Ji Wuchang in the short term. For him to regenerate his severed limb, either the sect leader would have to help him, or he would have to cultivate to the Purple Mansion realm. Those in the Purple Mansion realm possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs. There is another possibility, which is a fortuitous encounter. Ji Wuchang felt that the probability of a fortuitous encounter and the sect leader helping Xiao Fan was the greatest. But even so, Ji Wuchang was not afraid. He had already planted a spy beside Xiao Fan. He also had a jade token given by senior sister Miaoqing, which contained a strike from a supreme realm expert. So no matter how Xiao Fan struggled, he couldn't escape from his grasp. How could he not play Xiao Fan to the point of ruin, considering the suffering he endured in his previous life? However, when Ji Yaoyao asked, Ji Wuchang couldn't refuse to answer, as Ji Yaoyao was one of his trump cards and he needed to maintain a good relationship. This person possesses great luck. If he is killed directly, it would bring about great karma. Slowly weakening his luck before killing him is not too late. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Ji Yaoyao fell silent, feeling that she had underestimated Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang was too mysterious and often had astonishing actions, just as Ji Wuchang was counting his gains. Xiao Fan woke up. Seeing his current state, Xiao Fan let out a mournful scream. The vines binding him snapped into several pieces. But as he just used his spiritual power, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. The intense pain in his arm and lower body made Xiao Fan's face turn as pale as paper, and cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead. At this moment, Xiao Fan was truly terrified. He still didn't know who had attacked him. He thought of Ji Wuchang, but immediately dismissed it, believing Ji Wuchang didn't have that strength. Master, why didn't you lend me your power just now? Xiao Fan's words were filled with a hint of resentment. He believed that the reason for his current predicament was related to his master, who spoke inconsistently and had caused him to let his guard down. The old man's remnant soul floated out from the ring, and a hint of pity appeared on his face. If he had known that Xiao Fan had such a powerful enemy, he would never have chosen Xiao Fan as his host. No matter how good Xiao Fan's root bones were or how strong his luck was, he wouldn't have chosen him. But there is no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. His life and death were now at the mercy of another, and he could only obediently stay by Xiao Fan's side. Xiao Fan, I apologize for what happened just now. It wasn't that I didn't lend you my power, but that the opponent possessed something terrifying. This object can instantly annihilate my remnant soul body, which is why I dared not reveal myself. However, I saw the face of this person. It was your senior brother, Kai Ping. Everything you had on you was taken by him. The old man's words were all reminders from Ji Wuchang before he left. Ji Wuchang wanted to see this brotherly dog-eat-dog scenario. Indeed, upon hearing that it was Kai Ping, a look of unprecedented resentment appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes. He had just suspected Kai Ping. With such high cultivation, yet being so secretive, he must be someone he knew. Kai Ping, I, Xiao Fan, swear that I will not rest until you are dead. The humiliation today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Let us wait and see. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, his brow furrowed, and the wounds on his body made him almost faint from the pain. Someone was coming. It was a small cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining. At this moment, the old man reminded Xiao Fan. Upon hearing this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes. Moments later, a corpse lay at Xiao Fan's feet, and he also had a set of clothes on his previously bare body. Ji Wuchang was unaware of this event and wouldn't have cared even if he did. Ji Wuchang had never been to this secret realm in his previous life and didn't know what good things were there, so he could only wander around aimlessly. Just then, the sound of fighting suddenly came from a distance, likely more than 10 miles away from Ji Wuchang. Since he had nothing to do, Ji Wuchang flew over. Where there is fighting, there are often good things to be found. Moments later, Ji Wuchang arrived nearby and quietly hid in the dark to observe. At this moment, there were 5 people in the field, and not far away lay a corpse. All 5 of them had foundation establishment cultivation, with the highest being at the 5th level of foundation establishment and the lowest at the 3rd level. Ji Wuchang had some impression of these people. After carefully recalling, he gradually remembered their identities. Among these five, three came from the 100-song peak of Elder Qi, namely Xiaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming. Among them, Li Xiaoan had the highest cultivation at the 4th level of foundation establishment, while the other two were both at the 3rd level. The other two came from the Great Ascension Peak of Elder Ba. The male was named Pan Shibin at the 5th level of foundation establishment, and the female was named Ma Mengnan at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. It is said that the relationship between 100-song Peak and Great Ascension Peak has always been poor, and their disciples being hostile to each other is quite normal. Chapter 65. The fisherman gains you 100-song Peak are too much. How dare you kill my Great Ascension Peaks people? Do you really think we are easy to bully? Pan Shibin said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent, and his 5th level of foundation establishment cultivation was clearly displayed. Li Xiaoan stepped forward, unleashing his 4th level of foundation establishment cultivation to block the pressure released by Pan Shibin. Pan Shibin, it was clearly your Great Ascension Peak who provoked us first, killing 2 of my 100-song Peaks, Qi, refining junior brothers, which is why we pursued this person. My 100-song Peak does not initiate trouble, but we are certainly not afraid of it. You can ask your junior sister Ma beside you. I have not said a single false word, Li Xiaoan said coldly, not giving in at all, while remaining tense to prevent Pan Shibin from suddenly attacking. Pan Shibin looked at Ma Mengnan. Her expression was slightly heavy, but she still spoke, saying, Senior brother, junior brother by accidentally discovered a map in the secret realm. According to the introduction on this map, it seems that there is a cave of a Purple Mansion realm expert in the secret realm. However, this matter was discovered by the people of Baitsong Peak. Bai Shidi was afraid of exposure, which is why he acted ruthlessly and killed 2 people from Baitsong Peak. Later, several people from Baitsong Peak came to hunt down Bai Shidi, and the item has already been taken by them. Ma Mengnan transmitted a message to Pan Xibin, introducing the ins and outs of the situation. Upon hearing this, Pan Shibin's eyes instantly lit up. At that moment, he made up his mind to seize this item at all costs. Li Xiaoan, hand over that item, and today I can spare you from my attack. Pan Shibin's eyes burned with fervor. The cave of a Purple Mansion realm expert must have good things. If he could obtain secret techniques or inheritance from it, wouldn't his cultivation level be able to break through rapidly? Thinking of this, a hint of greed appeared in Pan Shibin's eyes. Pan Shibin, don't go too far. This item was originally discovered by us at Baitsong Peak. Although you are at the 5th layer of the foundation establishment stage, we have 3 people here. And even if we fight, you may not gain any advantage. Li Xiaoan's body tensed. He would never hand over this item. Pan Shibin snorted coldly and then spoke indifferently. I'm giving you a chance. If you don't hand it over, you will die. After saying this, Pan Shibin drew his long sword, the killing intent palpable. The expressions of Li Xiaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming darkened, knowing that today's matter could not end well. Lian Hongying coldly said, Senior brother Li, junior brother Lu, I will deal with Ma Mengnan. You two join forces to deal with Pan Shibin. Li Xiaoan and Lu Jinming nodded simultaneously, drawing their swords, the killing intent fierce. Since you seek death, don't blame me. Pan Shibin's expression remained cold. With a grab of his left hand, 5 powerful winds shot out from his fingers, transforming into 5 small swords, heading straight for Lu Jinming. Pan Shibin raised his long sword in his right hand and slashed down at Li Xiaoan. The sword light surged, growing to a size of several meters, charging towards Li Xiaoan. Li Xiaoan snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he also slashed down with his sword. With a clang, the 2 sword lights collided. Pan Shibin remained unmoved, but Li Xiaoan was forced to retreat several steps. Lu Jinming was similarly pushed back by Pan Shibin's strike, finally stabilizing himself. Do you really think that one person at the 4th layer of foundation establishment and another at the 3rd layer can fight me? Today, let you witness the true power of the 5th layer of foundation establishment. After speaking, Pan Shibin raised his right hand with a long sword, his energy soaring. Heavy as a mountain, ascending mountain sword technique. 100 swords break the clouds. After saying this, he slashed down with his long sword towards Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming. As this sword was struck, a small mountain emerged within the sword light, and simultaneously the sword light transformed, changing from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, forming 100 sword energies, slashing down at the two. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming's expressions changed drastically. This sword made them feel a simultaneous sense of deadly crisis. Baizong sword technique. Sword energy transforms into Azure Dragon. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming shouted simultaneously, their spiritual energy surging wildly, and they slashed down at Pan Shibin with their swords. The two came from the same peak, practiced the same techniques, and used the same sword moves. As they slashed down, their sword lights merged directly, surging violently, forming an illusory Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon roared, charging towards the 100 sword energies unleashed by Pan Shibin. Boom! A violent roar echoed from the sky as the illusory Azure Dragon collided madly with the 100 swords at that moment. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming's hearts were in their throats. Break! Pan Shibin snorted coldly, and the 100 swords surged instantly, directly shattering the Azure Dragon illusion. But the 100 swords also collapsed by more than half. The remaining sword energies showed no signs of stopping, angrily slashing down at Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming shouted loudly. A shield appeared above their heads, which was a low-grade treasure. Clang, clang. Countless sword energies struck against the two's shield, sending them flying. Li Zhaoan's face turned pale, blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lu Jinming, on the other hand, directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face as pale as paper. With a bang, both of them crashed to the ground almost simultaneously, fear evident in their eyes. They did not expect Pan Shibin to be so terrifying. Crack! The two were startled as they saw countless cracks appear on their shields, which then exploded. At this moment, they lost all fighting spirit. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over that item, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Pan Shibin looked coldly at Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming, his eyes filled with killing intent. Not far away, Ma Mengnan and Lian Hongying were locked in a fierce battle, both of them having comparable cultivation levels, making it difficult to determine the winner. Seeing this scene, Li Zhaoan sighed, waved his hand, and a box appeared in his hand. Pan Shibin stared eagerly at the box in Li Zhaoan's hand. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. A figure appeared like a ghost, and before Li Zhaoan could react, the box in his hand was snatched away. The figure then flew towards the dense forest, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that even Pan Shibin had no time to react. Seeing the figure enter the forest, Pan Shibin shouted angrily and slashed down with his sword. A beam of sword light sliced into the forest, destroying dozens of meters of trees in front of him. But that person left no trace. Without any hesitation, Pan Shibin charged into the forest, his killing intent palpable. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming also flew into the forest in pursuit. But moments later, all three returned empty-handed. Damn it, don't let me see you, or I will definitely crush you to dust. Pang Sibin Kirst Angredi. Chapter 66, Spreading the News, and Curson Awakens Her Memory. Ji Wuchang stood at the mountaintop, looking at the silk cloth in his hand, his eyes slightly brightening. To be honest, if it were just a report back to the sect, he had already completed his task by hunting those few black wolves and only needed to stay for 7 days. This secret realm was unfamiliar to him, and he didn't know what to do. But now it was different. With this map in hand, he could explore. The cave of a Purple Mansion realm expert was very attractive to his current cultivation level. In his previous life, he obtained the Purple Chi Burning Heaven technique during an adventure in a secret realm. Now, this technique had become the cultivation method he chose for this life. Ji Wuchang soared into the air, hovering high above, surveying his surroundings, and then checking the map in his hand, confirming the direction before flying off into the distance. Half a day later, Ji Wuchang arrived at a valley. According to the map's instructions, he must pass through this valley. However, this valley was very long, over 100 miles, with dense white mist, and a fierce aura emanated from within. At the entrance of the valley, many bones of fierce beasts lay scattered. clearly killed by the fierce beasts within the valley. If Ji Wuchang wanted to pass, it would naturally be no problem. He just needed to have Ji Yaoyao release her pressure, and those fierce beasts would surely flee in all directions. But this would consume Ji Yaoyao's spiritual power, which was unnecessary. After thinking it over, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up. It was better to let many enjoy the fun rather than just himself. Hiding in the shadows and fishing in troubled waters would be much more enjoyable. Realizing this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but show a mischievous smile. He took out a jade slip and copied the map inside dozens of times, then chuckled and left the place. In a certain part of the dense forest, 3 disciples of the Chongqing sect were surrounding and killing a second-tier flower leopard. These 3 were all at the foundation establishment stage, the strongest being at the 6th layer, while the other 2 were at the 4th layer. The 3 joined forces to suppress the flower leopard, which was covered in wounds. As they saw the flower leopard was on its last legs, they shouted in unison, each using their trump cards to kill the flower leopard. The 3 of them were panting heavily, clearly exhausted, and 2 of them had sustained minor injuries. The cave of the Purple Mansion realm was about to emerge. And under the orders of Senior Brother Kai Ping, they had come to inform everyone. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, startling all 3 of them, and they leapt into the air to survey their surroundings. Scanning with their spiritual senses, they found nothing and landed back down, puzzled. Upon returning to their original positions, they suddenly noticed that on the corpse of the spotted leopard, an additional jade slip had appeared at some point. The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes, but they couldn't help but reach for the jade slip. After a moment, they looked at each other and nodded in unison, deciding to check it out. Such incidents occurred in multiple places within a single day, and many people ended up with a jade slip in their hands. There was also a hidden cave of the Purple Mansion realm within the Secret Realm. Did you know about this? I've heard rumors, but I don't know if they are true. However, it's better to believe it exists. After all, it's all in this Secret Realm. So it wouldn't hurt to take a look. That makes sense. Let's go check it out. Who knows, we might gain something else from it. In just half a day, this matter spread throughout the Secret Realm, and many were discussing it. Damn it. How could they let this information leak out? It's infuriating. Pan Shi Bean slammed down his palm, shattering a boulder weighing thousands of pounds, causing the ground to tremble. After Ji Wuchang left, Pan Shi Bean thought that Li Zhaoan and the others must have seen the map, so he pressed them for information again. Li Zhaoan indeed remembered, but he did not yield. Ultimately, both sides reached a cooperative agreement, and the 5 of them set off together. Pan Shi Bean silently vowed that if he encountered the person who stole his map in the Secret Realm, he would definitely tear them apart. But now, that person had directly revealed the matter of the Secret Realm, and many people were already aware of it. Li Zhaoan and the others were speechless. It was their first time encountering such a strange individual. Senior sister, let us join the excitement. Ji Wuchang might go too. In a dense forest, Tai Yuja is said to incurse in, her eyes revealing a hint of eagerness. Upon hearing this, Incursion nodded. They were lucky that they had arrived together during the teleportation. After entering the Secret Realm, the 2 began searching for Ji Wuchang's figure, and a chilling killing intent appeared in Incursion's eyes. Just a moment ago, a special memory had surfaced in Incursion's mind, revealing her entire life. After being stunned for a long time, Incursion confirmed one thing. This was the memory of her past life. At this moment, the 2 people Incursion most wanted to kill were Xiao Fan and Ji Wuchang. Just thinking about how, in her past life, Xiao Fan had pulled her in front of him to block a fatal blow, resulting in her dantian being shattered, made Incursion's whole body tremble. She had given everything to him, only to receive such an outcome. Then, Incursion recalled how she had knelt before Ji Wuchang, white-haired and repenting. While Ji Wuchang's eyes were cold, not only did he not help her, but he ultimately took her life as well. With these thoughts, Incursion's killing intent surged. Since gaining these memories, Incursion had also developed a strong aversion to her 3rd junior sister, Tai Yujia. In her past life, she had listened to this fool's words, which led her to that point. However, Incursion was also somewhat puzzled, as many events in this life differed from her memories. Ji Wuchang's meridians were unharmed. Xiao Fan had joined the sect leader's side, and she had not yet seen Xiao Fan. many things had deviated. This left Incursion unable to be completely sure whether these matters were true or not. However, Incursion clearly remembered that when they participated in the Secret Realm trial, they ultimately gathered in that cave of the Purple Mansion realm. That person, although from the Purple Mansion realm, was an alchemist who had left behind many medicinal pills, as well as a small cauldron. That small cauldron was eventually secretly taken away by Xiao Fan, unnoticed by anyone, as everyone was too focused on fighting for the medicinal pills. Later, Incursion had followed Xiao Fan for many years before he finally told her about this matter. That small cauldron was also extraordinary, a top-quality spiritual weapon that had helped Xiao Fan immensely. This time, Incursion decided to take a look to verify whether the memories in her mind were real or not. If everything turned out to be true, Incursion would not hesitate to kill Tai Yujia. Keeping such a fool around would only bring trouble. Tai Yuj and noticed Incursion seemed a bit distracted and was puzzled. But since her senior sister had agreed, she didn't say anything else. Little did she know that this senior sister, who had always been on her side, was now harboring thoughts of killing her. Chapter 67. The battle in the valley begins. Ji Wuchang returned to the valley once more and blended into the crowd. He had disguised himself and did not appear in his true form. He had mastered the art of disguise in his past life. So at that moment, Ji Wuchang stood among the crowd without anyone recognizing him. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept forward, where he saw Kai Ping, Huang Wanxiu, Zuyin, and others, as well as his second senior brother, Zheng Linghong. Zheng Linghong's eyes occasionally scanned the crowd, revealing a hint of concern. Just then, several figures appeared again. Upon seeing two of them, Ji Wuchang's eyes narrowed slightly. Incursion and Tai Yujia had arrived. Ji Wuchang looked at Incursion, his brow slightly furrowing. He felt that she seemed a bit different, a cold aura emanating from her. Noticing Incursion scanning the crowd, Ji Wuchang withdrew his gaze. Incursion frowned. She did not spot Ji Wuchang among the crowd, nor did she see Xiao Fan. Everyone, this valley is home to many fierce beasts, and we have gathered over 100 people here. We will divide into 3 teams. I, junior sister Wanxiu, and junior brother Kai Ping will each lead a team and attack the valley from 3 directions. Those who wish to join my team, stand on the left. Those who want to follow junior sister Wanxiu, stand in the middle. And those with junior brother Kai Ping, stand on the right. Zuyin flew into the air and addressed the people below. Hearing Zuyin's words, everyone began to move. Ji Wuchang naturally chose the middle and stood by Huang Wanxiu. He scanned the area and found that Incursion and Tai Yujia had chosen the right side, while Zheng Linghong had opted for the left. Ji Wuchang's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that Incursion was a bit different. According to Incursion's character, she shouldn't have chosen Kai Ping, who was at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, but rather Zuyin or Huang Wanxiu. However, Ji Wuchang didn't want to think too much about it. He was determined to kill those two and avoid future troubles. Soon, the allocation of the 3 teams was complete. Huang Wanxiu's team had the largest number, over 40 people. Zuyin and Kai Ping each had around 30 members. Junior sister Wanxiu, junior brother Kai Ping, let us proceed according to the plan we agreed upon, Zuyin said with a smile. Huang Wanxiu smiled slightly, and then said, since I have the most people, I'll take the lead. She glanced at the people behind her, waved her hand, and led the way into the valley. The people behind Huang Wanxiu followed her steps and rushed into the mist. As soon as they entered the valley, a roar echoed from within, and a massive black ape appeared. On the cliffs on both sides of the valley, large heads emerged from various caves. These were all black apes. Humans, quickly retreat. This is not a place for you to come. The black ape spoke directly, its words human-like. At the same time, a violent aura rose from the black ape, which was no weaker than Huang Wanxiu. In that moment, Huang Wanxiu's expression turned extremely serious. She hadn't expected to encounter such a tough opponent right after entering the valley. The black ape said coldly, I cannot let you pass. Retreat quickly. Huang Wanxiu quickly replied, since you have already communicated, I won't waste words. We're just passing through and will not affect you. Let's go. And we will have nothing to do with each other. How about that? Junior sister, why waste so much time with it? Just kill it. We still need to complete our sex mission. Golden Wei, who was at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment stage, spoke with a fierce killing intent in his eyes. Hearing Golden Wei's words, Huang Wanqiu nodded and calmly said, "Kill." After saying that, Huang Wanqiu drew her long sword, and her aura suddenly surged. She raised her sword and slashed down at the black ape. Huang Wanqiu specialized in swordsmanship and had comprehended sword intent, so her attacks were extremely domineering. As she slashed down, sword lights fell like rainbows from the sky, striking at the black ape. The black ape roared in anger, its body swelling to twice its size, muscles rippling with terrifying power. It wielded a massive stone axe and swung it down at Huang Wanqiu. Clang! Clang! The sword light and stone axe collided violently in midair, clashing over 100 times in an instant, with neither side gaining an advantage. Spirit sword technique, 100 swords returned to 1. Huang Wanqiu's expression remained calm as she raised her long sword and struck down. Waves of sword light poured down from the sword, a full 100 swords. These sword lights, fast as lightning, reached the top of the black ape's head, and then the 100 swords rapidly overlapped, transforming into a massive sword light that struck down at the black ape. Where the sword light passed, a powerful pressure spread out, causing the black ape's face to change color. Kill! At the same time that Huang Wanqiu and the black ape engaged, Golden Wei and the others did not remain idle. One by one, they leaped into the air, rushing towards the black ape in the cave on the cliff. There were a vast number of black apes, at least hundreds, and they were extremely fierce. Ji Wuchang held a long sword, which he had obtained from Xiao Fan's storage ring. It was a low-grade treasure, very ordinary. Ji Wuchang did not take out the Bai Shui sword, as it had been given by his master, and taking it out would surely be noticed by Incurshin and Tai Yujia. The sheer number of black apes quickly surrounded them. A scream rang out as a disciple was smashed in the head by a black ape's punch and died instantly. Ji Wuchang swung his long sword, slicing through a black ape's throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the black ape charged at Ji Wuchang, but he dodged to the side. With a loud bang, the black ape collapsed, smashing 2 large stones beneath it into pieces. Roar! The black ape that was fighting Huang Wanqiu let out an angry roar. Although it had several wounds on its body, for its massive frame, these were minor injuries. However, the injuries completely ignited the black ape's ferocity. Every attack it made was terrifying, and even Huang Wanqiu, who was at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, dared not take it head-on, being forced to retreat step by step. "Junior sister, I'm coming to help you." Seeing Huang Wanqiu in a disadvantaged position, Zui Yin and Kai Ping led their team directly into the fray. Zui Yin and Huang Wanqiu fought together against the black ape, stabilizing the situation. "Junior sister, this black ape must be killed today. If we give it 10 years, it will surely evolve into a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. The trials 10 years from now will be disastrous and could lead to total annihilation." Zui Yin spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqiu instantly understood Zui Yan's meaning. This trial ground was specifically opened by the sect, and people from the Purple Mansion realm could not enter. The dead person from the Purple Mansion realm should not have been able to get in, just as Zui Yin said, if they didn't kill the black ape. This secret realm would truly become dangerous. Thinking of this, Huang Wanqiu's killing intent surged. With the addition of 2 new forces, the pressure on the Changshan sect's people diminished greatly, and they all radiated a fierce killing intent. Ji Wuchang pierced another black ape's throat with his sword, and as he scanned the surroundings, he found that Xiao Fan still had not appeared. This shouldn't be the case. Someone like Xiao Fan would surely want to join the fun. Ji Wuchang was puzzled, but thought it was likely that he had been too heavy-handed last time, and the other party was still healing. Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over Incurshin and Tai Yujia, and he frowned slightly, noticing that the two were not together. He remembered clearly that in his past life, Incurshin had always supported Tai Yujia. He couldn't quite understand it, but he felt something was off about their relationship. However, this presented an opportunity for Ji Wuchang, a chance to kill Tai Yujia. While he fought with the black ape, he observed the battlefield. At this moment, Ziyin and Huang Wanqiu joined forces, firmly suppressing the black ape, and killing it was just a matter of time. Kai Ping was demonstrating great power, killing several black apes, and then engaging with a 2nd-tier black ape. However, This second-tier black ape was only equivalent to a 6th-level Foundation establishment cultivator. So Kai Ping was pushing it back steadily. But there were too many black apes, about 3 times their number, which led to casualties on the Changsheng sect side. Just then, Ji Wuchang saw Tai Yujia being besieged by a second-tier black ape and 2 first-tier black apes, clearly in a precarious position. Ji Wuchang also noticed that Incursion was entangled with a second-tier black ape, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Step to the heart. Yi, Wuchang, steped, toward the Yuya. A shrill scream escaped Tai Yujia's lips as she felt as if her heart had shattered, causing her to let out a heart-wrenching cry. Tai Yujia's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment, and her actual combat power could not match Ji Wuchang at this moment. The moment Ji Wuchang unleashed the step to the heart, a crack appeared in her heart. The sword she was about to strike at the black ape lost all its power. The enormous hand of the second-tier black ape raised up and struck down hard on Tai Yujia's head. Tai Yujia's eyes filled with endless fear. She didn't even have the strength to take out her jade token. "Senior sister, save me." Tai Yujia cried out in terror and despair. With a loud bang, the black ape's massive hand smashed down on Tai Yujia's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. Third junior sister, Zheng Linghong, went mad upon witnessing this scene, raising his long sword and killing several first-tier black apes. But at that moment, he was also targeted by a second-tier black ape and could only fight frantically against it. Ji Wuchang coldly observed everything. Tai Yujia's death had so many witnesses, and no one knew he had a hand in it. The step to the heart was indeed terrifying and impossible to guard against. Of course, if the opponent's cultivation was much higher than that of the user, it could very well trigger a backlash. But with Ji Wuchang's current cultivation, using it against those at the 5th or 6th level of Foundation establishment should pose no problem. Third junior sister, Incursion, was also taken aback, and Tai Yujia's death unsettled her heart. She felt that the memories of her past life that had resurfaced might be false. According to her past memories, Tai Yujia should not have died. However, Tai Yujia was dead, killed by the black ape, which completely contradicted her memories. With a loud bang, the black ape's enormous hand sent Incursion flying. The chaotic thoughts distracted her, preventing her from focusing on the battle with the black ape. Incursion's face turned pale, and she opened her mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kill! Enraged, Incursion raised her long sword, which emitted a special dark blue light, and a terrifying killing intent emerged from the sword. Silent, extinguishing ghost light slash. And Ku Xin lightly shouted, and with a single sword strike, a ghostly light flashed and directly pierced through the body of the 2nd-level black ape. The 2nd-level black ape's body was like tofu, directly cleaved in two by an Ku Xion's sword. And Ku Xion's face turned slightly pale, but a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. Ji Wuchang, seeing this scene, instantly widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. The silent ghost light slash was obtained by Ku Xian after a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm in a certain ruin. After Ji Wuchang killed Ku Xian, he acquired this move from her storage ring. Unfortunately, shortly after obtaining it, he was killed by someone, and before dying, he had also used this move desperately. This move was very powerful, but each time it was used, it consumed about 20% of one's spiritual power, condensing the sword energy into a single line, guaranteeing a kill. Currently, Ku Xian was still in the Foundation establishment realm, and she absolutely could not master this move. But since such an impossible thing happened, it could only mean one thing. Ku Xian had also been reborn, or she had awakened her past life's memories. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang instantly felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he looked at Ku Xian, and the killing intent in his eyes was palpable. No matter the reason, Ku Xian must be killed quickly. Otherwise, it could bring him great trouble. Kill! Just then, Zheng Yin shouted loudly, and with a sword strike, he directly severed one of the black ape's massive arms. Huang Wanqiu also snorted coldly, and streams of sword energy shot out from her long sword like raindrops, all striking the black ape's head. A huge bloody hole appeared, and the black ape fell down unwillingly. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the black ape leader killed, the remaining black apes fled back to the caves on both sides of the cliff. In just a moment, all the surviving black apes disappeared without a trace, leaving only a ground covered in blood and severed limbs. Everyone sighed in relief at the same time. They were still alive. During the fierce battle, just now, several people had crushed their jade tokens and were teleported out. On the ground, there were nearly 20 bodies of the Chang Shaman disciples, and as for Taiyu Jie, her body had already turned into a puddle of mud. Zheng Linghong buried Taiyu Jie with tears in his eyes, while Kuxin stood by to help. Looking at Zheng Linghong with a complex expression, in her memories, this second junior brother had always been a good person. Perhaps thinking of how she hadn't treated Zheng Linghong well in her past life, a hint of guilt appeared in Xian's eyes. Second junior brother, if the third junior sister knows how much you care for her, she will surely be very comforted. Chapter 69. Kill and Xian. Zheng Linghong's eyes were red. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he hadn't had the chance to express his inner thoughts to Taiyu Jie. At that moment, Zheng Linghong hated his own cowardice, regretting why he hadn't joined her in a team just now. Aside from Zheng Linghong's grief, the others present were all indifferent. In trials, death was inevitable. The group collected the black apes' corpses and then moved deeper into the valley. Deep in the valley, there grew a special fruit tree with more than 20 special fruits. These were spirit-nurturing fruits. No wonder that black ape could quickly awaken its intelligence. As I must have eaten this. Zuyan's eyes lit up as he spoke. At that moment, they finally understood why the black apes were blocking their way. After Ziyan finished speaking, his body swayed and rushed towards the spirit-nurturing fruits. Huang Wanqiu, Huang Jinwei, Jiang Bin, Kai Ping, and others also moved. And even Xian flew out, her eyes showing a hint of excitement. These spirit-nurturing fruits could not only awaken intelligence in fierce beasts, but also increase their strength. For cultivators, they could nourish meridians and improve physical constitution, making them extremely valuable. Ji Wuchang did not move, quietly standing among the crowd. This kind of thing was not very useful to him right now. Moreover, he did not want to expose his strength. Soon, more than 20 spirit-nurturing fruits were completely divided among them. Huang Wangu, Duo Zan, Kaiping, and others each picked 2 and did not take more. And Xian also obtained 1, and her eyes revealed a hint of joy. As for Taiyu Jie's death, she had already pushed it to the back of her mind. The group continued forward, but Ji Wuchang was not in a hurry, lagging behind the others. The spirit-nurturing fruits were indeed good, but the place where the spirit-nurturing fruit tree grew could not be an ordinary place. Seeing the others move away, Ji Wuchang approached the spirit-nurturing fruit tree, his eyes shining. After observing for a moment, he began to dig from the left side of the fruit tree. And in just a moment, a palm-sized piece of jade appeared before him. Ji Wuchang took out the piece of jade and felt an extreme warmth in his hand. It was a warm sun jade. Beneath the warm sun jade, spiritual power surged, and spiritual mist rose, revealing a branch of a spiritual vein. The warm sun jade was a good item, although it could not increase a cultivator's cultivation speed. Keeping it on oneself for a long time could not only dispel evil and eliminate inner demons, but also nourish the physical body and meridians, removing impurities from the flesh and meridians. If the cultivation method was of the fire attribute or similar, the effect of the warm sun jade would be even greater. Ji Wuchang's eyes showed delight as he covered the soil back, allowing the spiritual power to continue nourishing the spirit-nurturing fruit tree. Hand it over. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, revealing a hint of arrogance. Ji Wuchang was not the least bit surprised, looking at Xian not far away. At that moment, he could be 100% sure that Xian had been reborn. Ji Wuchang glanced around. There were no other figures in sight, and a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. This senior sister, this was discovered by me, so naturally it belongs to me. In order to confuse Xian, Ji Wuchang took out the sex jade token with his left hand, holding a long sword in his right hand, creating an impression that he would crush the jade token at any disagreement. Xian furrowed her brows slightly, then scrutinized Ji Wuchang. She always felt a sense of familiarity from him, but she just couldn't recognize him. How about this? How many spirit stones do you want? I will buy that warm sun jade from you. How about it? And Ku Xian's heart was filled with killing intent. She originally planned to sneak overtake it and leave immediately, but she didn't expect to be preempted. If it weren't for seeing the jade token in the other party's hand, she would have already made a move. A chi condensation realm person dares to bargain in front of her. All right then, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. As long as you give me that, I will immediately hand over the warm sun jade to you, senior sister. Ji Wuchang deliberately took out the warm sun jade and stepped forward a few paces. And Ku Xian's gaze was fixated on the warm sun jade, her eyes revealing a hint of greed. Un trait de folle de sublimation instant qu'il technique activat. Heart-treading step shadow sword kill. Ji Wuchang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and without hesitation, he activated his strongest killing move. The power within him surged like a volcano erupting. With one step forward, accompanied by Ku Xian's piercing scream, Ji Wuchang's body moved like lightning, raising the long sword in his hand and slashing across Ku Xian's throat. No, you are Ji. And Ku Xian's head flew into the air. In that instant when her head was severed, she recognized who the person before her was. An endless fear filled her eyes. Senior sister, may you have a safe journey. Ji Wuchang whispered softly, his gaze extraordinarily cold. Ji Wuchang stood on the ground, gasping for breath, as he had just expended nearly 50% of his strength in that instant. Ding! Master has killed the person of great fortune in Ku Xian, gaining 150 fortune points, and Ku Xian's fortune is now 0. Hearing the system's voice, Ji Wuchang's eyes brightened. This should be considered an unexpected gain. System. Sign in. Ding. Sign in at the trial site successful. Reward. 3 years of cultivation. Fortune points, 2. This was Ji Wuchang's second sign-in at the trial site, and the reward was halved. A massive amount of spiritual power surged into Ji Wuchang's body, instantly replenishing the spiritual power he had consumed. Ji Wuchang coldly approached Incurson's corpse, took off her storage ring, and removed the useful items inside, including a spirit fruit. With a wave of his hand, a fireball appeared, turning Incurson's body to ashes. Then Ji Wuchang whispered, and a complex incantation flowed from his lips. As these words were spoken, a special gas suddenly floated around, gradually gathering into Incurson's soul. This was the soul summoning technique, which gathered the remnants of a deceased soul. These remnants would enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn after countless years. However, Ji Wuchang would not give Incurson this opportunity. He was unsure if she could be reborn again. Therefore, soul destruction was the best choice. As Incurson's soul became clearer and her eyes flashed with resentment toward Ji Wuchang, he opened his mouth, and a torrent of purple energy spewed forth, directly engulfing Incurson's lingering soul. The purple energy transformed into raging flames, devouring Incurson's soul, which soon vanished without a trace. Sister, go in peace. Our grievances from the last life are settled. Since you like Xiao Fan so much, I will send her down soon for you to reunite. Ji Wuchang said coldly, then threw Incurson's storage ring and weapons into a pile of rubble. Naturally, he could not take these items out, otherwise his master would recognize them at a glance. With the 2 unstable factors eliminated from Xiaozhu Peak, the atmosphere there should be more harmonious in the future. However, with the death of these 2, Xiaozhu Peak's strength had significantly decreased, with only his second senior brother Linghong left at the foundation establishment stage. He hoped he could withstand the pressure. Ji Wuchang felt an immense sense of relief and vanished from the spot. Chapter 70. Attacking the cave's barrier not long after Ji Wuchang disappeared. Several figures appeared in the valley, all of whom were latecomers. They rushed to the valley after hearing the news and were among the later arrivals. Among these people was a dark-faced figure, Xiao Fan. The wound on his lower body was not severe. He had nourished it with spiritual power and it was almost healed. But it was a humiliation for him. Missing that most important piece of flesh had turned his life gray. At this moment, Xiao Fan's hatred for Kai Ping was bone deep. He still believed that Kai Ping was responsible. Ji Wuchang had carefully hidden the warm sun jade, and he immediately felt a wave of warmth wash over him, invigorating his spirit. After walking several hundred meters, Ji Wuchang suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. On the ground, snake corpses began to appear. At first, there were few, but the further he went, the more there were. Some snakes were severed but still twisted their bodies, which was quite creepy. Not far away, on a corpse, at least hundreds of snakes were coiling around it, making Ji Wuchang's hair stand on end. This valley was indeed dangerous. There were black apes blocking the entrance and a snake den behind him. Although most of the snakes did not reach the level of demon beasts, their sheer number was alarming. Soon, Ji Wuchang saw several giant python corpses, as thick as water buckets, all cut into pieces. He quickly spotted several corpses of longshaman disciples. Their faces were unrecognizable, completely blackened from snake bites, making Ji Wuchang sigh deeply. Ji Wuchang formed hand seals, and one fireball after another flew from his hands, covering the small piles of snakes in the middle of the path. Fortunately, most of the snakes had been killed, so he faced little obstruction. When he finally exited the valley, he breathed a sigh of relief. He would rather deal with those fierce beasts than face these slithering creatures, which made him inexplicably anxious. As soon as he stepped out of the valley, Ji Wuchang saw a large group of people ahead. In front of them was a defensive barrier that blocked everyone's path. Ji Wuchang knew very well that this was likely the burial ground of the Purple Mansion realm expert. It's a pity he hadn't participated in this secret realm's trial in his last life, so he didn't know what treasures were inside the cave. Otherwise, he could have headed straight to his destination. Ji Wuchang felt a bit regretful for killing and cursing too quickly. Perhaps she knew some things. But Ji Wuchang did not regret it. If he had given Incursion the chance, she might have shattered the Jade Tablet and escaped the secret realm. Once back at the sect, it would be very inconvenient to act. Ji Wuchang's appearance hardly drew any attention, as his face was not well known in Longshanmen. Everyone, let us follow the previously assigned teams and take turns attacking this defensive barrier. This way, we can break it as quickly as possible. Zuyin spoke, informing everyone of the plan. No one objected, and Zuyin led the charge, launching the attack. Zuyin's team had 23 members, all following him to attack. And for a moment, the barrier began to shake. Ji Wuchang glanced at it and could tell that, at this rate, they wouldn't break through in less than 2 days. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up. The fact that such a defensive barrier could be set up indicated that this Purple Mansion realm person was no simple character, at least at the 6th or 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Such cultivation could make one an elder in Longshanmen, and the treasures they possessed must be considerable. He just wondered if there were earth, gold, and fire attribute spiritual items in this person's cave. Ji Wuchang thought of this and then shook his head. Such things were not so easily encountered. Half an hour later, another batch of people arrived, and Ji Wuchang glanced over and his eyes instantly brightened. Xiao Fan had finally arrived. At this moment, Xiao Fan's face was pale, his left arm empty, and his eyes were filled with gloom. Ji Wuchang instinctively looked at the lower half of Xiao Fan's body and, seeing no traces of blood, couldn't help but chuckle. Ji Wuchang noticed that Xiao Fan was staring intently in one direction. Following Xiao Fan's gaze, Ji Wuchang's eyes brightened. It seemed that some of the traps he had set were still effective. In his previous life, Xiao Fan and Kai Ping had colluded to seize Longshanmen. After taking an important item from Longshanmen, Xiao Fan left Boyun Prefecture, while Kai Ping remained and became the sect leader. Later, Senior Sister Zhun Miaoqing sent someone to kill Kai Ping and then left, unaware that Xiao Fan was behind this. In this life, due to Ji Wuchang's appearance, many events had deviated from their original course. Xiao Fan and Kai Ping both became disciples under the sect leader, naturally making them rivals. After all, there could only be one future sect leader, and being a disciple of the sect leader made them the most likely candidates to inherit that position. Ji Wuchang was eager to see how the two would clash. Ji Wuchang then withdrew his gaze and no longer focused on Xiao Fan. He would not kill this person easily. It was better to nurture him since he was the most important contributor to whether the system shop could be opened early. Over the next day, people continued to arrive one after another, and by the end, about 150 people had gathered here. Ji Wuchang knew very well that those who should have come had arrived. As for those who hadn't, they were either dead or had already been teleported out. System. Sign in. A new day naturally begins with signing in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the trial site. Reward. 1 year of cultivation. Luck value 1. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. He knew that starting tomorrow, daily sign-ins would only increase his luck value by 1 point, while the cultivation reward would no longer be given. The minimum value for the cultivation reward from the system was 1 year. Ji Wuchang circulated the purple qi burning heaven technique, sending this spiritual energy into his dantian, further solidifying his cultivation at the late stage of qi refinement. Regarding whether he could sign in for cultivation, Ji Wuchang was not really in a hurry. He was more concerned about the earth, metal, and fire attributes of the spiritual materials. However, such things were not easy to come by, and he could only think of a way after the secret realm was opened. Boom! The continuous rumble lasted for 12 hours without interruption, resounding constantly. 3 teams took turns attacking, causing the defensive barrier to grow thinner and thinner, finally reaching the brink of shattering. Seeing this scene, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but feel invigorated. At that moment, 2 divine souls swept over Ji Wuchang, and he instantly felt a chill run through him. Ji Wuchang quickly looked up and around, but found nothing. At that moment, Ji Wuchang's heart sank. He knew he was being targeted, and the other party's cultivation was much higher than his. Chapter 71. Contest for the cave mansion. With a loud bang, the barrier finally couldn't hold up and shattered. At that moment, the disciples of the longevity sect couldn't help but cheer, then rushed madly inside. Those at the foundation establishment stage naturally ran at the forefront, with Huang Wanxiu, Zuyin, Kai Ping, and Huang Jinwei among the fastest, leading the way. Following them were Pan Shibin, Ma Mengnan, Li Zhaoan, and a large group of foundation establishment cultivators. Ji Wuchang was not in a hurry and followed behind, still pondering the 2 divine souls that had just swept past him. Ji Wuchang could clearly feel that those 2 divine souls contained a strong sense of malice. No matter who you are, if you really provoke me, I will make sure to deal with you, even if it means owing a favor to Ji Yao Yao. Ji Wuchang sneered in his heart, then followed the crowd of qi refining disciples into the cave mansion. This cave mansion was quite large, resembling a small village. The first thing that came into view was a medicinal herb garden, which had not been harvested for many years, where there were actually medicinal materials over 100 years old, and quite a number of them. At this moment, whether at the foundation establishment or qi refining stage, everyone was madly scrambling in the herb field. Ji Wuchang was not courteous, his body swayed, and he arrived at a medicinal field, reaching out to grab a 100-year-old medicinal herb directly into his hand. Seeing a 100-year-old 9-leaf grass ahead, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his right hand to grasp the 9-leaf grass. Just then, a sword energy shot towards Ji Wuchang's right hand, extremely fierce. A cold glint flashed in Ji Wuchang's eyes. Without any hesitation, his right hand retracted like lightning, and his body swayed. Already in front of the disciple who had just drawn the sword. This was a disciple at the first layer of the foundation establishment stage. Ji Wuchang did not know this person, and at that moment, his expression was exceptionally cold. Ji Wuchang clenched his right fist, and before the other party could retreat, he struck fiercely at the other's chest. Crack! A scream came. The other person's chest caved in directly, and he was sent flying dozens of meters by Ji Wuchang's punch, blood spurting from his mouth. Ji Wuchang coldly scanned his surroundings. The people nearby were frightened and retreated, not daring to approach Ji Wuchang. This person was ferocious. A qi refining cultivator had actually knocked down a first-layer foundation establishment disciple with 1 punch. The people around did not dare to approach Ji Wuchang, allowing him to take away the 100-year-old 9-leaf grass. Once he had the 9-leaf grass in hand, a glimmer of ferocity appeared in Ji Wuchang's eyes. His body swayed, and he directly approached the person who had just been knocked away. The person was terrified and retreated madly, his eyes showing signs of fear. But since Ji Wuchang was determined to kill him, How could he let him go? His body vanished like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of this disciple, pointing a finger out. A stream of spiritual power shot out, directly piercing through the person's brow. The person fell unwillingly, his eyes filled with endless regret. He initially thought that all the Foundation establishment cultivators had gone to the front, and that he could bully these chi refining newbies at the back. But unexpectedly, he lost his life. Ji Wuchang, as if no one else existed, took off the other person's storage ring and looted everything valuable from him. Then he kicked the corpse away dozens of meters, sending it into a deep ditch in the distance. Ji Wuchang's ferocity frightened the surrounding chi refining cultivators, but after looking for a long time, they all found that they did not recognize this person. Xiao Fan also looked in the direction where Ji Wuchang was, feeling that this person seemed a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall. However, Xiao Fan had no time to pay attention. His master in the ring had already agreed to lend him power, and he wanted to seize greater opportunities inside. Killing and robbing treasures in the secret realm was a normal occurrence, but it was rare for someone like Ji Wuchang to do it so brazenly. Because of this, as soon as the chi refining cultivators saw Ji Wuchang flying toward a certain direction, they all retreated. They were all afraid of provoking this killing god, Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang did not bully others. When he saw a crowded herb field, he avoided it and specifically chose places with fewer people. These places, although seemingly remote and overgrown with weeds, could instead yield some good-aged medicinal materials. Ji Wuchang continuously harvested several hundred-year-old herbs, and his mood improved greatly. However, there were too many people, and the medicinal materials here were quickly divided up. Everyone rushed toward a row of houses in the distance. Ji Wuchang naturally wanted to join in the fun. Suddenly, he saw a dilapidated low house next to the herb field, likely used for storing miscellaneous items. After all, such a large herb field required watering, weeding, pest control, etc., so some items would inevitably be stored. Ji Wuchang had spent time in the herb fields when he was an outer disciple of the longevity sect, so he was somewhat familiar with these matters. Seeing over 100 people rushing towards that row of houses, Ji Wuchang felt that even if he went, he might not be able to get anything good. Ji Wuchang's mind shifted, and he unconsciously approached the dilapidated low house, pushed the door open, and entered. Inside the room, there was indeed a pile of miscellaneous items. When Ji Wuchang touched them, they instantly turned to dust. Ji Wuchang was slightly surprised. How many years had it been since anyone came here? Ji Wuchang's divine sense swept around, and suddenly he spotted a small cauldron covered in dust in the corner. Curious, Ji Wuchang approached, waved his hand, and the dust on the small cauldron instantly vanished. Ji Wuchang initially thought it must be a broken item that someone carelessly discarded here, but after the dust disappeared, he realized he was wrong. The entire small cauldron, although pitch black, was intact. Ji Wuchang inspected it, and indeed found no damaged areas. But he couldn't tell whether this small cauldron was good or bad. Whatever, I'll take it back first, and ask Ji Yaoyao later when I have time. Ji Wuchang waved his hand and stored the small cauldron in the system space before slowly leaving. By the time Ji Wuchang arrived at that row of houses, the inside had already become chaotic, with various fights occurring fiercely. It turned out that this house contained all kinds of pills, with hundreds of second-grade pills and quite a few third-grade pills, all perfectly preserved. At this moment, Ji Wuchang regretted deeply. If he'd known there were pills to compete for, he definitely wouldn't have wasted time in that dilapidated little house. Now, by the time he arrived, the pills had almost been snatched away. However, due to issues with uneven distribution, everyone was dissatisfied and took action against each other. On the ground lay several corpses, but the people present showed no concern. They were all focused on their opponents, their killing intent palpable. This was the trial of the longevity sect, survival of the fittest. Just like Ji Wuchang had just killed someone, no one would seek revenge for a dead person. Chapter 72, Assassinated. Using power to counterattack, Ji Wuchang's gaze swept over the scene and found that Huang Wanxiu, Zui Yin, Kai Ping, and others were nowhere to be seen. And even Xiao Fan was absent, causing him to frown slightly. Ji Wuchang always felt like he had missed something, and his mind was racing. Boom! A loud rumble came from afar, and Ji Wuchang was stunned, no longer paying attention to the fight here, and soared into the sky. At this moment, he saw Huang Wanxiu and Zuoyan fighting fiercely in the sky. On Kai Ping's side, he was single-handedly battling against the duo of Huang Jinwei and Jiang Bin. This made Ji Wuchang pause slightly, unsure of what had happened that led to such fierce competition among the 5 strongest individuals this time. Huang Wanxiu specialized in swordsmanship, wielding her long sword with great force, unleashing continuous streams of sword light. Deng Yin, on the other hand, appeared to strike casually, but his attacks were often just right. Brooking Wang Wonk offensive. Just a glance was enough for Ji Wuchang to determine that it would not be a simple matter for these two to determine a victor. Ji Wuchang then turned his gaze toward Kai Ping, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kai Ping's attacks were extremely fierce. He preferred unconventional sword techniques, and because of this, even while facing 2 opponents, he was still not at a disadvantage. The battle among the 5 attracted many disciples of the Chongqing sect, but the competition for the elixirs remained intense. Just then, an unexpected change occurred, and a beam of light shot into the sky. This sudden development startled everyone present. Within the light beam, a figure emerged. It was Xiao Fan. Ji Wuchang's eyes widened. He had just searched for Xiao Fan everywhere, but couldn't find him, only to realize that this guy had gone to the back. Huang Wanxiu, Zuoyan, and Kai Ping all ceased their fighting. The reason they had just engaged was to compete for the final inheritance of this cave dwelling. However, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. Xiao Fan had already arrived first, entering the ultimate secret realm of the cave dwelling. Xiao Fan, Kai Ping gritted his teeth. They never expected that the 5 strongest individuals of the Chongqing sect would end up making a wedding dress for a qi refining realm person. Just moments ago, the 5 had broken through the last barrier, but since only one person could enter, they decided to compete. Xiao Fan stood within the beam of light, looking at the people outside, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Then, he stepped forward and entered a house, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ji Wuchang secretly sighed. This Xiao Fan truly was a person of great fortune. He had exploited him twice already and still enjoyed such good luck. It seemed he needed to speed up the exploitation. Ji Wuchang thought to himself, a faint smile appearing on his lips. As long as he defeated Xiao Fan once, he could gain fortune from him, which was undoubtedly a solid experience treasure. However, this kid was also growing rapidly. He had to seize the time to cultivate, or it would not be fun if he got caught up. With nothing left to snatch and no excitement to watch, everyone began to exit the cave, dwelling one after another. Ji Wuchang did not linger at all and directly withdrew. It should be noted that behind this canyon, besides this cave dwelling, there were many other places worth exploring. Ji Wuchang leaped swiftly through the mountains and forests. This secret realm experience felt quite good. Just then, a sharp sword light descended from above, heading straight for Ji Wuchang, containing a terrifying killing intent. Ji Wuchang felt a chill run down his spine. With no hesitation at all, his body swayed, and the 8 trigrams dragon's step unfolded, instantly shifting him several meters to the left. Boom! The sword light struck where Ji Wuchang had just stood, resulting in a violent explosion, creating a chasm 10 meters long. Centered around where Ji Wuchang had just been standing, nearby trees and boulders were destroyed. A strong wave of air swept over, causing Ji Wuchang to stagger back several steps, his eyes flashing with cold light. Huh! He actually dodged. In the sky, a man wearing a black hood looked at Ji Wuchang in surprise. Then, with a cold snort, he raised his long sword and slashed at Ji Wuchang 3 times. Ji Wuchang swiftly maneuvered with the 8 trigrams dragon's step, his body moving like lightning, dodging the 3 strikes. But just as Ji Wuchang regained his footing, an even larger sword light descended from the sky, directly cutting towards him, moving faster than before. With a loud bang, a massive pit appeared at the place Ji Wuchang had just stood, destroying everything around the pit. Is he dead? The black-clothed man who had attacked Ji Wuchang initially spoke, looking at the other black-clothed man. The other black-clothed man frowned and suddenly turned his head, looking into the distance, only to see Ji Wuchang standing there, his gaze exceptionally cold. "How did you escape?" The black-clothed man behind asked in astonishment, clearly not expecting that this deadly strike would be dodged by Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's heart was filled with killing intent. If he hadn't communicated with Ji Yaoyao in time and borrowed her power, that sword would have either killed him or severely injured him. "You can go ask King Yen." Ji Wuchang's eyes glinted with killing intent as his body swayed, instantly vanishing like a ghost. The two black-clothed men were taken aback and retreated frantically, but they were fast, and Ji Wuchang was even faster. A long sword appeared, and as Ji Wuchang swung it, a head flew into the air. The other black-clothed man's eyes widened in shock, and then he exclaimed, "Who are you?" "You are not Ji Wuchang." Ji Wuchang coldly smiled and replied, "You got it right, but there is no reward. I'll send you on your way." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, his body turned into shadows, and when he stopped not far away, another head flew into the air. Ji Wuchang panted slightly, the power within him receding like a tide. Just now, he had borrowed Ji Yaoyao's power, allowing his cultivation to instantly reach the third level of the Purple Mansion realm. And these two black-clothed men were both at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, so the disparity was too great, and he easily severed their heads. "Ji Wuchang, you owe me a favor." Ji Yaoyao's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's ear. Ji Wuchang nodded and calmly replied, "Rest assured, you can ask me for one request, and as long as I can do it, I will not refuse." Ji Yaoyao was very satisfied with Ji Wuchang's response, then curiously asked, "Why didn't you use the 100-fold instant kill technique? With a 100-fold increase, it should have been easy to kill them." Hearing this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't hide it and explained, "My meridians are too weak. I can currently only endure an increase of about 20 times. I used it once last time, and it left a slight injury on my meridians. Borrowing your strength is actually safer." Ji Yaoyao understood instantly upon hearing this. She had seen Ji Wuchang use the 100-fold instant kill technique a few times, but it seemed that its power wasn't that great. Now she understood why. Ji Wuchang's eyes flickered with cold light as he murmured, "I want to see who wants to kill me." Chapter 73. Further torturing the experience, baby Ji Wuchang approached the two severed heads with a cold expression, using his long sword to pry open the black cloth covering their faces, and was instantly stunned. These two people were too different from what he had imagined, as he didn't recognize either of them. Ji Wuchang felt quite frustrated, lowering his head in thought, trying hard to recall memories from his previous life, but still found no memory of these two. Ji Wuchang took off the two men's storage rings and then burned the two bodies clean with a fire. Since he couldn't determine their origins from their appearances, he could only check their storage rings and hope for some gains. Ji Wuchang found a safe place, and his spirit surged out, breaking the seal of one of the storage rings. Everything inside the storage ring was dumped out by Ji Wuchang. There were several hundred low-grade spirit stones, more than a dozen elixirs, including 1 third-grade elixir, 3 second-grade elixirs, and the rest were first-grade elixirs. In addition to these items, there were also a few sets of changeable clothes and 2 tokens. A token that Ji Wuchang was very familiar with. He also had one, which represented the disciples of the Chongqing sect. As for the other token, Ji Wuchang had never seen it before. Ji Wuchang picked up this unfamiliar token, furrowing his brows. The token was overly simplistic, with nothing on the back and the characters 167 engraved on the front. Ji Wuchang's spirit tried to cover the token, only to find that there were no fluctuations of spiritual power on it, indicating that no soul imprint could be left on it. Ji Wuchang was not discouraged and then broke the seal of the second storage ring, finding items similar to the first storage ring. Inside the storage ring, there was also a strange token, engraved with the characters 269. Ji Wuchang burned the clothes of the two individuals clean with fire. Looking at the flickering flames, Ji Wuchang's mind moved, and he took out the 167 token, wrapping it in flames. Although the fireball technique is one of the basic spells in the cultivation world, it still felt quite nice to use. The scorching flames burned fiercely, and in just a moment, the token turned bright red. Ji Wuchang sighed, giving up. It seemed he was overthinking. He then tossed the 2 tokens into the system space, deciding to study them later when he had time. In Ji Wuchang's hand were 2 tokens from the disciples of the Changsheng sect, one inscribed with the name Wang Kuo and the other with Wang Xiang. Ji Wuchang put away these 2 tokens, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Although Ji Wuchang did not know these 2 individuals, he was certain of one thing. These 2 did not belong to any of the 9 peaks. This meant that both of them were inner disciples, students under some guest elder. If these 2 were spies from another sect infiltrating the Changsheng sect, it would mean that someone among the outer elders had already betrayed the Changsheng sect. However, Ji Wuchang really could not understand why they would attempt to assassinate him. A mere qi refining realm cultivator. After thinking for a long time, Ji Wuchang simply decided not to dwell on it. He would deal with whatever came his way. After putting away his belongings, he walked away slowly. After this assassination attempt, Ji Wuchang became even more cautious. In the next 3 days, he hunted several fierce beasts. Ji Wuchang returned to the cave in the Purple Mansion realm, which was already deserted. Ji Wuchang himself did not understand why he came back. Perhaps subconsciously, he still regarded Xiao Fan as his strongest opponent. If he did not understand the situation of his opponent, he would feel very uneasy. Ji Wuchang wandered around, finding nothing, and was just about to leave when a beam of light appeared and a figure stepped out from the light. It was Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan was radiant, and his previously broken left arm had miraculously grown back, leaving Ji Wuchang speechless. Xiao Fan's cultivation had skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining. Just 1 step away from foundation establishment, Ji Wuchang silently took out a black hood from his storage ring to put on. This hood was something he found in the storage ring of the second assassin, and it could actually block soul probing. This was definitely a great tool for ambushing someone, and Ji Wuchang naturally wanted to keep it. Even if he was discovered, he wasn't afraid, as his current appearance was also disguised. Ha ha ha! Xiao Fan am fully revived. Xiao Fan laughed heartily, and the 2 tails of meat that had disappeared earlier had grown back. Although it felt shorter and smaller than before, it was better than nothing. Ji Wuchang coldly watched Xiao Fan, and seeing that they were only a dozen steps apart, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Step of the heart. Un trait folle de sublimation instant qui technique. Ji Wuchang murmured, and an overwhelming power surged within his body. Although he could only dare to use a 10-fold amplification now, he was at the 10th layer of qi refining, which was much stronger than the 9th layer. Even in Kursin, at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, was killed in an instant, so Xiao Fan was definitely not someone who could withstand it now. Xiao Fan suddenly clutched his chest, letting out a piercing scream. Before he could react, a dark figure had already arrived near him. Bang! Bang! A punch struck Xiao Fan's chest, and another punch hit his head. Blood gushed from Xiao Fan's mouth as his body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could react, someone grabbed his right arm and tore it off with a violent pull. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Xiao Fan's lips as his right arm was directly ripped away. Unable to endure any longer, Xiao Fan fainted. My good junior brother, I'll graciously accept your things. A mocking voice reached Xiao Fan's ears just before he lost consciousness, filling him with hatred. Ji Wuchang looked at the unconscious Xiao Fan, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looted everything from Xiao Fan's storage ring. At the same time, a stream of energy shot from Ji Wuchang's left index finger, heading straight for the 2 tails of meat. I'll let you grow, and then I'll mash you to bits. Let us see how you grow. Ji Wuchang said viciously, then pointed at Xiao Fan's chest. Although this point did not completely destroy his dantian, it dealt a heavy blow to it, making future repairs extremely difficult. Although Xiao Fan had already fainted, Ji Wuchang's actions still caused his body to tremble in pain. The old man in Xiao Fan's ring saw this scene, and his mouth twitched violently. He had seen ruthless actions before, but nothing was more ruthless than this. Ding! The master has defeated the child of great fortune Xiao Fan for the 3rd time, gaining 400 luck points. Xiao Fan's luck points, 400. As the system's voice rang out, Ji Wuchang had already floated away. Chapter 74, Robbery in the Secret Realm. Fierce competition began to heat up. This secret realm was not large, and after more than 10 days of searching by so many people, Most areas had already been explored. However, the Chongqing sect had rules. The top few in performance would receive rewards. How could one make their performance the best? Robbing others was undoubtedly the best choice. Thus, within the secret realm, a big fish swallowing a small fish and a small fish swallowing shrimp activity began. The big fish were naturally Huang Wanxiu, Zuoyan, and Kai Ping, while the shrimp were the qi refining realm cultivators. Soon, the small shrimp Ji Wuchang was targeted shortly after leaving the valley, and the pursuers were people Ji Wuchang recognized. There were 3 of them, Li Zhaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming. These 3 were all from 100 Song Peak under the 7th Elder, and were senior and junior siblings. This junior brother, I'm sorry. We won't ask for much. Just need you to hand over 1 second-tier Fierce Beast Corpse and 4 first-tier Fierce Beast Corpses, and we will leave immediately. Lu Jinming said with a smile, thinking that their target for robbery should be relatively wealthy, so they asked for more. Li Zhaoan and Lian Hongying stood at different angles, surrounding Ji Wuchang in a triangular formation. Ji Wuchang looked at the 3, his brows slightly furrowed. If they were going to kill him, he could use the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique to instantly kill 1 or even 2, but he definitely couldn't deal with the 3rd. Because after using the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique, there would be a brief period of weakness. Of course, if he borrowed Ji Yaoyao's power, he could directly wipe them out, but there was no need for that. The 3 had no killing intent, just wanted to rob him a bit. And he didn't need to go all out against them. Ji Wuchang looked at the 3 and deliberately put on an angry expression. Then suddenly his face lit up with joy. Senior sister, second senior brother, you're here. Ye Wuchang shouted loudly. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Li Zhaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming were all taken aback and quickly turned to look behind them, only to find nothing. The 3 instantly realized they had been tricked by Ji Wuchang. The 3 were very angry and quickly turned their heads, only to find that Ji Wuchang had already disappeared from the spot and appeared dozens of feet away. Chase! Li Zhaoan shouted loudly, taking the lead in pursuing Ji Wuchang, with Lian Hongying and Lu Jinming quickly following behind. Half an incense stick later, the 3 were slightly panting, exchanging glances and feeling embarrassed enough to look away. How humiliating! 3 foundation-building cultivators failed to catch a qi refining cultivator and let him escape. They all felt a burning shame on their faces. If this got out, they would definitely be laughed at. Is he a rabbit? Why is he so fast? We can't catch up to him. Lian Hongying spoke, then chuckled. Junior brother, junior sister, I think we should just go back. No matter how we rob, we can't compare to senior sister Wanxiu and senior brother Zuoyan. If we get targeted and robbed ourselves, that would be even more embarrassing. Li Zhaoan said with great dejection. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jinming and Lian Hongying immediately agreed, feeling that there was no need to continue. The 3 made the decision and took out their jade tokens, crushing them in one go. Instantly, a special force enveloped them, and a void passage appeared before them, sucking the 3 into it. Just as the 3 left, Ji Wuchang's figure appeared not far away. He had heard their conversation clearly and couldn't help but nod secretly. If they hadn't left in time, Ji Wuchang might have indeed considered them as targets for robbery. Ji Wuchang collected his thoughts and turned to leave. In a certain area of the dense forest, Chen Boyu, Duan, Junsheng, Fan Huajun, and Huang Guangwen were at their wits' end. Since their last competition with the Blade Pavilion, their relationship had become closer, so when they met in the secret realm, the 4 walked together. They had originally hoped to see Ji Wuchang, but he seemed to have vanished. Just then, they were stopped by Pan Shibin. Pan Shibin was a 5th-layer foundation-building cultivator, and even with the 4 working together, they couldn't withstand a few moves from him, obediently handing over half of the beast corpses. Huang Guangwen bitterly smiled. This is too much. A dignified 5th-layer foundation-building cultivator actually attacks us qi-refining cultivators. Is there no justice? His words immediately resonated with Fan Huajun, who also smiled bitterly. Exactly. Our rankings in qi refining and foundation building are not mixed. Why rob us? I was still thinking about whether I could try to compete with Ji Wuchang. Now it's good. We've directly lost half. What is the point of competing now? Chen Boyu and Duan Junsheng also shook their heads in bitter laughter. But there's no use complaining about this. The cultivation world is inherently survival of the fittest. The sect encourages robbery because it's part of the training. Hand over your storage ring or be robbed. Just then, a loud shout came from a distance, rapidly approaching the four. The four were startled and without thinking, crushed their jade tokens, in an instant. For figures were swallowed by a vortex, disappearing without a trace. Ji Wuchang was speechless. He had finally encountered these people in the secret realm and had intended to greet them, but unexpectedly scared them away. What the heck is going on? Ji Wuchang was a bit confused. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. Shouldn't someone resist when being robbed? How could they just flip the table and run? Boom! At that moment, a violent roar came from the distant forest. Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback and quickly flew towards that direction. In just a moment, he arrived at the scene. Two people were fighting fiercely, and the surrounding trees had long been destroyed by the energy from their collision. One was Zuiyin, and the other was Huang Jinwei. Clearly, Huang Jinwei was no match for Zuiyin and was being suppressed. Junior brother Huang, hand it over. I won't give you the chance to crush your jade token. Zuiyan's expression was calm, but his attacks were exceptionally fierce. His palms alternated, striking down one after another towards Huang Jinwei, who was retreating step by step, but still barely holding on. Just then, the storage ring that Huang Jinwei had been holding was knocked into the air. This ring was one he had just stolen from 7th layer foundation building cultivator, and before he could put it away, it was targeted by Zuiyin. Seeing the storage ring flying into the air, Zuiyin leaped up and reached for it. Huang Jinwei suddenly shouted, his aura surging violently, doubling in strength compared to before. He struck out with a palm, directly sending Zuiyin flying, causing Zuiyan's hand reaching for the storage ring to miss. The storage ring, propelled by this violent force, flew straight towards Ji Wuchang. Chapter 75. Wind and Thunder Void Steps. That junior brother watching the show. This storage ring is for you, Huang Jinwei said, and without any hesitation, crushed his jade token, then laughed at Zuiyin. Goodbye, senior brother Zua. With that, his body was engulfed by a vortex and disappeared without a trace. Ji Wuchang looked at the storage ring flying towards him, hesitated for a moment, then reached out to grab it, before dashing away into the distance. Hand over that storage ring, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Zuiyin looked at Ji Wuchang fleeing into the distance, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke coldly. Ji Wuchang had no intention of stopping. He pushed his speed to the limit, using the 8 trigrams dragon step, leaping over 10 feet with each stride. Shadows flickered in the dense forest, then vanished. Zuiyan's gaze turned cold, raising his long sword and slashing down. A sword light instantly swept across dozens of feet, striking into a patch of dense forest. With a loud bang, the area where the sword light passed exploded, creating a gash several dozen meters long below. The trees on both sides of the gash exploded and then crashed down. Zuiyin frowned, noticing that the figure ahead was unharmed and still fleeing into the distance. Zuiyan's expression darkened further, raising his long sword and consecutively slashing out several times. Roars echoed as the long sword struck down, trees continuously collapsing, the ground shaking, and rocks flying. Yet the figure ahead still didn't fall, and instead, its speed seemed to be increasing, making Zuiyan's brow furrow even tighter. Well, it's rare to encounter such an interesting chi-refining cultivator. Since there's nothing else to do, I might as well play with you. Zuiyin snorted coldly and closely followed, unleashing his 9th layer foundation building speed, naturally faster than the figure ahead, closing the distance between them. Ji Wuchang saw Zuiyin relentlessly pursuing and couldn't help but frown. His speed couldn't match the other party's. Ji Wuchang, how about I owe you a favor, and I help you kill him? Ji Yaoyao's voice rang in Ji Wuchang's ear. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang frowned. Although he was ruthless towards his enemies, he remembered that in his previous life, Zuiyin had died protecting the Chongqing sect. Such a person would be a pity to kill, especially since he was a standout among foundation-building cultivators now. Forget it. I have no enmity with him, and killing him would weigh on my conscience. Do you have any flying movement techniques you can pass on to me? I'll shake him off. When Ji Yaoyao heard Ji Wuchang's words, she was speechless. Ji Wuchang, of course, I have flying movement techniques and quite a few. But the level of these techniques is relatively high. What use is it to teach you now? Ji Wuchang understood y meaning. Such techniques couldn't be learned in a short time. This wouldn't work for others, but Ji Wuchang could do it. He had to cheat. Yao, just teach me one to try. Maybe I have a talent for that technique. Don't forget, I had a moment of enlightenment last time. Yao fell into deep thought upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words. Although she didn't believe Ji Wuchang could learn it, she didn't mind passing on some knowledge. As for the pursuing Zuiyin, Yao didn't take him seriously at all. If she wanted, she could make Ji Wuchang disappear at any moment. All right, I will teach you a top-tier flying technique called Wind Thunder Void Step. This technique complements the Wind Thunder Fist you are cultivating. Swift as the wind, stepping on thunder. Shrinking the earth to an inch, traveling thousands of miles in a single step, with thunder wings sprouting from your back, traversing the void. This is a heavenly grade high-level technique. If you can master it, even someone a major realm above you may not be able to catch up. Yao's words echoed in Ji Wuchang's ears, and immediately, countless characters appeared in his mind. This was the Wind Thunder Void Step formula that Yao transmitted to Ji Wuchang using her soul power. Ji Wuchang felt an intense pressure in his head. This formula was too profound, and it was not easy to even sort out, let alone comprehend it. System. I want to use fortune points to comprehend Wind Thunder Void Step. Without hesitation, Ji Wuchang directly called on the cheat device. Ding. Master. Consuming 800 fortune points will allow you to enter the basics of Wind Thunder Void Step. Consuming 2,400 fortune points will allow you to reach minor success. Hearing the high consumption of fortune points, Ji Wuchang was momentarily stunned. System, you can't be scamming me. Why does it cost so much? Master, this is a heavenly grade high-level technique, which is more difficult to cultivate than many heavenly grade top-tier techniques. If the master cultivates it himself, it may take 20 years to reach minor success. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang felt deflated and directly said, consume 2,400 fortune points. Ding. 2,400 fortune points have been deducted. Wind Thunder Void Step comprehension in progress. As the system's voice fell, a wave of insights about Wind Thunder Void Step appeared in Ji Wuchang's mind. These insights felt as though he had studied it for many years. He was extremely familiar with them. He had unconsciously stopped using the 8 trigrams Dragon Step and switched to Wind Thunder Void Step. As Ji Wuchang took a step, his speed instantly multiplied several times. With one step, he covered 60 to 70 zhang and was still accelerating. The sound of wind and thunder came from beneath Ji Wuchang's feet, leaving Yao, who was in the storage ring, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Zuiyin, who was originally chasing Ji Wuchang, was even more stunned. The other's speed was far too fast. It must be a secret technique. If he's using a secret technique, let's see how long you can hold on. Yin knew very well that using a secret technique put a huge burden on the body, and one could usually only maintain it for a moment. But then Zuiyin was dumbfounded as Ji Wuchang moved farther away, eventually becoming a small black dot and vanishing. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was extremely excited. This speed was incredible. He felt as if the spiritual energy around him was automatically converging beneath him. His entire body was like an arrow leaving the bow. And this speed was such that even those who had just broken through to the Purple Mansion realm might not catch up. This time, he had definitely made a huge profit. Swift as the wind, stepping on thunder, shrinking the earth to an inch, traveling thousands of miles in a single step. With thunder wings sprouting from the back, traversing the void. Ji Wuchang softly recited this phrase, and he now understood the meaning behind what Yao had just said. This represented a brief description of the 3 stages of Wind Thunder Void Step: minor success, major success, and perfection. At this moment, he was moving at an incredible speed, with the sound of wind and thunder beneath his feet, showcasing the first stage, swift as the wind, stepping on thunder. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang almost burst into laughter. With the support of this technique, his combat power would surely multiply. Chapter 76. The Yellow Sparrow Behind You. How did you do it? Yao looked as if she had seen a ghost, unable to regain her senses for a long time. When she cultivated wind, thunder, void, step back then. It took her 5 years to enter the basics, 20 years for minor success, and 100 years for major success. Yet she couldn't reach perfection even when her physical body was destroyed. Ji Wuchang had reached minor success in just a few breaths. How could this not shock Jiao Yao? Ji Wuchang laughed heartily and said, "Did I not tell you that some people are born different? I am a genius among geniuses." Ji Wuchang had originally thought Jiao Yao would definitely rebut him, but to his surprise, after waiting for a long time, there was no response from her. Seeing that Zuiyan's figure was no longer in sight, Ji Wuchang also stopped. Suddenly, he felt a strange fatigue wash over him. Ji Wuchang was startled. He then realized that his internal spiritual energy had directly decreased by 40%. He had been too excited just now to pay attention to this. And now that the excitement was gradually fading, he felt the abnormality in his body. Ji Wuchang smiled bitterly. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. He then checked the system panel, and his expression turned even more bitter. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, late stage of chi refinement, 10th layer, root bone, earth grade, medium quality, fortune points, 11, special ability, none, system tasks, none. Looking at the mere 11 fortune points left, Ji Wuchang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had no idea when the system store would open. Recently, he had hit Xiao Fan many times in succession and had drained all his fortune points in one go. Ji Wuchang took out a pill and swallowed it. As the pill entered his stomach, a vast amount of spiritual energy erupted, rapidly replenishing the energy he had consumed. Ji Wuchang was not idle either. With wind, thunder, void step, he felt like he had escaped the fate of being a small fry and could now prey on bigger fish. Thinking of this, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Ji Wuchang's eyes. Robbing was quite a good job. Robbing the rich to help the poor and acting heroically was the essence of a man. Ji Wuchang dressed himself up to avoid any awkward encounters with others in the sect later. After doing all this, Ji Wuchang began to act. By a small river, Pan Shibin was counting today's harvest with his junior sister, Ma Mengnan. Today, they had robbed 2 people at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and 1 at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, yielding great rewards. Pan Shibin did not just take a little. He had snatched away the opponent's storage rings, although he returned the jade tablets. This way, their haul was considerable. Senior brother, we have a total of 4 second-tier ferocious beast corpses and 18 first-tier ferocious beast corpses today. With your original ones, making it into the top 10 should be no problem. Ma Mengnan squinted her eyes, a smile spreading across her face. Pan Shibi nodded and then smiled, saying, "The master said that if we can enter the top 10, he will teach us a battle technique. We should rob 1 or 2 more junior brothers or sisters and head back. Otherwise, if we encounter the strongest ones, we are not their match. Many people have returned these days. Now, there are only about 50 or 60 left in the secret realm, and staying here has little meaning." Upon hearing Pan Shibin's words, Ma Mingyan nodded repeatedly. "Want to leave? It's too late." Just then, a male voice rang out, and a figure rushed toward Pan Shibin like lightning, simultaneously striking at Ma Mengnan. The sudden turn of events shocked Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan. However, the assailant was far stronger than them, moving even faster. With a bang, Ma Mengnan let out a scream as she was sent flying by the opponent's palm, spitting out a mouthful of blood. On Pan Shibin's side, he threw a punch, colliding with the opponent's fist. Pan Shibin also screamed, his body flying backward, and he too spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the figure quickly approached Pan Shibin, and before he could react, the attacker snatched the storage ring from his hand. Pan Shibin let out a bitter laugh as he looked at the figure in the arena, not making a move. He was well aware that he was no match for this person. "Take half, and the rest is yours." The figure laughed heartily and directly took half of the beast corpses from Pan Shibin's storage ring, then tossed the storage ring back to Pan Shibin. Looking at the figures retreating back, Pan Shibin couldn't help but smile wryly at Ma Mengnan. Senior brother Jiang is too much. He actually robbed senior brother of half his things. Ma Mengnan said angrily, her face slightly pale. Pan Shibin shook his head and then smiled wryly again. "Sister Ma, he didn't take everything. That's already giving me face. Forget it. Let's not think about this anymore. Let's go. Mom Mengnan was still fuming. But when she thought that senior brother Jiang hadn't touched her storage ring, it was clear he was avoiding robbing a woman. Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan flew away. And half an hour later, they encountered Jiang Bin again. This startled both of them, and they simultaneously produced a jade token. If Jiang Bin dared to make a move again, they would not hesitate to crush the jade token and leave. But in just a moment, they sensed something was off with Jiang Bin, who looked flustered and exasperated. Senior brother Jiang, what's wrong? Ma Mengnan asked, mustering her courage. Jiang Bin glanced at the two, then said with a bitter smile, I was robbed by someone. The opponent's speed was too fast. I couldn't catch up. Upon hearing this, Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan were stunned, and a hint of schadenfreude arose in their hearts, though they didn't show it on their faces. Letting you rob me? Ha! You got robbed too. Pan Shibin laughed inwardly, feeling refreshed at that moment. Senior brother Jiang, was it sister Huang Wanxiu or senior brothers Wei Yin? Pan Shibin curiously asked. Jiang Bin, hearing Pan Shibin's words, couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it was someone in the Qi refining realm. I couldn't catch up to him. It's infuriating. After saying this, Jiang Bin slammed down his palm, instantly crushing several trees within a few meters into smithereens. Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan were left dumbfounded. But judging by Jiang Bin's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. Sister, it's windy. Pan Shibin felt that the risks in this secret realm were too great, and quickly said to Ma Mengnan. Ma Mengnan agreed, then glanced at her senior brother and crushed the jade token. A vortex appeared beside them, engulfing the two and then disappearing without a trace. They chose to run away. Hundreds of miles away, Ji Wuchang appeared, looking at the storage ring in his hand with a smile in his eyes. He originally planned to rob Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan, but just happened to encounter Jiang Bin robbing them. So he waited for a moment and followed Jiang Bin. Then, using the ultimate speed of the Wind Thunder Great Void Step, he snatched Jiang Bin's storage ring, infuriating the latter. Chapter 77. Meng Caihong shock outside the great array of the Changshan sect's secret realm. The second elder Zhou Yuan, third elder Meng Caihong, sixth elder Yuzhen, seventh elder Jing Fengsheng, and eighth elder Jia Yuanliang were all present. Meng Caihong revealed a hint of anxiety in her eyes. The life tokens of Incursin and Tai Yujia had shattered, which meant the two had perished. When Meng Caihong learned this news, she almost fainted. Without caring about anything else, she rushed here to wait. The other elders also looked at Meng Caihong with sympathy. Losing 2 Foundation establishment disciples in a row was a significant loss. Although the sect did not pursue matters of killing in the secret realm, such incidents would still be inquired about. The reason for this was naturally to eliminate those with poor temperament or spies from other sects planted in the Chongqing sect. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm shook, and a figure stepped out, none other than Zheng Linghong. At first, Zheng Linghong was a bit dazed, but when he saw his master Meng Caihong, his eyes instantly reddened. Disciple greets master and the elders. Meng Caihong nodded and quickly pulled Zheng Linghong aside to ask what happened. When Zheng Linghong heard that Incursin's life token had shattered, he was shocked and took several steps back, staring blankly, tears streaming down his face. Through Zheng Linghong's words, Meng Caihong learned that Tai Yujia had died at the jaws of a ferocious beast, but regarding Incursin, he did not know. Did you see your junior brother Wuchang? Meng Caihong quickly asked, but the answer she received was Zheng Linghong shaking his head. Meng Caihong couldn't help but worry, but fortunately, Ji Wuchang's life token was fine. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm shook again, and the figures of Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan appeared. As soon as they stood firm, the entrance shook again, and Jiang Bin followed closely behind, but his expression was very grim. Jiang Bin, how was your harvest in this secret realm? Sixth elder Yuzhen asked with a smile, as he had great confidence in his senior disciple. As soon as Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan reached their master, Jia Yunyang's side, they heard the sixth elder's words, and their faces instantly turned strange. Jiang Bin, with a bitter face, said, Master, don't mention it. I was just robbed by a Qi refining realm disciple, and I got nothing. As soon as Jiang Bin's words fell, the entire place fell silent, and all the elders stared in shock. Yuzhen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said, Jiang Bin, Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Jiang Bin felt bitter. He knew that what he said might be hard for anyone to believe. Master, elders, how could I possibly misspeak? It really was a Qi refining rel person. But the opponent's speed was too fast. I couldn't catch up. The elders all wore strange expressions. If it were someone at the second or third layer of foundation establishment saying this, they might still believe it, as some geniuses could fight across realms. However, Jiang Bin was one of the most powerful foundation establishment cultivators in the Chongqing sect, a top figure at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment pyramid. The fact that he was robbed by a Qi refining realm person showed just how terrifying the opponent's speed was. Who could this person be? Then everyone thought that this person might be hiding their strength, not a Qi refining realm cultivator, but a foundation establishment cultivator. That would make sense. The more the elders thought about it, the more they felt it made sense. Just as Jiang Bin and the others left, the entrance to the secret realm shook again, and two six-layer foundation establishment cultivators appeared, both with bitter faces, wanting to cry without tears. However, these two were not disciples of the elders present, and the second elder Zhou Yuan asked them symbolically, "How was your harvest in this secret realm?" Upon hearing this, the two exchanged bitter smiles, and a woman spoke. Second elder, it was fine at first, but we were robbed by a Qi refining realm person. After speaking, the two felt embarrassed to linger and left directly. The elders exchanged glances, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Second elder, could it be that it was Zuiyin who did this? Sixth elder Yuzhan directly voiced his suspicion. Zuiyin was the strongest presence in the foundation establishment realm, and only Huang Wanqiu could compete with him. Now both were inside and had not yet come out, but the possibility of Huang Wanqiu was slim, while Zuiyin's possibility was very high. When the other elders heard Yuzhan's words, they all turned to look at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He also had his suspicions because if it were Zuiyin, everything would make sense. Just as second elder Zhou Yuan was about to respond, the entrance to the secret realm shook, and Ji Wuchang flashed out. Upon seeing Ji Wuchang, Meng Qiang instantly relaxed her tense heart. The little bamboo peak had already suffered enough losses. It couldn't afford more, or she wouldn't know how to explain it to the sect leader. "Wuchang, how was your harvest?" Eighth elder Jia Yuanliang asked directly, without waiting for Meng Qiang to speak. The other elders also looked at Ji Wuchang, believing that if it were indeed a Qi refining rel person, the most likely candidate would be Ji Wuchang. However, they didn't really believe it. After all, Ji Wuchang's cultivation was still considered Qi refining in their eyes. Ji Wuchang was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed made significant gains. After robbing Jiang Bin, he went on to rob 4 or 5 foundation establishment cultivators. Feeling it was a bit excessive, he finally left the secret realm. Ji Wuchang naturally wouldn't tell the truth, and quickly said, "Elders, there weren't many gains." The others present nodded at Ji Wuchang's words, dismissing their doubts about him. Meng Qiang was somewhat suspicious, but with the elders present, she didn't ask further. Then Meng Qiang left with Ji Wuchang, heading to the sect's Grand Plaza where all the trial participants had to gather. At the same time, everything they obtained had to be submitted there. "Wuchang, how were your gains?" After they had distanced themselves from the entrance of the secret realm, Meng Qiang finally inquired. Ji Wuchang knew very well that as soon as they submitted their items, the truth would be revealed. But there was no use in keeping those items. "Master, I robbed some people, and I have quite a lot of things. After all, I am still in the Qi refinement stage. Master, please give this storage ring to my senior brother for him to submit to the sect." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he handed a storage ring to Meng Qiang. Meng Qiang was stunned. Her soul scanned the storage ring, and she was instantly dumbfounded, looking at Ji Wuchang in disbelief. "You didn't rob Jiang Bin and the others, did you?" Seeing Meng Caihong's shocked expression, Ji Wuchang realized he had gone a bit overboard this time, but still nodded in acknowledgement. Meng Qiang was completely speechless. Just moments ago, they had speculated for a long time, thinking that Zuiyin was the most suspicious, not expecting it to actually be done by a Qi refinement cultivator. At that moment, even Meng Qiang was filled with curiosity about Ji Wuchang, as this disciple often performed astonishing feats. Meng Qiang then thought of something, looked at Ji Wuchang, her eyes flashing with a special light, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 78. The final results of the Secret Realm trial. As soon as Ji Wuchang appeared, he was immediately stared at by many. Zhang Bin, Fan Xibin, Ma Mengnan, and others all looked at Ji Wuchang, their eyes flashing with a hint of inexplicable expression. However, Jiang Bin frowned slightly, as he remembered that the person who robbed him didn't have this face. Ji Wuchang arrived at the plaza to submit his gains, where Elderine Shuyu and elderly Jinfeng were responsible for the counting. 6 second-tier ferocious beasts, 23 first-tier ferocious beasts, 1100-year medicinal herbs, and over 50 other-year medicinal herbs. Not bad, not bad. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be the first in the Qi refinement stage. Elderly Jinfeng smiled as he announced all of Ji Wuchang's gains from this secret realm trip. Although his voice was not loud, it spread throughout the entire area. Could it really not be him? Jiang Bin mumbled, his eyes still revealing a hint of suspicion. While Ji Wuchang's gains were good, in his eyes, they were just average. After all, he had more than 10 second-tier ferocious beasts in his storage ring. Ji Wuchang quickly smiled and cupped his hands to lead Jinfeng, saying, "Thank you, elderly." After Ji Wuchang finished, he found a place with fewer people to sit down. System, sign in. Ding. Longsheng Sect Master Peak sign-in successful. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Luck value, 5. The system's voice rang out, nearly bringing Ji Wuchang to tears. There had been no rewards for signing in during the secret realm, and he hadn't signed in for several days. Ji Wuchang felt the immense spiritual power surging within his body and quickly activated the purple Qi burning heaven technique to guide this spiritual power into his dantian. As the spiritual power flowed in, Ji Wuchang felt as if all the cells in his body were rejoicing. His cultivation level increased once again. At that moment, Ji Wuchang reached the peak of the Qi refinement 10th layer. Ji Wuchang didn't dare to lead the excess spiritual power into his dantian and quickly directed it into his limbs and bones. Although he had already achieved a golden skin and jade bone physique, it didn't mean he didn't need to temper his physical body. The golden skin and jade bone would also need to undergo continuous transformation as his cultivation level increased, and each stage required retempering. Once this spiritual power was fully refined, Ji Wuchang began to worry. He still lacked 3 types of 5 elements spiritual materials. If he couldn't find them quickly, he wouldn't be able to start building his foundation. It seemed that after this, he needed to think carefully and resolve this matter as soon as possible. At that moment, a cheer suddenly erupted from the plaza, as it turned out that Zheng Linghong had gone up to submit his gains from the secret realm. Oh my, how does Senior Brother Zheng have so many things? Senior Brother Zheng is really amazing. Not to mention, there are more than 40 second-tier ferocious beasts and over 100 first-tier ferocious beasts. Senior Brother Zheng's combat power is terrifying. It turned out that Senior Brother Zheng was the hidden powerhouse in the sect, and he was simply too cool. In the plaza, many people were discussing excitedly, with many female disciples' eyes shining brightly. Zheng Linghong felt a bit embarrassed, but since his master had tasked him with submitting, he couldn't refuse. Hearing everyone's discussions, Zheng Linghong's face turned red as he hurried back to his master, his heart racing. Jiang Bin, Pan Shibin, and others looked at Zheng Linghong with suspicion. Could someone with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of foundation establishment really be that powerful? But just then, the entire plaza suddenly fell silent, as a tragic figure appeared before everyone. He was covered in blood, his right arm was missing, and his entire aura was extremely weak. Isn't this the new disciple accepted by the sect master? How could he be in such a tragic state? Could it be that he was specifically targeted by someone? Or did he encounter a second-tier ferocious beast that he couldn't fight against? No, didn't he occupy the last cave inheritance? How could he end up like this? Look, his pants are covered in blood, and his walking posture seems off. Could he be injured there too? The appearance of Xiao Fan instantly silenced the plaza. But soon discussions erupted. Many people couldn't help but show expressions of glee. To be honest, when Xiao Fan tested his root bones, the commotion was so great that even the sect master was alerted, and accepting him as a disciple naturally caused envy among many. If Xiao Fan could have continued his success, many would have flattered him, but now in this state, it naturally made many feel relieved. Everyone's glee was a common occurrence. That's human nature. No one wants to live worse than others, and the closer the relationship, the more they care. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Fan, frowning at his tragic state. This person was none other than the sect master of Longsheng Gate, Zhan Yaotian. With a wave of his hand, Zhan Yaotian and Xiao Fan instantly vanished. Ji Wuchang calmly watched this scene, not surprised at all. Ji Wuchang believed that the sect master could certainly heal Xiao Fan's external injuries quickly, but injuries to the Dantian were not something that could be easily treated. Ji Wuchang had just scanned Xiao Fan, and the other party's cultivation had already plummeted to around the 6th layer of qi refinement. It could be said that he had returned to the state he was in before joining Longsheng Gate. If it weren't for Ji Wuchang coveting the luck value on him, he would have dealt with him long ago. After a while, more and more people appeared in the plaza, many showing excited expressions, as they were quite satisfied with their gains this time. The last to appear were naturally Zuyin and Huang Wanqiu. Huang Wanqiu's gains were the greatest, reaching around 52nd tier ferocious beasts and over 101st tier ferocious beasts. Zuyan's gains were relatively less, with about 42nd tier ferocious beasts. Kai Ping had around 30, significantly fewer than them. Kai Ping had originally thought he would definitely be among the top 3, but upon hearing elderly say he was 4th, Kai Ping's face couldn't help but change slightly. His cold gaze swept over Zheng Linghong, causing Ji Wuchang to furrow his brows, as the second elder and others appeared again. Confirming that this secret realm trial had completely ended, the expressions of the elders were somewhat serious. The normal loss should be 1/5, but this time the loss was greater, reaching about 1/3. Over 200 people entered, but only a little over 150 came out. Such a significant loss made even the higher-ups of Longsheng Gate frown. Fortunately, the seed players almost all came through unscathed, which is a kind of comfort. Ji Wuchang returned to the small cabin he hadn't seen for over 10 days. He received a reward from the sect, a high-grade spirit weapon. This secret realm trial has completely established Ji Wuchang's status in the eyes of the qi refining disciples, making him the first person in the qi refining realm of the Changsheng sect. In the secret realm, there were various speculations about the qi refining cultivator who had robbed them, with Zuyin being the most suspicious, followed closely by Zheng Linghong. Although some doubted Ji Wuchang, many ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, the thought of a qi refining cultivator robbing someone at the 8th level of foundation establishment is a bit crazy. Chapter 79. Escalating conflicts, restoring the truth in the side hall of the main peak. The sect leader Zhen Yaotian, Kai Ping, and Xiao Fan appeared. After Zhen Yaotian's treatment, Xiao Fan looked much better, but his cultivation had not recovered and was still at the 6th level of qi refining. Zhen Yaotian said solemnly, "You two tell me, what exactly happened in this secret realm? It is rare for the sect's trials to suffer so many losses. And Xiao Fan, why were you so severely injured?" The Chongqing sect has a rule not to pursue any matters within the secret realm. Even he, as the sect leader, cannot violate it. However, this time the losses in the secret realm were indeed significant, and as the sect leader, it is not unreasonable to understand some circumstances. Kai Ping glanced at Xiao Fan, who happened to look back at him, and the two exchanged glances for a moment before looking away. Kai Ping's eyes clearly showed a hint of disdain, along with a trace of schadenfreude. In contrast, a flash of killing intent passed through Xiao Fan's eyes, but he quickly concealed it well. Kai Ping clasped his fists and said, "Master, this time in the secret realm, there was also a competition for a cave dwelling of the Purple Mansion realm. To reach this cave dwelling, one must pass through a great canyon, which is home to many black apes and is also a snake's nest. Many of our fellow disciples were lost there, which is a significant reason for the high casualties in this secret realm trial." Kai Ping's words, though simple, pointed out the most crucial matter, making Zhen Yaotian suddenly enlightened. As for junior brother Xiao Fan, I did not encounter him after entering the secret realm. It was only when we reached that Purple Mansion cave dwelling that junior brother Xiao Fan appeared and took away the inheritance inside. After that, we all left. So I did not know how junior brother Xiao Fan got injured. Kai Ping finished saying everything he wanted to say in one breath. Xiao Fan stood aside, his expression calm, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Wasn't all of this caused by the person in front of him? He was really capable, directly pushing everything onto others. The more Xiao Fan thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would definitely have killed Kai Ping without hesitation. Zhen Yaotian then looked at Xiao Fan and said, "Xiao Fan, you also speak." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan quickly replied, "Master, everything was going smoothly upon entering the secret realm, but I did not know who had their eyes on me. This person hid behind me and ambushed me twice. If I hadn't fled desperately, I would have died in the secret realm long ago. The person who attacked me was very strong, at least at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. I had no power to retaliate against him. He might have hesitated to kill me because I am your disciple, but he deliberately damaged my Dantian. Please, Master, take charge for me. This person's methods are truly despicable." After finishing, Xiao Fan directly knelt before Zhen Yaotian, his eyes reddening. Zhen Yaotian frowned slightly. Although Xiao Fan did not mention Kai Ping, he felt as if he was talking about Kai Ping. Thinking of this, Zhen Yaotian's heart suddenly felt cold. He asked himself, if he had a junior brother with better aptitude than himself, how would he react? Zhen Yaotian glanced at Kai Ping and Xiao Fan, then withdrew his gaze. He did not voice the suspicions in his heart. "Xiao Fan, can you confirm that the other party's cultivation is above the 6th level of Foundation establishment?" Upon hearing Zhen Yaotian's words, Xiao Fan quickly replied, "Master, I do not dare to lie. I obtained the inheritance of that predecessor from the Purple Mansion realm in the Secret Realm. At that time, my cultivation had already reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Even against someone at the 3rd or even 4th level of Foundation establishment, I would have the confidence to contend. But this person attacked too quickly. I had no way to defend myself. So I can confirm that the other party's cultivation must be above the 6th level of Foundation establishment." Xiao Fan's explanation was reasonable, and Zhen Yaotian believed him. Among those who entered the secret realm this time, there were not many above the 6th level of Foundation establishment. It shouldn't take long to find out the truth. All right, I understand this matter, but according to the sect's regulations, no one will be held responsible. Zhen Yaotian said, "Xiao Fan, focus on your cultivation. I will find a way to help you obtain materials or pills to repair your Dantian. Kai Ping, after you go down, strive to break through to the 9th level of Foundation establishment as soon as possible." After instructing Kai Ping and Xiao Fan, Zhen Yaotian waved his hand, letting them leave. Watching the two leave, Zhen Yaotian frowned slightly. None of these disciples were worry-free. Then Zhen Yaotian thought of Zhen Yaoqing and couldn't help but sigh again. "Junior brother Xiao Fan, you can secretly investigate and see who is targeting you in the secret realm. If you find out anything, be sure to tell your senior brother first. I will avenge you," Kai Ping said with a smile, looking very pleased. Upon hearing Kai Ping's words, Xiao Fan felt a chill in his heart. He thought Kai Ping was warning him not to speak recklessly. Xiao Fan was filled with hatred, but he smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother. If I find out who it is, I will definitely inform you first." Kai Ping nodded and patted Xiao Fan on the right shoulder, originally intending to show goodwill. But at that moment, Xiao Fan's right arm was empty. This pat became a warning in Xiao Fan's eyes. Watching Kai Ping's departing figure, Xiao Fan's face turned ashen. At this moment, Xiao Fan's killing intent towards Kai Ping had surpassed that towards Ji Wuchang. If Ji Wuchang knew, he would surely laugh until his stomach hurt. In the Chongqing sect, the peak masters were inquiring their disciples about the matters in the secret realm. Elder Zhou Yuan, after questioning the others, left only Zui Yin behind and calmly said, "Do you know who dealt a ruthless hand against Xiao Fan?" Zui Yin was slightly taken aback upon hearing this and replied, "Master, I really don't know, but I can be sure that it has nothing to do with me and junior sister Wan Xiao. As for the others, I don't know." Zhou Yuan nodded at Zui Yan's words and then let out a sigh of relief. The sect leader would definitely investigate this matter secretly, but you need not worry. The sect leader probably already has his own suspicions. Zui Yin was puzzled by what his master meant, but nodded nonetheless. Watching Zui Yin leave, Zhou Yuan's gaze turned towards the main peak, a hint of a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Meng Kaihong held a jade token in her hand, looking at it with a hint of struggle on her face. This jade token is called the mother-child jade token. This is the mother token, while the child token is with incursion. Meng Qiang sighed, then pressed her fingertip to draw a drop of blood, which fell onto the mother jade token. The jade token immediately vibrated, and the scene appeared, showing Ji Wuchang killing incursion in an instant in the valley. Chapter 80. News of Fire Attribute Spirit Objects. Seeing the scene above, although Meng Qiang already had a slight suspicion in her heart, she still showed a bitter smile. Meng Qiang had long noticed that her fourth disciple's relationship with her eldest and third disciples was mediocre, but she never expected it to reach such a point. Meng Qiang was stunned by Ji Wuchang's recent sword strike. A Qi refining realm cultivator actually killed a 6th-level foundation establishment cultivator in an instant. This kind of thing, even if I say it myself, I guess no one would believe it. Meng Qiang's expression was complicated as she crushed the jade talisman in her hand. She decided to keep this matter to herself. The killings in the secret realm cannot be pursued for responsibility by the sect, so, in this matter, Ji Wuchang was not at fault. Therefore, even if Meng Qiang wanted to punish Ji Wuchang, she couldn't use this incident as an excuse. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had no idea that his master had such means. If he did, he probably wouldn't even have the mood to sort through the items in his storage ring. Although Ji Wuchang took out the corpses of the beasts and gave them to his second senior brother, Zheng Linghong, he didn't give away any other items. Ji Wuchang first counted his elixirs. There were 17 third-grade elixirs, over 50 second-grade elixirs, and a large bottle of first-grade elixirs, probably over 200. Ji Wuchang secretly exclaimed that he had struck it rich. If he sold these elixirs, he could probably make a lot of spirit stones. After taking stock, Ji Wuchang decided to keep all the third-grade elixirs, keep 30 of the second-grade elixirs, and he planned to give the remaining elixirs to his master tomorrow. His master had just taken in 3 new disciples, and they needed resources, so giving them to his master would be putting them to good use. Then Ji Wuchang checked again. The spirit stones were not many, just around 600 or 700 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang knew very well that the abundance of elixirs was due to the connection with the Purple Mansion realm. Otherwise, the disciples of Chongsheng sect were hardly wealthy. He checked the other items and found 6 pieces of treasure, 1 magical artifact, and 1 spiritual weapon. These items all had fixed identities, and to be honest, keeping them close was very risky. Ji Wuchang decided to find an opportunity to go down the mountain and sell them secretly. After tallying his gains, Ji Wuchang summarized his trip to the secret realm. Overall, it went quite well. But he also secretly heightened his vigilance because he discovered that even without the super cheat of Ji Yaoyao, Xiao Fan was still growing rapidly. One could say that Xiao Fan's growth speed was not inferior to Ji Wuchang, who had system. It seemed he needed to suppress him from time to quickly drain the luck from him. Ji Wuchang firmly resolved in his heart. He knew very well that without the support of luck, the other party was nothing. At that time, Ji Wuchang naturally wouldn't spare his life. In his previous life, he was a good person all his life, and the result was tragic. In this life, he didn't want to be a soft-hearted good person, but wanted to follow his heart, walk his own path, and let the world collapse around him have nothing to do with him. Ji Wuchang left a small room and walked towards the main peak where his master, Meng Qiang, was located. When Ji Wuchang arrived, he found that his second senior brother was teaching Wang Yi, Wang Ping, and Song Qing how to cultivate. Ji Wuchang glanced at Zheng Linghong and suddenly felt that he seemed to have matured a lot in an instant. Second senior brother, several junior brothers, and sisters. Ji Wuchang greeted them with a smile, and they all returned the greeting. During this time, Wang Yi, Wang Ping, and Song Qing had learned about Ji Wuchang's situation, and at this moment, they looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Zheng Linghong smiled slightly and then said, "Fourth junior brother, you are here to find master, right? You can go right in." Ji Wuchang nodded to Zheng Linghong, then waved goodbye to a few people with a smile and headed straight to the backyard. In the backyard, Meng Qiang and Ji Wuchang sat facing each other. Meng Qiang's expression was quite complicated, but she had already accepted the matter in her heart. "Master, these are the things I obtained in the secret realm. They are of no use to me, since you have taken in 3 new disciples. They can make use of these resources, so it's better for you to keep them. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he presented the storage ring that he had prepared earlier. Meng Kaihong was slightly taken aback, then took it in her hand and smiled, saying, "You are quite thoughtful." Meng Kaihong suddenly furrowed her brows, pondered for a moment, then said, "Wuchang, there is something I need you to help me with. I need you to go to the Meng family in Shijiaking. Originally, I intended to send your senior sister to do this, but now she has perished in the secret realm." Hearing Meng Caihong's words, Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback, and memories from his previous life immediately surfaced in his mind. The Meng family in Shijiaking was Meng Caihong's family. Indeed, it was Incursion who went to the Meng family in his previous life. Meng Kaihong had a general relationship with her family, and since she was a cultivator, now hundreds of years old, her generation was long gone. Now, it was all descendants of the Meng family, separated by several generations from Meng Kaihong. Ji Wuchang still didn't know what Incursion went to the Meng family for, but he knew that after Incursion returned, her strength had greatly improved. "All right, master. May I ask what I am going to the Meng family for this time?" Ji Wuchang naturally would not refuse and directly agreed. Meng Kaihong sighed, then spoke. "When I left the Meng family back then, I promised them that I would fulfill 3 conditions in the future. So many years have passed, and I have completed 2 of them, leaving only the last one. A few days ago, the Meng family used the Jade Talisman I left with them to send a message, saying they have thought of the 3rd condition, which is to take in a disciple from the Meng family. At the same time, it seems the Meng family has encountered some trouble. You will go in my stead. If the person indeed has the aptitude for cultivation, you will bring them back and help resolve the trouble as well. If not, let them change the conditions, finish what they need, and then return to the mountain. There's another reason for sending you this time. You need 5 elemental spiritual materials to temper your body. You already have wood and water, but you still lack earth, metal, and fire materials. The Meng family has a fiery dragon's eye, which was obtained by the old ancestor of the Meng family from a secret realm back in the day. I cultivate a wood attribute technique, and this item is useless to me, so I haven't gone to retrieve it. But for you, it could just happen to become a fire attribute material. Just say you are acting on my orders to take this item and provide the Meng family with some spirit stones as compensation. As for the remaining 2 types of spiritual materials, I will inquire about them for you. If I have news, I will notify you immediately." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but be overjoyed and quickly nodded in agreement. He recalled that Incursion had mentioned to him in his previous life that she had obtained a fiery dragon's eye, which contained a drop of fiery dragon's blood. It was precisely because of this drop of fiery dragon's blood that her cultivation had soared. Now that Incursion was dead, this opportunity belonged to Ji Wuchang. Chapter 81. An invitation from Mai. One watching Ji Wuchang leave the mountain, Meng Kaihong sighed in relief. Incursion's death at Ji Wuchang's hands inevitably left her feeling somewhat disappointed. After all, she was her disciple. Sending Ji Wuchang to the Meng family was also a way for Meng Kaihong to avoid meeting him, to minimize awkwardness. Ji Wuchang, of course, did not know this reason. All he was thinking about was the fiery dragons mentioned by his master. If he could really obtain this item, he would only be lacking earth and metal attribute materials. In fact, even if Meng Kaihong hadn't sent Ji Wuchang out, he had planned to leave Chongqing Sect for a while. In Ji Wuchang's memory, there were no earth, metal, or fire attribute materials in Chongqing Sect. At this moment, Ji Wuchang thought of a place, the Minglu Auction House. The Minglu Auction House had a considerable background, similar to a chain auction house, with branches in various places. The last time Ji Wuchang went to my city, he had obtained a great opportunity from there. Now, the secret realm map that Ji Wuchang had personally designed to frame Xiao Fan still lay in Xiao Fan's storage ring. However, Ji Wuchang was somewhat hesitant to go to the Minglu Auction House because in his previous life, he had wronged the young lady of the Minglu Auction House. Thinking of that silly girl, Ji Wuchang felt that he had let her down too much. The other party ultimately vanished without a trace, dying outside in order to find a herb that could completely heal Ji Wuchang's meridians. In fact, the herbs needed for ordinary meridian injuries are available at the Minglu Auction House. However, when Ji Wuchang met the other party, His cultivation level was already at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. The Meridian injury had been delayed for nearly 200 years, deeply rooted and difficult to heal completely. Ji Wuchang stepped on his flying sword and flew toward Shijiaking. Shijiaking is far from the Eternal Life sect, over 10,000 miles away. Even if Ji Wuchang flew on his sword and traveled 1,000 miles a day, it would take him more than half a month. Meng Kaihong did not set a time limit for Ji Wuchang, so he was not in a hurry. 5 days later, Ji Wuchang arrived at Tiantong City. After many days of travel, he felt quite exhausted and decided to enter the city to rest for a night. In Boyun Prefecture, there are 4 major forces. Besides the Eternal Life sect and the Big Knife Pavilion, there are also the Flowing Cloud sect and the Green Sparrow sect. Among the 4 sects, the Eternal Life sect and the Big Knife Pavilion have a good relationship, while the Flowing Cloud sect and the Green Sparrow sect maintain a fragile balance of power. Tiantong City does not belong to the jurisdiction of the Eternal Life sect, but is under the Flowing Cloud sect. Ji Wuchang entered Tiantong City, a place he was not unfamiliar with, having been there many times before. Without any hesitation, Ji Wuchang headed straight for the Minglu auction house, as there were still some items he needed to entrust to the auction house. The Minglu auction house in Tiantong City was much larger than that in my city, at least double the size. Tiantong City is guarded by Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from the Flowing Cloud sect, which shows the importance of this city. As soon as Ji Wuchang entered the auction house, someone immediately came to greet him. "Dear guest, are you here to auction something or to purchase something?" An old man smiled and spoke politely, though the faint pressure from the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm emanated from him. Ji Wuchang was not polite and directly replied, "Shopkeeper, I need innate spiritual materials of gold and earth elements. Does your auction house have any?" The old man was taken aback upon hearing this, and then frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, young friend, but we currently do not have such items in our auction house. If you're certain you want them, I can notify you later when we have them." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang's face showed a hint of disappointment. But he smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, how about this? I will return to Tiantong City in a month. If you have such items by then, could you please keep them for me?" The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and then smiled. "Young friend, that doesn't comply with our auction house's rules. Innate spiritual materials are rare, and once we have them, we cannot hold them. However, you're in luck. In a month, we will hold an auction, and if there are good items, they will all be presented. Why don't you spend 10 low-grade spirit stones to buy an entry ticket and come to the auction in person?" Ji Wuchang was intrigued by this suggestion. It seemed like a good idea. He readily took out 10 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the shopkeeper, receiving an invitation letter in return. After handling this matter, Ji Wuchang left the Minglu auction house and headed forward. "Wait a moment, young friend." At that moment, an old man's voice sounded behind Ji Wuchang. He paused, slightly surprised. He remembered this old man. He had been nearby when he was talking to the shopkeeper at the Minglu auction house. "Senior, do you have something to discuss?" Ji Wuchang calmly asked, sensing the old man's cultivation at the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The old man smiled slightly and walked closer to Ji Wuchang. "Young friend, I am I1. You can call me Taoist Mai." Ji Wuchang nodded and replied calmly, "Taoist Mai. My surname is Ji. Did you call me for something?" Mai1 smiled and said, "Taoist Ji, I just heard at the auction that you need innate spiritual materials of gold and earth attributes. Coincidentally, we Lose cultivators are holding a private trading meeting tonight. As far as I know, someone has innate spiritual materials of the earth attribute. If Taoist Ji is interested, you can come tonight. You might really find something." Ji Wuchang was taken aback by this good news, but couldn't help but show a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "Taoist Mai, you and I are not close. Why do you want to tell me this?" Mai1 smiled slightly and replied, "Taoist Ji, rest assured, I have no ill intentions. We Lose cultivators have an unwritten rule that if someone can bring an additional person to such a private trading meeting, they can receive a reward of 10 low-grade spirit stones from the host at the end. Of course, the newcomer must be reliable. Otherwise, the host will be held responsible if anything goes wrong. I see that Taoist Ji is not an ordinary person, which is why I dare to speak. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to bring trouble to myself." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang thought of some matters from his previous life. Indeed, there are some special rules among loose cultivators. And this made sense. Moreover, Ji Wuchang was not afraid of Mai Wen trying to deceive him, if he dared to do so. Ji Wuchang wouldn't mind sending him on his way. Thank you, Taoist Mai. May I ask where the meeting will be held tonight? I will definitely arrive on time. Mai Wen was delighted to hear Ji Wuchang's response and quickly provided him with an address while also reminding him, Taoist Ji, when you arrive, just mention my name. Also, it's best if you disguise yourself before coming. Ji Wuchang nodded in acknowledgement and then bid farewell to Mai Wen as he left. Chapter 82. Private Trading Meeting at 1888, Xianghe Street. A man wearing a straw hat arrived at this location. The two burly men standing at the entrance immediately blocked his path upon seeing him. Both of these men had a cultivation level of the 9th level of Qi refinement. My surname is Ji. Taoist Mai introduced me. Ji Wuchang said in a hoarse voice, the black cloth hanging down from his hat obscuring his expression. The two burly men stepped aside upon hearing this, allowing Ji Wuchang to push the door open and enter. Upon entering, he found himself in the front yard. He walked down the path for a few dozen steps and arrived at a large hall. This hall was quite spacious, at least several hundred square meters. By the time Ji Wuchang arrived, more than 20 people were already present. Almost everyone, like Ji Wuchang, wore a straw hat, making it impossible to see their true faces. When Ji Wuchang arrived, many gazes turned towards him, but after just a glance, everyone turned their heads away. Ji Wuchang noticed that each person had a small table in front of them and instantly understood that this was for placing items. He found an empty chair to sit down and quietly waited without speaking. Soon, more people arrived, and after a stick of incense burned, more than 40 seats were filled. Just then, an old man slowly walked in from outside. He was not wearing a straw hat, and his face was clearly visible to everyone. Ji Wuchang was surprised to see that this old man was actually a cultivator at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Everyone, I am Xiang Daoming, the host of this private trading meeting. According to the rules, each person must give me 10 low-grade spirit stones. The old man stood in the center and spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around began to take out spirit stones, handing them over to the old man. Ji Wuchang saw that everyone had paid and realized this was an unwritten rule. So he also tossed out 10 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang calculated, with 41 people present, that meant 410 low-grade spirit stones would be collected. This business was indeed quite good. At that moment, Ji Wuchang thought about how Mai Wen brought him in. Perhaps it was indeed for those 10 low-grade spirit stones. Xiang Daoming collected the spirit stones, and a smile grew on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, since there are newcomers here, I will reiterate the rules of the private trading session. First, forced buying and selling are not allowed. Everything must be mutually agreed upon. Second, private ambushes are not allowed. If you really want to do that, please leave Tiantong City. Third, for each transaction, I will charge 4 low-grade spirit stones, 2 from each party. These are the 3 rules. You can now take out what you want to trade. Upon hearing Zhang Daoming's words, everyone remained silent and began to display their items. Ji Wuchang was moved and directly took out several treasured weapons and magical tools obtained from the secret realm, and after thinking for a moment, he also took out 2 second-grade pills. Ji Wuchang glanced around and couldn't help but nod secretly. Many people were writing down the items they needed at their tables. Looking to purchase a foundational pill, items on the table can be chosen freely, and prices can be negotiated privately. Looking to purchase a low-grade spirit weapon, can select 2 items from the table. Prices can also be negotiated privately. Looking to purchase a Centenarian centipede, payment in spirit stones, or can choose items from the table. Looking for a 3rd-grade beauty-restoring pill, prices to be negotiated privately. At each table, small signs had people writing down what they needed, and Ji Wuchang naturally followed suit. Looking to purchase earth and gold attribute innate spiritual objects, prices can be negotiated privately. After doing all this, Ji Wuchang left his position and began to look around. The others, like Ji Wuchang, also left their seats and wandered around the venue. This is also a special way for loose cultivators to trade privately. And the organizer needs to ensure everyone's safety. Ji Wuchang looked at several tables in a row, but found nothing he needed. Just then, they came to a table that read, "Looking to purchase 2 third-grade nurturing pills. Items on the table can be taken freely." Behind the table sat a man who did not stand up, quietly sitting there. Ji Wuchang took a glance at the items on the man's table and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. A broken knife, a jar with a chipped corner, a pitch-black spherical object, and a damaged map. Ji Wuchang, get that third pitch-black spherical object. It will be useful for me. Ji Yaoyao's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's ear, with a hint of urgency in her tone. Ji Wuchang was slightly startled and then looked at the man sitting quietly there, pointing to the pitch-black spherical object and the map. 3 third-grade nurturing pills. I want these 2 items. Ji Wuchang naturally transmitted this to the man, which is also a method of private trading. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, the man raised his head to look at Ji Wuchang. Although there was a layer of black gauze between them, Ji Wuchang still felt an overwhelming pressure from the man's gaze. The man waved his hand, and the 2 items on the table flew straight to Ji Wuchang, indicating agreement to the trade. Ji Wuchang wasted no time, directly throwing out a porcelain vial, which the man caught. The man opened the vial, looked inside, and was quite satisfied, then nodded to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang put away the 2 items in front of him, but as soon as the pitch-black spherical object entered Ji Wuchang's hand, it was taken away by Ji Yaoyao. Ji Wuchang continued to walk forward, but after going around, he was disappointed. There was nothing he needed. However, at least he had some gains. Ji Yaoyao had obtained what she needed. Although Ji Wuchang didn't know what that object was, it couldn't be bad if Ji Yaoyao had her eye on it. Plus, he had gotten that damaged map, which seemed to be a quarter of it. His intuition told him that this item would be useful in the future. When he saw Zhang Daoming approaching, Ji Wuchang took out 2 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to him. Zhang Daoming nodded, took the spirit stones, and left. Ji Wuchang subsequently completed 3 transactions, as others were interested in the magical tools he displayed. However, he didn't need any of their items, so everything was converted into spirit stones. Ji Wuchang then gave Zhang Daoming another 6 low-grade spirit stones. Half an hour later, the trading session was basically over, and everyone returned to their seats. Ji Wuchang felt that he had been deceived by Mai Wan, as there were really no innate spiritual objects of earth and gold attributes. Seeing everyone packing up their items, Ji Wuchang began to tidy up as well. Just then, a person wearing a hat came to Ji Wuchang and transmitted a message. If you truly want earth attribute innate spiritual objects, you can follow me later. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback, but quickly nodded. He still had 2 6th-grade teleportation talismans, which could instantly transport him thousands of miles, so he wasn't afraid. Moreover, with Ji Yaoyao around, if he were really in danger, she would surely not stand by and watch. Chapter 83. Great gains on the dark street. 2 figures walked into the distance, both wearing hats. Just then, a man took off his hat, revealing his true face. My fellow Taoist. Ji Wuchang was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the one who had just transmitted a message to him was actually Mai Wan. Ji Wuchang quickly took off his own hat, revealing his face beneath it. Fellow Taoist Ji, please don't take offense. We are not very familiar with each other, and I also need to be a bit cautious. I have an Earth Spirit Pearl that I originally intended to auction at the Minglu auction house, but upon hearing that you needed it, I changed my mind. I need 3 things. If fellow Taoist Ji can meet my requirements, I will immediately present this item to you. Mai Wan said with a smile to Ji Wuchang, as his cultivation level was much higher than Ji Wuchang's, so he was not afraid of Ji Wuchang robbing him. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, Fellow Taoist Mai, please feel free to say. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. Mai Wan smiled slightly, and then said, Fellow Taoist Ji, I observe that you are dressed in a way that suggests you are not a loose cultivator. Are you from the Luyan sect? Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback and calmly replied, Fellow Taoist Mai, this is unrelated to our transaction. Mai Wan nodded quickly and then smiled. Fellow Taoist Ji, please don't mind. I was just curious. My first condition is that I need a low-grade spirit weapon. Swords, guns, clubs, or whatever will do. The second condition is that I need 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The third condition is that I need 2 third-grade pills, such as vitality pills or nurturing pills. If fellow Taoist Ji can meet these 3 conditions, we can complete the transaction immediately. After Maiwen finished speaking, he stared intently at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback. This price was quite high. It should be noted that a low-grade spirit weapon is worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or even more. Moreover, third-grade pills are not cheap either. They are quite expensive. After pondering for a moment, Ji Wuchang replied, "Fellow Taoist Mai, your price is too high. I cannot accept it. How about this? I don't have a low-grade spirit weapon, but I can give you a top-grade magical tool along with a top-grade treasured item. I have no objections to the second condition, but I only have 1 third-grade pill and cannot provide more. If you agree to my conditions, we can make a deal. If not, then it's fine. I am really short on resources." Ji Wuchang calculated that if they exchanged this way, neither party would be at a loss. Upon hearing this, Maiwen fell into deep thought. After a moment, he reluctantly replied, "Fellow Taoist Ji, this Earth Spirit Pearl was obtained by me from a secret realm. To be honest, when we entered, there were 4 of us, and I was the only one who escaped. The others perished. The items, I kept a portion of the spirit stones, and the remaining items were gifts for the descendants of my 3 old friends. I swear by the heavens, if there is a word of deceit in this, I will not die a good death. The 2 third-grade pills cannot be less. I can agree to your previous conditions. Fellow Taoist Ji, if it absolutely won't work, you can give me a little less spirit stones, and I will accept it." Ji Wuchang noticed the sorrow in Mai Wen's eyes and felt that the other party was probably not lying, but his vigilance remained unrelaxed. He was aware that the 5-element spiritual objects were indeed not cheap. "Taoist Mai, take out the Earth Spirit Pearl. That's the condition I agree to." Ji Wuchang ultimately compromised, as he couldn't afford to delay. For him, being able to establish a foundation 1 day earlier was beneficial. The earlier the foundation was established, the greater the advantage in the future. Hearing Ji Wuchang's agreement, Maiwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, a fist-sized pearl appeared. The pearl was surrounded by an extremely rich earth attribute spiritual power, undoubtedly the Earth Spirit Pearl. Oh, this Earth Spirit Pearl is extraordinary. If given a few hundred years, it might give birth to the original power of the Earth attribute. Ji Yaoyao's voice echoed in Ji Wuchang's ears, making him feel even more assured. Without any hesitation, Ji Wuchang took out what he had promised Maiwen and then received the Earth Spirit Pearl from Maiwen's hand. Maiwen looked longingly at the Earth Spirit Pearl for a moment, then sighed, clasped his fists toward Ji Wuchang, and left. Ji Wuchang did not expect to gain such a reward from Tiantong City. Now, he had obtained 3 of the 5-element spiritual objects, only missing the last 2, Golden Fire. If the Meng family indeed had the eye of the Divine Fire Dragon, he would only be 1 step away. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang felt his mood lighten. "Yao, what was that thing you just got?" Ji Wuchang suddenly remembered this matter and quickly asked. "There is a soul crystal inside, but it has several layers of restrictions on it. If my soul hadn't recovered nearly 30%, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. With this thing, my soul can recover about 10%, but further recovery will be difficult." Ji Yaoyao's words revealed a hint of excitement, surprising Ji Wuchang. He naturally knew that a soul crystal was a special inner core of a fierce beast soul, containing pure soul power. However, soul beasts were rare, and those with soul crystals were even rarer, making soul crystals extremely precious. Ji Yaoyao's soul was severely injured. While the recovery of her soul power was relatively easy at first, it became increasingly difficult as time went on, requiring exponentially more soul power. A soul crystal that could help her recover 10% of her soul power would fetch at least tens of thousands of spirit stones, or even more in auction. Yet Ji Wuchang only paid the price of 2 third-grade pills, which was undoubtedly a great deal. Ji Wuchang was naturally happy for Ji Yaoyao. The more her soul power recovered, the stronger the power he could draw upon in times of danger. Today's private trading session had truly been a big win for him. System sign in. Ding. Tiantong City sign in successful. Reward: 4 years of cultivation. Fortune value: 4. Hearing the system's voice, Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback. It was a bit worse than he had expected. He knew that his sign-in my city was better than this. Yet my city couldn't be compared to Tiantong's city. Feeling the huge spiritual power surging within him, Ji Wuchang quickly activated the purple chi burning heaven technique, guiding this spiritual power into his limbs and bones. Although he had already achieved golden skin and jade bones, he could still clearly feel his physical body growing stronger and his physical power increasing with the influx of spiritual power. The treasures of the physical body are endless. Ji Wuchang understood this in his previous life. Within the physical body, a world of its own forms. Every breakthrough in major realms is, in fact, a transformation of the physical body. Everything Ji Wuchang was doing at this moment was merely laying the strongest foundation for the future. Chapter 84. Instant Kill in the Forest. Ji Wuchang was flying with his sword. He had already left Tiantong City for an hour. You've been following me all this way. Come out. Ji Wuchang calmly looked back, his eyes exceptionally cold. Haha, Ji Xiaoyu, your perception is really sharp. You can actually sense us. A loud laugh came, and then two figures appeared, looking at Ji Wuchang with smiles, but greed flashed in their eyes. These two were Xiang Daoming, the host of last night's private trading session, and the other was my one. Ji Wuchang was not surprised at all. Ji Yaoyao had warned him last night that someone was tailing him. As soon as he stepped out of Tiantong City today, Ji Yaoyao reminded him again. Ji Wuchang had thought these two would jump out quickly, but he didn't expect he had underestimated their patience. They had followed him for a whole hour. Daoist Xiang, Daoist Mai, you followed me all this way. What do you want? Ji Wuchang's expression was extraordinarily calm, without a trace of panic. Xiang Daoming and Maiwen exchanged glances, and Maiwen smiled and said, Daoist Ji, my brother and I are short on spirit stones and would like to borrow some from you. Also, the Earth Spirit Pearl we gave you yesterday is of great use to us. Please lend it to us as well. After finishing, Maiwen smiled, as if he were speaking about the most ordinary matter. Ji Wuchang sneered in his heart. It seemed that Maiwen had already set his sights on him at the Minglu auction house yesterday. Daoist Mai, you swore an oath to the heavenly Tao yesterday. Are you not afraid the oath will be fulfilled? Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Maiwen burst into laughter. After a moment, he mockingly replied, Daoist Ji, what I said yesterday was true. I did not deceive you. As for today's matter, what does it have to do with yesterday? Daoist Ji, you are young and have a bright future ahead. Spirit stones are just external things. My brother and I have always been honest in our dealings. As long as you hand over your storage ring, you can leave immediately. We will not make things difficult for you. After saying this, Maiwen looked smug, thinking that such a fat fish could not be missed. Xiang Daoming also did not take Ji Wuchang seriously, a little guy in the chi refining stage. Could he turn the tide? Ji Wuchang's gaze gradually turned cold. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon that they could squeeze at will? Disht King, Disht Mai. Do you really think I came out here alone? Ji Wuchang said calmly, waving his hand to reveal a disciple token of the Chongqing sect. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, both Xiang Daoming and Wen's expressions changed slightly, and when they saw the token in Ji Wuchang's hand, their faces changed drastically. Chongqing sect's direct disciple. Wen's voice trembled slightly as he looked at Xiang Daoming. Although they were reasonably strong, they were completely outmatched compared to a major sect like the Chongqing sect. Not to mention those elders, even the top disciples of the Chongqing sect could kill them, and such major sects were particularly protective of their own. If a disciple fell outside, they would definitely investigate, and it would be a thorough investigation. Once discovered, they would be exterminated. This was nearly a unified practice among all major sects to deter rogue cultivators. After all, many disciples from major sects would be out training, without deterrence. The consequences would be unimaginable. Xiang Daoming frowned. They had only seen Ji Wuchang as a big fat sheep, which was why they had kept their eyes on him. Master, you're here. Ji Wuchang's eyes fixed on the space behind Xiang Daoming and Maiwen. The two were taken aback and quickly turned around. But there was nothing behind them, instantly realizing they had been tricked. But at that moment, Ji Wuchang had already made his move. Un dreadful sublimation instant kill technique. Wind and thunder void step. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all. He directly unleashed his strongest killing move. And this time he gritted his teeth and increased it by 20 times. Instantly, a terrifying power surged within his body, so strong that it caused his meridians to ache sharply. The sound of wind and thunder erupted beneath Ji Wuchang's feet, and he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Xiao Fan, and his sword flashed like a ghost, slicing across Xiao Fan's neck. Xiao Fan felt something was wrong the moment he realized he had been tricked. A wave of life-and-death crisis surged from his heart, and the hair all over his body stood on end. He quickly retreated, but in an instant he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He saw his headless body retreating wildly, blood gushing from the severed neck. Am I going to die? Endless fear appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes, and at that moment, he regretted it. He had spent 100 years to finally step into the Purple Mansion realm, but today he was killed by a mere qi refining cultivator. Ji Wuchang's expression was cold, and the pain in his meridians made his eyes even colder. Looking at the days my one, Ji Wuchang showed no hesitation. Thunder and wind surged beneath his feet, and he moved as fast as lightning. With a stroke of his sword, another large head flew into the air. He had killed 2 people in less than a breath. However, after Ji Wuchang stopped, he couldn't help but gasp for breath. As his strength ebbed away like a receding tide, everything that had just happened was part of his plan. First, he had shown the token of the direct disciple of the Eternal Life sect to disrupt their focus. With a call of master, he diverted their attention away from himself, then unleashed the fastest speed and strongest secret technique to kill instantly. It must be said that the 100-fold instant kill technique and the wind and thunder void step were a perfect match, the ultimate combination of power and speed. Previously, Ji Wuchang had also activated the 100-fold instant kill technique multiple times, but he had only increased it 10-fold. This time, he activated it 20-fold, and it was naturally because of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had just entered the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and 10-fold power was far from enough to deal with him, which was why he activated 20-fold. Feeling the sharp pain from his meridians, Ji Wuchang shook his head and smiled wryly. He checked and found no major issues, which put him at ease. Ji Wuchang collected the storage rings of both men, then expanded his spiritual consciousness to break the restrictions within their souls. Maiwen's storage ring was relatively poor, but the items he had given the other party yesterday were all inside, along with several hundred low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang dumped all of Maiwen's useless items aside. Then Ji Wuchang looked at Xiao Fan's storage ring, and his eyes instantly lit up. This guy was far richer than Maiwen. With over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and more than 500 middle-grade spirit stones. There were 5 third-grade pills, over 10 second-grade pills, and over 100 first-grade pills. In addition, there was a low-grade spirit weapon, but it was a knife. Ji Wuchang was accustomed to using a sword in his previous life, so after taking a glance, he directly stored it in the system space. Oh, what is this? Chapter 85. Arrival. Ji Wuchang looked at a pitch-black object in his hand, frowning. This item was placed at the deepest part of Xiao Fan's storage ring and was wrapped in a delicate box. However, after examining it for a long time, Ji Wuchang couldn't figure out what it was. Yao, do you recognize this item? This item is called the Black Underworld Stone, and it is very useful for those who practice dark attribute techniques. But it is useless to you. Ji Yao's words rang in Ji Wuchang's ears, making him nod and store it away. Ji Wuchang flicked his fingers, and a fireball appeared, burning both men to ashes. Then, with a shake of his body, he left. 10 days later, Ji Wuchang arrived at the entrance of Shijiaking. This was also Ji Wuchang's destination. System, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the west gate of Shijiaking. Reward, 3 years of cultivation. Luck value, 3. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Ji Wuchang almost burst into tears. In the past few days of signing in outside, without exception, he had received luck values of 1. After more than 10 days, he had gotten a dozen luck values. And this time, he finally gained cultivation. Ji Wuchang quickly operated the purple qi burning heaven technique, guiding the spiritual energy within him, with part entering his dantian to replenish the energy spent on the journey. The other part was directed into his limbs and bones to continue tempering his body. The city gate of Shijiaking was much higher than that of my city, and the population was denser. Ji Wuchang stepped into the bustling crowd. In the Meng family hall of Shijiaking, everyone wore deep expressions of worry. Shijiaking had three major families: the Meng family, the Chui family, and the Zhou family. Each of the three families had foundation, establishment, realm, stronghold stationed, with the current head of the Meng family, Old Master Meng Yan, having the highest cultivation at the 6th level of foundation establishment. The heads of the Chui and Zhou families were both at the 5th level of foundation establishment. In previous years, the three families had gotten along quite harmoniously. Although friction was unavoidable, the triangular relationship was the most stable. However, not long ago, the Chui family and Zhou family both announced a piece of news. The Chui family's young master, Chui Luocheng, was to be engaged to the Zhou family's legitimate eldest daughter, Zhou Jini. Once this news broke, the atmosphere in Shijiaking changed dramatically. The marriage between the Chui and Zhou families was not just a marriage. It represented the union of two families. Moreover, this Chui Luocheng had exceptional talent and had recently become a direct disciple of an elder in the Qingke sect. Just a few days ago, Chui Luocheng returned at the 1st level of foundation establishment, having opened 5 Dao platforms, and was highly regarded in the Qingke sect. This put the Meng family in an awkward position. Not long ago, the Chui family proposed to hold a competition for the young disciples in Shijiaking, which received the Zhou family's approval. This was not merely a competition. It was a famed battle organized by the Chui family for Chui Luocheng, meant to solidify the Chui family's status in Shijiaking. Many families that were dependent on both families also expressed their agreement, leaving the Meng family no choice but to state their position. However, among the younger generation of the Meng family, the highest cultivation was only at the 8th level of qi refining, making it impossible to compete with Chui Luocheng. If that were the only issue, it would be manageable. Zhou Jini was also remarkable, having joined the Luoyuan sect and now at the 9th level of qi refining. But it didn't stop there. The Lu family, which was allied with the Chui family, also had a master named Lu Muchuan, who entered the Qingke sect at the same time as Chui Luocheng and was now also at the 9th level of qi refining. If there were no external assistance, the Meng family would face a crushing defeat, with their best outcome being 4th place. If that were to happen, the Meng family's reputation built over centuries would be ruined, and the consequences would be unimaginable. In desperation, the head of the Meng family, Meng Yan, could only crush the jade slip of the ancestor, Meng Kaihong, to seek help from Meng Kaihong. They knew very well that their ancestor would definitely not come, but should arrange for 1 or 2 disciples to come and take a look. That would be enough. Head, the Chui family is too much. They even demanded that each family provide a mine as a reward for the 1st place. Isn't this clearly bullying? The speaker was Meng family's elder, Meng Yinxian, whose cultivation was at the 4th level of foundation establishment. Yes, father, we absolutely cannot agree to the Chui family's condition. After all, a mine accounts for nearly 1/3 of the Meng family's income. Meng Yuqing spoke up, his face filled with anger. Meng Yuqing was the eldest son of Meng Yan and was also at the 4th level of foundation establishment, already confirmed as the successor to the next head of the Meng family. Subsequently, several elders of the Meng family spoke up, all expressing their opposition. This also showed that no one in the entire Meng family was optimistic about this competition. They all believed that the Meng family would undoubtedly lose. Meng Yin calmly looked at the people of the Meng family below, his eyes flashing with a hint of disappointment. Over the years, the people of the Meng family had lived too comfortably. The younger generation of the Meng family was particularly extravagant and indulgent, with very few truly dedicated to cultivation. In Meng Yin's view, this was even more terrifying than losing a mine, because if this continued, the family would eventually head toward extinction. If it weren't for the Chui and Zhou families knowing that the Meng family still had someone serving as an elder in the Eternal Life sect, the Meng family might have been destroyed by their alliance long ago. But now, the Chui family had the Qingke sect behind them, and the Zhou family had the Luoyuan sect. Although they didn't hold the position of an elder, they no longer feared the Meng family. Although they couldn't directly destroy the Meng family, they could gradually suppress and erode them. This competition was essentially a test. If there are people from Changshimen backing the Meng family, both families would restrain themselves a bit. Just then, a woman walked in slowly, her bright eyes shining. With a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. She is Meng Yuqing's daughter, Meng Ziyi, with an 8th layer of Qi refinement. Grandfather, I won't lose to Zhou Jini. A hint of stubbornness and boundless fighting spirit appeared in Meng Ziyi's eyes. Z, don't be reckless. Even if you win against Zhou Jini. So what? Can you defeat Cui Luochen? He is at the foundation establishment stage. Meng Yuqing spoke directly. Hearing her father's words, Meng Zi couldn't help but bite her red lips tightly, but she didn't refute him. To be honest, Meng Zi is also somewhat interested in Cui Luocheng. She sees Zhou Jini as a rival in love, but in the end, she failed, and naturally, she is unwilling. Meng Zi doesn't believe her aptitude is worse than Zhou Jini's. The latter only joined Liu Yun's sect, otherwise, how could he surpass her? Unfortunately, the relationship between the Meng family's ancestor and the Meng family isn't good. Otherwise, after so many years, the Meng family would have already dominated the Shijiaking. What business would there be for the Cui and Zhou families? Just as Meng Yan was about to speak, a man hurriedly walked into the hall. Family head, a man is waiting outside. He says his name is Ji Wuchang, and he has come from Changxingmen on the orders of his master. Chapter 86, Suspicion. Taking action, Ji Wuchang stood at the entrance of the Meng family, casually surveying the surroundings. The Meng family is much larger than the Ji family in Muyu City. 2 massive stone lions at the entrance weigh thousands of pounds and look quite imposing. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and Ji Wuchang saw over 10 people coming out of the Meng family, with Meng Yin leading the way. The faces of the Meng family members showed a hint of excitement. The fact that the ancestor sent someone over indicates that the ancestor still cares about the Meng family. Meng Yin, Meng Yuqing, and Meng Yunxian scanned Ji Wuchang with their spiritual senses, and a look of disappointment appeared in their eyes simultaneously. The ancestor only sent a disciple at the Qi refinement stage. It seems he really doesn't have much affection for the Meng family. They came with great hopes, but disappointment came so quickly. Ji Wuchang noticed the expressions of these people, but didn't take them to heart. Ji Wuchang had met the head of the Meng family. He smiled at Meng Yan and then took out a jade slip, presenting it to Meng Yan. This jade slip was given to Ji Wuchang by Meng Kaihong, instructing him to deliver it to the head of the Meng family upon arriving. However, this jade slip only allows for one-time inspection, so Ji Wuchang didn't know its contents. Meng Yin accepted the jade slip without hesitation, and his spiritual sense surged into it. Crack! With the shattering of the jade slip, Meng Yin couldn't help but smile and said, Wuchang, please come in. Soon, everyone returned to the hall of the Meng family. And Ji Wuchang sat in the first seat on the upper right. He represents not only himself, but also his master, Meng Kaihong. So he naturally deserves to sit in the most honorable chair. Head of the Meng family. May I ask what troubles the Meng family is facing? My master has just broken through to the soul separation stage and needs to consolidate his cultivation, so he cannot come in person. My master instructed me that if I can solve the issue, I should help the Meng family. If I cannot, I will immediately inform my master, and he will make the decision. Ji Wuchang didn't want to beat around the bush and asked directly. The Meng family members, hearing that the ancestor had broken through to the soul separation stage, couldn't help but breathe rapidly. If the ancestor is willing to back the Meng family, let alone the small Shijiaking, even the surrounding cities, the Meng family could walk proudly. In this moment, many people in the Meng family hall had flickering eyes, contemplating whether to use this matter to create momentum for the Meng family. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Meng Yin's heart also became more active. The soul separation stage. That is a realm they didn't even dare to think about. Meng Yin didn't hide anything and directly recounted the entire situation. He spoke in detail, clearly stating the opponent's cultivation level, sect, and so on. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang suddenly realized. This competition is specifically aimed at the Meng family. In simple terms, it is a struggle for resources. The resources occupied by the Meng family are greater than those of the Cui and Zhou families. Previously, they were not strong enough, so they could only let this situation continue. But now they feel their wings have hardened and will naturally no longer allow this situation to develop. Head of the Meng family, when is the competition scheduled? Ji Wuchang looked at Meng Nian and asked. Meng Nian smiled slightly and quickly replied. The competition is set for the day after tomorrow. The marriage between the Chui and Zhou families has been pushed back one more day. Ji Wuchang nodded, thought for a moment, then said, Head of the Meng family, if I participate in the competition on behalf of your Meng family, will it count? Upon hearing this, Meng Nian couldn't help but smile and nod. Of course it counts. You are the disciple of the ancestor and also count as half a member of the Meng family. No one would dare to say anything. Ji Wuchang felt reassured and smiled, saying, Since that's the case, I will take on this competition for the Meng family, fulfilling my master's wishes. Ji Wuchang's words did not elicit a strong reaction from the Meng family members. Meng Yuqing and Meng Yunxian both frowned. Meng Yuqing directly said, Wuchang, it's not that I don't believe in your strength, but this matter is of great importance. If we lose, the Meng family will lose a mine. Are you sure you can win against Chui Luocheng of the Chui family? This person is genuinely at the first layer of the foundation establishment stage, having opened 5 Dao platforms with extraordinary combat power. As soon as Meng Yuqing spoke, the elders of the Meng family nodded in agreement because the cost of losing is too great. They cannot afford to lose. Ji Wuchang glanced at Meng Yuqing, his gaze calm as water. But Meng Yuqing felt as if he had been locked onto by a ferocious beast, causing his heart to tremble. I am the disciple of your Meng family's ancestor, and by seniority, you should at least call me Shu, uncle, instead of Wuchang, junior brother. Since I said I can help you solve this problem, I can. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spoken. However, since you have doubts, how about this? Let's have a match. What do you think? After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he calmly stared at Meng Yuqing, his words extremely assertive. Meng Yuqing's expression darkened upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words. In the Meng family, it was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this besides his father. Do you really think that just because you are the ancestor's disciple, I wouldn't dare to make a move against you? A Chi refinement stage cultivator dares to challenge me. A 4th layer foundation establishment cultivator. He is simply unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Since you want to humiliate yourself, I will grant you that. Meng Yuqing thought to himself, but naturally he wouldn't say these words out loud. After all, he wasn't bold enough to offend the ancestor. All right, let's have a match. Meng Yuqing stood up directly, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Meng Nian frowned, wanting to speak out to stop it, but seeing that Ji Wuchang had already stood up, he refrained from saying anything more. The hall of the Meng family is not small. The elders immediately moved the chairs aside, clearing a space. Ji Wuchang and Meng Yuqing stood facing each other, and a 4th layer foundation establishment cultivation aura instantly emanated from Meng Yuqing. Ji Wuchang calmly glanced at Meng Yuqing and said lightly, You go first, otherwise, if I make a move, I fear you won't have a chance. Arrogant, Meng Yuqing exclaimed, then raised his right palm, with crimson flames rising in his palm, which is the Meng family's battle technique, the crimson flame palm. Take my palm. Meng Yuqing struck towards Ji Wuchang with a palm, also fearing to injure Ji Wuchang, so he only used about 60% of his strength. The crimson palm print carried a rolling heat wave, heading straight for Ji Wuchang's chest. Too slow. Your power is too weak. Bring out your full strength. Ji Wuchang's body swayed, and he disappeared. He was using the Bagua Yulong step, which was the most practical in such a small space. As for the wind and thunder Taishu step, it was impossible to use, killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Meng Yuqing struck the air with his palm. After hearing Ji Wuchang's words, anger surged in his heart. With a light shout, the crimson flames in his right palm doubled in size. Meng Yuqing did not hesitate at all and directly slapped towards Ji Wuchang. His speed more than doubled compared to before. Chapter 87. The eye of the fiery dragon, terrifying heat erupted from Meng Yuqing's right palm, causing the temperature in the entire hall to rise sharply. Meng Zi felt her breathing become difficult and retreated repeatedly, standing in front of the great elder Meng Yunxian. Feeling much better, Meng Nian's expression was tense, ready to act at any moment. After all, He couldn't let the ancestor's disciple get into trouble in the Meng family, or it would be over. Meng Yuqing unleashed his full power with a palm strike, instantly arriving in front of Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang remained calm and did not choose to dodge this time. The first move of the Wind and Thunder Fist, Wind and Thunder Transformation. Ji Wuchang clenched his right fist, lightning flickering on his knuckles, and with a loud shout, he threw a punch. A loud bang echoed as their palms collided directly. The spiritual energy between the two instantly swept around, shattering several chairs. A scream rang out, and a figure flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. At that moment, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the body of that youth. Crack! The stones beneath Ji Wuchang's feet cracked open, numerous fissures spreading out as he slowly retracted his right fist. Dealing with a mere fourth layer of foundation establishment, he really didn't need to expend much energy. Dad! Meng Zi hurriedly ran to Meng Yuqing's side, helping him up from the ground. Meng Yuqing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, he looked at Ji Wuchang as if he had seen a ghost. How could a dignified fourth layer of foundation establishment be defeated by someone in the qi refining stage with a single punch? Moreover, this was his all-out punch, making him begin to doubt his own strength. Uncle Wuchang, are you really in the qi refining stage? Meng Yuqing asked Ji Wuchang, unwilling to give up. Ji Wuchang calmly nodded and then replied lightly, peak of the 9th layer of qi refining. He certainly wouldn't say he was at the 10th layer of qi refining. After all, that was his secret, and the fewer people who knew, the better. Everyone in the Meng family in the hall was stunned. At that moment, their gazes towards Ji Wuchang changed completely. Uncle, I submit. Meng Yuqing directly spoke up. Although injured, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. With such a powerful ally in the Meng family, what was there to worry about in this competition? They could not only intimidate the other two families, but also gain 2 additional mines, which would be a tremendous gain for the Meng family. Though the hall was in disarray at that moment, no one cared about it. Meng Zi looked at Ji Wuchang with admiration, her eyes exceptionally bright. Meng Yin suppressed his shock and then said, what happened today must not be revealed to anyone. Yes, head of the family. Several elders of the Meng family spoke up, their expressions solemn. Meng Yin waved his hand, signaling everyone to retreat, and then took Ji Wuchang directly to the forbidden area in the back courtyard of the Meng family. Along the way, the Meng family disciples saw Meng Yin and Ji Wuchang and couldn't help but bow respectfully. The ancestor mentioned in the jade slip to have you bring back this eye of the fiery dragon. I'll take you to get it now. I've long told the ancestor that this object should be taken away promptly, or it will definitely bring disaster to the Meng family. A while ago, a Taoist came to the Meng family, but left again. I think he might have sensed this object. Meng Yin said to Ji Wuchang with a relieved expression. Ji Wuchang originally thought that even with the ancestor's jade slip, the Meng family might not be willing to easily hand over this object. But it now seemed that he had overthought it. As Meng Yin said, some things, if kept in hand without sufficient strength, would definitely lead to disaster. Soon, the two arrived in the back courtyard of the Meng family, where an elder of the Meng family at the foundation establishment stage was personally guarding. Upon seeing Meng Yin arrive, Meng Yunin quickly greeted him. 6th elder, this is the ancestor's disciple, here under the ancestor's orders to retrieve this item. As soon as Meng Yunin heard this, he was instantly relieved, his body relaxing. When Ji Wuchang saw the expression on the other person's face, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He had a gut feeling that this eye of the fiery dragon definitely had issues. Meng Yin formed hand seals, and one by one, runes flew from his hands, landing on a stone door not far away. The stone door shook violently and then slowly opened. As the stone door opened, a wave of heat rushed out, and a passage appeared in front of Ji Wuchang. The passage twisted downward, with the walls on both sides seemingly scorched by raging flames, the heat unbearable. Meng Yin led the way into the passage, and Ji Wuchang followed closely. Head of the Meng family, is there something wrong with this eye of the fire dragon? Ji Wuchang thought for a moment and still asked the doubt in his heart. Meng Yin nodded and then spoke Indeed, there have been some issues. Since 20 years ago, this eye seems to have developed a bit of consciousness. Every so often, this eye of the fiery dragon goes berserk, releasing terrifying heat. Later, I had no choice but to keep reinforcing the ancestor seal to prevent it from escaping. I have to come here once a month, but I can feel that the fire attribute energy contained within is not decreasing. Instead, it is growing stronger. If this drags on for 2 or 3 more years, I really won't be able to suppress it. Once these flames spread, the Meng family could very well be destroyed. That is why I contacted the ancestor last time, hoping he could help solve this problem. As Meng Yan spoke, the two had already descended 100 meters underground in the blink of an eye. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the heat became. But Ji Wuchang's eyes grew brighter. The Ziki Wentian Ju began to operate automatically without Ji Wuchang needing to urge it, absorbing the fire attribute spiritual energy into his body. After a moment, the two arrived again at a stone door, where the temperature was even higher. Pushing open this stone door will reveal it. Meng Yan reminded Ji Wuchang, and then slowly pushed open the stone door. The heat instantly surged like waves, sweeping over them. Ji Wuchang's eyes looked ahead, and he saw a fist-sized object resembling a fireball, floating in the air. Waves of heat were emanating from it. Just then, the flames within the fireball rapidly contracted, revealing a massive eye. Within the eye, a dragon shadow flashed by, and a terrifying pressure emanated from it. Ji Wuchang's eyes were fixated on this giant eye, revealing a hint of greed. This eye of the fiery dragon was far more powerful than he had imagined, which made Ji Wuchang exceptionally delighted. Chapter 88, Put Away. Second lottery, the Ziki Wentian Ju, is an extremely special technique. Starting from the Purple Mansion realm, every breakthrough in major realms requires the refinement of fire attribute, heavenly, and earthly spiritual materials. These spiritual materials can be innate or acquired. The stronger the refined spiritual materials, the more terrifying the power of the Ziki Wentian Ju will be in the future. Currently, the Ziki Wentian Ju is just at the entry level and cannot yet display its terrifying might. The Purple Chi Burning Heaven technique is not just a martial art. It also contains terrifying combat skills that are yet to be unlocked. Ji Wuchang was naturally excited to see the fiery dragon's eyeball. The fire elements contained within are incredibly powerful, far more than needed for refining the organs. If he guessed correctly, it must contain a drop of the fiery dragon's essence blood. With this drop of essence blood, he could provide a heavenly spiritual object for the Purple Chi Burning Heaven technique, and he wouldn't have to worry about the Purple Mansion realm. As for breaking through to the Soul Division realm in the future, that was still a long way off. He had plenty of time to prepare. Within a massive eyeball, a dragon shadow continuously swam around, and as the eyeball vibrated, runes lit up around it. These runes, like iron chains, tightly locked the fiery dragon's eyeball, preventing it from moving even slightly. Oh, there is actually a drop of the fiery dragon's essence blood within this eyeball. Ji Wuchang, you're truly fortunate. Ji Yaoyao's voice rang in Ji Wuchang's ears, confirming his thoughts and making him overjoyed. No wonder in his previous life, after Inkursin visited the Meng family and returned to seclusion for a while, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. She went straight from the 6th layer of foundation establishment to the peak of the 9th layer. Ji Wuchang took out a porcelain bottle, which was not an ordinary bottle, but a top-grade magical artifact given to him by his master, Meng Kaiong. This artifact was specifically for holding the fiery dragon's eyeball. Meng family head, please lift the seal, Ji Wuchang said to Meng Yan. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan nodded, and spiritual power surged from within him. He formed a seal with his left hand and pointed into the air. Runes shattered, and the iron chains that had been entwined around the fiery dragon's eyeball broke apart one by one. At that moment, a terrifying flame erupted from the eyeball, sweeping towards Ji Wuchang and Meng Yan. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, throwing the porcelain bottle, which rapidly expanded and instantly covered the entire cave. A terrifying suction force emanated from the porcelain bottle. A reluctant roar came from the fiery dragon's eyeball before it was drawn into the porcelain bottle. The bottle shrank quickly and landed in Ji Wuchang's left palm. Inside the porcelain bottle flames blazed, illuminating the entire bottle, while the fiery dragon's eyeball darted around inside. Ji Wuchang took a glance, saw that the porcelain bottle was completely still, and immediately felt at ease, directly storing it in the system space. Seeing the fiery dragon's eyeball being taken away, Meng Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two then walked outside, their steps becoming lighter. Meng family head, have you heard of any innate spiritual objects of the metal attribute? Ji Wuchang was just asking casually. During this trip, he had already obtained innate spiritual objects of the earth and fire attributes, and he was only missing the metal attribute. Upon hearing this, Meng Yin fell into thought and then shook his head. I haven't heard of any. If others had such things, they wouldn't reveal them. Otherwise, it would be good for the family if others took notice. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but chuckle. He had indeed been a bit presumptuous. With a wave of his hand, a porcelain bottle appeared in front of Meng Yin, who, not knowing what Ji Wuchang was about to do, took it in confusion. Meng family head, this contains a 3rd-grade elixir and several 2nd-grade elixirs. If you refine them all, you should be able to break through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment, and perhaps even have a chance to break through to the 9th layer. You just helped me store this fiery dragon's eyeball. So these elixirs are my small token of appreciation. Oh, and my master also mentioned that the Meng family can arrange for a disciple to go to the Eternal Life sect. You all can discuss it, and after the competition, leave with me. Upon hearing this, Meng Yin's eyes instantly lit up, and he repeatedly nodded, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Wuchang. Ji Wuchang nodded. He was also helping the Meng family out of respect for his master. Ji Wuchang was not very clear about the events concerning the Meng family in his previous life, since Incursion did not bring anyone back. However, a family like the Meng family must have someone with good roots, and he was quite curious about what had happened in between. Little did Ji Wuchang know that when Incursion saw Meng Zi, she directly dismissed the thought of bringing anyone back. Meng Zi had already reached the 8th layer of qi refining and was also from the Meng family. Once brought back, his master would certainly take extra care of him. So what would he do? Based on this thinking, Incursion didn't even mention the matter. After returning, Incursion simply said that the Meng family members had average qualifications and that they found the Eternal Life sect too far and were unwilling to come. When Meng Qiang heard this answer, she was very disappointed and ultimately ignored the Meng family. In this life, Ji Wuchang's arrival completely changed this situation. Ji Wuchang was arranged in the most luxurious courtyard of the Meng family, while Meng Yin hurriedly left to tell Meng Zi this good news. Ji Wuchang sent the servants away, sat cross-legged, and his eyes were filled with excitement. System lottery. A month had already passed, but Ji Wuchang had not used this opportunity. He clearly remembered that he had received an inside opportunity in the last lottery. He wondered what he would get this time. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 100 luck points. Ji Wuchang waited for a long time, but the system's voice did not return. System, is that it? No more? Master, the lottery has ended. Didn't you just get 100 luck points? Upon hearing the system's words, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but twitch his mouth, resigned to his fate, and then looked at the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, late stage of qi refining 10th layer, root bone, earth grade middle quality, luck points, 149 special abilities, none system tasks. None. Ji Wuchang looked at the special abilities section, puzzled and fell into thought. He still didn't quite understand what special abilities meant. So, he began to inquire with the system. Master, there are many special abilities, such as dual pupils, supreme bones, great fate techniques, transformation techniques, etc. Special abilities are different from secret techniques. Anyone can cultivate secret techniques. But special abilities are limited to individuals, and some are even related to bloodlines. Master should cultivate well. There are also special abilities for sale in the system mall. Upon hearing the system's words, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but laugh and cry. The system mall required 10,000 luck points to open, and he only had 149, which was a huge gap. Chapter 89. Li Gubei at the entrance of the Shijiaking Celebrity Auction House. Ji Wuchang walked out disappointed. It was the second day since he arrived in Shijiaking. and he had come out early to take a stroll. The purpose was to inquire at the celebrity auction house if there were any news about metal attribute spiritual objects. The result was, of course, no, which left Ji Wuchang quite disappointed. As Ji Wuchang walked down the street, he recalled memories from his previous life, hoping to find clues about metal attribute spiritual objects. However, after thinking for a long time, he didn't come up with anything and had to give up. He had never used 5-element spiritual objects to refine the 5 organs in his previous life, nor had he reached the divine concealment stage. So he naturally wouldn't pay attention to such news. Just then, a figure instantly caught Ji Wuchang's attention, and upon seeing this person, his brows furrowed. Isn't this guy from Beta Prefecture? How did he end up here? Beta Prefecture is a state adjacent to Boyun Prefecture, but it's much larger, at least 3 times bigger. The forces in Beta Prefecture are far more complicated than those in Boyun Prefecture, and there are even powerful beings at the God Concealment Realm stationed there. Ji Wuchang clearly remembered that after leaving Boyun Prefecture in his previous life, he went to Beta Prefecture and stayed there for over 10 years, recognizing this person. This person is Li Gubei, the young master of the Qingfeng sect in Beta Prefecture, one of the geniuses of Beta Prefecture. Ji Wuchang clearly remembered that when Xiao Fan went to Beta Prefecture back then, he offended Li Gubei and was hunted down by the Qingfeng sect. Xiao Fan killed several people and beheaded an elder of the Qingfeng sect, which alarmed the Grand Elder of the Qingfeng sect, who personally pursued him with a powerful 6-god realm expert. What happened in between, Ji Wuchang did not know. He only knew that the final outcome was a showdown between Xiao Fan and Li Gubei. The two engaged in a life-and-death battle, not allowing anyone to intervene. This battle attracted many spectators because at that time, both Xiao Fan and Li Gubei had broken through to the Soul Division realm, showcasing extraordinary combat strength. This battle also drew the attention of various major forces and the younger generation across the entire Beta State. And on the day of the duel, the audience was a sea of people. The fight lasted a full 2 hours, resulting in mutual injuries. But in the end, Xiao Fan narrowly won with 1 move, defeating Li Gubei. This battle thoroughly established Xiao Fan's reputation in Beta State, leading many major forces to extend olive branches to him. However, Xiao Fan had no intention of staying in Beta State and left not long after. When Ji Wuchang encountered Li Gubei later, the latter had already broken through to the 6-god realm, becoming the youngest 6-god realm expert in the entire Beta State. With such a disparity in status, Ji Wuchang naturally could not have any interaction, only having seen Li Gubei from a distance a few times. However, this time in Shujiu City, unexpectedly encountering this person surprised Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's gaze passed over Li Gubei and looked behind him, where he saw 2 old men following from a distance. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Although these 2 elders were concealing their aura, the pressure from Soul Division realm experts still leaked out slightly. Ji Wuchang knew that these 2 were Li Gubei's protectors, as he was still not fully grown at this time. A glance was enough for Ji Wuchang to determine that Li Gubei's cultivation was at the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Ji Wuchang did not look at Li Gubei again, not because he feared the 2 old men behind him, but simply because he wanted to avoid trouble. Thus, Ji Wuchang passed by Li Gubei without causing any dramatic scenes. Li Gubei squinted his eyes and glanced at the departing Ji Wuchang. He had just sensed Ji Wuchang sizing him up, as if he recognized him. This feeling could not be wrong, as he trusted his instincts. The reason Li Gubei was here was purely coincidental. When he broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm, he had only opened 7 Dao platforms, which left him quite unsatisfied. Although he was dissatisfied, the higher-ups of the Qingfeng sect were very pleased, as 7 Dao platforms were among the top in the entire Beta State, undoubtedly marking him as a prodigy. Li Gubei decided to take a walk to clear his mind because he had to make an important decision about whether to disperse his cultivation and start anew. As soon as he expressed this thought, he was immediately met with opposition from the Qingfeng sect, as 7 Dao platforms already made him a genius. Li Gubei decided to take a walk and, by twist of fate, found himself in Boyun State. He also had 2 Soul Division realm protectors secretly guarding him. Hearing that there would be a competition here tomorrow, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Li Gubei's eyes, and he decided to go watch. Moreover, if he found it interesting, he could even have a match with the opponent, as fighting was one of his favorite activities. Ji Wuchang, of course, had no idea about Li Gubei's thoughts. He had just spent a long time thinking about Li Gubei. He later recalled that Li Gubei had left Beta State. But what happened afterward was completely unknown to Ji Wuchang. When Ji Wuchang returned to the Meng family, he was invited by Meng Yan. When Ji Wuchang arrived, there were 5 people in the Meng family hall. Besides Meng Yan, Meng Yucheng, Meng Yonk, and Meng Zi, there was also a young boy. This boy was significantly younger than Ji Wuchang, probably around 13 years old, and his eyes lit up slightly when he saw Ji Wuchang. Meng Yan was particularly warm when she saw Ji Wuchang. She did not sit in the main seat, but instead sat next to him. Ji Wuchang could tell from this setup that they had something to discuss, but he was not in a hurry and waited for them to bring it up. After some small talk, Meng Yan shyly spoke. Wuchang, I have something I would like to ask for your help with. Ziyi you met yesterday. This is my grandson Meng Jiyu, and he is also Zi's younger brother. He is 13 years old, with a cultivation level of the 2nd layer of qi refining. But his bone structure is quite good, not worse than Ziyi. Can you take both of them to the Changshang sect? After Meng Yan finished speaking, she appeared quite anxious. Fearing that Ji Wuchang would refuse, and she nervously stared at him. Ji Wuchang was slightly taken aback by her request, and then replied, Meng family head, please wait a moment. I will consult my master about this. Ji Wuchang stood up, took out a communication stone, which was given to him by his master Meng Kaihong for the purpose of communication. Ji Wuchang moved to the side and conveyed this matter to Meng Kaihong through the communication stone. After a moment, Meng Kaihong replied, leaving the decision up to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang immediately understood that his master still intended to take care of the Meng family. Otherwise, she would have directly refused. The members of the Meng family were all nervously watching Ji Wuchang, especially Meng Jiyu, who clenched his fists tightly, the most anxious of them all. Meng family head, my master did not give a clear agreement. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, the hearts of the people in the hall sank instantly. Meng Zi said bitterly, why don't we let my brother go? I will stay here. Sister, you go. Your talent is the best in our Meng family. Meng Jiyu hurriedly spoke up. Ji Wuchang saw this and secretly nodded, then smiled and said, I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't be anxious. I could take both of you, but once we reach the sect, you must undergo the sect's assessment. If you cannot pass, then I will have no way to help. Upon hearing this, the Meng family members were instantly overjoyed. Chapter 90. Li Gubei's fighting spirit the square in Shujiu City was extremely lively today. The Chui family proposed that the competition for the younger generation of Shujiu City be held here. There are 3 top families in Shujiu City, the Meng family, the Chui family, and the Zhou family. However, each of these families has some affiliated families beneath them, totaling 11 families. Among these affiliated families, 5 are affiliated with the Meng family, while the remaining 6 have 3 each affiliated with the Chui and Zhou families. The Meng family strength is undoubtedly the first in Shujiu City. When Ji Wuchang arrived with the Meng family members, the place was already packed with people. Ji Wuchang scanned the crowd, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. He actually saw Li Gubei again. When the Meng family arrived, everyone stood up to greet them. But no one paid attention to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang was too lazy to pay attention to these people's hypocritical pleasantries. His gaze swept over the Chui and Zhou families. Instantly, a man and a woman entered Ji Wuchang's line of sight. The man was quite handsome. Although he stood there without speaking, there was a look of disdain in his eyes when he glanced at the Meng family. Moreover, there was an air of arrogance on his face. Without a doubt, this must be Chui Luocheng. The woman from the Zhou family was also quite delicate. Her calm gaze swept over the Meng family. When she saw Ji Wuchang, her brows furrowed slightly. For some reason, Ji Wuchang felt like there was a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. This Zhou Jin was a bit interesting. Could it be that she was reluctant to be engaged to Chui Luocheng? Ji Wuchang thought of this answer and then dismissed the idea. It had nothing to do with him. Among all the people here, the only one Ji Wuchang cared about was Li Gubei. He You wonder what this person was doing in Shujio City? The competition quickly began, with the Meng, Chui, and Zhou families each sending 2 participants, while the remaining 11 families each sent 1, making a total of 17 participants. The Meng, Chui, and Zhou families had a special rule where one person could skip the first elimination round of 14-7. Naturally, Ji Wuchang did not need to participate. Instead, Meng Zi took the stage. Ji Wuchang glanced briefly at the competition and then lost interest in watching. After a knockout round ended, 7 winners were selected, leaving only 10 people at the competition venue. The drawing began, and to Ji Wuchang's surprise, he drew the first match, causing him to pause slightly. As Ji Wuchang stepped onto the competition stage, the Chui and Zhou families began to pay attention to him, as he could represent the strongest combat power of the Meng family. Chui family, Chui Hao, please give me guidance. As soon as Ji Wuchang stood on the stage, a man bowed and spoke, revealing an aura of the 9th level of Qi refining. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang nodded and calmly replied, Meng family, Ji Wuchang. Chui Hao displayed all his aura of the 9th level of Qi refining. Any ordinary person would surely be grave. However, seeing Ji Wuchang so calm, Chui Hao's expression instantly turned serious. With a wave of his hand, a massive iron hammer appeared. Chui Hao is the cousin of Chui Luocheng and had joined the Qingke sect alongside him, possessing great brute strength. With his mid-level 9th stage Qi refining cultivation, he could contend even with peak 9th stage practitioners. Make your move, or I will strike first, and you won't have a chance. How could Ji Wuchang take Chui Hao seriously? Even without using any secret technique, he could handle someone at the 5th level of foundation establishment without falling behind. Chui Hao could not see through Ji Wuchang's cultivation, but felt no aura of foundation establishment from him. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words now made him quite angry. Chui Ruxing watched the two in the arena and turned to his son beside him, saying, do you think Chui Hao could be a match for this person? Chui Luocheng glanced at Ji Wuchang, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes, and calmly replied, Father, don't worry. Chui Hao's strength is quite formidable. Even I would need to expend some effort to take him down. This person has no aura of foundation establishment. At most, he is at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. Even so, with Chui Hao's innate strength, he might not necessarily lose. Hearing Chui Luocheng's words, Chui Ruxing nodded, as he also did not sense the aura of foundation establishment from Ji Wuchang. But for some reason, he felt a slight worry in his heart. Take this hammer. Seeing that Ji Wuchang didn't regard him at all, Chui Hao's anger surged. He raised the large iron hammer, and spiritual power surged within him. With a loud shout from Chui Hao, the hammer doubled in size and came crashing down on Ji Wuchang with the force of a mountain. Seeing the tremendous force behind Chui Hao's strike, the Chui family members cheered, and even Chui Ruxing breathed a sigh of relief. On the Meng family side, everyone smirked. Ji Wuchang was someone who could easily defeat Meng Yu, who was at the 4th level of foundation establishment, with a single punch. The 9th level of Qi refining was indeed child's play for him. Ji Wuchang looked at the descending hammer, not dodging or evading, and threw a punch. This punch was delivered without any spiritual power, but purely with physical strength. With his golden skin and jade bone, Ji Wuchang felt as if there was a terrifying power hidden within him. However, he wasn't sure how great this power was, as he had never tested it. When the punch and the hammer collided in midair, many believed Ji Wuchang's punch would surely be crushed. But at that moment, Chui Hao let out a scream, as the immense force traveled down the hammer to his palm, which could not withstand it. The skin on his palm tore open and blood splattered. Chui Hao had a premonition that if he didn't let go of the hammer, his right arm would surely break. Terrified, Chui Hao released his grip on the large iron hammer, which flew into the air. Before he could react, he felt a great force hit his chest, sending him flying off the competition stage. With a loud clang, the hammer struck the ground, instantly cracking the stones and creating a deep pit. Chui Hao realized that his opponent had shown mercy and felt extremely ashamed. He cupped his fist towards Ji Wuchang and returned to the Chui family. Chui Ruxing was stunned and looked at Chui Luocheng. Chui Luocheng felt his face burning as he met his father's gaze. Just a moment ago, he had boasted, But he did not expect that Cui Hao was no match for Ji Wuchang. At this moment, Cui Luocheng felt unusually vigilant. He had returned to claim the first place in this competition. If he lost, the Cui family would lose a mind, and he would truly have no face left to stay in the Cui family. Interesting, pure physical strength. Li Gubei looked at Ji Wuchang walking down the competition stage and revealed a hint of battle intent in his eyes. He prided himself on his physical strength, not being weaker than anyone else's. Having never encountered a rival in beta state, he could not miss out on this interesting opponent today. Chapter 91. Crushing and sweeping away the competition continued, and the second match was Meng Zi versus Zhou Jini. The two stood on the stage, Zhou Jini calm, while Meng Zi was full of fighting spirit. Meng Zi had long wished to battle Zhou Jini, as they had always been compared to each other since childhood. Zhou Jini, I will definitely defeat you. Meng Zi drew her long sword and addressed Zhou Jini with a serious expression. Zhou Jini glanced at Meng Zi and calmly replied, "You are not my opponent." This infuriated Meng Zi, who yelled and raised her sword, launching 3 consecutive slashes at Zhou Jini. The sword light was like a dragon, transforming into 3 fierce sword energies under Meng Zi's spiritual power, rushing straight towards Zhou Jini. Zhou Jini's body swayed and instantly disappeared, causing Meng Zi's 3 strikes to all miss. Ji Wuchang merely glanced at the match and concluded that Meng Zi would undoubtedly lose. Zhou Jini's agility was far superior to Meng Zi's, and her cultivation was also stronger. Moreover, her temperament was greater than Meng Zi's, making it very difficult for Meng Zi to have a chance of turning the tables. Of course, if Meng Zi had a secret technique like the 100-fold Ascension instant kill technique, it would be a different story. But such a hypothesis could not possibly exist. After about 30 exchanges, Zhou Jini slapped Meng Zi's chest, sending her flying. Meng Zi stood outside the competition stage, her expression complex, tears brimming in her eyes but not falling. Determination shone in her gaze. "Zhou Jini, I lost, but I will not give up. I will come back to challenge you in 3 years." After saying this, Meng Zi directly returned to the Meng family. Ji Wuchang was the hope of the Meng family. So Meng Zi's loss did not elicit much reaction from the Meng family. They found it quite natural. The competition continued, with Cui Luocheng, Lu Muchuan, and Luo Meng emerging. Cui Luocheng was the most eye-catching, as when he revealed his first level of foundation establishment cultivation, the opponent directly conceded without even making a move. With the end of the second round, everyone's eyes became eager. The first 2 matches were merely appetizers. Now it was time for the main course to be served. To increase difficulty and interest, the 5-person match adopted a team battle format, with all 5 stepping onto the competition stage simultaneously. This was proposed by the heads of the Cui and Zhou families, and the Meng family had no choice but to agree. At that time, Ji Wuchang was still present, and Meng Yin quietly asked for Ji Wuchang's opinion. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang realized that this was a tactic devised by the Cui family to deal with him after he defeated Cui Hao. Of course, if Meng Yin disagreed, this format could not be implemented. Standing on the competition stage, Ji Wuchang saw Cui Luocheng, Zhou Jini, and Lu Muchuan standing together, while Luo Meng stood on the other side, giving him a rough idea of the situation. However, the Luo family, where Luo Meng belonged, had allied with the Zhou family, as Meng Yin had just informed Ji Wuchang. This meant that Ji Wuchang had to face 4 opponents alone. Ji Wuchang's expression remained calm. To be honest, he did not like this kind of competition. If it were on a battlefield, fighting for life and death, he could resolve the 4 opponents in front of him in just 2 or 3 moves. "Get ready, deal with him first. We can settle the score later." Cui Luocheng narrowed his eyes and spoke to a few people, instantly revealing the pressure of a first-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Muchuan and Zhou Jini nodded in unison, charging towards Ji Wuchang, their 9th-layer qi refining cultivation erupting like a volcano from their bodies. At the same time, Roman moved, letting out a loud shout as he displayed his peak 8th-layer qi refining cultivation. Holding a massive iron rod, he swung it down towards Ji Wuchang. In an instant, the 3 attacked Ji Wuchang simultaneously, causing many people on the scene to turn their gazes towards Meng family's head. Meng Yin. Many initially thought Meng Yin would surely be angry or panicked, but they were wrong. There was no change in his expression. The onlookers then shifted their focus to other members of the Meng family, none showing any signs of worry. Instead, there was a hint of faint mockery at the corners of their mouths. At that moment, everyone present felt a surge of excitement, believing they were in for a good show. Ji Wuchang remained calm, showing no signs of panic in his eyes, and as he unleashed the Bagua Yulong step, his figure vanished in an instant. Ji Wuchang had already appeared beside Roman, throwing a punch. With a loud bang, Roman's back was struck solidly by Ji Wuchang's fist. Roman let out a miserable scream, feeling as if all his bones were falling apart. A tremendous force surged from Ji Wuchang's body, sending him flying. Bang! Roman crashed down below the competition platform, mouth agape as blood spewed out. Ji Wuchang ignored Roman and saw Zhou Jini rushing towards him at high speed. Sword raised to slash down at him. Ji Wuchang's expression was indifferent. Moving as fast as lightning, he collided directly into Zhou Jini's embrace. A wave of softness came from his left shoulder, causing Zhou Jini to exclaim in surprise, his body flying backward, a faint blush appearing on his face. Ji Wuchang's impact was not small. Although Zhou Jini tried hard to steady himself, he ultimately failed and landed below the competition platform. Zhou Jini felt a sharp pain in his left chest, glaring fiercely at Ji Wuchang, his face filled with shame and anger. Ji Wuchang had no time to care for Zhou Jini. He had already held back. Otherwise, that collision would have broken several of the opponent's ribs. After sending Zhou Jini flying, Ji Wuchang swayed and moved to Lu Muchuan's side. Seeing Lu Muchuan throw a punch at him, Ji Wuchang snorted coldly and threw a punch in return. With a loud bang, their fists collided. Ji Wuchang remained unmoved, while Lu Muchuan let out a scream. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Lu Muchuan looked at Ji Wuchang, fear evident in his eyes as he retreated rapidly. But Ji Wuchang was faster. Before Lu Muchuan could react, Ji Wuchang kicked him in the chest. Lu Muchuan screamed, his body slamming down below the competition platform, blood pouring from his mouth. All of this seemed slow, but it actually took just a breath of time, incredibly fast. Chui Luocheng wanted to step forward to help, but then he realized that only he and Ji Wuchang were left on the competition platform. "Who are you?" Chui Luocheng spoke in disbelief, his heart racing at that moment. Ji Wuchang remained calm. He moved, his body approaching Chui Luocheng like lightning. Thunder exploding fist. To show his respect for Chui Luocheng, a Foundation establishment cultivator, Ji Wuchang directly unleashed the thunder exploding fist. Lightning surged on his right hand as he threw a punch straight at Chui Luocheng. A fierce expression appeared on Chui Luocheng's face. This was the performance stage he had prepared for himself, but it seemed to be ruined now. Chui Luocheng shouted loudly, throwing both fists to meet Ji Wuchang's punch. Bang! The three fists collided, and Chui Luocheng let out a scream, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string, ultimately crashing down on the ground in front of Zhou Jini. Chapter 92. Li Gubei's challenge above the dense forest. Three figures stood on two long swords, flying towards the distance. These three were naturally Ji Wuchang, Meng Ziyi, and Meng Ziyu. Ji Wuchang flew ahead alone on his sword, while Meng Ziyu stood on his sister Meng Ziyi's sword. The competition in Shijiaking had concluded yesterday, with Ji Wuchang shockingly forcing 4 people off the competition platform, stunning the entire Shijiaking. Chui Luocheng's face turned as pale as paper, unable to accept such a result, and he fainted. The Meng family obtained 2 mines, one from the Chui family and one from the Zhou family. The Zhou family was willing to offer a mine as a dowry for Zhou Jini. However, due to their defeat, all their plans fell through. Zhou Jini left Shijiaking that afternoon, returning to her sect, the Luyun sect, and the engagement with Chui Luocheng naturally fell through. It can be said that this competition, originally led by Chui Luocheng to showcase his strength, completely changed due to Ji Wuchang's arrival. Moreover, when the Chui and Zhou families heard that Ji Wuchang was a disciple of the Changshan sect and had come at the behest of the Meng family's ancestor, They fell silent upon learning that two members of the Meng family would join the Chongqing sect. They knew very well that for a long time to come, the Meng family would still be the #1 family in Shijiaking. Ji Wuchang and the others had been gone from Shijiaking for an hour, and the Meng siblings were gradually coming out of their homesickness. At this moment, they were more filled with anticipation for the future, while also feeling a bit anxious. Just then, Ji Wuchang stopped and slowly descended to the ground. Although Meng Zi and Meng Jiu did not know what was happening, they quickly followed, and moments later, the three stood on the ground. "Come out. You've been following us the whole way." Ji Wuchang naturally knew who was following them. With the powerful primordial spirit of Ji Yaoyao, it was like having a pair of all-seeing eyes. Meng Zi and Meng Jiu were quite surprised, having sensed nothing. Good. It was worth following you all the way. This is interesting." A man's voice came out, and a figure appeared from the distance. It was Li Gubei. Ji Wuchang did not know what Li Gubei wanted from him, but he also knew that not far away, there were two Soul Division realm powerhouses. These two were Li Gubei's protectors. However, at this moment, both were hiding in the shadows, not revealing themselves. Ji Wuchang frowned slightly. Although he knew Li Gubei, he had never interacted with him in his past life and did not know what kind of person he was. "This fellow, why have you been following us?" Ji Wuchang looked at Li Gubei and voiced his confusion. Li Gubei looked at Ji Wuchang with fiery enthusiasm, then spoke with high fighting spirit. "Your physical strength is very strong. I want to have a match with you." Ji Wuchang was taken aback, a strange expression appearing on his face. Could this guy also be so combative in his past life? Ji Wuchang's mind raced. Then he calmly replied, "No." Li Gubei was taken aback, then said, "That one T do. If you don't fight me, I will follow you indefinitely. You would T want to be tailed all the way, would you? Besides, the match I want to have with you is purely physical strength. I want to use any spiritual power, so you don't have to worry about me overpowering you with my realm." Seeing Li Gubei's eager eyes and powerful fighting spirit, Ji Wuchang could now confirm that this guy was indeed a combative person. A fight with no benefits? No way. Ji Wuchang thought of Li Gubei's identity and suddenly had an idea, deciding to give it a try to see if he could gain something unexpected. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Li Gubei laughed heartily and said, "If you want benefits, it's easy. How about this? You accompany me for a match. Regardless of win or lose, I'll give you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as a reward." Ji Wuchang was slightly surprised to hear that Li Gubei was offering 1,000 low-grade spirit stones right off the bat. As expected of a young master of Qing Feng's sect, his generosity was indeed extraordinary. But Ji Wuchang does not need these things. For now, he really doesn't lack spirit stones. I, Ji Wuchang, have never taken advantage of others. How about this? If you can defeat me, this Earth Spirit Pearl is yours. Of course, if you lose, you must give me a piece of innate spiritual object. What do you say? Are you daring enough to engage in a larger gamble? Only then can we both truly give it our all. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he directly took out the Earth Spirit Pearl, and a rich Earth attribute spiritual energy instantly enveloped the area, causing Li Gubei to be slightly taken aback. He did not expect Ji Wuchang to take out an innate spiritual object so directly. Li Gubei hesitated. He indeed had two innate spiritual objects in his storage ring. One was a fire attribute innate spiritual object, which he absolutely could not part with, as the cultivation method he practiced was fire attribute. The other was a metal attribute innate spiritual object called Diamond Vine. Although it was only a small segment, it contained a vast amount of metal elements. He had originally intended to use this when he cultivated sword chi in the future to make his sword chi sharper. However, he really wanted to have a match with Ji Wuchang, as he felt that if the two could fight, he would surely gain a lot. Now that Ji Wuchang had taken out the innate spiritual object Earth Spirit Pearl, he naturally could not be stingy. He would not take out the fire attribute innate spiritual object as it was related to his cultivation. Li Gubei was also a carefree person. With a wave of his hand, the diamond vine appeared. As soon as the diamond vine appeared, a strong wave of metal attribute spiritual energy erupted from it. Among this spiritual energy, There were even streaks of golden sharpness revealed. This object is called Diamond Vine, and it is not inferior to the Earth Spirit Pearl in your hand. If you can defeat me, it is yours. When Ji Wuchang saw the Diamond Vine, his eyes lit up. He did not expect that Li Gubei actually had what he needed. In that moment, Ji Wuchang almost burst into joyful laughter. This trip has been too worthwhile. All 3 elements of the 5-element spiritual objects have been gathered. Once he returns to the sect, he can plan for the foundation establishment. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's. Then it's settled. Ji Wuchang suppressed the joy in his heart and said to Li Gubei, "Let's have our battle right here." Li Gubei's eyes gleamed, and with a wave of his hand, he put away the Diamond Vine, a strong fighting spirit rising from him. Meng Zi and Meng Jiu felt Li Gubei's fighting spirit, and both siblings found it hard to breathe, feeling horrified, and quickly retreated. They did not expect that, even without revealing any cultivation, Li Gubei was still so fearsome. Ji Wuchang did not feel anything wrong. After all, Li Gubei was not an ordinary person. After putting away the Earth Spirit Pearl, he slowly walked to face Li Gubei, a strong fighting spirit rising from his heart. He also wanted to know where the limit of his physical strength lay. Chapter 93. Defeating Li Gubei, the two stood facing each other, with no fluctuations of spiritual power on their bodies. "Take my punch." Li Gubei was the first to strike, his right hand clenched into a fist, smashing towards Ji Wuchang. Although Li Gubei did not use any spiritual power, the moment his fist was thrown, a series of explosive sounds echoed in the air. Ji Wuchang stood still, slightly leaning forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he punched out to meet Li Gubei's fist. Bang! When the two fists collided, an explosive sound rang out, and a gust of wind surged around them, sending leaves flying everywhere. Subsequently, the leaves exploded, turning into dust. At the moment of impact, both their bodies trembled, and a hint of pain appeared on their faces. Ji Wuchang swayed and took a step back, while Li Gubei swayed slightly, but remained in place. This was certainly not because Ji Wuchang was inferior, but because Li Gubei had used his momentum to slightly gain the upper hand. Ji Wuchang glanced at Li Gubei, laughed heartily, and said, "Refreshing. Take another punch from me." A golden light appeared on Ji Wuchang's body, making him instantly shine gold. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Li Gubei. Golden skin. Li Gubei's expression became serious, and golden light also overflowed from his skin. Then, he clenched his right fist to meet Ji Wuchang's strike. With a loud bang, both bodies shook violently, and they both took 3 steps back. Ji Wuchang saw that the opponent also had golden skin, and felt no surprise. As the young master of a major sect with a 6th divine realm backing him, Li Gubei naturally understood more than ordinary people. "Kill!" Both shouted in unison and rushed towards each other, using fists, feet, elbows, and knees, each strike ruthless. Although it was a competition, neither intended to hold back. However, neither used any spiritual power, so close combat was the best way to test their abilities. Bang bang! The two exchanged blows, instantly trading over 100 moves. Li Gubei became increasingly alarmed. He had almost exerted all his strength, but Ji Wuchang seemed to be at ease. It should be known that in terms of physical strength, Li Gubei had been honing it since childhood, consuming countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to achieve today's accomplishments. Li Gubei could not believe anyone could surpass him. "Ji Wuchang, you are quite good. Take another punch from me." Clear Wind Fist. The Clear Wind Fist is one of the top martial arts of the Clear Wind sect. Its power appears gentle, like a breeze brushing the face, but in reality, it is extremely domineering and its force is incredibly violent. Although Li Gubei did not use spiritual power, once the Clear Wind Fist was unleashed, the power of each punch at least doubled. Ji Wuchang's body swayed, and the 8 trigrams dragon's step unfolded, retreating several steps to dodge Li Gubei's strike. Thunder Exploding Fist. Ji Wuchang shouted lightly, both hands clenched into fists. Although he did not use spiritual power, the sound of thunder echoed from his fists. Li Gubei was not afraid at all. He unleashed the Clear Wind Fist and directly collided with Ji Wuchang. Crack! As the two fists collided, A strong gust of wind ripped apart a massive stone weighing thousands of pounds beneath them, causing cracks to spread and then explode. As the techniques were executed, their exchanges grew increasingly terrifying and dangerous. Meng Jiu swallowed his saliva and said, "Big sister, they are too powerful. Their physical strength is terrifying." Meng Zi nodded and then smiled bitterly, saying, "In Shijiaking, I always thought I was no worse than anyone else. Now I realize how ridiculous that thought was. Just a frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky." Meng Jiu looked at the two figures darting around in the arena, his eyes filled with admiration. Not far away, two figures concealed in the void, one tall and one short, watched the battle with solemn expressions. These two were Li Gubei's protectors, both at the Soul Division realm, who had followed Li Gubei here. The shorter elder spoke with a serious expression, saying, "The young master has met a formidable opponent." The taller elder also nodded and calmly said, "Isn't this even better? The young master's dedication to martial arts is exceptional. It's rare to encounter someone of the same age who can make him go all out." The shorter elder smiled slightly, no longer speaking, but his eyes were fixed on the contest. Bang! Ji Wuchang and Li Gubei's fists collided again, both of them showing pain on their faces. And then they stepped back several paces. "Refreshing. It has been a long time since anyone could make me fight like this. Ji Wuchang, I admit you are strong, but it is impossible to win against me." Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and then said, "Is that so? Then give it another try." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, the bones in his body crackled, and a terrifying aura rose from within him. At that moment, all the bones in Ji Wuchang's body emitted a glass-like glow. At this moment, he was ready to truly unleash the power of the Jade Bone. Li Gubei felt the terrifying aura emanating from Ji Wuchang's body, his eyes widening in shock. This wasn't spiritual power, but the pressure of physical strength. Thunder exploding fist. Ji Wuchang shouted, his speed suddenly doubling as he instantly appeared in front of Li Gubei, throwing a punch down. The sound of thunder echoed within the fist and wherever the fist went. It was like a howling gale, causing Li Gubei to change color in alarm. Li Gubei couldn't dodge in time, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he retaliated with a punch, meeting Ji Wuchang's fist head-on. The two fists collided, resulting in a loud bang, and Li Gubei was sent staggering back 10 steps, pain etched on his face. He felt an excruciating pain in his right arm. If he hadn't gritted his teeth, he might have cried out in agony. Ji Wuchang pressed the attack, his body moving like a ghost as he closed in on Li Gubei and threw another punch. Just as Li Gubei's right arm was injured, he had no time to think and clenched his left hand into a fist, throwing another punch. With a loud bang, Li Gubei was sent flying backward, crashing into a large tree, which couldn't withstand the force, and toppled over. Li Gubei's hands trembled on either side, his face displaying a look of pain. But before he could recover, Ji Wuchang was upon him again, throwing another punch. Li Gubei sensed the power behind this punch and couldn't help but show a hint of horror in his eyes. Instinctively, his spiritual power surged forth. He punched out, colliding with Ji Wuchang's fist once more, and was forced back over 10 steps before finally stopping, looking at Ji Wuchang in disbelief. Ji Wuchang didn't strike again. He had a rough idea of the situation now. With just his physical strength, he was already capable of sweeping away those at the 3rd or 4th level of the Foundation establishment stage. After all, he hadn't fully unleashed all of his physical power yet. Chapter 94. Return. New system task released. Are we still fighting? Ji Wuchang asked Li Gubei calmly. The moment his opponent used spiritual power, the contest was over. Li Gubei looked at Ji Wuchang in shock, then shook his head and said, "No more fighting. I've lost." "How did you do it?" Li Gubei was genuinely curious. He had already mastered the golden skin and believed he was no worse than anyone else. He hadn't expected Ji Wuchang to reach the Jade Bone level so soon. Moreover, regarding the Jade Bone, not to mention him, even the Qingfeng sect had only a vague understanding. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and said, "The path of body refinement is endless. The golden skin is just the beginning." Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Li Gubei fell into deep thought, a contemplative look in his eyes. After a stick of incense's worth of time, Li Gubei shook his head, waved his hand, and the Vajra vine appeared. He looked at the Vajra vine with reluctance in his eyes, but still waved his hand to present it to Ji Wuchang. I'm done fighting. This time I've lost. Ji Wuchang, I'll remember you. This contest isn't finished yet. Next time I show up, I will definitely defeat you. After saying this, Li Gubei did not linger, his body swaying as he flew away, quickly disappearing from Ji Wuchang's sight. Next to Li Gubei, two elders, one tall and one short, appeared. Young master, should we step in and take back the Vajra vine and Earth Spirit Pearl? The tall elder asked. Li Gubei shot the tall elder a glare and calmly replied, a bet is a bet. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can't accept defeat? Besides, the face I've lost, I will naturally reclaim myself. The Changshan sect's Ji Wuchang is interesting. This trip to Buiyun Prefecture is not in vain. The path of body refinement is endless. After returning, I will refine my body again. I firmly believe I am no worse than anyone else. After Li Gubei finished speaking, an invincible aura emanated from him, causing both the tall and short elders to brighten their eyes and nod repeatedly. This was their young sect master, the one who would lead them out of Beita Prefecture in the future. Ding! Successfully defeated Li Gubei. Luck value 200. Li Gubei's luck value -50. Just as Li Gubei left, the system's voice rang in Ji Wuchang's mind, causing him to slightly pause, then feel overjoyed. He hadn't expected that defeating Li Gubei would also yield luck value rewards. According to the system's logic, each reward was a third of the opponent's luck value, which meant Li Gubei's luck value was 600. However, that didn't seem right, as Li Gubei's luck value had increased. System, did you make a mistake? Li Gubei's luck value is 50. What is going on? Master, in the cultivation world, some people's will is as solid as a rock. They don't care about winning or losing in competitions, only seeking to hone themselves. Although the master won against Li Gubei, it didn't damage his will. Instead, it made him more confident in his future invincibility. Thus, for him, failure means nothing. Rather, it serves as motivation. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang immediately understood. They had left, with no intention of coming back to snatch the items. That kid wasn't bad. Ji Wuchang heard Ji Yaoyao's voice in his ears. Ji Wuchang nodded slightly. Li Gubei had not disappointed him. Ji Yaoyao was once a powerful figure at the supreme level, and her praise for Li Gubei indicated that he was indeed extraordinary. This time, acquiring the Vajra vine allowed him to complete the last piece of his innate spiritual treasures, and he owed Li Gubei a favor. He would repay it when the opportunity arose. Ji Wuchang was clear about grievances